As long as one can construct a stable magical model, anyone can become a mage. This is the ultimate secret of mages. Having traversed into the body of a noble's son, equipped with a super quantum computer from a past life, the art of spell modeling comes effortlessly. Chapter 1, Merlin. Bang! Lin Fei felt himself soaring into the air, his body plummeting rapidly before crashing heavily onto the ground. His head was spinning, and he heard a piercing screech of brakes at that moment. His eyes were unable to open, and all he could discern were the chaotic sound surrounding him. Quick, call the police. Someone's had an accident. In endless darkness, Lin Fei, in a haze, seemed to glimpse a glimmer of light. Awakening from a nightmare, he suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, his chest heaving, fear gripping his heart. Where am I? A hospital. He recalled being struck by a speeding car, so he hurriedly checked himself. He was clad in a fluffy nightgown, lying on a soft, large bed, and miraculously, he bore no injuries. How strange, I was clearly hit by a car, yet I have no wounds at all. Moreover, if I'm not injured, shouldn't I be in a hospital? Is this even a hospital? Raising his head, Lin Fei surveyed the room. It was spacious, adorned with a canopy bed, and through the curtains, he could see the azure sky outside. However, he soon noticed peculiarities. There were no electric lights, no air conditioning, and not a single item related to electricity. Only a writing desk, a high-backed wooden chair, and a round stool were present, along with some bound books and a candlestick atop the desk, which held 3 unburnt candles. A jolt of realization coursed through Lin Fei as he rushed to a large mirror in the room. The reflection revealed a youthful and unfamiliar face, a prominent nose, an elongated visage, sickly pale, with long black hair and blue eyes. The person in the mirror was no longer the Lin Fei he recognized. Who am I? Lin Fei muttered to himself, collapsing onto the bed. Suddenly, a fierce pain shot through his head as a wave of unfamiliar memories surged in. Merlin? I am Wilson Merlin. He swiftly organized the influx of memories. The world into which he had traversed was quite primitive, reminiscent of the Western Middle Ages from his previous life, dominated by numerous kingdoms. He found himself in a medium-sized city, Blackwater City, within the Kingdom of Light. Merlin's father, Old Wilson, was a minor nobleman. Though merely a baron, he had earned his title through military exploits, serving in the army for 20 years and participating in the campaign against the Eastern heretical Black Moon Kingdom, where he had distinguished himself. Upon retiring, Old Wilson was granted the title of baron by the king and bestowed with a considerable estate, yet he preferred residing in the city, only visiting his estate during tax collection. In Merlin's mind, memories of Old Wilson were abundant. Yet those of his mother remained hazy. He only knew she was an Eastern woman who had fled to the Kingdom of Light, and that his father had married her, resulting in Merlin's birth, inheriting his mother's black hair. However, his mother had passed shortly after giving birth, leaving Merlin unable to recall her appearance. Knock, knock, knock. The bedroom door gently opened, and a maid clad in a gray dress entered, holding a stack of clothing. She spoke softly to Merlin. Young Master Merlin, here are your clothes for today. Lucija had kept her head down but slightly lifted it, allowing Merlin a glimpse of her face. Her skin was fair, adorned with a few small freckles, yet this did not detract from her overall beauty. Young Master Merlin, Miss Meishua is waiting for you downstairs for breakfast. Merlin nodded and replied, I understand. I will be down shortly. Lucija curtsied slightly, lifted her skirts, and gracefully exited the room. Merlin then rose, picked up the clothes Lucija had placed on the table, and quickly changed. The white shirt felt comfortable, likely made of cotton, with no signs of machine stitching, clearly handcrafted. After donning a black outer garment, Merlin stood before the mirror, scrutinizing himself aside from his eyes, which bore a slight resemblance to his past self. Everything else was utterly unfamiliar. Merlin, hurry up, or you will be late for church. Meishua urged it. Oh, where are we going? Merlin, seated on the chair, furrowed his brow in inquiry. He genuinely did not know where he was meant to go that day, despite absorbing many memories of Wilson Merlin. Some remained elusive. Meishua widened her eyes, barely suppressing her frustration, and whispered, Merlin, do not pretend. Although father has gone to collect taxes at the estate, he instructed you to train daily with the Church's Pero swordsman. I understand. Breakfast consisted of bread with milk and a thick wheat porridge, which was quite pleasant, and Merlin wolfed down 3 small bowls. He ate quickly, and after wiping the remnants of food from the corners of his mouth, he finally had the time to scrutinize Meshua. Meshua was the offspring of old Wilson's eighth wife, yet Merlin was unaware of her name. Meshua, oblivious to Merlin's gaze, anxiously exclaimed, "Hurry, we're running out of time." The Perro swordsman is quite strict. Thus, both Merlin and Meshua swiftly boarded the carriage that had been prepared, heading towards the church. Chapter 2. The backward world. The creaking of the carriage wheels echoed as they traversed the uneven cobblestone streets of Blackwater City. Seated within the jolting carriage was Merlin, accompanied by Meshua, whose faint, youthful fragrance enveloped him in a comforting embrace. However, the incessant bumpiness of the ride proved disconcerting, prompting Merlin to lean back against the carriage wall, his legs slightly bent in a position that afforded him some measure of comfort. Meshua, however, was decidedly displeased. Casting a glance at Merlin's sprawled legs, she furrowed her brow and remarked, "Merlin, must you not position your legs properly? As a noble, you ought to exhibit the decorum befitting your station." "I shall merely rest. I did not sleep well last night," Merlin replied nonchalantly, continuing to maintain his preferred posture. Surprisingly, Meshua refrained from further confrontation. Instead, she bit her lip gently, a flicker of concern crossing her face as she inquired, "Is it because of Avellini?" Though Merlin kept his eyes shut, he was far from asleep, and her words resonated deeply within him. "Avellini, my betrothed?" Yet, the implication of Meshua's words suggested that Avellini held no affection for me. Why, then, do I possess no recollection of her? Merlin realized he had only regained fragments of his memory, while some recollections had vanished irrevocably. To avoid drawing suspicion, he needed to meticulously observe every utterance from those around him, extracting crucial information. Avellini, as mentioned by Meshua, undoubtedly represented significant intelligence, and he silently committed it to memory. After a period of contemplation, Merlin found himself growing restless, prompting him to lift the carriage curtain. A sudden gust of cold wind rushed in, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "It is nearly winter," Merlin mused, noting that it was already September, the final month of autumn, yet the chill seemed to have arrived prematurely. Indeed, winter approaches. And for reasons unknown, the cold this year is particularly biting, Meshua replied, pulling her cloak tightly around herself, her figure curling into the corner of the carriage. Outside, a dreary drizzle fell, casting a gray pall over the streets where few souls wandered. A ragged group of homeless individuals knelt in supplication, beseeching the elegantly dressed passers-by for alms. Clad in tattered linen, these emaciated figures resembled fragile strands of hemp, their eyes shimmering with desperate yearning, among them even small children. The sight of these beggars elicited expressions of disgust from those who encountered them. Some even covered their mouths and noses, hastening away. Merlin cast a fleeting glance at the destitute before his attention shifted to a cadre of young knights riding by on horseback. Clad in gleaming silver armor that enveloped their upper bodies, they brandished wooden shields and bore imposing swords strapped to their backs, exuding an aura of formidable authority. The crowd around them appeared to harbor a palpable fear of these knights, while the children, upon spotting them, revealed glimmers of envy. Merlin furrowed his brow. He did not recognize these knights, and he dared not inquire further from Meshua. In the carriage, Meshua caught sight of the knights. Her demeanor won a disdain as she coldly remarked, "Ah, it is this group again, the Knights of the City Defense Corps, all show and no substance. With so many departing the city, I fear another small town has fallen prey to bandits. It has been increasingly unsettled lately. Numerous towns surrounding Blackwater City have reported significant sightings of marauders." Merlin remained silent, quietly committing this information to memory. Having just arrived in this world, his recollections were still muddled, rendering conversation unwise. Observing discreetly for a while, Merlin noted that despite the mere 100 knights, they were well equipped, each exuding an air of grim determination. Far from the ineffectuality Meshua suggested, the knights were soon to depart, vanishing from Merlin's view. After a time, feeling the biting cold wind, he lowered the carriage curtain and nestled into the warmth within. Eventually, the carriage came to a halt. The driver, Moss, gently announced, "Young Master Merlin, Miss Meshua, we have arrived at the church." With that, Meshua, brimming with energy, leapt from the carriage, followed closely by Merlin. He stretched his body and twisted his somewhat stiff neck before lifting his gaze to behold the grand church ahead. This edifice occupied a vast expanse, nearly the size of 4 or 5 football fields, frequented by both ordinary worshippers and nobility clad in elegant attire, all arriving for morning prayers. The Kingdom of Light venerates the God of Light, and the church wields immense influence, with a temple present in nearly every city. The morning prayers attracted a steady stream of devotees, a sight not uncommon. Merlin joined the throng as they entered the church hall. The walls, painted a pristine white, were adorned with grand murals, vibrant and lifelike, clearly celebrating the divine glory of the god of light. In the center, one mural depicted a tall, indistinct deity radiating a gentle, holy light. This luminous aura enveloped numerous ordinary worshippers, elders, children, men, women, nobles, commoners, and even sinners, each face illuminated by a serene, devout smile. The mural, titled Divine Love for Humanity, was inscribed in the language of light, and Merlin, having inherited fragments of memory, recognized the script. In addition to this depiction, there were others illustrating themes such as the divine drives away darkness, the divine brings light, the divine punishes evil, the divine bestows miracles, and the divine blesses the faithful. While the narratives varied, the essence remained the same. Each served to exalt the glorious deeds of the God of light. The devout congregants bowed their heads, hands pressed to their chests, guided by the priest in prayer, filling the vast church with a cacophony of supplications. Reflecting on the emaciated beggar he had seen on the street, Merlin recognized the stark contrast to the pious individuals praying fervently around him, and he finally comprehended that, indeed, this world was profoundly underdeveloped. Chapter 3, Supernatural Civilization. The time for prayer was a mere half hour, and when the church bells tolled, it signified the conclusion of the sacred moment, prompting the faithful to gradually disperse. However, Merlin was seized by the anxious Meshua, who led him toward a small door within the church. Before long, the two arrived at the church's rear courtyard, where Merlin beheld a group of over 20 individuals of varying ages, all practicing swordsmanship under the guidance of a middle-aged man. Nervously, Meshua approached the man and whispered, "Lord Pero." The man before them was none other than the esteemed Pero, a swordsman in his 30s, clad in silver light armor, wielding a broadsword that was 4 fingers wide. His piercing gaze exuded an air of authority. Pero cast a glance at Meshua and Merlin and calmly instructed, "Return to your positions." Seeing that Pero did not impose any punishment upon them, Meshua felt a surge of relief and quickly pulled Merlin, seamlessly blending into the crowd. As Merlin stepped into the throng, still somewhat dazed and uncertain of what to do, he noticed a red-haired boy at the back waving him over. "Merlin, come here quickly." The red-haired boy beckoned with a mischievous grin. After a moment of hesitation, a flicker of memory regarding the boy crossed Merlin's mind, prompting him to stride confidently toward his side. "Hey, Merlin, you're late again today. Just look at Pero's face. It doesn't bode well for you," the boy chuckled, reveling in Merlin's predicament. The boy, named Anson, was Merlin's close companion and the son of a baron. Unlike Merlin, however, he was not the direct heir to the baron's title, as he had 2 elder brothers ahead of him in line. At that moment, Pero's gaze shifted toward them, and Anson's jovial demeanor abruptly stiffened, rendering him mute. Subsequently, Pero turned his gaze away and pointed toward a nearby weapon rack, which was laden with an assortment of arms, including broadswords, shields, daggers, battle knives, and massive axes. "Merlin, Anson, move that iron shield to the center," Pero commanded. Anson's expression faltered, and he turned to Merlin with a rueful smile. "This is it. Your tardiness has brought me misfortune as well." Grumbling aside, Anson quickly rose, and together with Merlin, they approached the weapon rack, preparing to lift a hefty black iron shield from the ground. Though the shield was not large, it was remarkably heavy, requiring all their strength to barely lift it. Merlin pondered, who could possibly wield such a weighty shield? If it was unmanageable, what purpose did it serve? Breathless and exhausted, Merlin and Anson finally managed to transport the shield to the center, leaning it against a large boulder, and then respectfully stood by, awaiting further instructions from Pero. However, the swordsman Pero cast not a glance at Merlin and Anson, instead addressing those below. "You have all trained for quite some time. Let us now assess your strength. Anyone who believes they can shatter the shield with their bare hands is welcome to step forward and try." Merlin's expression shifted. He had just exhausted himself alongside Anson to move this very shield, which underscored its formidable solidity. To attempt to break it with mere flesh would be an exercise in futility. In his view, the swordsman Pero's intent was perhaps merely to gauge the courage of these individuals. "Master, allow me to give it a go," a robust man soon declared. Rising to face Pero, the swordsman nodded in approval. "Very well, Catalan, you may proceed." Anson, upon seeing the burly figure, muttered under his breath, "Here comes Catalan again." Always flaunting his demeanor, taking advantage of being Pero's disciple to seek attention, Catalan strode confidently to the shield, inhaled deeply, and clenched his fists, summoning his strength. With a sudden motion, he unleashed a punch that struck the iron shield with remarkable speed, demonstrating that he had exerted every ounce of his power. Curiously, a faint white glow flickered around his fist. The resounding crash echoed for an extended moment. The shield remained unscathed, bearing no mark whatsoever. Pero shook his head in disapproval, stating, "Catalan, do not rely solely on brute force. Remember, the power of the elements is the mightiest. You must focus and channel that elemental energy. This is the true strength of an elemental swordsman." Despite Catalan's decent talent, becoming an elemental swordsman is no trivial feat. Anson chuckled maliciously at Catalan's failure, while Merlin, outwardly composed, felt a storm surge within. Even from a distance, he had sensed the fierce gust generated by Catalan's punch. The force was terrifyingly potent, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Yet the most astonishing revelation was that despite such immense power impacting the hard shield, Catalan's hand remained unscathed, a fact that exceeded Merlin's understanding. "Is there anyone else willing to try?" Pero's gaze swept over the crowd once more. "Lord Pero, allow me a turn." A familiar voice chimed in, prompting Merlin to narrow his eyes in recognition of his sister, Meishue. Pero nodded. "Very well, Meishue, you may also attempt it." Meishue approached the shield, playfully winking at Merlin, then took a deep breath, her impressive chest rising and falling in a captivating display that caught Anson's attention. With a resounding crash, Meishue unleashed a force that rivaled Catalan's earlier attempt. Merlin observed intently, noticing a faint flicker of flame dancing upon Meishue's hand. The flickering flame, faint like that of a delicate ember, intermittently illuminated the fist of Meishue. Much like Catalan, the seemingly petite Meishue bore no injuries on her hands, as if she had not struck a formidable iron shield. However, Merlin, who had just maneuvered the shield, was acutely aware of its substantial weight. This shield was undoubtedly forged from solid wrought iron. Why do I have no recollection of this? How can Meishue possess such immense strength? Is she truly human? Merlin felt an unsettling realization that some crucial memories might have been lost to him. Is there no one else willing to give it a try? The swordsman Pero inquired once more, yet this time, no one dared to step forward. Consequently, Pero rose slowly, approaching the shield, his voice suddenly ascending in intensity. "Behold, the true essence of an elemental swordsman lies within the elements. Their power is unparalleled. Only through sincere guidance can one unleash extraordinary strength." As his words resonated, Pero clenched his right fist, and in an instant, a conflagration erupted from his hand, engulfing his entire arm in flames. With a resounding crack, Pero's fist struck down upon the iron shield, which shattered like mere timber, splintering into fragments that littered the ground as scrap metal. Even the massive stone behind the shield was not spared, trembling under the force and becoming riddled with countless fissures. What is this? Supernatural power? Merlin stood agape, his mind a blank slate, as the spectacle before him transcended his understanding. A human body could emit flames, and the force of Pero's punch rivaled that of a small explosive. Chapter 4. Elemental swordsman Merlin remained temporarily in a state of stupor, while Anson beside him, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Pero the swordsman is becoming increasingly formidable. The commotion he caused last time was not nearly as pronounced. It seems that Pero is on the verge of becoming a level 2 flame swordsman." Indeed, individuals with a strong affinity for elements exhibit rapid cultivation rates. Pero has devoted merely 3 years to his training and is nearing the attainment of level 2 flame swordsman status, making him one of the most distinguished practitioners within the Church of Blackwater City. Flame swordsman? Merlin's mind stirred. He had overheard Pero mention the term elemental swordsman several times. Yet he had remained oblivious to its true meaning, initially believing it to be merely a title for skilled swordsmen. However, it now appeared to be something more profound. Merlin's memory had only partially fused, with many crucial recollections still lost, including those pertaining to the elemental swordsman. He felt an urgent desire to uncover all there was to know about elemental swordsmen, yet he understood he could not inquire directly, for fear of arousing suspicion. Thus, he subtly probed Anson for information. Fortunately, Anson harbored no doubts and, given their camaraderie, inadvertently divulged a wealth of details. It turned out that Pero was not an ordinary swordsman, but a powerful elemental swordsman. In this world, many individuals possess a natural affinity for elements, capable of attracting the invisible forces around them into their bodies. Once the elements accumulate to a sufficient degree, they can be guided through special means to unleash formidable power. These individuals are known as elemental swordsmen. Of course, one need not wield a sword to channel elements into their being. For instance, those with an affinity for wind elements. Paired with a formidable bow, can become fearsome hunters. The designation of elemental swordsman arises primarily from the fact that the majority of people in this world wield swords. Pero has truly attained the status of a flame swordsman, while Cadron, Mei Shui, and others merely possess elemental affinities but have yet to fully harness the powers within them, or their elemental accumulation remains insufficient. Thus, they cannot yet be considered genuine elemental swordsmen. However, with relentless dedication to their training, they could potentially evolve into powerful elemental swordsmen, wielding terrifying strength akin to Pero's recent strike. Enlightened by this knowledge, Merlin felt a surge of exhilaration. Such immense power. Did it not imply that he too could possess it? Yet, Anson's subsequent words extinguished his hopes. Merlin, elemental swordsmen are incredibly powerful, with boundless potential. Yet we lack any elemental affinity, destined never to become elemental swordsmen. You have a better chance. Your sister Mei Shui possesses a significant affinity for fire elements and may one day become a flame swordsman. Moreover, you are the absolute heir of the Wilson family. Even in the worst-case scenario, you will become a baron. But what of me? I have 2 elder brothers. Therefore, the chance of me becoming the heir to the title is exceedingly slim. Anson's spirits sank as he spoke, and he fell into a contemplative silence. The absence of elemental affinity felt like a bucket of cold water dousing Merlin, abruptly cooling his emotions. According to Anson, elemental affinity is the crux of becoming an elemental swordsman. For instance, a Pero swordsman possesses an affinity for the fire element, enabling them to channel the fire element into their being, transforming it into their own power, ultimately evolving into a formidable fire swordsman. Generally speaking, the stronger one's elemental affinity, the more effortlessly one can incorporate the element within, thus becoming a swordsman. Depending on the element type, this leads to various classifications such as flame swordsman, ice swordsman, tempest swordsman, and many others. However, the most esteemed and promising among them are the light swordsmen, those endowed with an affinity for the light element. Once they successfully integrate the light element within, ascend to become light swordsmen. Almost every light swordsman becomes a guardian swordsman of the Church of Light, receiving the Church's assistance and support, significantly accelerating their training compared to other swordsmen. Nevertheless, regardless of the elemental type, elemental affinity is fundamental. Individuals devoid of any elemental affinity can never become elemental swordsmen. Merlin, Anson, and their companions unfortunately belong to this category of lacking any elemental affinity. The aspirants who come to train with the Pero swordsmen can be divided into 3 categories. The first comprises those commoners without any social standing, each possessing elemental affinity, belonging to a class of high-potential individuals, thus granted permission by the Church to train here. Should they be fortunate enough to become elemental swordsmen, they would be absorbed by the Church, becoming part of its armed forces, with Catalin being a prime example. The second category consists of noble offspring, who also possess elemental affinity. Compared to these commoners, the noble youths, with their social backgrounds, have much brighter prospects. Once they achieve the status of elemental swordsmen, their families would send them to larger cities for further training, paving the way for vast opportunities, with Mei Shui being one among them. The third category includes individuals like Merlin and Anson, who are also of noble lineage yet devoid of elemental affinity, thus facing limited prospects. Although these 3 groups train in the same establishment under the Pero swordsman, distinctions are clear, and each maintains its own circle. After a long pause, Merlin recalled Catalin, who had recently showcased remarkable talent, and softly inquired, "What is Catalin's elemental affinity like?" Catalin, his aptitude is nearly unparalleled among us, for he possesses an affinity for the light element. Once he successfully integrates the light element within, he will swiftly rise to become a guardian swordsman of the Church, with boundless prospects ahead. Even though he is yet to become an elemental swordsman, he has already captured the attention of the Church. Even the Pero swordsman has taken him as a disciple. For him, becoming an elemental swordsman is merely a matter of time, Anson replied, casting a glance at Catalin in the front row, his eyes betraying a hint of envy. Noticing Merlin's low spirits, Anson softly remarked, "Though Catalin's talent is exceptional, your sister Mei Shui's aptitude is equally remarkable, possessing a natural affinity for the fire element, much like the Pero swordsman. Therefore, the Pero swordsman will undoubtedly devote himself to her instruction. With Mei Shui's presence, the Wilson family is assured of prosperity for decades to come. Your future will undoubtedly surpass mine." Merlin felt a stir within, surprised to discover that his sister Mei Shui possessed such impressive talent. Moreover, as Anson had pointed out, the Pero swordsman frequently cast glances towards both Catalin and Mei Shui, closely monitoring their progress and training, which underscored his regard for both of them. Chapter 5. Antiques, Part 1. The morning swiftly elapsed, with the attention of the Pero swordsmen fixated on those endowed with elemental affinity. Those like Merlin and Anson, devoid of such affinity, were left to their own devices. As the Pero swordsman clapped his hands, signaling the conclusion of the morning sword practice, many began to rise. Preparing to depart, Mei Shui appeared exhilarated, evidently having gleaned much from the swordsman's guidance. Approaching Merlin, she cast a glance at Anson, who awkwardly greeted her. "Miss Mei Shui." "Humph." Mei Shui turned away indignantly, seemingly displeased with Anson. Grasping Merlin's hand, she hurriedly exited the chapel, where MOC had long been awaiting them by the carriage. "See you in the afternoon, Merlin." Anson, trailing behind, made a playful gesture at Merlin before climbing into his own carriage and departing the chapel. Once inside the carriage, Mei Shui shot a fierce glare at Merlin and, somewhat irate, remarked, "Merlin, didn't I tell you not to associate with Anson? Being with him only leads you astray." It was evident that Mei Shui held a low opinion of Anson, perceiving him as a bad influence on her brother. Despite her harsh demeanor towards Anson moments earlier, he appeared unperturbed, even exhibiting a hint of trepidation. Thus, Merlin inquired, "Why does it seem that Anson is somewhat afraid of you? Didn't that rascal tell you?" Mei Shui regarded Merlin with a hint of suspicion, but soon realization dawned upon her. She nodded. Indeed, such an embarrassing matter. Why would Anson disclose it to anyone? Pausing, she raised her fist and declared, "Last time, when Anson took you to fool around with some women, I caught wind of it and gave him a thorough beating. Yet, it seems that lesson was not sufficiently severe. He needs to be reminded again." Observing Mei Shui's triumphant expression, Merlin felt somewhat speechless. It appeared that his sister harbored a tendency towards violence. Reflecting on her formidable strength earlier, it was no wonder Anson seemed fearful. The carriage jolted along, and the atmosphere within grew somewhat oppressive. After a lengthy silence, Merlin hesitantly asked Mei Shui, "How do you sense the elements?" Mei Shui lifted her head in surprise at Merlin's question, but took a moment to ponder earnestly before softly responding, "It's quite simple. I just close my eyes and can sense them. However, I can only perceive the fire element. I cannot see or touch it, yet I can feel its presence. I can even sense them gradually entering my body, waiting for the day when they accumulate to a certain degree, allowing them to unleash formidable power." Merlin nodded slightly, quietly closing his eyes to attempt sensing as Mei Shui had described, yet to no avail. It appeared that elemental affinity was indeed innate and unalterable. Without such affinity, one could not perceive the elements at all. Merlin harbored the aspiration of becoming an elemental swordsman, yet this ambition appeared destined to remain unfulfilled. Despite this, he lacked appetite, hastily consuming only a meager amount of food. Observing Mei Shui's threatening demeanor, Merlin offered a subtle nod, reflecting on how troublesome he had been in his former self. Subsequently, Mei Shui departed the ancient castle, and sensing the chill in the air, Merlin ascended to don a thick coat before descending once more to enter Moss's carriage. Within the carriage, Merlin rubbed his temples, experiencing a slight headache, as he had no recollection of the etiquette class scheduled for the afternoon, indicating a significant loss of memory. Fortunately, Moss, a remarkably earnest individual, drove the carriage in silence, dutifully delivering Merlin to his destination for class. Upon alighting, he beheld a quaint 3-story building, its entrance bordered by a rusted iron fence. An elderly gatekeeper, huddled in a corner with half-closed eyes, dozed off. Yet he would awaken to open the gate for any visitors. "Ah, Master Merlin, you've arrived quite early today." The gatekeeper, wrapped in a tattered overcoat with a wind-chafed face, greeted him warmly upon recognizing him. Merlin, grappling with a severe memory loss, could not recall the man's name. So he merely smiled and nodded before proceeding inside. The interior was desolate, and as Merlin approached the small building, the wooden stairs creaked underfoot, as if burdened by the weight of time. Adorning the walls alongside the staircase were vibrant murals depicting figures and landscapes, albeit of uneven quality. Even a novice like Merlin could discern that some resembled mere graffiti. Upon reaching the second floor, Merlin meandered through several spacious rooms, all unoccupied save for an array of hand drums and an organ, suggesting this was a music teaching space. "Hey, Merlin, what are you doing there?" "We're not having music class today, it's history class." A familiar voice interrupted him. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of the red-haired Anson, who seized Merlin's arm and urged him toward the 3rd floor, glancing around conspiratorially as he said, "Hurry, let us grab a good seat. I've heard a new history teacher is coming today, and she's supposed to be quite beautiful. It's definitely something to look forward to." With Anson leading the way, Merlin followed him to a spacious room on the third floor, where over 10 young men and women, clad in splendid attire, were already gathered. A group of 3 or 5 engaged in lively conversation, and upon seeing Merlin and Anson enter, a chubby boy in the front row eagerly waved them over. "Cute. Well done, securing such a prime spot. You're always so eager when there's news of a beautiful teacher," Anson greeted him with a cheerful grin. Chapter 6, Antiques Part 2, Gyut, whose full name is Douglon Gyut, hails from a family of modest origins, having risen to prominence only during the era of the elder Douglon. Despite their lack of noble lineage, the elder Douglon proved to be quite formidable. He built his fortune from the ground up, transforming his status from a mere commoner to one of the wealthiest individuals in Heishui City within just a few decades. It is said that over 90% of the jewelry in Heishui City is managed by the Gyut family, which explains why the rotund Gyut is so lavish in his spending, quickly befriending the likes of Merlin and Anson. Gyut's corpulent frame occupies nearly 2 seats in the front row, and his small eyes squint almost to the point of being mere slits. Spotting Merlin and Anson, he exclaimed with delight, "Come, I've saved you the best seats. We're in the front row." Merlin and Anson settled comfortably into their seats, and soon they began to engage in enthusiastic discussion about the newly appointed history teacher. Merlin shook his head slightly, observing the two of them, whose conversation revolved incessantly around women. It was no wonder that Meishue had cautioned Merlin against mingling with such characters. It would be quite challenging to resist temptation in their company without strong resolve. However, Merlin gleaned valuable insights from their banter. He learned that they were in a noble etiquette class established by a local aristocrat in Heishui City, designed to instruct on the nuances of aristocratic conduct. The curriculum included music, history, philosophy, painting, and various intricate social graces. Although primarily attended by noble offspring, wealthy individuals like Gyut also sought to enroll their children to facilitate future interactions with the aristocracy. Before long, the room buzzed with activity as more attendees arrived, filling what was once an empty space to nearly full capacity, approximately 40 individuals, by Merlin's estimation. Among them was a slender, pale man who entered through the front door, seemingly making a point to stroll past Merlin. He cast a disdainful glance at him, snorting slightly before taking a seat in the back row. Merlin found the man unremarkable, yet it was evident that he held a certain animosity towards him. "Ah, it's Talefa, that self-important fellow," Anson whispered. "No need to pay him any mind. Your engagement to Avril is already settled. No matter how much he might resent it, it is of no consequence." Merlin nodded in acknowledgement, committing this information to memory. However, he remained unaware of Talefa's true identity. Fortunately, Anson's loose tongue soon revealed that Talefa was the eldest son of the Wingulite family, an absolute heir of the baroncy. Much like Merlin himself, the conflict between Merlin and Talefa, it turned out, was less a personal rivalry and more a manifestation of familial strife, a tale that bore the hallmark of melodrama. Baron Wingulite was initially enamored with a woman, and by coincidence, Old Wilson also harbored affections for her. The two even engaged in a clandestine duel over her, ultimately resulting in Old Wilson's triumph, leading him to claim her as his own. She is now his 8th wife and the mother of Meishue. Merlin was somewhat taken aback, surprised to learn that the voluptuous lady once possessed such allure that it incited a duel between 2 noblemen. However, the animosity between the Wingulite and Wilson families was far from resolved, as their feud continued to cast its shadow over Merlin and Tila Fa. Tila Fa had feelings for Avril, and the Wingulite family had sought to propose to the Barman family, but in a twist of fate, Baron Barman arranged for Avril to become engaged to Merlin. Consequently, the rift between the Wingulite and Wilson families became irreparably deepened. Merlin, Tila Fa harbors a deep-seated animosity towards you, constantly seeking to create trouble. You must exercise caution, do not draw too close to him, and avoid confrontation. Though he may be arrogant, he possesses considerable talent, holding an affinity for earth elements, which could one day lead him to become a great earth swordsman. In combat, the 3 of us together would be no match for him, Anson warned solemnly, clearly wary of Tila Fa. Another element swordsman, Merlin nodded in acknowledgement. He had already witnessed the formidable power of those with elemental affinities and would not be foolish enough to provoke Tila Fa. Soon after, the sound of boots echoed from outside, and a woman entered the room, instantly silencing the atmosphere. This woman had long legs encased in skin-tone stockings, draped in a plush coat that could not conceal her ample bosom. Her figure was voluptuous, exuding an aura of mature seduction, despite her alluring appearance. Each of her movements radiated an air of elegance, blending the seemingly disparate qualities of allure and grace into a perfect harmony. Perfect. Anson and Guter gazed intently at the newcomer, evidently captivated. The woman appeared unfazed by the scrutiny of those in the room. Offering a gentle smile as she introduced herself, "I am your new history teacher. You may call me Jia." "Perfect, truly perfect. I cannot believe I have encountered such an exquisite woman." "No way, Merlin, Guter. You must declare right now that you will not compete with me for Jia." "She is mine," Anson exclaimed, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. Merlin remained non-committal to Guter's proclamation, for he retained no recollection of this place and was oblivious to its circumstances. However, he had overheard Guter and Anson discussing earlier that nearly all female teachers who came here were primarily interested in seducing noble youths, as success in such endeavors could elevate their status dramatically. The previous history teacher had ceased attending classes after becoming involved with a baron's son, suggesting that the intentions of the teachers were seldom innocent. Jia, however, appeared calm and unconcerned as she stated, "All right, let's commence our lesson. Today I shall be discussing antiques." As her words faded, Jia retrieved a delicate ring from her pocket. She held it aloft, and the sunlight streaming through the window enveloped the ring, casting a porcelain white hue upon it. Chapter 7. Jia, currently ranked 13th. With a little more effort, we can reach 12th place. Being in 12th will allow us to be visible in the classification channel. I implore everyone to help. History transmits knowledge and civilization, thus. It is indispensable for a noble to grasp the essence of history. Antiques bear the imprints of history, and to excel in the study of history, one must first master the understanding of antiques. A true noble should be erudite, elegant, and wise, and must possess a profound appreciation and expertise in antiques. The ring I hold in my hand, can anyone enlighten me about its background? Jia raised the ring, which, under the sunlight, did not exhibit a dazzling brilliance. It was evident that it was not crafted from gemstones, but rather from a unique material. Merlin was utterly unfamiliar with antiques, yet Anson, who was nearby, had a penchant for collecting intriguing artifacts. Upon hearing Jia's inquiry, Anson immediately stood up. "Jia, may I take a closer look at the ring?" Jia nodded, personally handing the ring to Anson, who gently caressed it, scrutinizing the intricate patterns adorning its surface. Finally, with confidence, he remarked, "This ring is made from a special material. It appears to be crafted from jade." Historically, the use of jade for rings was prevalent only during the era of the enigmatic Morta Empire, approximately 3,600 years ago. The patterns on the ring distinctly reflect the style of that period, undoubtedly indicating its origin from the Morta Empire. Upon hearing Anson's methodical analysis of the ring's background, a flicker of surprise crossed Jia's eyes, and she nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you have articulated it well. What is your name?" Anson, elated, promptly replied, "I am Anson." The ring was then passed to the front row, where Merlin and others sat. Although Merlin had little interest in antiques, he was quite intrigued by the mention of the Morta Empire. His recollections of this ancient civilization were somewhat vague. The Morta Empire, 3,600 years ago, was undoubtedly a grand and mysterious realm. It was deemed great because it unified the entire continent, unlike the present day, where numerous kingdoms abound. Its mystique lay in its inexplicable collapse, which occurred almost overnight, without any forewarning. The Morta Empire existed for barely a century, and even now, there is no consensus on why it fell so abruptly. Why did such a vast empire crumble overnight? Merlin found it hard to believe. He was inclined to think that the passage of time had led to the distortion of facts, obscuring the true reasons behind the demise of the Morta Empire. As the ring continued its journey to the back, Jia followed suit. At that moment, Merlin noticed Anson, who had been visibly excited earlier, now wore a rather troubled expression. "Anson, what troubles you?" Merlin inquired softly. Anson cast a complex glance at Jia, who had walked to the back. Before he sighed deeply and slowly articulated, "It seems securing Jia's affections is an impossibility. Initially, I presumed she was akin to other women, here merely to flirt with some noble science. However, upon sighting this ring, I sensed otherwise. Do you comprehend the value of this ring? Merely a few dozen silver coins?" Guter, lacking much insight into antiques, believes that jewels reign supreme in worth. To him, this ring, crafted from mere jade, is only worth a handful of silver coins. Yet, Anson shook his head and asserted, not even a few dozen gold coins could procure it. You may be unaware, but currently, the market price for antiques from the Morta Empire era is exorbitantly high, let alone this intricately crafted ring, which undoubtedly belongs to the adornments of the nobility of that time. Do you truly think Jia is here for monetary gain? Merlin pondered, knowing that in this world, there exist three denominations of currency, gold, silver, and copper coins. 1 gold coin is roughly equivalent to 1,000 from my previous life. Thus, several dozen gold coins amount to tens of thousands. Anyone capable of nonchalantly producing such wealth certainly cannot be here merely to pursue noble youths. Indeed, there is some truth to that. It seems this woman possesses a certain background. However, it matters not. There is no inquiry I cannot unravel. Give me a few days, and I shall unearth Gia's ancestry for 3 generations. Guter's face brimmed with confidence. Anson hastily interjected. Merlin, do you think we are merely going out for a casual visit? This time, I intend to broaden your horizons. A recent acquaintance of mine has acquired some new antiques, and both Guter and I wish to take a look. Just to view antiques? Merlin hesitated. Of course, we are going to see antiques. Let us proceed. Ultimately, Merlin nodded and instructed Anson and Guter. Let us go. Mose, please take us. Anson, however, scoffed. In this rickety vehicle? It would be a torment within. We shall ride in Guter's carriage instead. Upon glancing upwards, Merlin spotted an opulent carriage, draped in animal hides and drawn by 4 horses, appearing before the trio. After a moment's comparison, a wry smile crossed Merlin's face, and he promptly instructed Mose. Mose, please fetch Meshua from the church. On such a frigid day, traveling by carriage would be more comfortable. Mose glanced at Anson and Guter, a look of concern etched upon his face. Nodding in compliance, he ceased further conversation and drove the carriage towards the church. Merlin and the others then climbed into Guter's lavish carriage, gradually setting off. Chapter 8. Relief. After a brief while, the 12 contestants were eliminated, much to their dismay. Everyone, let us rally together to vote and support. The gap isn't significant. Let us help our dear you rise again. Inside the luxurious carriage, the plush fur pelt cushioned the wooden bench, providing warmth against the cold weather. Although Merlin was not entirely familiar with the prices of this world, he recognized that the fur beneath him was undoubtedly of considerable value. Even as a noble, he couldn't help but reflect on the sheer extravagance of it all. Nobles, despite their elevated status, relied on the meager taxes from their territories and in terms of wealth. The Wilson family paled in comparison to the Doherty family. Sitting comfortably in this opulent carriage was indeed pleasurable, and it wasn't long before they arrived at their destination. The carriage gradually coming to a halt. All right, let us disembark, Anson urged impatiently. Once outside, they entered a modest shop that appeared rather empty, with only a few trinkets displayed on the shelves. Unfamiliar with the surroundings, Merlin chose to suppress his curiosity and closely followed Anson and Guter. Anson and Guter seemed well acquainted with the place, heading directly to the counter where a young woman, dressed rather provocatively, greeted them with a smile upon their arrival. Master Anson. Master Guter, she acknowledged, clearly recognizing them. Let us in swiftly. I've heard your boss has acquired some new merchandise recently? Anson inquired eagerly, rubbing his hands together. Indeed. Our boss has just received a new shipment, including some exquisite items that are sure to satisfy both Master Anson and Master Guter, the young woman replied, pressing a hidden button beneath the counter. To their astonishment, a wall in front of them began to rotate, revealing a dark passageway behind it. Guter, allow me to see how much you've grown lately, Guter said, stepping forward towards the girl named Xiaolin. He brazenly reached into her neckline and gave it a hefty squeeze. Come on, you glutton, hurry up, Anson called out, noticing Guter lagging behind. Coming right away, Guter retorted, withdrawing his hand and tossing a gleaming gold coin into Xiaolin's palm before following Anson into the dark passage. Initially dim, the passage soon brightened as they walked a few steps, revealing candles illuminating the way on either side. Merlin squinted ahead, observing that the passage sloped downward at a steady incline, approximately 7 or 8 meters below ground level, a remarkably deep tunnel. After walking about 100 meters, they finally heard voices accompanied by gasps of astonishment. Anson quickened his pace, hastily making his way through the passage. The tunnel culminated in an extraordinarily spacious hall, roughly the size of 2 football fields. Although the number of people was limited, they stood in small clusters, animatedly discussing the various antiques displayed throughout the hall. Surely, this is the place where Anson and Guter are meant to arrive. Upon entering the hall, Anson surveyed his surroundings, soon spotting a middle-aged man in black swiftly approaching. Young Master Anson, young Master Guter, you are somewhat late today, the man remarked. Anson's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly inquired, Mr. Nason, have all the good items been sold? The middle-aged man smiled faintly and replied, certainly not. However, they're nearly gone. Come, Miss Kayleys is currently admiring the new arrivals. Oh, Miss Kayleys is here as well? A hint of delight appeared on Guter's round face. She has only just arrived. Shortly thereafter, the middle-aged man led Merlin and the others into a secluded room. Inside, 5 or 6 young men and women were gathered around shelves filled with various antiques, whispering amongst themselves. Ah, Miss Kayleys, you all came quite promptly. Anson greeted a woman in a green dress with short, wavy golden hair as he entered. Guter quickly joined him, his gaze fixated intently on Kayleys. Kayleys furrowed her brow slightly, mustering a smile as she regarded Anson. Anson, you arrived just in time. Come and see this new collection. The quality is exceptional. Her gaze drifted to Merlin, yet she chose to ignore him, suggesting she too was a woman deeply enamored with antiques. Anson, taking 2 steps at once, approached the shelves, his eyes widening at the array of jade antiques displayed before him. Merlin noticed a piece of white jade, nearly the size of a palm, intricately carved into a bizarre representation of a fish-headed human, water flowing from its mouth. There were also grotesque figures, spiky and menacing, wielding iron chains to whip individuals adorned in various attires. The depiction and carving style were so peculiar that even an outsider like Merlin felt a sense of unease. Goodness, these are all antiques from the Morta Empire, Anson remarked, possessing a modicum of knowledge about antiques, quickly discerning their origins. Kayleys held a slightly yellowed ancient jade, carved into a monstrous shape, and, frowning, turned to Anson. Anson, this batch of antiques is rather unique. Look at the design. I haven't encountered anything like it before. However, judging by the material and carving style, it undoubtedly belongs to the Morta Empire era. Anson also frowned, evidently puzzled by the items. At that moment, Nason, the middle-aged man, interjected, this new collection hails from a ruin of the Morta Empire. The items discovered there are all quite extraordinary. I assure you, they are indeed antiques from that era. Merlin, casually perusing the shelves, felt out of place, lacking any knowledge of antiques. The bizarre forms did not evoke any sense of beauty in his eyes. Rather, they left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The shelves were predominantly adorned with jade artifacts, a testament to the style of the Morta Empire era. As Merlin continued his examination, his gaze fell upon a nondescript corner on the bottom shelf, where he discovered a somewhat damaged bas-relief. Indeed, it was a bas-relief, evidently pried forcefully from its original architectural setting. This piece was no larger than the palm of his hand, intricately depicting a man in a bizarre posture, seated upon the ground. Merlin delicately lifted the bas-relief, his eyes fixated on the intricate patterns etched upon its surface. Suddenly, a flicker caught his attention. It appeared as though the bas-relief had come to life, the figure depicted within it performing a series of peculiar movements. Startled, Merlin felt the vision dissipate instantly, leaving him with the still and silent artifact in hand. Had it merely been an illusion? He could not resist rubbing his eyes, then refocusing on the bas-relief, particularly the patterns. Gradually, the earlier vision returned, the figure within the bas-relief moving slowly and eerily. Merlin, are you all right? At that moment, he sensed a hand supporting him from behind, awakening him to the realization that it was Anson. Everyone around looked at him with peculiar expressions, having witnessed Merlin, who had accompanied Anson, clutching the bas-relief with a face of fluctuating emotions, swaying as if on the verge of fainting. What do you make of this bas-relief? Merlin hastily offered it to Anson. The recurrence of the hallucination was surely no coincidence. This artifact must harbor some secret. Anson scrutinized the bas-relief, nodding slightly. This piece is exquisitely carved, also an antique from the Morta Empire period, though it appears damaged. However, there should be more than one such piece. Do you find it appealing? Merlin observed Anson closely, noticing no sign of unusual reaction. He leaned in to whisper, is that all? Did you not discern anything peculiar about this bas-relief? Peculiar? Anson re-examined the piece, then shook his head. It's merely unique in its form. I have a preference for jade artifacts from the Morta Empire. This bas-relief does not appeal to me. With that, Anson returned the artifact to Merlin. Having regained his composure after the earlier tumult, Merlin understood that the visions were certainly not figments of his imagination. Yet, it seemed that everyone else present remained oblivious to the bas-relief's extraordinary nature. Was he the only one susceptible to such illusions? Mr. Nason, what is the price of this bas-relief? Nason glanced at Anson and smiled slightly. Young Master Anson, who might this gentleman be? A spark of recognition lit Nason's eyes. Despite having never met Merlin, the name Wilson was too renowned. In Blackwater City, there were only a handful of nobles, and Nason could not be unaware of such prominence. It turns out to be Master Merlin. Since Master Merlin has taken a liking to it, we shall sell this exquisite relief at cost, for merely 10 gold coins. Anson leaned close to Merlin's ear and softly remarked, "Indeed, 10 gold coins is a fair price. If you truly appreciate this remarkable relief, you should consider acquiring it." Naturally, Merlin trusted Anson's judgment, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. He then retrieved 10 gold coins from his pocket and purchased the enigmatic relief. Chapter 9. Illusions. Subsequently, Anson selected a palm-sized jade artifact, yet Nason demanded an exorbitant price exceeding 100 gold coins. Although Anson hailed from nobility, he was overshadowed by 2 elder brothers, limiting his monthly disposable income to a mere 30 gold coins. Thus, the sum requested was far beyond his financial capacity, prompting him to regretfully abandon the purchase. Meanwhile, Kelly's chose a jade bracelet, but Nason's price was even steeper, at 120 gold coins. Such exquisite jade jewelry from the Mortati Empire era was highly sought after in noble circles, rendering Nason unconcerned about the elevated prices hindering sales. Adorned with a pair of emerald earrings and a jade bracelet on her right wrist, Kelly's evidently held a profound appreciation for jade artifacts. Despite the bracelet's steep price, she resolutely decided to acquire it. Gutter approached, eager to impress, offering to buy the bracelet as a gift for Kelly's. It was evident that the rotund Gutter harbored a fondness for her, yet Kelly's unceremoniously declined, leaving him somewhat despondent. "Hey, chubby, Kelly's has already left. What are you still staring at?" Anson chuckled at Gutter's forlorn expression. "Anson, who exactly is this Mr. Nason? His antiques clearly possess dubious origins." Despite the clandestine nature of his dealings, the City Defense Corps cannot be oblivious. "Why have they not taken action?" Merlin inquired in a hushed tone. Why would the City Defense Corps investigate here? Mr. Nason is merely a front. The true mastermind behind this establishment is none other than the Lord of the city." "The Lord?" Merlin's face registered surprise, though it quickly transformed into calm comprehension. If Nason was indeed affiliated with the Lord, the City Defense Corps would naturally refrain from probing this establishment. In Blackwater City, the highest-ranking nobles were merely barons, with the Lord firmly controlled by the Ogden family. Although they all held the title of baron, the Lord wielded the greatest influence. Typically, the baronial nobles in Blackwater City found themselves slightly inferior in status to the Ogden family. The City Defense Corps, despite its name, effectively served as the private militia of the Ogden family. As the group exited the passageway, they were greeted by a chilling gust of wind that penetrated to the bone. "Look, it's snowing," Anson exclaimed. Merlin squinted at the sky. Indeed, the previously icy raindrops had transformed into delicate white snowflakes drifting down. September snow. This weather is rather unusual. Chubby Gutter tightened his coat and promptly hopped into the carriage. The carriage came to a gradual halt before Wilson Castle. Merlin emerged from the vehicle, feeling the chill even beneath his plush coat. "Merlin, see you tomorrow." "Damn, this wretched weather." Anson and Gutter waved farewell as the carriage slowly receded, prompting Merlin to stride towards the castle. Upon returning to the castle, Merlin exhaled softly, noticing a maid tending to the fireplace, which filled the room with warmth. He removed his coat, gently brushing off the accumulated ice and snow. This relief sculpture? After securing the door, Merlin retrieved the sculpture from his coat. "Let us try again." Merlin gently rubbed his eyes, subsequently directing his full attention towards the relief sculpture. Gazing intently along the intricate patterns etched into its surface, a low hum resonated, as if the entire relief had trembled slightly. In that moment, a familiar sensation enveloped him. He perceived a flicker before his eyes, and the figure of a man depicted in the relief seemed to animate, performing a series of bizarre movements right before Merlin's astonished gaze. The choreography was intricate, stretching the limits of human flexibility to its utmost potential. In a daze, Merlin found himself involuntarily mimicking the movements of this enigmatic figure. "Ouch!" he exclaimed involuntarily, and with that utterance, he jolted back to consciousness. To his bewilderment, he discovered himself sprawled on the ground, the relief having fallen beside him, miraculously intact despite the fall. Yet, he remained in an exceedingly peculiar and convoluted posture. Hastily, Merlin rose to his feet, recalling the earlier scene, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. The relief harbored something amiss, something profoundly disconcerting. Shaken, he dared not gaze upon the sculpture again. The feeling of losing control had been utterly terrifying, leaving him with an unsettling sense of foreboding regarding the artifact. After half an hour, Merlin's emotions had somewhat stabilized. Although he refrained from looking at the relief, the bizarre posture it had presented lingered vividly in his memory. What could this pose signify? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to attempt the complex stance depicted in the relief while fully conscious. It seemed as though this movement beckoned to him with an irresistible allure. The sequence was intricate, requiring meticulous execution, but fortunately, the details were firmly etched in his mind. Thus, he swiftly completed the movements portrayed in the relief. This time, Merlin's awareness was keen. He was no longer shrouded in a foggy state. He could now fully appreciate the peculiarities of the posture. Initially, he had felt a chill, but warmth now enveloped him, and an unusual swelling sensation coursed through his muscles. He intently observed the transformations this position engendered. After maintaining this stance for half an hour, he discerned no sense of discomfort. Rather, the swelling in his muscles intensified, as if some force was stirring within him. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. As twilight descended, Merlin appeared to be enraptured by this position, immersed in an extraordinary experience. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. "Merlin, what are you doing hiding in there?" It was Mei Shui's voice, jolting Merlin back to reality. He sprang to his feet and opened the door, only to find that darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Mei Shui regarded him with confusion, her nostrils flaring as she detected an overwhelming scent of perspiration wafting from him. "Merlin, what on earth are you doing? Why are you sweating so profusely?" Merlin also sensed it. He was drenched in sweat, yet a warm sensation enveloped him, invigorating his spirit and leaving him utterly unwearied. "It's nothing. The night has fallen. I shall descend shortly," he remarked. Mei Shui attempted to peer into the room, but Merlin stood steadfastly at the doorway, obscuring her view. Consequently, she could only cover her mouth and nose and suggested, "Have Lucija fetch you some warm water. You should wash up before coming down." Merlin nodded in agreement. For the odor of his sweat was indeed overpowering, even he found it somewhat intolerable. Before long, Lucija filled the tub with warm water. Merlin shed his sweat-soaked garments and leapt into the wooden tub, the soothing warmth nearly eliciting a groan of comfort from him. Submerged in the hot water, he remained still. His head tilted against the edge of the tub, his gaze fixated vacantly upon the ceiling of the room. Chapter 10, Commander PRA. As Merlin soaked in the warm water, he gently closed his eyes, not in slumber, but to quietly contemplate the transformations occurring within his body. He felt a slight enhancement in strength and a sense of lightness. Though his limbs were somewhat weary, akin to the aftermath of vigorous exertion. Was this the effect of those peculiar postures? Merlin clenched his fist lightly, the veins prominently visible. He could sense a modest increase in his power, albeit not overtly noticeable, despite having been drenched in sweat as if he had engaged in strenuous activity. Merlin was acutely aware that he had merely assumed the extraordinary poses depicted in the relief. Overall, the postures in the relief seemed to be guiding Merlin's physique towards a favorable evolution. Although the origins of the relief remained a mystery, the remarkable effects it yielded provided ample motivation for Merlin to persist in his practice. After a short while in the bath, washing away the unpleasant odor of sweat, he rose, donned his garments, and, upon noticing the relief on the writing desk, he paused in contemplation, gently tracing the intricate designs with his fingers. Having committed the postures to memory, the relief momentarily lost its utility, prompting him to conceal it at the bedside before descending the stairs. At the dining table below, Mei Shui rested her chin on her left hand, idly sketching on the table with her right, while the butler stood nearby. Upon seeing Merlin come down, he slightly bowed and respectfully announced, "Young Master Merlin, dinner is ready." "Apologies for making you wait," Merlin replied, his spirits lifted, which in turn awakened his appetite. He sliced a portion of roasted lamb and poured himself a glass of milk, swiftly dispelling the chill from his body, enveloping himself in a comforting warmth. Merlin slightly opened his plush coat, leaning back against the chair, his eyes half closed, clearly observing the snowflakes fluttering outside like down feathers. It was so cold. He wondered how his father was faring. Having finished her meal, Mei Shui gazed out at the heavy snowfall, her expression tinged with concern as she remarked. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the closed door. Both Merlin and Mei Shui turned anxiously toward the entrance. Who could possibly be visiting the castle at such a late hour? The butler hurried to open the door, and a gust of frigid wind swept into the room. The biting cold brought a subtle change to Merlin's countenance. Amidst the chill, he detected a strong scent of blood. "Commander PRA? What has happened?" the butler exclaimed in astonishment. For standing outside was none other than the captain of the guards, closely associated with the elderly Wilson. Upon hearing the butler's exclamation, memories of PRA flooded Merlin's mind. Commander PRA commanded all the knights within the castle and its territories. Apart from old Wilson, his authority was nearly unparalleled, serving as Wilson's right hand, which even Merlin referred to him as uncle. Mei Shui quickly rose, her excitement evident as she inquired. A heavy silence fell upon everyone. Could it be that something had befallen old Wilson? It's freezing outside. Please, come in and speak, she urged. The steward hurriedly ushered Pulla into the hall, turning to secure the door tightly. Instantly, the chill of the wind was banished, rendering the room considerably warmer. It was then that Merlin discerned Pulla's appearance, a robust figure with a broad back and a powerful build, clad in a silvery light armor. His chestnut short hair was rather disheveled, speckled with flakes of white snow. However, at that moment, Pulla's white armor was splattered with fresh crimson blood, and his large sword bore several nicks, indicating he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Uncle Pulla, what has happened? Where's father? Moreover, old Wilson had long trained a formidable cadre of heavy-armored knights, totaling 150, undoubtedly the mightiest force within Wilson Castle. Uncle Pulla, the town remains quite tranquil at present. There is no need for such a large contingent of heavy knights to stand guard in the castle. You might as well withdraw all 150 heavy knights to ensure father and the territory remain safe. After a moment of hesitation, Pulla ultimately nodded and replied, Very well, as you say, young Master Merlin. I shall withdraw all 150 heavy knights. Rest assured, those brigands are of little consequence. In the past, under the command of the Baron, I have severed countless heads of Eastern heretics. What do these mere thieves amount to? In contrast to old Wilson, Pulla epitomized a soldier, combative, loyal, decisive, yet also brutal, bloodthirsty, and murderous. Within the castle, many servants harbored a deep-seated fear of Commander Pulla. Uncle Pulla, you must not have eaten yet. In this bitter cold, you have worked hard. There is still half a roasted lamb left. Please eat some. Pulla, not one to decline, had indeed been famished after running through the heavy snow for a day and night. He reached for the roasted lamb on the table and began to eat. However, he did not linger long. He swiftly went about mobilizing the 150 heavy knights before hastily departing the castle. The steward glanced at Merlin, hesitatingly saying, Blackwater City was indeed quite safe in the past, but recently, for reasons unknown, a fierce band of robbers has emerged, attacking several small towns outside the city. The Night Brigade of the city defense has been dispatched multiple times, yet they have not caught sight of these brigands. However, rest assured, with the Baron's 150 heavy knights, alongside the knights of the territory, dealing with a mere band of robbers should pose no problem. Merlin nodded gently. With old Wilson present, the territory was unlikely to encounter any significant troubles. Chapter 11. The Transformation of the Body Within the Ancient Castle. The maid swiftly cleared the dining table and Merlin rose, preparing to ascend the staircase for some much-needed rest. Merlin, I have news to share with you. What news? Merlin turned, gazing at Mei Shui with a look of curiosity. Tomorrow, the Pero swordsman will take us to the church in Grand City to engage with young people from other cities. A slight frown creased Merlin's brow. He understood that the us Mei Shui referred to certainly did not include him, but rather those with elemental affinity, individuals of great potential whom the church sought to nurture diligently. How many days will it take? Approximately 4 or 5 days. Merlin nodded, saying, I understand. With the Pero swordsman leading you, it should be quite safe. So I feel reassured. With that, he ascended the stairs. Mei Shui watched his retreating figure, a hint of confusion in her eyes, murmuring softly, Merlin seems somewhat different than before. The tone and demeanor he had displayed moments ago bore a significant change. In the past, he would never have uttered words like I feel reassured. Upon returning to his chamber, Merlin found himself unable to sleep, so he sat on the bed, once more striking the peculiar pose from the relief. He had grown quite accustomed to this unusual posture and felt no awkwardness. In fact, he inadvertently rolled onto the soft bedding, slipping into a deep slumber. At the break of dawn, Merlin awoke from his dreams, only to find that a heavy snowfall had blanketed the outside world throughout the night, and a delicate layer of frost formed on the window pane, rendering the room quite cold. He could not suppress a shiver, realizing he had fallen into a disheveled heap on the bed, having unknowingly succumbed to sleep the previous night. Another sweat, Merlin remarked, wiping his arm only to discover it was slick with greasy perspiration, leaving him feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Lucia, please prepare some hot water for me. Merlin called for the maid Lucia, who, though puzzled by his desire for a bath in such frigid weather, dared not question him and proceeded to fill the tub with warm water as instructed. Merlin jumped into the bath, quickly cleansing himself of the sweat. Despite having been chilled through the night, he felt no discomfort. Rather, He was brimming with energy, his complexion rosy, and his body seemingly infused with vitality. Is Master Merlin bathing again? An aged voice reached his ears, and Merlin quickly discerned it to be the butler inquiring after Lucia. Yes, from now on. Prepare more hot water each morning, the butler instructed quietly, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps, indicating they had likely departed. The butler is quite attentive, Merlin thought with a slight smile, knowing it was the butler's intention to call him down for breakfast. He reached for the door to his bedroom, only to find it oddly empty. Where is everyone? Merlin was somewhat taken aback. Just moments ago, he distinctly heard the voices of the butler and Lucia just outside the door. How could it be that no one was there? This situation seemed peculiar, prompting him to stride into the corridor and glance downstairs, where he discovered the butler and Lucia indeed standing in the hallway below. How could they be down there? Their voices had been so clear just moments ago. Raising an eyebrow, Merlin pondered a possibility. Could it be that he was able to hear the conversations of those downstairs? Upon descending, Merlin paid little heed to the lavish breakfast laid out before him, casually grabbing a piece of bread and eating it absent-mindedly. This year's weather was truly strange. It was already so cold before winter had even set in. Norp, hurry up with your work. If the butler catches you slacking off again, you can forget about working for the Baron in the future. As he munched on his bread, Merlin attentively listened to the various sounds in the distance. The individuals he had just heard were at least several dozen meters away, some even 100 meters or more, yet he could faintly hear them, indicating a significant enhancement in his hearing. This change was abrupt. Merlin was certain that such an alteration had not occurred before he went to bed the previous night. Now, he could clearly hear the footsteps of everyone within dozens of meters. Young Master Merlin, do you need anything else? I have finished my meal. In his room, Merlin retrieved the intricately carved relief he had hidden by his bedside, realizing that this transformation must surely be a result of the peculiar postures depicted on the relief. Moreover, the enhancement in his hearing might only be one aspect. He also sensed an increase in strength, agility, and other attributes, suggesting a substantial improvement overall. If he continuously practiced the stances from the relief, his physical prowess would surely become exceptional. After spending a while upstairs, Merlin donned a thick coat, wrapped a gray scarf around his neck, and put on leather gloves, enveloping himself warmly before finally making his way downstairs. A heavy snowfall had blanketed the ground overnight, covering the castle grounds in a thick layer of snow, and the bare trees were also draped in white, creating a scene of purest whiteness. Moss had been waiting outside, his face flushed from the biting wind as he rubbed his hands together repeatedly. Merlin had little inclination to admire the winter landscape and hurriedly climbed into the carriage. Addressing Moss, let us go. As the carriage gently started moving, Merlin leaned back inside and suddenly felt that the carriage seemed somewhat empty today. Wait, where's Meichue? Merlin swiftly inquired of Moss. Miss Meichue left the castle quite some time ago. The etiquette class was not scheduled until the afternoon, granting Merlin a few hours of freedom. He contemplated for a moment. Having only arrived in this world a few days prior, he had visited few places. The antiquities from Nason were the only things that had piqued his curiosity. In particular, the marvelous relief had ignited a profound interest in the antiques from the era of the Mortar Empire. Moss, stop. We're not going to the church. Take me to Mr. Nason instead. Merlin shouted loudly at Moss. Chapter 12. The old man Ida. The carriage gradually came to a halt. Mose raised the curtain and softly announced, Young Master Merlin, we have arrived. Merlin nodded, leaped from the carriage, and as soon as he stepped out, a biting cold wind lashed against his face, stinging like 1,000 daggers. He quickly shielded his face with both hands, realizing then the torment Mose must have endured while sitting outside. Mose, I shall not be coming out for a while. You may remain in the carriage during this time. Gratitude illuminated Mose's face as he nodded slightly before retreating into the carriage, for even the chill outside was a form of torment. Once Mose had settled inside, Merlin turned and entered the establishment. At the counter stood the alluring little Lynn, who, despite the absence of Anson and Gut, immediately recognized Merlin and greeted him with a smile, respectfully opening the hidden passage. Merlin deftly made his way through the corridor, where the absence of the cold wind rendered the atmosphere considerably warmer. Before long, Merlin arrived at the underground hall, perhaps due to the morning hour or the biting cold. The hall was sparsely populated and rather desolate. Nathan appeared to be absent, leaving Merlin to wander aimlessly. The hall was devoid of sunlight, illuminated solely by candles made from the oil of a peculiar sea creature. Though costly, these candles burned without emitting an unpleasant smoke. Instead, They released a unique and natural fragrance. Antiques adorned the stone platforms, encased in even more expensive, transparent crystal for public admiration. However, Merlin was not well-versed in antiques. After a leisurely stroll, he failed to find any item akin to the sculpture that had once induced visions in him, thereby indirectly affirming the exceptional nature of that sculpture. As Merlin admired the artifacts, he suddenly detected the faint sound of footsteps behind him. Miss Cayley's? Turning around, he found a familiar face. Indeed, the plump Guts' subject, who was undeniably beautiful. Today, she donned a white fur coat atop snug cotton trousers, accentuating her long, graceful legs. It seemed that no matter the season, women would never forget to adorn themselves, even opting for form-fitting trousers in such frigid weather to enhance their elegance. Cayley's regarded Merlin with a hint of puzzlement, indicating that he had not made a lasting impression on her. Merlin, unfazed, offered a gentle smile and remarked, "Miss Cayley's, we met just a few days ago, right here, alongside Anson and Gut." Her brow unfurled slightly as she pondered, eventually nodding in recognition. "Ah, I recall now. You are Wilson Merlin?" Merlin nodded in acknowledgement and took a couple of steps closer to Cayley's. "Miss Cayley's, I heard from Anson that you possess considerable expertise in antiques, particularly those from the Mortar Empire. Recently, I have developed a keen interest in some exceptionally unique artifacts from that period. Yet I have not found anything satisfactory here at Mr. Nathan's. Miss Kyrus, if you possess any extraordinary antiques, might I have the pleasure of viewing them?" Merlin inquired, his gaze fixed upon Kyrus. He was aware of her extensive collection, and perhaps among her treasures lay the enigmatic relief he sought. "Curious antiques, you say? You remind me of a gentleman I know who shares a similar passion for collecting peculiar artifacts from the Mortati Empire. If you have the time, I would be delighted to escort you to see my collection. You might discover something to your liking," Kyrus replied, her breath warm against Merlin's neck, sending a delightful shiver down his spine. The fragrance she wore was refreshingly invigorating, leaving him with a sense of tranquility. "Then I shall be in your debt, Miss Kyrus," Merlin replied, eager to accept her offer, for even the slightest hint of the mysterious relief would bring him great satisfaction. Thus, he followed closely behind Kyrus as they ventured outside. The gentle snowflakes continued to fall, and the biting cold wind felt like a blade against his skin. Kyrus, possessing her own carriage, swiftly climbed aboard, and they set off at a leisurely pace. "Moss, follow Miss Kyrus's carriage," Merlin instructed, awakening his companion, who obediently steered their vehicle in pursuit of Kyrus. Due to the frigid weather and the snow-covered, icy road, their progress was slow, and it took them a half-hour to reach their destination. They arrived at an old wooden house, accompanied by a garden that once flourished with a variety of flora. However, the garden now lay in disarray, with young trees bent and broken under the weight of the accumulated snow. Last night's snowfall was relentless, and the wind was fierce. "This little garden has been utterly devastated. It will require replanting come spring," Kyrus lamented softly, shaking her head at the sight. "Poor Mr. Ida has wasted months tending to his garden, only to see it in such ruin." With a sigh, Kyrus led Merlin into the house, and they ascended the creaking staircase to a faded, weathered wooden door. Merlin nodded, sensing that the person Kyrus sought was likely within. "Mr. Ida, are you home? It is Kyrus, here to pay you a visit," she called softly as she rapped on the door. With a creak, the old door swung open to reveal a man of around 50. He was of modest height, with thinning hair carefully combed back, dressed in a black coat. His gaunt face bore a pale complexion, and he sported a distinguished pair of handlebar mustaches that lent him an air of vitality. Merlin scrutinized the elderly man, who in turn assessed both Merlin and Kelly's. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance at Merlin before directing his gaze towards Kelly's, rasping, "Kelly's, come in." The fireplace within the room blazed with a fierce flame, and the old man proceeded to sit upon a wooden chair positioned before it. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "Kelly's, what brings you to this old man today?" A hint of a smile graced Kelly's face as she approached the elder with Merlin in tow. The flickering firelight illuminated the old man's previously pale complexion, lending it a rosy hue. Without lifting his gaze, he engrossed himself in a black-covered, bound book, absorbed in its contents. "Mr. Ida, I have brought a friend to visit you today," Kelly's announced, casting a glance at Merlin, prompting him to introduce himself. Merlin nodded slightly, inclining his body as he spoke. "Mr. Ida, I am Wilson Merlin. I have a fondness for antiques, particularly those from the Morta Empire. Today, upon hearing Miss Kelly's mention that you possess numerous unique artifacts from that era, I took the liberty of visiting you." The old man added more firewood to the hearth. the crackling sound of the burning wood resonating clearly in the air. After a considerable pause, he slowly set down his book, rising to his feet with a nonchalant demeanor. "Follow me," he said. "Mr. Ida has quite an eccentric temperament," Merlin mused, sensing the old man's peculiar nature, which eluded comprehension. "Hush, keep your voice down. Mr. Ida is merely a bit reclusive, but he is a kind soul. Now, let us proceed with him," Kelly's replied, clearly well acquainted with the elder. Together, they followed Mr. Ida into another room. This chamber was modest in size, feeling somewhat cramped for the three of them. However, it was meticulously organized, lined with 2 rows of large bookshelves painted in crimson, which housed not books, but an array of small, exquisite antiques. Among these artifacts, some were incomplete while others remained pristine. Unlike the antiques Merlin had encountered at Nizen's, these pieces were decidedly unique, featuring various porcelain items of remarkable design that he had never seen before. For instance, Merlin noticed an antiquated bottle on one of the shelves, characterized by 2 curving necks. An unusual sight. As he reached out to touch the artifacts, Mr. Ida suddenly barked, "Look only, do not touch." The shelves boasted approximately 100 uniquely shaped antiques. Yet as Merlin surveyed the collection, he found none resembling the reliefs he had previously seen, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He casually inquired, "Are there only these antiques?" Mr. Ida appeared displeased with Merlin's tone, responding gravely, "These are all pieces I have painstakingly collected over many years. Are you suggesting they are insufficient?" It seemed that the old man Ida was somewhat irate, prompting Kaylees to hastily explain, "Mr. Ida, please do not be upset. Merlin is merely fascinated by the antiques from the era of the Morta Empire. He has only recently begun his exploration of antiquities." After saying this, Kaylees softly reproached Merlin. "Do not speak so freely. Mr. Ida appears to be rather displeased." Merlin nodded in agreement, recognizing that the eccentric old man was best left undisturbed. Although the antiques in Mr. Ida's collection were indeed peculiar, Merlin found himself unable to locate the mysterious relief he sought. And a hint of disappointment crossed his visage as he gently shook his head and said to Kaylees, "Let us exit for now." As Merlin and Kaylees departed from the room, the peculiar old man Ida squinted his eyes, studying Merlin's retreating figure for a considerable time, a strange expression emerging on his face. Once outside, Kaylees whispered, "Merlin, did you not find anything to your liking?" Merlin shook his head, and Kaylees, understanding, "Bid farewell to Mr. Ida. Mr. Ida, we apologize for the intrusion today. We shall return another time." At that moment, the irritable old man Ida unexpectedly spoke up. "Are you named Merlin?" "Yes, Mr. Ida. Do you have any instructions for me?" Merlin replied, puzzled as he regarded the old man. "Would you be willing to study the appraisal of antiques under my tutelage?" Upon hearing this, Merlin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of bewilderment at the prospect of this eccentric old man wanting to take him on as a disciple. Although Merlin indeed yearned to learn about the appraisal of antiques to unravel the origins of the mysterious relief, he remained uncertain about the eccentricity of Mr. Ida. As Merlin hesitated, Kaylees' face lit up with surprise, and she urgently whispered to him, "Quickly accept. Mr. Ida is an absolute authority in the appraisal of antiques from the Morta Empire era here in Blackwater City. To be taken as his disciple is a rare fortune. Many would seek this opportunity in vain." Merlin was astonished that this man, residing in such a humble abode and possessing such a peculiar temperament, wielded such remarkable influence. "What? Are you unwilling?" Mr. Ida's expression darkened, and he appeared to be growing angry. Chapter 13. Descriptive Morta. Though Merlin found the eccentricities of old man Ida somewhat perplexing, he harbored no reservations upon hearing from Kaylees that the old man possessed remarkable expertise in appraising antiques from the era of the Morta Empire. With a slight bow, he respectfully declared, "Merlin is eager to follow the teacher and learn." "Excellent," Ida replied, his previously stern countenance transforming into a warm smile. "Merlin, you shall come this afternoon to begin your study of the fundamental principles of antique appraisal." Uncertain of Ida's temperament, Merlin refrained from dissent, merely nodding in acknowledgement of his afternoon visit. Subsequently, Ida escorted both Merlin and Kaylees to the door. "Miss Kaylees, who exactly is Mr. Ida?" Merlin finally could not contain his curiosity and inquired. Kaylees pondered for a moment before responding in a hushed tone, "Mr. Ida appears to have come to Blackwater City from elsewhere, alone and without any apparent relatives. He possesses a somewhat reclusive disposition and takes pleasure in collecting antiques. I chanced upon Mr. Ida and sought his counsel on matters concerning antiques. Even when I encounter unfamiliar artifacts, I consult him for guidance. Beyond that, I am not privy to much else regarding Mr. Ida. In the afternoon, Merlin returned to Ida's small dwelling. The weather had cleared after a day of heavy snowfall, though the air remained frigid. Wrapping his coat tightly around himself, he ascended to the second floor and knocked on Ida's door. The door opened swiftly, revealing Ida, who regarded Merlin with a calm demeanor. "You were quite punctual. Well done." Without further ado, he gestured for Merlin to enter. Merlin approached the fireplace, where Ida seemed to favor sitting. He noticed a thick tome resting beside the hearth. Shaking his head, he acknowledged his limited knowledge of the Morta Empire. Writing, an essential component of a unified empire, was crucial for understanding many aspects of the Morta Empire. Indeed, it also served as a vital means of discerning the authenticity of artifacts from that era. Ida promptly picked up a small booklet from the table and handed it to Merlin. As Merlin casually flipped open a page, he was confronted with a plethora of bizarre symbols he had never encountered before. Ida elucidated, "This is Morta script, the writing of the Morta Empire." Morta script? Merlin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Morta script bore little resemblance to the Light Kingdom's current use of light script, which was akin to the Latin alphabet of the past, comprising countless words formed from various letters. In contrast, Morta script appeared to him like a series of tadpoles, utterly indistinguishable in their nuances. Merlin, to appraise antiques from the Morta Empire, you must commence your studies with Morta script. Thus began Merlin's journey into the complexities of this intricate writing system under the tutelage of Old Man Ida. The study of written language can often feel tedious, however. Merlin is filled with fervor for learning the Morta script. Perhaps it is the innate sensitivity of this body towards language that fuels his enthusiasm. In just one afternoon, he has already mastered several vocabulary words. Of course, acquiring a new script requires persistence, often demanding months or even years of dedication to achieve proficiency. After expressing his thoughts, Merlin inclined his body slightly to the elder Ida before turning to leave the small building. As he stepped outside, a gust of frigid air enveloped him, shaking off the remnants of his drowsiness. He soon spotted Moses' carriage. Merlin climbed into the carriage, stretched his legs, leaned back, and gently massaged his temples. Although his day spent learning with Elder Ida had been exhausting, it was undoubtedly the most fulfilling day he had experienced since arriving in this world. Days passed, and Merlin found himself traversing the route between Elder Ida and the ancient castle daily, leading a remarkably simple life. "Butler, is there something amiss?" he inquired softly after finishing breakfast, sensing an unusual tension in the butler today. He paused, realizing that in his pursuit of mastering Morta script, he had somewhat neglected thoughts of Mei Shui. "Let us not rush to send someone to Grand City. I shall find a moment to inquire with Anson and see if he has any news." The butler nodded in agreement and promptly instructed the servants to clear the dining table. As Merlin exited the castle, a chilling breeze swept over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Though it had not snowed in recent days and the weather had been clear, the outdoor chill remained palpable. "Mose, to Elder Ida S." he decided, hesitating briefly. He usually visited Elder Ida in the afternoon. However, today he needed to glean information from Anson, so it was prudent to first inform Elder Ida of his plans. Thus, the carriage departed from the castle at a leisurely pace. Standing before Elder Ida's door, Merlin called softly, "Elder Ida." With a gentle nudge from his hand, the door creaked open unexpectedly. He hesitated but ultimately stepped inside, glancing around for any sign of Elder Ida, only to find the abode empty. Elder Ida is rather careless, leaving the door unlocked. Does he not fear intruders? Merlin murmured to himself, aware that the security in Blackwater City had been less than ideal recently. Yet he knew Elder Ida to be eccentric and enigmatic. Having resided here for nearly 10 days, Merlin was still unaware of what Elder Ida was truly engaged in. It was only clear that this house was solely inhabited by Elder Ida, with no visitors aside from Merlin and the occasional appearance of Kylie's. Thus, he speculated privately that Elder Ida might be solitary in Blackwater City. Finding the elder absent, Merlin settled quietly by the fireplace, patiently waiting while reviewing the Morta script he had learned over the past few days. A sudden sound echoed through the stillness. The door was slammed shut with great force. Old Ida, upon seeing Merlin in the room, hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Merlin, what brings you here?" Merlin noticed that Ida was wearing a pair of long leather boots, caked with mud, and his coat was damp with dew. His face appeared slightly pale and weary, leaving one to wonder what he had been up to. "Master Ida, I have come to request a leave of absence. I may need to attend to some matters at home this afternoon, so I will not be coming back today," Merlin replied, somewhat surprised by Ida's unusual demeanor, as he typically seemed quite unoccupied. "Perhaps it will be 3 to 5 days," or even 10 days to half a month. However, remember this, even in my absence, you must diligently practice the mortar script. I have compiled some insights on studying the mortar script, along with translations of the light script from a few years ago. Take them and reflect upon them. This should aid in enhancing your comprehension of the mortar script, Ida said, promptly handing Merlin a thick stack of materials. Merlin was taken aback. These materials were far from trivial. They were akin to a dictionary from a past life, meticulously recorded by Ida himself. Such treasures were invaluable in this era. Though Ida was often stern, he placed great importance on Merlin's education. Rest assured, master. I will practice the mortar script diligently at home, Merlin affirmed, taking the materials and preparing to leave. Wait. Ida's expression shifted, revealing a struggle within him. Ultimately, he seemed to reach a resolution, producing a black ring from his pocket and tossing it to Merlin. This trinket is for you, a token for calling me master. Master, this. Merlin hesitated, but Ida waved his hand dismissively, displaying impatience. Go quickly. Attend to your business. I am quite fatigued and wish to rest. With little formality, Ida ushered Merlin out the door. Merlin descended the stairs and climbed into the carriage, placing the materials atop it. He remained in a daze, sensing that something was amiss with Ida today. First the materials, then the ring. Ida had always been enigmatic and peculiar. It was difficult to ascertain what had transpired. The ring was indeed curious, appearing to be quite old. It was made of an unknown material, light as air in his hand, entirely black, and intricately carved with a fearsome creature boasting 3 heads, its design both vivid and unsettling. Such a ring was unlikely to attract many who would wish to wear it. After examining it for a while without discovering any peculiarities, Merlin tucked the ring into his pocket and said to Moss, "Let us proceed. Today we shall attend the etiquette class." The carriage slowly departed from Ida's modest abode. Chapter 14. Heresy. Merlin sat within the spacious carriage, enduring the familiar jolts. Yet his physical constitution had improved remarkably. This short journey posed little challenge to him. "Young Master Merlin, we have arrived," Moss exclaimed, lifting the carriage curtain to address him. Merlin opened his eyes, leapt from the vehicle, and beheld the same quaint 3-story building, where an elderly man stood watching. Ignoring the old man, Merlin was about to enter when he noticed the opulent carriage of the plump Guter, drawn by 4 magnificent horses, arriving as well. "Hey, Merlin," Guter called, poking his head out of the carriage before swiftly disembarking. To Merlin's surprise, Anson also jumped down from the carriage, suggesting that Guter had offered him a ride. The two approached Merlin with haste, and Guter playfully patted Merlin's shoulder with his pudgy hand, grinning as he inquired, "Merlin, you haven't been around for days. What have you been up to? Why are Tarifa and Gia together?" Anson's expression was as dark as a stormy sea. Ever since he laid eyes on Gia, she had occupied his thoughts, and now he found himself overshadowed by Tarifa's advance. Merlin turned to see Tarifa and Gia engaged in animated conversation, clearly engrossed in their exchange. Tarifa noticed Merlin and the others, a smirk of derision playing at the corners of her mouth, her demeanor exuding arrogance as she entered the building alongside Gia. Guter glanced at the dejected Anson, then spoke with a grave tone, "Anson, do not be so disheartened. Gia is not to be underestimated. Remember I mentioned I would uncover her secrets in 3 days? Well, I did investigate, and you won't believe what I found." Intrigued by Guter's solemnity, Merlin inquired, "What did you discover? Does Gia have a substantial background?" Guter shook his head, his voice low. "It's not that she has a significant background. Rather, she appears to have none at all. To be precise, I found nothing. Gia has only been spotted in Grand City, seemingly materializing from thin air. Where she comes from, her purpose, her relatives, none of it could be traced. My family's business extends throughout the Kingdom of Light, and we excel in intelligence gathering. If one seeks to investigate someone, we can usually uncover the truth. Yet this Gia remains an enigma." Despite his boisterous demeanor, Merlin had discerned that Guter, though appearing as a wayward youth, possessed a commendable grasp of the Douglas family's business. Far from the superficial image of a mere wastrel, the fact that even such a formidable network as the Douglas family could not unveil Gia's true identity hinted at secrets cloaked around her. Guter continued to advise Anson, "You must remain vigilant. Although Gia is undeniably beautiful, her origins are shrouded in mystery. Exercise caution, and try to avoid entanglements with her. As for Tarifa, if Gia were to cause any trouble, Tarifa would surely bear the brunt of it." Guter scoffed, evidently unimpressed by Tarifa. "As for Meshua, I have indeed caught wind of some news. Come, let us enter, and I shall share the details with you." Anson's eyes flickered, and Merlin felt a slight heaviness in his heart. "Anson, Has something happened to Meishue? Merlin hastily inquired after settling down. Anson shook his head slightly, then forced a smile, saying, Merlin, do not worry. Your sister Meishue is fine. However, you seem to be in a bit of trouble. In trouble? Merlin looked at Anson in confusion, unsure of what he meant. Anson's face was alight with excitement, as if he himself had become an elemental sword master. Merlin understood that being merely an elemental sword master was not particularly remarkable, but if one were a guardian sword master of the Church of Light, it would be an entirely different matter. Guardian sword masters received the Church's utmost training and, while lacking the noble titles conferred by the royal family, their status within the Church was nearly equivalent to that of a noble. As the Church of Light's influence within the kingdom grew increasingly formidable, so too did the standing of these guardian sword masters. After a while, Jia and Tilafa entered the room. Jia remained as radiant as ever, while Tilafa wore a sullen expression. Judging by Tilafa's demeanor, it seems she may have met her match with Jia, the chubby boy whispered, reveling in her misfortune. Soon thereafter, Jia began her lecture on history. Merlin had little interest in the subject, but discreetly observed Jia. For even Gut had failed to uncover her true identity despite employing the Daglin family's intelligence. She undoubtedly harbored some secrets. However, by the end of the lesson, Merlin could not discern any peculiarities about her. Merlin, see you tomorrow. A band of over 20 knights galloped down a broad avenue, their attire distinctive in its uniformity of white knightly light armor, each carrying a great sword upon their backs. How far are we from Blackwater City? One of the knights inquired as the group gradually came to a halt. A middle-aged man with golden hair, dressed in a white robe over light armor, with a single braid cascading down his back, appeared somewhat incongruous. Yet, emblazoned upon his chest was the emblem of a silver cross sword. Lord Jason. We will reach Blackwater City after crossing the next mountain, replied a knight wearing a striking silver helmet, a glint of fear flickering in his gaze as he regarded the oddly attired knight. Jason nodded, his expression impassive, addressing the silver-helmeted knight, Borg Swordmaster. This mission must not fail. The malevolent heretic hidden within Blackwater City must be captured. I trust the bishop has informed you of your duties? Jason's sharp gaze caused Borg to break into a sweat. Rest assured, Lord Jason, the bishop briefed us prior to our departure. This operation is fully under your command. Excellent. Let us proceed. Jason nodded in satisfaction, while Borg Swordmaster felt a weight of seriousness in his heart. He was, after all, a guardian sword master of the Church of Light in Grand City, and a formidable second-level light sword master at that. Nonetheless, Borg approached this task with utmost caution. For the Church had surprisingly dispatched members of the Inquisition, among them Jason. Borg harbored only vague knowledge of the Inquisition, having merely heard whispers of its enigmatic members, who were said to possess unimaginable power and were the most devout of the divine. Each mobilization of the Inquisition was prompted by the existence of so-called evil heretics. Borg was well acquainted with the concept of these heretics, rumored to be mages who had desecrated the God of Light, wielding malevolent powers as the strongest force within the fallen realm of the Black Moon Kingdom. Faced with such nefarious heretics, and with the involvement of the Inquisition, even Borg, a second-tier light swordsman, felt an unsettling trepidation, uncertain of what awaited him in the city of Blackwater. Merlin lay quietly in the steaming bath, his eyes closed, holding a carved relief in his hands. After a while, he opened his eyes and gazed thoughtfully at the relief, a pensive expression gracing his features. In recent mornings, he had awakened without any trace of sweat, and the poses depicted in the relief seemed to have lost their efficacy. The sculpted postures no longer resonated with him. Merlin murmured softly. Though he had anticipated this moment, he still felt a tinge of regret upon its arrival. He could sense the immense power surging within him, nearly rivaling that of genuine elemental swordsmen, a transformation brought forth by this mysterious relief. After a moment, Merlin rose, placed the relief carefully, and descended the stairs. Downstairs, Meishue could no longer contain her impatience and had begun her breakfast. I am off to the church to practice my swordsmanship, she said, quickly finishing her meal before departing the ancient castle with her sword in hand. Merlin understood the reason for Meishue's transformation. She had been spurred on by Cardolin. Both Meishue and Cardolin were considered the most promising talents by the Pero swordsmen, destined to become elemental swordsmen. Yet Cardolin had achieved his breakthrough early on and had become a guardian swordsman for the church. In contrast, Meishue, who shared Cardolin's brilliance, had yet to attain the status of a true elemental swordsman. This provocation had rendered her cold and singularly focused on her training. It seemed necessary for Merlin to find a moment to have a serious conversation with Mei Shui. He murmured to himself, perhaps unaware that he had gradually embraced his current identity, fully integrating into this world. In his pursuit of mastering the more than script, Merlin even postponed his morning sword practice at the church. Fortunately, Mei Shui, now consumed with her desire to become an elemental swordsman due to Cardolin's influence, had little time to concern herself with Merlin, allowing him to enjoy a blissful 10 days of ease. Though he had received information from the old man Ida, self-study invariably presented challenges. If Ida were present, these obstacles would be effortlessly resolved, sparing him the mental strain of conjecture. Thus, Merlin donned his attire and departed from Wilson Castle, embarking in Moss's carriage towards the humble abode of old man Ida. Chapter 15. The Spellcaster, Part 1. The carriage traversed the main road at a leisurely pace, with Merlin resting inside, his eyes closed. Suddenly, he felt the carriage jolt violently, accompanied by the frantic whinnies of horses outside. Merlin lifted the curtain and furrowed his brow, inquiring of Moss. At that moment, Moss was strenuously controlling the panicked black horse. Upon hearing Merlin's tone of discontent, Moss replied with a hint of unease, "Young Master Merlin, a group of knights is charging from behind. I cannot discern who they are, but they are recklessly trampling through the streets." Merlin raised his head and peered into the distance, indeed spotting a cadre of gallant knights clad in shining armor, racing forward without regard for the pedestrians and carriages on the street. Chaos ensued, interspersed with the curses of many. The knights bore an attire that did not resemble that of the city's defense corps, which Merlin had never encountered before. Merlin. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Merlin's ears. He turned to see a carriage halted by the roadside, where the driver was desperately calming the startled horses. To his astonishment, the occupant of the carriage was none other than Kayleigh, whom he had not seen for over 10 days. "Miss Kayleigh," Merlin exclaimed, hastily descending from his carriage to inquire, "Are you unhurt?" A smile graced Kayleigh's face as she replied, "What a coincidence. I was also on my way to visit Mr. Ida. Why not accompany me?" Merlin nodded in agreement, and thus their carriages proceeded in tandem toward the little wooden cottage of the old man Ida. Before long, the carriages gradually came to a halt. Moss pulled back the curtain and, with a hint of resignation, informed Merlin, "Young master, we cannot proceed. The way is blocked." "Blocked?" Merlin furrowed his brow and looked up, noticing a throng of people gathered not far from Ida's cottage, obstructing the road. Kayleigh also disembarked, casting a puzzled glance at Merlin. Consequently, both stepped down and advanced a few paces into the crowd. Being relatively tall, they could see over the heads of the people surrounding them. "Is it this group of knights again? Miss Kayleigh, do you recognize them?" Merlin queried, observing more than 20 knights clad in silvery armor amidst the throng. They had previously caused chaos in the streets and were now blocking the way, drawing a crowd. Kayleigh furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the knight's attire. After a lengthy pause, she murmured, "I cannot be entirely certain, but their garb resembles that of the guardians of the Church of Light. However, we have no such guardians in Blackwater City, so I cannot be sure." "Guardians?" Merlin repeated, and immediately thought of Catalin, who had become a guardian knight of the Church of Light upon his ascension. Could they be the guardians from Grand City? Merlin speculated quietly. Grand City? It is indeed possible, however. The sudden deployment of such a multitude of guardian knights to Blackwater City raises questions. Could something significant have transpired? Both Kayleigh and Merlin hesitated to ascertain the truth. For each guardian knight is a personage of considerable stature, especially in a modest town like Blackwater City. In a sense, the guardian knights of the church are akin to nobility. The mobilization of over 20 individuals of noble standing undoubtedly signifies a momentous event. At that moment, another contingent of knights approached from behind, clad in attire that Merlin recognized well. They were the knights of the Blackwater City Defense Corps. The crowd immediately parted to allow the knights to pass, and the leader of the Defense Corps called out to the unidentified knights, "From whence do you hail?" A knight adorned with a silver helm stepped forward, his demeanor haughty as he addressed the Defense Corps. "We are the Guardian Knights of the Church of Light from Grand City." The revelation of Grand City's Guardian Knights left the Defense Corps astonished. Typically, the arrival of even a single Guardian Knight from Grand City necessitates the utmost caution from the City Lord, let alone the unprecedented appearance of over 20 knights today. "What brings you esteemed knights to Blackwater City?" inquired the Defense Corps knight with great care. "We come bearing the command of the bishop, dispatched to apprehend the malevolent heretics of the Black Moon Kingdom. You must all vacate the area swiftly, lest you fall victim to the wicked sorcery of the heretics." The mention of malevolent heretics struck a chord of terror among the crowd, which had been dense but now swiftly retreated, creating a considerable distance between themselves and the Guardian Knights. Even the younger knights of the defense corps displayed visible fear upon their faces. Merlin, unfamiliar with the nature of the malevolent heretics, gleaned from the reactions around him that they were indeed figures of great dread. Borg, the malevolent heretics are ensconced within the small cabin ahead. Assemble the men and encircle the cabin, commanded a man clad in a white robe, overlaid with light armor. To the surrounding Guardian Knights, Borg felt a chill run through him. They had indeed located the malevolent heretics. Wasting no time, he drew his great sword, preparing for battle, and directed a dozen knights to swiftly surround the cabin. "Ah, is that not Mr. Ida's abode?" Kayleigh exclaimed in shock, though fortunately, the cacophony of the crowd masked her outburst. Merlin quickly grasped Kayleigh's hand, disregarding the sensation, and urgently whispered, "Miss Kayleigh, do not utter a word." Merlin, having discerned the target of the Guardian Knights, understood that it was the enigmatic old man Ida's cabin that had drawn their attention. He realized that the arrival of these Guardian Knights must be tied to some intelligence they had received. Kayleigh spoke in a hushed tone, and Merlin, his expression grave, slightly shook his head. A foreboding intuition gripped him. It seemed that this affair was inextricably linked to the mysterious old man Ida. A dozen or so Guardian swordsmen encircled the humble abode of the old man Ida. The silver-helmeted swordsman, Borg, respectfully inquired of the man in white robes, "My Lord Jason, what shall we do now?" The man in the white robe narrowed his eyes slightly, attempting to discern the situation within the small cabin. However, the doors and windows were tightly shut, obscuring any view of the interior. After a prolonged moment, the man gestured with his hand and instructed Borg, the swordsman, proceed inside. It would be preferable to capture the heretic alive. Borg hesitated for a brief moment, a bitter sensation washing over him. Everyone was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the vile heretics, yet Jason had given the command, even as a second-tier light swordsman. Borg had no choice but to comply. Thus, he summoned 3 Guardian swordsmen, and together they charged into the cabin. All eyes remained fixed on the small structure. But after the 4 Guardian swordsmen entered, an unsettling silence enveloped the scene. Even the man in white furrowed his brow and murmured softly. Could it be that the information was erroneous? Suddenly, the once tranquil little cabin reverberated with several muffled thuds. A few Guardians, who had just rushed into the cabin, were violently expelled, their bodies soaring outwards, charred and blackened as if scorched by flames, accompanied by an unpleasant odor reminiscent of burnt flesh. After crashing heavily to the ground, these Guardians lay motionless, lifeless. The Knights of the City Defense Regiment, who had been relatively close to the cabin, could no longer conceal their dread upon witnessing the 3 charred corpses, and they hastily retreated, turning away in terror. It is worth noting that these Guardians were no ordinary individuals. Each was at least a level 1 light swordsman, signifying that they were all formidable elemental warriors. Yet, inexplicably, these elemental champions had perished shortly after entering. Holy light slash! At that moment, a thunderous roar emanated from within the small cabin. For Guardian swordsmen had entered the dwelling, and now only one remained, Borg the swordsman. The sound had originated from him. As the noise reverberated, a figure, illuminated by a radiant white light, leaped forth from the cabin. It was none other than Borg. "My Lord Jason, the malevolent heretic resides within." Borg was enveloped in a brilliant glow, yet one could discern his tattered attire, with blood dripping from his right arm onto the ground, indicating he had sustained injuries. A second-tier swordsman, indeed, a second-tier elemental swordsman, standing beside Merlin. Kayleigh spoke with an incredulous tone, causing a slight shiver to run through Merlin's heart. A second-tier elemental swordsman, undoubtedly the foremost master in the entire Blackwater City. The swordsman Pero was merely a first-tier fire swordsman, while the seasoned veteran Wilson seemed to be at the pinnacle of the first tier of elemental swordsmen. Yet, neither had ascended to the second tier. Now, a formidable second-tier elemental swordsman was in such a state of disarray, nearly fleeing in a panic from the small wooden cabin. The man in the white robe cast a cold glance at the swordsman, then took a deep breath and shouted towards the small wooden cabin. "Heretic, the divine is merciful. As long as you can embrace the divine, believe in the divine, and become one of its chosen people, your sins shall be purified." God? Is there truly a God in this world? After all these years, the Church of Light remains as hypocritical and laughable as ever. As a first-tier spellcaster, do you still not see the absurdity of the lies propagated by your church? I only believe in the truth, in the essence of magic, not in the illusory deity you speak of. A hoarse voice emerged from within the cabin, and soon a figure gradually stepped out. Chapter 16, The Sorcerer, Part 2. Could it truly be Mr. Ida? Kaylee's appeared incredulous, as the figure that emerged outside the cottage was unmistakably the elderly Ida, who had vanished for over 10 days. The so-called evil heretic spoken of by the guardian swordsman referred to none other than him. Merlin stared intently at the old man. Although he was aware of Ida's mysterious nature and the secrets that seemed to surround him, he had not comprehended the extent of Ida's formidable prowess. The several elemental swordsmen had perished at Ida's hands, and even the second-tier light swordsman, who appeared rather disheveled, had been vanquished by him. However, Merlin's greater concern lay with the seemingly ordinary Ida. What manner of power had enabled him to triumph over such skilled adversaries? Silence, heretic. Your soul has fallen into complete depravity. You forsake the divine, and thus you shall suffer the consequences. The voice of the man in the white robe was piercing, and with a swift motion, he beckoned the Borg swordsman to advance. Taking a deep breath, Borg raised his great sword, which immediately radiated an almost blinding light. The Sword of Light. With a single downward stroke, a powerful force emanated outward, so intense that even Merlin felt as though he might be pushed aside by its sheer might. A second-tier swordsman, how formidable! Merlin could not help but feel a tremor of apprehension within, though he had augmented his physical capabilities through the mysterious posture on the relief. He was only barely able to rival a first-tier elemental swordsman. Confronted with a second-tier swordsman, Merlin understood that he stood no chance. Yet, in the face of Borg's ferocious assault, Ida seemed oblivious, shaking his head slightly as he remarked, "You still send ordinary folk to their doom. How hypocritical of your light church." With a subtle gesture, Ida conjured a fireball the size of a fist, which materialized in midair, swirling violently. "Go." As the words left Ida's lips, the fireball surged toward the Borg swordsman, colliding forcefully with the intense radiance he projected. As a light swordsman, Borg could channel the tremendous power of light elements. The great sword he had cast aside transformed into molten iron in an instant, a testament to the terrifying temperature of the small fireball. The three fallen guardian swordsmen had undoubtedly met their end due to the scorching heat of that very orb. Ida narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the man in the white robe, and in a rasping voice, he sneered, "Heh, a first-tier sorcerer. And yet you still wish to send these innocent souls to their demise?" Under Ida's scrutiny, the white-robed man's face turned ashen, and he retorted, "Evil heretic. You seek your own destruction." His voice, piercing and sharp, caused a dull ache in the ears, revealing his mounting fury. Still mounted, he pressed his hands against his chest and began to chant in a low, resonant tone, "O merciful Lord, O omnipotent Lord, your devout disciple seeks your strength to eradicate the evil heretic. Holy light's judgment." Suddenly, the sun in the sky appeared to dim, and above the small cabin, immense beams of white light converged, accompanied by a powerful wave of energy, howling directly towards the old man Ida. Originally, Ida wore a black, curved-top hat, but as the robed figure unleashed his spell, the tremendous gust of wind swept away Ida's hat, revealing his sparse hair. Ida's expression gradually grew solemn, and with a frail hand, he pointed into the, causing a series of fireballs to materialize, rotating incessantly. This time, 4 or 5 fireballs hovered in the air, and Ida's complexion paled. It seemed that this was the limit of his power. Level 1 spell, Radiant Judgment. Amidst his grave demeanor, a hint of madness flickered in Ida's eyes as he directed the fireballs towards the advancing light. With a splashing sound, the fireballs vanished as if plunged into water, engulfed by the overwhelming white light, emitting only faint noises before falling silent. Seeing that his fireball spell seemed ineffective, Ida hastily retreated a few steps, nearly stumbling as he realized he had backed against the steps of the cabin, finding himself with no escape. Whirlwind. Ida gritted his teeth slightly and raised his hand, summoning a roaring whirlwind that erupted in the garden before the cabin, uprooting the already tilted flora. Countless clumps of earth swirled within the tempest, showcasing immense destructive power. The colossal whirlwind surged towards the swiftly approaching light, and in an instant, the two formidable forces clashed, sending dust and debris flying, the ground trembling beneath them. The cabin itself appeared to be on the verge of collapse under such violent tremors. Ultimately, the radiant light overwhelmed the whirlwind conjured by Ida, enveloping him with the force of a colossal net. At that moment, Ida appeared remarkably calm, a faint smile gradually gracing his lips. With a thunderous roar, a mass of flames erupted from Ida's form, swiftly engulfing him entirely, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes. The radiant light struck the ground, shattering the steps before the cabin into fragments, scattering tiny stones in all directions. Ida was dead. His body had been consumed by the flames. The robed figure's lips twitched, his face darkening as he fixed a steely gaze on the spot where Ida had stood. After a long silence, he commanded the Bog Knight, "The evil heretic is dead. Bog Knight, lead the others to search the heretic's dwelling thoroughly. Leave no item behind. Take everything." The Bog Knight nodded and promptly led the remaining guardians into the wooden cabin. After a considerable time, having witnessed such a fantastical battle, excitement stirred among the onlookers. Perhaps everything that transpired today would become an unforgettable memory for the rest of their lives. "Revered Pastor, please bestow upon us your blessings and cleanse us of the taint of malevolent heresy." The ordinary townsfolk around the robed figure inclined their heads slightly, expressing their reverence for this esteemed pastor. Unbeknownst to them, the true identity of the man in white robes remained concealed. Among those who frequented the church, only the pastors, tasked with guiding prayers, seemed to align with the man's appearance. Their thoughts were innocent. They were oblivious to the insidious heresy that had infiltrated their midst, perhaps even staining their own souls. Thus, they implored this pastor, who had vanquished the malevolent heretics, to purify them. A faint smile graced the lips of the man in white. The pastor held the most fundamental yet humblest position within the church, whereas he himself was a sorcerer from the Holy Inquisition, naturally holding a higher rank. However, at that moment, he was content to assume the role of a pastor. And he proclaimed loudly, "Do not fear. The forces of evil have ensnared you with their dark sorcery, yet as long as you sincerely worship the divine, you shall never be forsaken." With that, the man in white extended his hands, chanting fervently, a soft white light enveloping all present, instilling a profound sense of tranquility. Many knelt in prayer, beseeching the god of light, while only Merlin and Khalees remained somewhat bewildered. Khalees's complexion turned pale, her lips taking on a bluish hue, clearly betraying her deep-seated fear. Anyone who had dwelled long within the kingdom of light, under the influence of the church, harbored a profound dread of malevolent heresy. Khalees was no exception. She could scarcely fathom that the seemingly benign Elder Ida, a man of vast knowledge, was in fact a terrifying and nefarious heretic. Merlin's expression was equally grim, yet he maintained a greater composure than Khalees, rather than fear. He perceived the revelation of Elder Ida's true nature as a potential source of trouble. "Miss Khalees, let us depart," he urged, grasping her trembling hand, slick with perspiration, a testament to her anxiety. Fortunately, amidst the throng engrossed in prayer, few took notice of Merlin and Khalees, allowing them to quietly board a carriage and slip away unnoticed. Phew. The confrontation between Elder Ida and the man in white had opened an entirely new door for him. Previously, he had considered elementalist swordsmen to be formidable beings. The power unleashed by a first-level elementalist swordsman was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, the strength exhibited by Elder Ida and the church's robed figure transcended Merlin's wildest imaginings. The once mighty elementalist swordsman appeared utterly feeble before Elder Ida, lacking any semblance of resistance. The true essence of formidable power resided with Elder Ida and the man in white. Elder Ida had once gifted me a ring. At this moment, Merlin finally recalled the ring given to him by the old man Ida. Initially, he believed it to be merely an ordinary piece of craftsmanship. However, after discovering the extraordinary nature of Ida, Merlin no longer regarded the ring as a mere trinket. Consequently, he hastily began searching throughout the room. Chapter 17. The ring was finally discovered by Merlin in an inconspicuous corner of his writing desk. When the elderly Ida had initially bestowed this ring upon him, Merlin had regarded it with indifference, carelessly placing it atop the desk. Now, as he held the ring, he delicately brushed away the dust that had settled upon its surface. The ring remained a deep obsidian hue, and cradled in his palm, it emanated a chilling aura. Although Merlin had previously dismissed the peculiar piece, he now understood Ida's true identity, leading him to believe that the ring held far greater significance than he had assumed. Did Ida foresee the peril that awaited him at that time? The more he contemplated, the more suspicious he became. Otherwise, Ida would not have inexplicably presented him with this ring. Adorned with the fierce visage of a monstrous creature, Merlin traced his fingers lightly over its every contour. Yet he discerned nothing unusual. He then held the ring closer to his eyes, scrutinizing every inch for any textual clues. However, as he focused intently on the ring, a sudden haze enveloped him, and the surroundings seemed to plunge into darkness. Just as panic began to seize him, an extraordinary sensation washed over him. The darkness could not impede his perception, and he could distinctly see everything around him. He found himself in a space approximately 10 square feet in size, shrouded in impenetrable darkness and eerily spacious. In this void, a solitary volume with a black cover lay quietly, standing out starkly against the emptiness. Space? A flicker of doubt crossed Merlin's mind, but in an instant, clarity returned to him. He blinked in surprise, glancing around to find himself still seated in the wooden chair, the ring still in his grasp, as if the earlier experience had merely been a figment of his imagination. No, it could not be an illusion. Focusing intently on the ring once more, he soon found himself transported back to that same dark realm. This ring undeniably contained a hidden space. Merlin pondered silently, recognizing that Ida must have left him something within it, and he was keen to uncover what that might be. The interior of the ring's space was vast and empty, save for the solitary black-covered tome, which undoubtedly housed Ida's legacy. The tome was thick, divided into several sections, bound together with black thread. Merlin gently turned to a page, revealing an array of bizarre and intricate illustrations resembling mathematical models from another world. Beneath these images were densely packed lines of text, written in Morton script, an unmistakable handwriting that belonged to Ida. Morton script? Merlin furrowed his brow. He had only mastered a vocabulary of a little over 200 Morton characters, allowing him to decipher only fragmented sentences. Merlin recognized certain terminologies related to fireball spells, yet he remained largely perplexed by the majority of the content. However, from these fragmented phrases, he surmised that this tome was likely the notebook of the old man Ida, perhaps containing his reflections and practices on spellcasting, all inscribed within its pages. It was indeed a genuine spellbook. The thought ignited a fervor within Merlin. Since witnessing the formidable powers of Ida and the man in white robes, he could not shake off the memory of such unimaginable strength. Ida's spellbook opened a new gateway to knowledge for him. Despite his exhilaration, Merlin eventually shook his head in resignation after studying the notebook for a while and closed it. The more than script within was laden with an abundance of obscure vocabulary. With his current grasp of merely over 200 words, he could not even comprehend a complete sentence, let alone the contents of the notebook. Thus, to decipher the writings within, he would first need to learn the Morthan language, mastering at least 1,000 words to barely grasp the spellbook's contents. A sudden, urgent knocking at the door startled Merlin. He hastily concealed the spellbook before opening the door. "Young Master Merlin, several knights from the City Defense Corps have arrived at the castle, stating they require your presence," announced the butler, his face etched with deep concern. Knights from the City Defense Corps? Merlin had not anticipated trouble would arrive so swiftly. "Very well, let us proceed. I shall meet with them," he replied, descending the stairs and entering the hall. Inside the hall, a man clad in silver light armor sat in a chair, flanked by 3 knights adorned in the attire of the City Defense Corps. Merlin cast a cursory glance at the 3 knights but felt a stronger certainty regarding the armored man. He was undoubtedly connected to Ida, as his garb identified him as a guardian swordsman from Grand City. "Are you Wilson Merlin?" the silver-armored man inquired coldly. "I am indeed Wilson Merlin. What is it that you seek?" Merlin responded with unwavering calmness, his expression unchanging. "Come with us. We are the guardian swordsmen of the Grand City Church, and there are matters we need to investigate." With that, the 3 knights advanced swiftly behind Merlin, their gazes fixed menacingly upon him. Merlin furrowed his brow slightly. He understood the church's extensive influence, and the involvement of the City Defense Knights indicated they had received the Lord's consent. He had no choice in the matter. "Very well, I shall accompany you," he said as he adjusted his attire and followed the silver-armored man out of the castle. As the only son and heir of the Wilson family, the butler was understandably anxious given the gravity of the situation. However, Merlin shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "There is no need to trouble my father. I will manage this matter swiftly. And please, do not inform Meshue, lest she act impulsively and commit some irrational deed." After issuing his instructions, Merlin calmly took his seat in the carriage prepared by the City Defense Corps and slowly departed from the ancient castle. Inside the carriage sat only 1 knight from the City Defense Corps and a silver-armored guardian swordsman, both observing Merlin, while 2 other knights rode alongside, guarding the vehicle. Unlike others, Merlin was the sole heir to the Wilson family's noble title, which granted him a significant status. Thus, a guardian swordsman was specifically assigned to accompany him. Without such protection, the Knights of the City Defense Corps would have found it exceedingly difficult to escort Merlin out of the Wilson castle. The knight within the carriage, speaking with a tone tinged with trepidation, acknowledged the formidable reputation of the Wilson family, particularly the irascible temperament of the elder Wilson. In Blackwater City, Few could inspire the same level of respect and caution as he. The knight understood that if the elder were to discover Merlin's departure, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, even while tasked with escorting Merlin, the knights dared not treat him with anything less than utmost respect. Merlin nodded slightly, choosing to disregard the knight's presence and instead focused his gaze on the guardian swordsman. The swordsman, though not yet past 30, wore an icy demeanor, remaining utterly still and indifferent to Merlin's presence after entering the carriage. Merlin, hoping to glean some information from this stoic guardian, softly inquired, "I have a friend who recently traveled to Grand City for an exchange and has also become a guardian swordsman. I heard he received the blessing of the Grand City Lord. Might you be acquainted with him? Are you referring to Cardolan?" The previously impassive guardian swordsman finally opened his eyes, surprise evident in his voice. Merlin's heart quickened, and he eagerly nodded. Indeed, it is Cardolan. Upon seeing Merlin's affirmation, the swordsman's expression softened, and he replied, "What a coincidence. After receiving the Lord's blessing, Cardolan was assigned to our team. However, as he has just become a guardian swordsman, he was not included in this mission." With this connection to Cardolan, Merlin felt a sense of camaraderie with the guardian swordsman, allowing him to finally voice a long-held query that had lingered in his mind. The malevolent heretics are reputed to possess formidable dark powers, rendering ordinary individuals incapable of confronting them. Yet, you have succeeded in vanquishing a heretic. Who exactly is this Lord Jason? As Merlin posed this question, the atmosphere within the carriage grew palpably tense, with the City Defense Corps knight casting an eager glance at the guardian swordsman. Sensing their anticipation, the swordsman appeared pleased, a faint smile gracing his lips as he quietly replied, "You have indeed asked the right person. Were it anyone else, they would be entirely unaware of Lord Jason's true identity. Lord Jason is a figure of great significance within the Inquisition, holding a rank superior to that of our guardian knights. He is directly under the jurisdiction of the Church's headquarters, and even the bishops lack the authority to command those within the Inquisition. The Inquisitors are only mobilized when confronting malevolent heresies. Otherwise, they remain shrouded in mystery, with no one aware of their undertakings. Nonetheless, it is widely rumored within the Church that the Inquisitors are the closest to the divine, having been bestowed with various formidable powers by God himself." Upon concluding his words, the guardian knight displayed a hint of envy upon his countenance. Chapter 18 Interrogation the Inquisition. Merlin etched this place deeply in his mind. The formidable man in white robes hailed from the Inquisition of the Church of Light. A sense of caution stirred within him, as he resolved to tread carefully should he encounter any members of the Inquisition in the future. The carriage came to a gradual halt, and under the guidance of the guardian knight, Merlin descended. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered that they had arrived within the Church of Blackwater City. Many individuals shared Merlin's fate, though most lacked the privilege he enjoyed. They were ordinary citizens, herded into the church by the city defense forces. The guardian knight, with a genial demeanor, spoke amiably to Merlin, harboring a favorable impression due to his connection with Cardolan. Nodding in acknowledgement, Merlin followed the guardian knight into the church. Inside, there were already over 100 people, arranged in 3 lines. A few were being interrogated regarding the old man, Ida, while some scribes diligently recorded the proceedings. With keen hearing, Merlin attentively listened to the inquiries posed to a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. "When did you first become acquainted with the wicked heretic?" "It has been many years. I am a tailor, and Mr. Ida would visit my small shop for clothing whenever the seasons changed. Aside from making clothes, have you encountered him otherwise?" "Aside from our business, I have not seen Mr. Ida. He is quite mysterious, often dwelling in his little cabin, rarely venturing out. Who would have thought he was a wicked heretic?" "Very well, next." This encapsulated the entirety of the questioning process. Once an individual was interrogated, they were swiftly escorted away by others for further scrutiny. If the inquiries were to remain this straightforward, there would be little cause for fear. Gradually, Merlin felt his anxiety dissipate. Soon, it was Merlin's turn. Before him stood a cleanly dressed scribe, tasked with recording, while a guardian knight conducted the interrogation. The knight merely glanced at Merlin with indifference before inquiring, "What is your name?" "Wilson Merlin." Upon hearing Merlin's name, the guardian knight's expression shifted slightly, and he scrutinized Merlin more closely, his demeanor growing notably serious. "What is your relationship with the wicked heretic?" As the knight spoke, Merlin discreetly observed him, noting that his expression remained unchanged. This indicated to Merlin that they were undoubtedly aware of the individuals Ida had associated with and possessed information regarding his interactions. They must have already known of Merlin's connection to Ida. The guardian knight continued to pose a series of questions to Merlin, to which he responded truthfully. Aside from the matter of the ring, Merlin withheld no details regarding his association with Ida. To do otherwise would only invite suspicion. After an extended period, the Guardian Knight appeared to have gathered sufficient information. He lifted his gaze toward another Guardian Knight nearby and stated, "Take him inside. Let Lord Jason conduct the final assessment." Suddenly, another Guardian swordsman stepped forward and led Merlin into a small room within the church. "Please, enter," the Guardian swordsman said, halting at the door and addressing Merlin in a subdued tone. Taking a deep breath, Merlin pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit and carried a damp odor. As soon as he entered, he could sense several gazes fixed upon him. "Miss Kelly's?" Merlin squinted slightly, recognizing a familiar face in the room. Kelly's, who had also been brought in. She acknowledged him with a slight nod, her demeanor significantly calmer than the day before, no longer exhibiting the fear that had gripped her then. Aside from Kelly's, several unfamiliar individuals occupied the room: a balding elder, a corpulent woman, and the tailor who had been interrogated by the Guardian swordsman earlier. They stood anxiously, casting fearful glances at a man in white robes seated before them. Upon seeing the robed figure, Merlin discerned that he was the very sorcerer responsible for the death of old Ida, the enigmatic mage Jason from the religious tribunal. Like the others, Merlin remained standing in the room, while Jason chose not to speak, instead awaiting the proceedings in silence. After a while, several more individuals entered, bringing the total to 8. A sense of uncertainty loomed over them, with occasional flickers of terror evident in their eyes, as they pondered the nature of the interrogation that awaited them. Behind Mage Jason hung a grand religious mural depicting the god of light punishing a multitude of malevolent demons. This imagery, combined with Jason's cold demeanor, instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. As Jason began to speak, the balding elder and the corpulent woman trembled uncontrollably. Had it not been for the support of those beside them, they might have collapsed. Within the Church of Light, anyone associated with wicked heresies faced the most severe penalties, the most dreadful being bound to a pyre and burned alive. Consequently, the mere suggestion from Mage Jason that they might be linked to heresy filled them with profound fear. A faint smile graced Jason's lips as he placed his hands over his chest, his voice resonating with a deep timbre. "There is no need for alarm. As long as you have not been ensnared by evil heresies, the divine will surely grant you forgiveness." With that, Jason began to chant softly, a gentle white light emanating from his being, exuding a sense of sanctity and nobility. This ethereal glow gradually enveloped the entire room, illuminating it with an otherworldly radiance. At this moment, Jason had removed his light armor and donned a flowing white robe, and as the holy light grew brighter, the silver cross sword insignia emblazoned upon his robe became increasingly distinct. Those bathed in the sacred light felt as though every secret was laid bare, unable to conceal even the slightest truth. Glancing sideways at Kelly's, Merlin noticed her face flushed crimson, a look of embarrassment etched across her features. Merlin furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the sensation enveloping him. Despite being clothed, it felt as though the divine light rendered his garments utterly ineffective, leaving him feeling as though he were exposed and under scrutiny. It was no wonder that Cullis appeared so embarrassed. Was this the marvel of magic? Fortuitously, he had not worn his ring, for otherwise, he would have been unable to evade Jason's probing gaze. A chill swept through Merlin's heart, deepening his wariness of the enigmatic sorcerers, as their wondrous and formidable spells represented a force he could not fully comprehend. While others were gripped by fear in the presence of Jason's radiant aura, Merlin remained remarkably composed, even possessing the energy to scrutinize the mage himself. He noted the conspicuous silver crossword emblem emblazoned on Jason's white robe. This distinctive mark he had only seen on Jason, absent even from the Guardians of Grand City. Merlin silently speculated whether this insignia signified Jason's affiliation with the Inquisition. The divine light persisted for a moment before gradually dissipating, and Jason's face broke into a warm smile as he proclaimed, "Excellent. I have just conducted a thorough examination and confirmed that you are all faithful adherents, untainted by the corrupting influence of malevolent heresy." Upon hearing Jason's words, a wave of relief washed over the crowd, some even engaging in quiet prayers. With a creak, the door to the small chamber swung open, and Jason gestured for them to leave. The assembly bowed slightly in deference before hastily departing the small abode, eager to distance themselves from Jason after the recent spectacle. The Guardian, Bog, entered the chamber, a look of curiosity etched upon his face. "My Lord Jason, have you discovered anything?" he inquired. Jason shook his head slightly. "I found nothing. I just employed a soul-sensing spell, and these individuals possess no magical abilities, nor do they exude any trace of sinister heretical essence." It appears the malevolent heretic arrived in Blackwater City alone. Bog nodded, continuing. What shall be done with the belongings of the heretic? Jason began to issue instructions to Bog. Stepping out of the church, Merlin shivered against the biting wind. Yet his heart burned with fervor. He had successfully navigated this trial posed by the church. And now he could discreetly and methodically explore the spells inscribed in the old man's grimoire. Miss Khalees, are you well? Merlin inquired politely, noticing her trailing behind him. I am fine. Khalees forced a smile, but her weariness was evident, undoubtedly a result of the turmoil surrounding the old man. Watching Khalees's carriage fade from view, Merlin turned his gaze toward the church's entrance, knowing that the steward would surely arrive. True enough, he soon spotted the familiar figure of Moss, but beside him, amidst the gusty wind, was another familiar silhouette. Chapter 19. The Spellbook Meshua? Merlin furrowed his brow, his gaze directed at the butler with an accusatory intensity. The butler, with a wry smile, shook his head and replied, Master Merlin, it is Miss Meshua who sought out this information herself. Meshua's countenance was ashen, her eyes fixed on Merlin with an unwavering intensity. Merlin felt a sense of exasperation towards his younger sister for in her eyes. He perpetually appeared as the wayward scion in need of restraint. Meshua was ushered into the carriage by Merlin, while the butler and Moss remained outside, gradually departing from the church. Inside the carriage, shielded from the biting winds, the atmosphere felt considerably warmer. However, it remained thick with tension. Meshua's gaze bore into Merlin, her lips poised to speak yet hesitating. Merlin maintained an air of calm. After a prolonged silence, Merlin lifted his head and addressed Meshua. Go ahead. What is it you wish to inquire about? Meshua frowned, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. Is there trouble brewing? Merlin endeavored to respond in a composed tone. Meshua's voice was grave, for she understood all too well that when matters involved the church, even trivial issues could escalate into significant crises. Though she was unaware of the specifics, she believed that imposing some constraints on Merlin and minimizing his outings could avert potential troubles. This was the best course of action she could conceive. Merlin had already contemplated immersing himself in the study of the ancient spellbook of the old wizard Ida at home. Now, with Meshua stepping in to clarify matters to the Swordmaster Pero, it would further mitigate complications. After a brief respite, Merlin cautiously retrieved a heavily concealed ring from his bedside. As he gazed upon the ring, a surge of warmth flooded his heart. He recalled the earlier encounter in the church, where he felt diminutive before Jason. Had Jason sensed even the slightest anomaly, it could have spelled doom for him. The true masters were the wizards, those who wielded formidable spells. Merlin extended his mental energy into the ring, and with a mere thought, the thick tome of spells materialized in his hands. Yet, he refrained from hastily opening it. Instead, he gently placed the spellbook upon his writing desk and turned his attention to the ring. If it could contain the spellbook, it stood to reason that other items could also be stored within. Curiosity piqued, Merlin decided to experiment. He produced the enigmatic relief sculpture and, employing the same method he used to extract the spellbook, he directed his mental energy to simultaneously engage both the sculpture and the ring. With a swish, the sculpture vanished from sight. Merlin squinted, probing the interior of the ring with his mental acuity. Indeed, the sculpture lay quietly ensconced within. Realizing that the ring could indeed accommodate other objects brought him a measure of relief. The sculpture was shrouded in mystery, and its safekeeping within the ring felt prudent. Subsequently, he picked up the spellbook, delicately flipping it open. Although he had glimpsed its contents before, his earlier wonder had not allowed for thorough examination. Now, Merlin was determined to delve into the intricacies of the text within the tome. However, Merlin attempted only a few phrases before shaking his head in resignation. Even with the references provided by the old man Ida, painstakingly understanding each word yielded little effect and was exceedingly slow, proving to be of no practical use. Thus, it became imperative for him to master the Morta script, at least at a fundamental level. This necessitated that Merlin acquire a vocabulary of over 1,000 words in the forthcoming days to begin deciphering the contents of the spell manuscript. Consequently, he resolutely placed the spellbook back within the confines of his ring, vowing not to extract it until he had firmly grasped over 1,000 Morta words. In the grand hall of Wilson Castle, the butler entered in a state of urgency. Young Master Merlin, the guardian swordsman from Grand City, departed Blackwater City this morning. He reported, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Following Merlin's instructions, he had dispatched individuals to monitor the guardian swordsman from Grand City, ensuring prompt updates upon their departure. Merlin sprang to his feet, his voice low and intense. "Butler, have they all left? Is there anyone remaining, particularly that leading mage, Jason? Has he departed?" The butler, weary from his efforts, confirmed their exit, bringing Merlin a sense of genuine relief. "By the way, has anyone sought me out recently?" he inquired. The butler hesitated briefly before responding. "Yesterday, young Master Anson and young Master Guter came looking for you, but Miss Meishue sent them away." Merlin offered a wry smile, shaking his head as he dismissed the butler. He chose not to dwell on the matter. Anson and Guter likely had no pressing concerns, and being turned away by Meishue allowed him to focus on his studies of the Morta script without distraction, freed from other interruptions. Merlin's pace of learning the Morta script quickened significantly. Within mere days, he had mastered over 100 new words, bringing his total to more than 300. As his vocabulary expanded, so too did his speed of comprehension. The Morta words bore numerous connections, and while the initial groups of vocabulary were particularly challenging, as he amassed enough words, he could draw parallels and grasp additional vocabulary at an accelerated rate. At this pace, he mused, it might take no more than a month to acquire over 1,000 words, at which point he could begin to explore the spell manuscript's contents. Merlin eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. The heat emanating from the roaring fireplace enveloped the entire hall in warmth. With October now upon them, the weather had turned increasingly frigid. A thin layer of ice crystals had begun to form on the exterior flagstone, rendering it treacherously slippery. Meanwhile, the castle servants braved the biting cold, diligently wielding shovels to clear the ice from the ground. In the grand hall, Merlin and Meishue were partaking in a meal. The table was adorned with buttered bread, wheat porridge, and a steaming cup of milk. Meishue cast a glance at Merlin, who was voraciously consuming the food before him, and her face betrayed a hint of hesitation, as if she had something to say yet refrained from doing so. "Meishue, I have finished," Merlin declared, wiping the remnants of his meal from the corners of his mouth with a pristine napkin. He then rose to his feet, preparing to depart. Meishue furrowed her brows and suddenly called out, "Merlin, wait a moment. Is there something amiss?" Merlin turned around, curiosity etched upon his face as he regarded Meishue. Setting down her cutlery, Meishue wiped her mouth and spoke softly, "Merlin, yesterday Gut and Anson came looking for you. Why didn't you join them?" A peculiar expression crossed Merlin's features. Meishue had never been fond of the plump Gut and Anson, often referring to them as Merlin's dubious companions. Whenever she encountered them, her demeanor was invariably unwelcoming. Yet today, her attitude struck Merlin as rather odd. He chose not to ponder it further and replied nonchalantly, "Gut and Anson had no significant matter to discuss. It is far more comfortable to remain in the castle on such a cold day. Merlin, you have been cooped up in the castle for over a month. You should take some time to go outside," Meishue remarked, her gaze betraying a flicker of concern. At that moment, Merlin realized that his prolonged seclusion had indeed been unusual compared to his previous habits, which must have stirred Meishue's worry. She might be concerned that the events at the last church gathering had affected him. With this thought, a smile graced Merlin's face as he nodded reassuringly. "I will find time to venture out." With that, he turned and hurriedly ascended the stairs, while Meishue remained, her brow still furrowed in worry. Reflecting on how Merlin used to be unable to stay indoors for even a day, the butler hesitated for a moment before looking up with a smile. "Miss Meishue, although Master Merlin has seldom ventured out this past month, his spirits remain high, and he should be quite well." Upon hearing the butler's words, Meishue finally relaxed her brow, donned her thick coat, and swiftly exited the castle. This was due to the fact that his command of the Morta language had grown increasingly extensive. As of today, he had mastered over 1,100 words, indicating a solid grasp of the Morta lexicon. Thus, Merlin resolved to delve into the spellbook of Elder Ida, eager to study its contents. Retrieving the ring hidden at his bedside, Merlin quickly directed his mental energy into it, and with a mere thought, a thick stack of spell notes materialized in his hands. This compilation of spell notes had only been briefly perused by Merlin before, as his limited understanding of the Morta language had rendered the contents inscrutable at that time. Now, however, Merlin was ready to explore the spell notes once more. Chapter 20. The spell model. The notes were recorded in the form of a diary or transcript, containing many of Elder Ida's personal insights on spells. Although Merlin had mastered over 1,000 words in the Morta language, he still found it somewhat challenging to comprehend the content within the notes. This difficulty arose primarily due to the numerous specialized terms related to spells and spellcasters, which made understanding less straightforward. However, Merlin navigated the other sections of the notes with relative ease. Before long, he stumbled upon descriptions of spells, including the information that piqued his interest the most, How to become a spellcaster. The fundamental requirement for becoming a spellcaster is mental strength. Only those endowed with powerful mental fortitude can simulate spell models in their minds, thereby embedding them within their consciousness and becoming a wellspring of magical power. Merlin pondered this statement repeatedly. Although he found the concept of a spell model somewhat elusive, he grasped its essence. Mental strength is the cornerstone of becoming a spellcaster. Perhaps Elder Ida had sensed Merlin's extraordinary mental prowess, which prompted him to bequeath the ring containing the spell notes to him. As for why Merlin's mental capabilities were exceptional, it could likely be attributed to his experience of living two lives. Realizing he possessed the necessary conditions to become a spellcaster filled Merlin with joy, and he continued to search for methods to achieve this goal. Soon, he discovered another phrase from Elder Ida on the third page of the notes. Mental strength is the foundation of becoming a spellcaster, and the construction of the spell model determines whether the spellcaster can attain greatness. The term spell model appeared frequently throughout the notes, yet after considerable searching, Merlin found no concrete examples of such models. Having grasped the general steps to becoming a spellcaster, Merlin understood that he first needed an exceptional level of mental strength, followed by the construction of a spell model. This model must then be imprinted within his mind using his mental strength, effectively simulating a spell model in his consciousness. If all went well, he would then be able to become a spellcaster. Elder Ida's spell notes comprised several volumes. Merlin opened the first volume, which contained only Elder Ida's reflections and experiences while practicing spells, but lacked the crucial spell models. Thus, he proceeded to the second volume. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an intricate diagram accompanied by Elder Ida's annotations. The spell model for the zero-level spell Fireball. This model has undergone multiple refinements by me. Its hallmark is stability. While it may fall short in power compared to other fireballs, its stability is commendable. By employing this spell model, novice spellcasters need not overly concern themselves with the potential collapse of the model within their minds after construction. This elaborate diagram was precisely the spell model Merlin had been seeking, the spell model for the zero-level Fireball. In addition to the relatively stable spell model, there exist several formidable Fireball spell models. However, the old man Ida has annotated that should one choose to utilize these particularly potent spell models, one must remain vigilant regarding the potential for collapse. The structure of these powerful spell models is inherently unstable if one were to forcefully employ them. The subsequent collapse within one's mind could inflict severe damage upon the caster, even jeopardizing their very life. Thus, for a spellcaster, the most crucial aspect is to construct a spell model that is exceedingly well suited to their individual capabilities. Merlin did not linger long over the Fireball spell model. He continued to peruse the pages and discovered that, aside from the Fireball, the tome also contained a model for the Whirlwind spell. However, akin to the Fireball, the Whirlwind spell is also classified as a zero-level spell. In total, there are merely 2 zero-level spells documented within Ida's notes, which left Merlin feeling somewhat disappointed, as these were insignificant in number and comprised the most rudimentary of spells. Take the Fireball spell, for instance. Although it is merely a zero-level spell, the complexity of its spell model is beyond anything Merlin could have imagined. This spell model bears resemblance to some of the intricate mathematical models from Merlin's previous life. To fully imprint such a complex model into one's mind, utilizing mental energy without error, is an exceedingly daunting task, and it poses a considerable burden on one's mental faculties. It is no wonder that the foundational requirement for a spellcaster is to possess formidable mental strength. Individuals with average mental capabilities would find it impossible to simulate such a convoluted spell model in their minds. Not only is the complexity of a spell model significant, but the spellcaster must also choose the type of model to employ, whether to opt for a more stable model or one that wields exceptional power. For instance, Ida has constructed no fewer than 10 different Fireball spell models, each one exceedingly intricate. Merlin, upon examining them for only a brief moment, felt dizzy and mentally fatigued. As for the Whirlwind spell, it too presents a highly complex model, with the various derived models filling nearly 30 pages of text. The second volume of the tome is predominantly dedicated to documenting the diverse spell models associated with these two spells. Seated at his desk, Merlin placed the spell tome before him and gently massaged his temples. He was not relaxing, but rather contemplating in silence which of the two spells he should ultimately select. Comparatively, the Fireball spell possesses greater power than the Whirlwind spell, and it is also Ida's most familiar incantation. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages of both the Fireball and the Whirlwind, Merlin ultimately resolved to choose the zero-level Fireball spell as his first incantation. Indeed, Zero-level spells are boundless in their potential. Typically, a novice spellcaster possesses at least 3 zero-level spells, as only with this trifecta can one achieve a stable mental state, thereby minimizing the risk of collapse. This foundational triad also paves the path for the elevation of spell models, ultimately enabling the caster to ascend to greater heights of power. While 3 spell models constitute the basic requirement, there exist formidable spellcasters who command 4, 5, 6, or even more zero-level spells, contingent upon the sufficiency of their mental fortitude. Otherwise, the construction of additional spell models within the mind is altogether unattainable. Presently, Merlin, as a fledgling spellcaster, finds his mental capacity barely sufficient to sustain a solitary spell model. Having selected his spell, he now confronts the daunting task of navigating the myriad fireball spell models, a bewildering array designed by the venerable Elder Ida. Although the fireball spell is merely a zero-level incantation, Elder Ida has ingeniously crafted 13 distinct variations based on his extensive experience. Among these are stable and explosive types, each distinguished by unique characteristics. Upon perusing Elder Ida's spell compendium, Merlin discerns that even the most rudimentary spell models necessitate modifications tailored to the caster's individual requirements. The overarching framework of the fireball model remains constant. However, should a caster desire a more potent explosion upon casting, requiring the fireball to burst forth with formidable force, it suffices to make certain adjustments to the model. Conversely, another caster may seek a model that offers enhanced stability, ensuring compatibility with future ascension to first, second, or even higher tiers of spellcasting, thereby necessitating slight alterations to fortify the fireball model's stability. Faced with these spell models, Merlin finds himself at an impasse. Although Elder Ida mentioned in his notes that only spell models personally modified to align with one's practical circumstances are optimal, Merlin, as a mere beginner, possesses little capability to amend the intricate models left behind by Elder Ida. Despite the seemingly modest number of models depicted in the compendium, the underlying processes of deduction and calculation that Elder Ida undertook remain a mystery, likely consuming untold hours of his time. Merlin, at present, lacks the luxury of time to meticulously analyze these spell models. Oh, how he wishes for a matrix. Merlin sighed. The matrix is a quantum computer, a paragon of computational prowess, having mastered fundamental matrix operations, function plotting, data algorithms, and more. More importantly, it is imbued with intelligence, capable of constructing the most exquisite models based on the user's specifications, encompassing mathematical and physical paradigms. With the matrix at his disposal, even the most intricate spell models would yield effortlessly to his quest for the most suitable incantation. Should he activate the matrix? Merlin paused momentarily, as he seemed to have heard a faint sound, the prompt for initiating the matrix code. After a brief interval, however, there was no further change. Merlin could only shake his head in resignation, softly murmuring to himself, "It appears that these spell models are indeed quite intricate, to the point of inducing hallucinations. How could I possibly possess a matrix code?" He dismissed the earlier sound as a figment of his fatigued mind. Just as he continued to ponder which spell model to choose, suddenly, a clear voice echoed in his mind. "Do you wish to activate the matrix code? Could it be that the matrix code has followed me here?" Although perplexed, Merlin resolutely replied, "Activate the matrix code." With the command issued, he awaited with bated breath. Chapter 21. Matrix number. The instructions have been confirmed. Activate the matrix number and commence scanning for host identity to establish a database. Beep. Host identity confirmed. Would you like to bind? Bind. Merlin exhibited no hesitation. He understood that once bound, the matrix number would be exclusive to him, invisible to others. This advanced quantum computer, infused in liquid metal form, had integrated itself into his very blood, rendering it indestructible. As blood was being collected, binding was successful. Reading the file. Beep. File invalid. Establishing a new file. Please name the new file. A new file indeed. Merlin's gaze flickered before he spoke resolutely. The file shall be named Merlin. The new file has been successfully named. Welcome, Mr. Merlin, to the matrix number quantum computer. At this moment, the voice of the matrix number transformed into a melodious female tone, soothing to the ears. Merlin sat quietly on a high wooden chair, though his demeanor was calm. His eyes sparkled with the excitement within. For practitioners of magic, constructing a suitable spell model could sometimes consume decades of meticulous deduction and calculation. Even so, many magicians ultimately found their constructed models unsatisfactory. The construction of spell models had drained practitioners of excessive time. However, with this quantum computer at his disposal. Representing the pinnacle of past technological advancement, Merlin hoped he could conserve his energy in model construction. Regardless, he decided to test whether the matrix number was of any utility. Despite his inner exhilaration, Merlin maintained his composure, aware that his task was to utilize the matrix number to assess these spell models and determine their success. With this thought, he promptly commanded the matrix number, establish a fireball spell database. The matrix number immediately commenced scanning, cataloging the several fireball spell models that Elder Ida had taken years to derive into the database. Fireball spell database established. Now, analyze these spell models. As Merlin issued the command, this formidable quantum computer began its calculations, operating at an unimaginably swift pace. In an instant, the matrix number constructed tens of thousands of fireball spell models based on Elder Ida's few original models, with the quantity continuously increasing. Beep. Analysis complete. A total of 186. 519 models have been reconstructed. Upon hearing the matrix number's announcement, even Merlin was momentarily taken aback. A staggering 180. 000 spell models had been reconstructed solely from Elder Ida's original few models. This exemplifies the remarkable capabilities of computers, if reliant solely on human effort. No matter how vibrant the intellect or robust the spirit, it would be implausible to conceive the myriad possibilities, let alone construct a staggering array of 180 000 spell models. Naturally, a vast majority of these models, approximately 99%, would not meet Merlin's requirements. He must meticulously sift through these options to identify the most outstanding and personally suitable spell models. Merlin recognizes that the primary criterion for a spell model is stability, rather than sheer power. Hence, his focus is on stability first, subsequently enhancing the potency of the spells based on that foundation. It is this philosophy that leads to the creation of the most optimal spell models. After a considerable period of contemplation, Merlin opened his eyes and solemnly instructed, matrix number, select all spell models from the database that surpass the stability of Model 1. Model 1 refers to the remarkably stable spell model crafted by the venerable Elder Ida, which stands as his most satisfactory creation, characterized by its exceptional stability. Once simulated in the mind's eye, the likelihood of the model collapsing is minimal. Merlin's choice, without doubt, emphasizes stability over an unbridled quest for raw power. Only stable spell models can progressively lead to the development of more advanced constructs. This concept is akin to constructing a building, where the foundational spell model serves as the bedrock. Only with a solid foundation can one aspire to erect taller structures. Having deliberated thoroughly, Merlin arrived at this decision. The selection commenced. Beep. A total of 138 spell models exhibited greater stability than Model 1. The screening concluded swiftly, and the results astonished Merlin. These 138 spell models were significantly more stable than the one crafted by Elder Ida, which took years to develop. This highlights the prowess of high-speed computational power. In terms of calculations, the human brain cannot rival a computer. Among the 138 spell models, Merlin needed to refine his selection further. He commanded matrix number to identify models with explosive capabilities surpassing those of Model 13. Model 13, noted for being the most potent of Elder Ida's creations, is fraught with extreme instability. Forcibly selecting this model poses a considerable risk of collapse, a danger that Elder Ida repeatedly cautioned against in the spell codex. Beep. The selection process concluded, revealing no models that met the specified criteria. Merlin furrowed his brow, realizing that among the 138 models, none exhibited greater power than Model 13. However, reflecting on the situation, he found solace. Models that embody both stability and formidable power are indeed rare. One must often choose between the two, or find a balance where both attributes coexist. Having grasped this concept, Merlin continued to command, adjust the filtering criteria to select the most explosive spell model from the 138 available. Soon, an exceptionally intricate spell model emerged in Merlin's mind, a product of the Matrix's selection that met his criteria. This spell model exhibited sufficient stability, and regarding its power, Merlin pondered briefly before softly inquiring of the Matrix, how does the potency of this spell model compare to that of Model 13? According to the structural calculations of the spell model, its power was 70% of that of Model 13. 70%? That is more than adequate. Far superior to the first spell model constructed by Master Ida. Merlin breathed a sigh of relief. Possessing a spell model with 70% of Model 13's power was quite commendable, significantly stronger than the potency of the first model crafted by the old man Ida. With this spell model chosen, the next step was the final one, to simulate the spell model in his mind using his mental energy. This process was not only the most time-consuming, but also the step most prone to failure. For those with weaker mental faculties, even remembering such complex spell models would be a challenge, let alone fully simulating them in their minds, which would be an even greater ordeal. Although Master Ida had left a note indicating that Merlin's mental strength was formidable and that he had the potential to become a spellcaster, to truly become one, he had to accomplish this final step. Thus, Merlin quietly closed his eyes, summoned his mental energy, and began to simulate the zero-level fireball spell model. The spell model, improved by the Matrix, was even more complex than the one constructed by the old man Ida, with numerous curves that would be exceedingly difficult to sketch on paper, let alone simulate using mental energy. Faced with such a complicated spell model, the mental strain was unimaginable. After only a brief attempt to simulate the spell model, Merlin felt an overwhelming fatigue, a clear sign of intense mental depletion. An hour passed, then two. Suddenly, heavy snow began to fall outside like down feathers, and it seemed to lower the temperature within the room as well. Merlin sat motionless in the wooden chair for 2 or 3 hours, his legs becoming somewhat numb from the cold. Yet at that moment, he felt no discomfort, for all his focus was entirely on the spell model within his mind. After countless repetitions of simulation, he finally noticed a change in his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness is where one's mental energy resides, the most enigmatic part of the brain. The spell model he was simulating was gradually taking shape in the vast expanse of his sea of consciousness. At last, it was complete. Merlin abruptly opened his eyes, his voice trembling with excitement. After spending 3 hours in concentration, Merlin finally succeeded in mentally simulating the spell model of the fireball technique using his mental prowess. As the model of the fireball spell began to take shape, he sensed an unfamiliar sensation. Despite sitting in silence for hours, his limbs cold and numb, he felt as though a warm aura enveloped him. By merely closing his eyes, he could visualize the fireball spell model within his sea of consciousness, slowly rotating, as tendrils of fiery light were drawn from the external world into the spell model. These flickering flames reminded Merlin of the fire elements. When he had inquired with Mei Shui about sensing fire elements, she had previously described their appearance. However, lacking a fire attribute constitution, Merlin was unable to attract fire elements into his being, thus preventing him from becoming an elemental swordsman. Yet now, with the fireball spell model established, he could feel an incessant influx of fire elements fervently entering his body, swiftly merging with the spell model. As if the model hidden deep within his sea of consciousness were a black hole voraciously consuming the boundless fire elements surrounding it. Chapter 22. Fireball spell outside the castle. A biting wind howled as heavy snowflakes fell, forming a thin layer of ice upon the ground. Yet, Merlin felt no chill. Instead, he was enveloped in a peculiar warmth, prompting him to shed his thick fur coat and don only a light shirt. The model for the fireball spell had finally manifested within his mind, and Merlin's next endeavor was to test its potency. Surveying the room, he realized that the surroundings were ill-suited for such an experiment. Thus, he donned his coat once more, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. He recalled a secret underground chamber within Wilson Castle, well hidden and spacious, known only to old Wilson, the steward, and himself. This chamber would serve as the perfect venue for testing the fireball's power. Guided by memory, Merlin made his way to old Wilson's quarters. He gently pressed a specific brick on the wall, which operated the mechanism leading to the underground passage. With a crisp click, a section of the wall began to slide apart, releasing a cloud of dust that settled upon the floor. Before long, a dark opening presented itself before Merlin. He reached for the candelabrum on old Wilson's desk, igniting several candles to illuminate the way as he ventured into the abyss. The passage was dim and bore an oppressive, unpleasant odor from years of neglect. Cautiously, Merlin pressed onward. The corridor sloped downward, a long stone staircase descending roughly 100 meters. Along the sides of the passage, numerous candelabra awaited. Each time he encountered one, he lit a candle, transforming the once dark corridor into a brilliantly lit path. After several minutes, the staircase finally vanished, leading Merlin into a spacious underground hall. This chamber was merely a grand hall, surrounded by over a dozen smaller rooms, each housing an array of swords, shields, and armor. Merlin recalled visiting this place several times when he was 10, guided by old Wilson, who had designed the castle with elements reminiscent of military fortifications. This underground chamber, designed for a single occupant, offered refuge in the event of danger. If stocked in advance, it could sustain hundreds for an entire year. However, as the years passed, Blackwater City remained peaceful, devoid of conflict, leading to the gradual neglect of the chamber. Despite its abandonment, the spaciousness of the hall provided an ideal setting for Merlin to test the fireball spell. Thus, he positioned himself in the center of the underground hall, attuning to the spell model within his mind. At that moment, the model continued its slow rotation, with traces of fire elements gradually merging into its essence. The fire element absorbed by the spell model constitutes the caster's magical energy. The longer a spell model exists, the more profound the accumulation of magical energy becomes. Thus, once a spell model is constructed within the sea of consciousness, it requires no further attention, as it will automatically gather magical energy. Merlin meticulously perused the spell notes of the old man Ida and grasped the method of releasing spells. It was quite simple. One merely needed to stimulate the spell model with mental energy to instantaneously evoke the spell. Fireball. Merlin intoned softly, directing his mental energy to stimulate the fireball spell model. Instantly, a sphere radiating a searing heat materialized in the void, hovering less than a meter from Merlin. Elated, Merlin found himself momentarily distracted, and the fireball dissipated in an instant. The fireball's vanishing was a consequence of his inability to control his mental energy. After all, once released, the fireball also required the caster's mental energy for control. Despite this initial failure, Merlin did not lose heart. He reflected on his experiences and summoned another fireball. This time, he adeptly controlled the fireball with his mental energy and began guiding it as it fluttered erratically through the air. With a resounding crash, the fireball collided forcefully with the sturdy wall. This diminutive sphere, scarcely the size of a fist, seemed to harbor tremendous power, causing the wall to tremble slightly and leaving behind a half-inch crater, a mark of its scorching impact. Yet, this demonstration alone could not truly convey the might of the fireball spell. Merlin retrieved a suit of heavy armor from the storeroom below, the standard equipment for a heavy knight, impervious to even the sharpest knight's lance when worn. Testing the fireball spell's potency against such armor was a fitting choice. He suspended the heavy armor against the wall, but instead of casting the fireball again, he chose to rest. Merlin gently rubbed his temples, after merely casting the fireball twice. He realized that the magical energy accumulated in the spell model had been entirely expended. To cast the fireball again, he would have to wait until the energy restored. Observing the spell model in his sea of consciousness as it gradually absorbed external fire elements, Merlin pondered aloud. It seems that the short time since its construction limits the spell model to releasing only 2 fireballs. Regarding the scarcity of magical energy, Merlin felt helpless. The accumulation of energy depended solely on the prolonged gathering by the spell model, with no shortcuts available. After an hour, the spell model slowly replenished, and Merlin was at last able to release the fireball spell once more. Go. Merlin invoked the fireball spell again, this time executing it with the ease of familiarity. He directed the small fireball forcefully against the heavy armor mounted on the wall. Sizzle. Contrary to his expectations of a thunderous sound, the armor's strongest defense, the thick breastplate, was directly scorched by the fireball, resulting in a gaping hole the size of a fist, with wisps of smoke still rising from its edges. Hiss. Even Merlin could not help but gasp in astonishment. He was taken aback. Although he had anticipated the extraordinary power of the fireball spell, he never imagined it would be so formidable. This was heavy armor forged from fine iron, renowned for its exceptional defensive capabilities, rivaling even the might of a knight's lance. Yet, this robust armor was effortlessly pierced by the fireball spell, which contained a terrifying intensity within its small orb. What is this? A gray horizontal frame appeared in his mind's eye, particularly around the spell model, causing Merlin to feel a sense of dread. When did this manifest? Furrowing his brow tightly, Merlin recalled distinctly that this gray frame had not been present when he initially constructed the spell model. It must have emerged only recently. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that more than half of the gray frame had begun to emit a faint glow, while a small portion remained gray. After observing for quite some time and failing to discern the nature of this frame or when it had appeared in his consciousness, he resolved not to waste any further time on it. He needed to dedicate himself to gradually mastering the process of casting the fireball spell. Thus, Merlin unleashed another fireball, guiding it with his mental energy, which struck the heavy armor directly. Boom. This time, the entire fireball erupted, scattering in all directions, reducing the once formidable armor to a heap of scrap metal. This demonstrated the power of mental energy. It not only directed the spell's trajectory, but also allowed for various manipulations, such as causing the fireball to explode violently upon contact with an enemy. When confronting particularly resilient objects, it was preferable to avoid detonation and instead rely on the fireball's intense heat to penetrate directly. These nuances of spellcasting required extensive practice or practical combat experience to fully explore the myriad effects of spells. Given that Merlin had only recently constructed his spell model, he found that after casting the fireball twice, his magical energy was nearly depleted, necessitating a period of rest to allow for gradual recovery. Ignoring this necessity and forcibly stimulating the spell model could lead to its collapse, inflicting significant harm on the caster. The prohibitions of the casting process were meticulously detailed in the spellbook of Old Ida, and Merlin had committed each one to memory. During his respite, he again encountered the gray frame in his mind's eye. Strangely, it had transformed from gray to red. Observing the red frame stirred an unusual sensation within him, prompting him to attempt to engage it with his mental energy. But suddenly, as Merlin's mental energy stimulated the red frame, it burst forth with a dazzling brilliance, causing the previously quiet and recovering spell model to whirl violently. Merlin stared, slack-jawed, at the enormous fireball, if the previous one had been the size of a fist. This new manifestation was nearly 3 or 4 fists in diameter. This is troublesome. Without the guidance of Merlin's mental prowess, and given the apparent instability of the fireball, which seemed on the verge of explosion, Merlin sensed the impending danger and promptly directed the fireball to collide with the ground using his mental force. Chapter 23, Encounter, Part 1. A resounding rumble echoed, as if the entire basement trembled. After a while, Merlin rose from the ground, brushing off the dust that had settled on his head and clothes. Below him lay a crater, half a meter in diameter, where the colossal fireball had struck, a testament to its terrifying power. Merlin hurriedly delved into his consciousness, noting that the horizontal frame had turned gray once more. The spell model, having depleted its magical energy, showed no other changes. Gazing at the massive pit, he felt a lingering trepidation. The force of that fireball had far exceeded his expectations, and its emergence was undoubtedly linked to the sudden appearance of the horizontal frame in his mind. Next, Merlin employed every method at his disposal, meticulously observing the changes in the horizontal frame. Eventually, he discerned its purpose. It appeared that after casting the fireball spell 3 times, the frame would shift from gray to red. At this juncture, a mere nudge of mental energy would trigger the spell model, unleashing a gargantuan fireball with a power deemed formidable at least 3 times stronger than a typical fireball. The reason for the frame's existence perplexed Merlin. It might be a consequence of the redesigned spell model from the array, or perhaps a result of his unique constitution as a transcender. Regardless of the cause, this horizontal frame presented immense advantages for Merlin, granting him a power that surpassed ordinary 0-level spells by 3-fold. Though he was uncertain of the potency of first-level spells, he surmised that the fireball unleashed through the frame would not fall short, even if it were somewhat inferior. Moreover, this represented a concealed strength for Merlin, a potential trump card. He aptly named the fireball spell activated by the horizontal frame as the Great Fireball Spell, a title that resonated vividly with its nature. Subsequently, Merlin continued to practice the fireball spell in the basement. As the night deepened, Merlin leaned over his writing desk, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, meticulously perusing the final volume of the spell compendium. Old Man Ida's spell compendium comprised 3 volumes. The first contained introductions to spellcasters and insights from his experiences in casting. The second volume was dedicated to the various spell models painstakingly constructed over the years. Having completed the first 2 volumes, Merlin reconstructed spell models and simulated the fireball spell within his consciousness. However, during his practice in the basement, he became acutely aware of certain deficiencies, the most critical being insufficient mental energy. The relationship between the spell model and the ability to become a spellcaster is pivotal. While mental strength directly influences the capacity to evolve into a more formidable practitioner. Thus, a powerful spellcaster must excel in both the construction of spell models and in mental fortitude, allowing them to navigate through myriad challenges and ultimately rise to a position of great power. The sole method to enhance mental strength is through meditation. Currently, Merlin's mental prowess can barely manage a single spell model, and he feels utterly powerless at the prospect of constructing a second within his sea of consciousness. Consequently, Merlin began perusing the spell notes of the old sage Ida, convinced that the sage would have inscribed some form of mental meditation techniques within. As he slowly opened the mysterious 3rd volume of the notes, he indeed discovered a handful of mental meditation methods. However, According to Ida's description, these techniques were merely rudimentary, yielding limited efficacy. Each meditation method possessed distinct characteristics. Some were adept at restoring mental strength swiftly after extensive depletion, while others facilitated the augmentation of mental prowess. It was the latter that Merlin sought. After careful consideration, he selected a basic meditation technique and commenced the practice, closing his eyes and striving to stabilize his mental energy. Such mental meditative practices demand prolonged engagement to effectuate subtle transformations. Hence, after mastering the steps, Merlin opened his eyes and rose, refraining from assessing his mental state. Not expecting immediate results from the meditation, Master Merlin, came the voice of Lucia from outside the door. "Come in," he replied, having already risen and donned his attire. Lucia entered, head bowed, and said, "Master Merlin, the steward has sent me to take your measurements for new garments." Merlin glanced at his form, acutely aware that his clothes had begun to feel constrictive. Over the past few months, he had inexplicably grown stronger, his physique expanding like a balloon, rendering his previous attire ill-fitting and cumbersome. "Very well," he said, hesitating momentarily before removing his outer coat, leaving only a thin shirt. He extended his arms to indicate he was ready for measuring. Lucia hurried forth, wielding a measuring tape to assess his height. However, due to his recent growth spurts, she found it difficult to reach, resorting to standing on tiptoe as she gently pressed against his chest to take the measurement. With her head tilted upwards, clad in a white maid's uniform with a slightly open collar, a glimpse of radiant skin was visible to Merlin as he leaned down slightly. Lucia was already strikingly beautiful, and the few freckles adorning her face only enhanced her allure, adding a touch of charm to her grace. Merlin squinted slightly, his gaze audaciously scrutinizing Lucia. Despite the chill outside the ancient castle, he felt a surge of warmth rising within him. "Master Merlin, I have measured it." Lucia seemed to sense his scrutiny, her expression betraying a hint of panic as she hurriedly took a few steps back, lowering her head, unable to meet his eyes. "Very well, you may leave." Merlin waved his hand, dismissing Lucia. He approached the mirror, gazing at his youthful reflection, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "It seems I have been holding back for quite some time." Since arriving in this world, Merlin had always felt a sense of impending danger, prompting him to tread cautiously in all his endeavors. Subsequently, after delving into the realm of magic, he devoted himself entirely to mastering it. However, given that this body was merely 16 years old, a time characterized by youthful vigor, even if his mind did not harbor such thoughts, his body inevitably reacted in certain ways. Donning his coat, Merlin descended the stairs, only to find no sign of Mei Shui. "Butler, where is Mei Shui?" he inquired. "Miss Mei Shui has already departed for the church," the butler replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Merlin reflected on how he had spent the past month diligently practicing fireball spells in the basement, often missing Mei Shui's presence. However, observing her early departures and late returns, it appeared she had yet to break through to become an elemental swordsman. Merlin possessed only a rudimentary understanding of what it meant to become an elemental swordsman. He was uncertain of the precise steps required for such a transformation. Nevertheless, he knew that the accumulation of elemental energy was paramount. Only when the elements within one's body reached a certain threshold could one successfully ascend to the rank of an elemental swordsman. Mei Shui, being of the fire element affinity, needed to amass fire elements. Merlin's spell models in his consciousness were also absorbing fire elements, suggesting a potential connection between their paths. Resolutely, Merlin made up his mind. After breakfast, he wrapped a gray scarf around his neck and made his way outside the castle. The butler, somewhat surprised, asked, "Master Merlin, are you going out?" "I wish to take a walk," Merlin replied. "Please wait, I will summon Moss." Merlin gently shook his head. "No need. I prefer to be alone." With that, he disregarded the butler's astonishment and exited the castle. From a distance, Merlin gazed at the small wooden cabin, his expression a tapestry of complexity. The cabin had fallen into complete disrepair, having once been the abode of malevolent heretics and thus remained largely deserted. The small garden in front, which had once thrived with flora, was now blanketed in snow, presenting a uniform expanse of white. With his hands tucked into his pockets and a hat atop his head, he surveyed the surroundings. Confirming the absence of others, he stepped forward to push open the rusted iron gate and ascended the wooden staircase. Removing his hat, he gently brushed off the snowflakes that had settled upon it. As he prepared to ascend to the second floor, his eyes narrowed slightly, and an immediate tension gripped him. "Footprints, someone has been here," Merlin murmured, observing the staircase that was once cloaked in dust, now marked by distinct and clear footprints, still bearing traces of damp earth. It was evident that these impressions were recent. Someone had visited this place, and perhaps that very individual was still upstairs. Contemplating this, Merlin cautiously raised his gaze towards the upper level, gently donned his hat, and tread softly as he ascended the stairs. The footprints remained remarkably clear, a fortunate outcome of the cabin's neglect, allowing the dust to accumulate and render the traces distinctly visible. Upon reaching the second floor, Merlin scrutinized the doorknob, noting the minimal dust, suggesting it had been gripped recently. Who could it be? Merlin refrained from hastily entering the room, squinting as familiar faces flitted through his mind. The footprints appeared petite, unlikely to belong to a man, but rather to a woman. Could it be Miss Kaylee's? The thought of Kaylee's crossed his mind. Considering that the sinister Elder Ida and the denizens of Blackwater City typically dared not approach this vicinity. The only individuals familiar with Elder Ida and frequently visiting were Merlin and Kaylee's. At that moment, Merlin's keen hearing detected faint footsteps emanating from within the room. Approaching the front door, a surge of urgency coursed through him, prompting him to swiftly conceal himself to the left of the door, his eyes fixated intently on the entrance. Chapter 24. Encounter, Part 2. Merlin tilted his ear, carefully attuning himself to the sounds within the room. His relentless practice of the movements depicted on the enigmatic relief had significantly heightened his sensitivity. He could discern even the faintest noise. Yet, a sudden stillness enveloped the space. Frowning, Merlin recalled the soft footfalls he had just heard, seemingly approaching the doorway, only for it to abruptly cease. Then, with a resounding crash, the wooden door beside him was shattered by a powerful blow, splintered fragments scattering in all directions. In swift succession, a hand emerged through the gaping hole, a flash of white light accompanying it. Whoosh! A sharp dagger hurtled towards Merlin. Realization struck him. He had been discovered. The dagger flew with alarming speed, leaving Merlin no time to defend himself. He could only roll aside, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Damn it! Merlin cursed under his breath, frustration boiling within him. He had not even glimpsed his assailant before nearly meeting his demise. He had been far too careless. However, rather than succumb to despair, Merlin sprang into action. He bent low, channeling the ferocity of a predatory leopard, and with a powerful burst of energy, he charged towards the door. Crack! The door splintered completely upon impact, and Merlin felt himself collide with a soft body, sending the figure tumbling into the dimly lit cabin. Inside, darkness reigned. The curtains had been nailed shut, likely a precaution taken by the city guard. The small space was nearly sealed off, and the stagnant air carried a foul, moldy odor from prolonged neglect. After sending his adversary sprawling, Merlin sprang to his feet, his gaze alert as he fixated on the mysterious figure. "Who are you?" he demanded. The enigmatic figure before him was shrouded in a long black robe, obscuring their form, while a large hood concealed their face. In response to Merlin's inquiry, the cloaked stranger remained silent, raising the dagger once more. The voluminous fabric of the robe began to sway, as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Elemental wind? An elemental swordsman? Merlin, already attuned to elemental nuances, sensed a potent wind element emanating from the figure, enveloping them entirely. This individual was indeed an elemental swordsman, and judging by the intensity of the wind element, they appeared to be merely a novice at the first level. Whoosh! The cloaked figure vanished in an instant, their speed reaching unparalleled heights. In the shadowy confines of the wooden cabin, even with Merlin's sharpened senses, he could not catch sight of the shadowy figure. Their swiftness was simply too formidable. Merlin stood motionless, adapting to the chaos around him. The moment he sensed any motion, he would unleash a decisive punch. Yet each strike seemed to meet only empty air, leaving him with a vexing sense of power without purpose. Hiss! Suddenly, Merlin felt a chilling sensation at his neck, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of danger. He swiftly tilted his head, narrowly evading a sharp dagger that slashed across his skin. Fortunately, his timely reflexes and the resilience acquired through his mysterious training rendered him only superficially wounded. Nonetheless, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. He had narrowly escaped a grievous injury. Damn it, too fast, Merlin muttered under his breath, recognizing his assailant as the Gale swordsman, a master of speed, whose elusive figure moved with astonishing swiftness. In the dimly lit room, it was exceedingly difficult for Merlin to even catch a glimpse of his opponent, let alone strike back effectively. The oppressive darkness of the space placed him at a distinct disadvantage in this confrontation. Resolving to escape, Merlin pivoted sharply and bolted toward the exit. However, the mysterious figure seemed even faster, intercepting him with another thrust of the dagger aimed at his chest. "I've got you now. Die." Merlin's lips curled into a faint smile, illuminated by the faint light at the doorway. As he spotted a shadow before him, his moment to act had arrived. Fireball. A sphere of flame materialized seemingly from thin air, roaring toward the assailant with ferocious intensity. The fiery projectile emitted a formidable heat, making it conspicuous in the dim surroundings. Although the fireball sped forth rapidly, the opponent appeared momentarily startled by its sudden appearance. Allowing Merlin's attack to connect with the hem of the dark cloak, the fireball's scorching temperature was nearly unimpeded, incinerating half of the cloak and revealing a cascade of beautiful golden hair beneath. The room remained shrouded in darkness, and while Merlin could not discern the expression on the assailant's face, he surmised it must be one of shock. Seizing the moment of distraction, Merlin lunged forward, grasping the figure's robe with a forceful grip before slamming it to the ground with tremendous strength. The impact was staggering, momentarily disorienting the assailant. Yet, true to the prowess of an elemental swordsman, the mysterious figure retained enough composure to attempt a retaliatory strike at Merlin's neck. With a huff, Merlin seized the attacking hand with his left and clutched the assailant's hair with his right. Without hesitation, he slammed the figure's head against the wall repeatedly. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 forceful impacts, and observing that the assailant ceased to struggle and collapsed to the ground, Merlin finally halted his assault. He gasped for breath. This was his first encounter with such a perilous adversary, a life-and-death struggle. Despite being a powerful mage capable of easily defeating any first- or second-tier elemental swordsman, he had come perilously close to losing his life in this encounter. It became evident to him that possessing powerful spells was futile unless one could effectively apply them in the heat of battle. In the beginning, the old man Ida had only mastered 2 level 0 spells, much like Merlin, categorizing him as a novice spellcaster. Within the hierarchy of spellcasters, novices are deemed insignificant, barely qualifying as true practitioners. Only by mastering 3 level 0 spells and converting them into level 1 spells can one ascend to the rank of a level 1 spellcaster. Despite being merely a novice, Ida effortlessly dealt with the guardian swordsman from Grand City, and even the second-level elemental swordsman, Bog, was no match for him, illustrating the formidable prowess of spellcasters that far surpasses that of elemental swordsmen. However, today Merlin nearly fell victim to a level 1 elemental swordsman, revealing a severe deficiency in his combat experience. Initially, he lacked the opportunity to cast any spells, a critically fatal flaw for a spellcaster. As Merlin touched his neck, he felt the sticky warmth of blood. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial cut, and the bleeding had ceased, leaving him relatively unharmed. This served as a vital lesson. Had he unleashed a fireball from the outset to blast open the door, even the swiftest opponent would have been incapable of injuring him. Reflecting on his shortcomings during the recent skirmish, Merlin recognized his lingering unfamiliarity with the identity and habits of a spellcaster. A spellcaster should maintain a distance, utilizing spells to vanquish foes rather than engaging in close combat with an elemental swordsman. Nearby, the cloaked figure remained sprawled on the ground. Merlin had struck the figure's head several times, and it would take a while longer for them to regain consciousness. Standing up, Merlin approached the fallen figure and pulled back the half-tattered black cloak. After grappling for so long, he had yet to discern the adversary's features. Revealing the figure's scorched golden hair, a foul odor wafted from it, prompting Merlin to lament the loss of such beautiful locks. He gently shook his head, admiring the striking hair, now marred by the small fireball he had cast, resulting in a peculiar charred appearance. The cloaked figure lay on their side, hair obscuring their visage. Merlin carefully brushed aside the strands, finally unveiling the identity of the figure. A moment of realization struck him as his eyes narrowed, transforming his gaze into one of keen intensity. Jia? The figure on the ground was none other than Jia, the history professor. Merlin recalled that even the plump gut, utilizing his family's resources, had been unable to uncover Jia's true identity, yet here they were. Moreover, Jia's earlier display suggested that there was much more to them than that of an ordinary instructor. As Merlin pondered the connection between Jia and the old man Ida, he heard a soft grunt from Jia, signaling the onset of awakening. Merlin stepped back, his gaze fixed intently on Jia. After a while, Merlin noticed that Jia's breathing had become somewhat hurried, and he remarked with a faint smile, "There is no need to feign. You are awake. So why not open your eyes?" Upon hearing Merlin's words, Jia indeed opened her eyes and gazed at him, her expression remarkably serene as she said, "Wilson Merlin? I never anticipated that Mr. Ida would take you on as a true disciple." As Jia prepared to struggle and rise, Merlin raised his hand, and a fireball materialized out of thin air, crashing directly onto the floor beside her. With a resounding bang, the fireball struck the wooden floor, exploding with force and leaving a substantial hole, from which acrid black smoke continued to emanate. Do not resort to tricks, or the next fireball will detonate upon you. Merlin warned Jia through his actions. After a month of rigorous practice and mental meditation, his mental prowess had indeed improved, and more importantly, his mastery over the fireball spell had reached a level of finesse, ensuring that he would no longer struggle to control it. Chapter 25. True Identity. A sphere of searing heat materialized beside Merlin, casting an intimidating presence that rendered Jia motionless, her gaze fixated on him. Merlin, we are not adversaries. You are a disciple of Master Ida, and you. Before Jia could finish her sentence, Merlin raised his hand once more, and the fiery orb surged violently toward her. Startled, Jia hastily brandished her dagger, attempting to fend off the approaching flame. With a soft hiss, the fireball, though merely the size of a fist, possessed a heat capable of melting even fine iron. As it made contact with her blade, the dagger swiftly dissolved into a pool of molten metal. The small fireball continued its relentless trajectory, grazing Jia's arm before crashing into the wall. Her sleeve was reduced to tattered remnants, and the once delicate fairness of her arm was marred by a dark scorch, accompanied by the unsettling scent of charred flesh wafting through the small cabin. The excruciating pain forced beads of cold sweat to form on Jia's brow, and a flicker of fear entered her eyes as she regarded Merlin. Gritting her teeth, she merely nodded, refraining from uttering another word. What is your relationship with Master Ida? Merlin inquired. A sudden clarity washed over him. It became evident that both Jia and the elderly Ida were agents of the Black Moon Kingdom, sent to the Kingdom of Light to gather intelligence. No wonder the rotund gut had been unable to uncover Jia's true identity. Master Ida was discovered by the church. How did you remain undetected? Merlin pressed on. Our encounters are infrequent, relying solely on coded messages for communication. Master Ida's exposure was due to his identity as a spellcaster. He ventured to Grand City and was inadvertently spotted by the church. Regardless of identity, spellcasters are deemed a threat that the church seeks to eliminate. So, the church was unaware that Master Ida was sent by the Black Moon Kingdom. They merely targeted him for being a spellcaster? That seems to be the case. Otherwise, with the church's capabilities, I would have been captured long ago. Merlin understood well that the Kingdom of Light exhibited zero tolerance for heresy. Ida's identity as a spellcaster had led to his demise at the hands of the church's tribunal mages. Perhaps even the church had not discerned Ida's true nature as a covert operative for the Black Moon Kingdom. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Merlin's quiet contemplation stirred unease within Jia. She sensed that the man before her was deliberating on how to deal with her. Besides yourself, who else is aware of Master Ida's identity? Merlin pondered for a moment, his tone sharpening. If others were privy to Ida's true nature, they could potentially leverage this knowledge against him. Merlin had no desire to become embroiled in the conflict between the Black Moon Kingdom and the Kingdom of Light. Thus, should there be anyone else aware of Ida's true identity, Jia could not be permitted to remain. Sensing Merlin's intent, Jia's expression turned anxious as she hastily replied. No one else knows Master Ida's identity. Merlin, I still believe I hold some value for you. Though you have ascended to the status of a noble sorcerer, in the Kingdom of Light, you remain an outcast, perpetually at risk of discovery by the Church of Light. With my presence, I can at least gather some intelligence for you, and when you wish to depart from this realm, I may assist you. Jia, with her pitiable demeanor and exquisite beauty, evoked a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. Rise, Merlin finally spoke, as the small fireball before him gradually dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. With a sigh of relief, Jia, leaning against the wall, exhaled deeply, gasping for breath. She gently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and, cradling her injured arm, stood up unsteadily. Although Jia rose, she did not make an immediate exit. Instead, she began to shed her clothing. She removed the voluminous black robe that draped over her, revealing a thick white fur coat beneath. Without the concealment of the large robe, her proud figure was laid bare, yet her pallid complexion and the sheen of cold sweat diminished her beauty, a clear indication of her serious arm injury. I must trouble you to assist me with this, Jia instructed, pointing to a heap of garments on the floor, stained with blood. Wearing them outside would surely raise suspicions. Merlin raised his right hand, and in an instant, a fireball shot forth, igniting the pile of clothing on the ground. In mere moments, the garments were reduced to ashes. I shall take my leave now. The city guard occasionally patrols this area, and it is not safe here. With that, Jia gently clasped her injured arm. swiftly turning to exit the small abode. Merlin watched as Gia's figure swiftly vanished. He then wandered around the old man Ida's hut, noting that it had been nearly stripped of all its contents, leaving behind only an empty room. Recognizing that little of value remained, Merlin resolved to depart as well. For lingering here, regardless of the presence of the city guard, was undoubtedly precarious. A graceful silhouette meandered through the streets before finally pausing. It was none other than Gia, who had just exited the hut. She bit her lip, blood still seeping from her hand, the cloth wrapped around it nearing saturation with crimson. She turned her gaze toward the direction of Ida's wooden cabin, muttering under her breath, "Fool." Having uttered her curse, Gia seemed to inadvertently aggravate her wound, causing fresh beads of cold sweat to form. She leaned against the wall for support and staggered towards a small courtyard ahead. The courtyard, surrounded by towering walls, housed a classical-style loft, exuding a pleasant ambience, yet it appeared desolate, devoid of any presence. Gia, nursing her arm, stumbled into the courtyard, her bandage failing to staunch the relentless flow of blood, droplets of vivid red staining the ground in a startling display. "Lord Lauren." Gia arrived at the small house but did not knock. Instead, she stood respectfully outside, calling softly. A raspy voice soon echoed in the room, tinged with astonishment. "My Lord Lauren, when I visited Mr. Ida's cottage, I encountered Wilson Merlin. I was taken aback to learn that Mr. Ida has actually accepted Wilson Merlin as his true disciple. He has now become a spellcaster, and I was injured by him." Gia succinctly recounted the events. After a prolonged silence, the occupants of the room finally spoke. "These spellcasters are utterly reckless and audacious. They care little for the kingdom." Old Ida, in pursuit of a magical artifact, brazenly ventured to Grand City, only to be discovered by the followers of the Church of Light. It is fortunate he is dead. Otherwise, our years of toil here would have been in vain. Lord Lauren appeared noticeably displeased with the spellcasters, particularly with the old Ida. Gia, aware of her lower standing compared to both the spellcasters and Lord Lauren himself, dared not voice her opinions. After venting his frustrations regarding the old Ida, Lord Lauren solemnly inquired, "Does this Merlin know of our existence? He poses a potential threat. We must not be exposed, and thus, Merlin must be eliminated. Gia, since he has spared you, he may have lowered his guard. Devise a plan to lure him to your home." "I shall personally handle his demise." Lord Lauren's tone was laced with deadly intent. "My lord, this Merlin has become a spellcaster. It may not be easy to kill him." Gia expressed her concerns. "Do not fret. He has only just become a spellcaster. With my direct intervention and an element of surprise, eliminating him will be effortless. These spellcasters, when caught off guard, are no different from ordinary folk," Lord Lauren asserted with unwavering conviction. Gia could only nod in acquiescence, though her expression remained somber. Despite her subdued tone, she caught a glimpse of hope. Her previously pale face, drained from blood loss, now bore a hint of color due to her excitement. "Thank you, Lord Lauren," she exclaimed before hastily departing the courtyard. Meanwhile, Merlin stood before the mirror, tilting his head to examine the wound on his neck, which had already stopped bleeding and appeared not to be long, resembling a scratch from a branch. Such injuries would fully heal in a couple of days, leaving no trace behind. He cast the blood-stained scarf into a basin and tossed a fireball into it, watching as the scarf was reduced to ash amidst the roaring flames. Afterward, Merlin opened the windows for ventilation, waiting until the strange odor from the burning scarf dissipated before he opened the front door and descended the stairs. The butler was still directing the castle's servants to fell a large tree in the courtyard and remove it from the premises. The majestic tree was adorned with a thick layer of snow, and coupled with the howling winds from last night, it was ultimately uprooted by the tempest, crashing down upon the ground. Chapter 26. Whispers. Meshua entered through the door, her cheeks flushed from the cold. She brushed off the snowflakes from her clothing and hurriedly approached the fireplace, rubbing her hands together to warm them. Malin also joined her by the hearth, casually inquiring about her well-being. He nodded slightly but refrained from further conversation, settling himself in front of the fire. Though it appeared he was merely seeking warmth, in truth, he was acutely aware of the fire elements surrounding Meshua. Having constructed a spell model for the fireball technique within his consciousness, Malin had grown sensitive to fire elements. He could distinctly perceive the surrounding fire elements gradually penetrating Meshua's body. This was the unique characteristic of Meshua's fire affinity. It allowed her to attract fire elements into herself. If the accumulation of these elements within her reached a certain threshold, she would be able to communicate with them and unleash their formidable power. However, Malin noticed an intriguing phenomenon. Despite the influx of fire elements entering Meishua, many were simultaneously escaping her body. This indicated that she was unable to retain the fire elements that entered her, highlighting a significant distinction between elemental swordsmen and spellcasters. Spellcasters, once they had constructed their spell models, could forcibly draw in surrounding elements and bind them within their models, thereby securing their magical power without loss. In contrast, elemental swordsmen could not forcibly retain elements. They could only rely on their unique affinity to attract and gather more. Malin had initially hoped to assist Meishua in her quest to become a true elemental swordsman. Yet, upon closer observation, he realized that his presence was inadvertently siphoning the surrounding fire elements, even drawing some from within Meishua into his spell model. Thus, rather than aiding her, he would only hinder her ability to accumulate fire elements. Faced with this reality, Malin could only shake his head in resignation and said, "Meishua, since it is so cold, you should retire for the night." Seated in Moss's carriage, Malin was meditating with his eyes closed. After several days of practice, his mental fortitude had significantly improved. Though constructing a second spell model within his consciousness still felt somewhat ambitious. "Young Master Malin, we have arrived," Moss announced as the carriage came to a halt, lifting the curtain to speak. The mental meditation technique allowed for practice at any time and place, enabling one to awaken whenever necessary without the need for a dedicated quiet room. Thus, upon hearing Moss's words, Malin opened his eyes and gracefully alighted from the carriage. Today, he was attending a course on etiquette, having realized that further practice of the fireball technique within the castle was becoming increasingly futile. He had already mastered the precise control of the fireball using his mental energy, rendering prolonged practice unnecessary. Merlin walked straight in and spotted Guder and Anson on the second floor. However, they appeared oblivious to his presence, fixated instead on Tylifer in the distance. Tylifer was distributing a stack of invitations to those arriving for the etiquette class. Merlin approached, lightly tapping Guder on the shoulder, and quietly inquired, "What is Tylifer up to?" Startled, Guder breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing Merlin and grimaced slightly, replying, "What else could he be doing? Today is Tylifer's birthday, and he is busy inviting people to his birthday ball." A birthday ball? Merlin's interest waned immediately, given his relationship with Tylifer. He knew he would certainly not be on the guest list. "Haha, Merlin, you might not be aware, but the best part is yet to come. Tylifer has specifically come to invite Ms. Jia today." Guder chuckled derisively, and just as his words left his lips, Ms. Jia ascended the stairs. Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. Ms. Jia had sustained significant injuries the previous day, and her complexion still bore a pallor. However, the red mark on her forehead, inflicted by Merlin, had inexplicably vanished. It was curious what remedy she had employed to recover so swiftly. Upon seeing Ms. Jia, Tylifer hurriedly approached her, presenting the invitation with both hands in a display of noble etiquette, and said with a smile, "Ms. Jia, today is my birthday, and I have organized a birthday ball. I hope you can attend." "Your ball?" Ms. Jia lifted her gaze to Tylifer, her expression turning cold as she replied, "I'm sorry, but I have prior commitments today and unfortunately cannot attend." After uttering this, she disregarded Tylifer's astonished expression and walked directly toward Merlin. "Merlin, come with me. I have something important to discuss with you," Ms. Jia whispered into Merlin's ear. Merlin's expression shifted subtly but quickly returned to normal. Observing the astonished and shocked faces around him, he noted the stark contrast between Ms. Jia's whisper to him and her earlier indifference toward Tylifer, which evidently stirred misunderstandings among some. "Let us go." Merlin maintained a calm demeanor as he followed Ms. Jia out of the small building. Tylifer stood rooted to the spot, his face ashen, as he watched Merlin and Ms. Jia's retreating figures. The invitation he held fell to the ground. He could hardly fathom that Merlin had quietly endeavored to engage with Ms. Jia. Haha, Tylifer is in trouble. Who would have thought that Merlin would so effortlessly win over Ms. Jia? Judging by their demeanor, it seems their relationship is quite profound. Guder chuckled quietly, though a look of confusion crossed his face, prompting him to ask Anson beside him, "Anson, do you know when Merlin and Ms. Jia became involved?" Anson's expression shifted as he pondered, finally letting out a long sigh and shaking his head slightly. "I have no idea. After all, how many times has Merlin even been here?" Anson's heart was filled with complexity. Since the moment he laid eyes on Jia, he had been unable to forget her. However, the closeness that had developed between Merlin and Jia was somewhat difficult for him to accept. Following closely behind Jia, Merlin entered the spacious courtyard, where the expansive view allowed them to easily discern if anyone was nearby. Speaking in this place, They need not worry about being overheard. Jia, please. What is it that you wish to discuss? Merlin inquired, gradually coming to a halt, his expression calm and composed. Chapter 27. The Fierce Battle, Part 1. Do you have Teacher Ida's belongings? Merlin's gaze was intensely fixed on Jia, who continued to inquire, where are they? I have concealed them in a secret place. Follow me, Jia replied, turning to depart. Merlin squinted, observing Jia's retreating figure, ultimately deciding to follow. As they exited the small building, Moss approached and asked, Young Master Merlin, do you require a carriage? Merlin waved his hand dismissively, saying, No. I will be gone for a moment. You may wait here. Thus, Jia and Merlin walked through several street corners until they arrived at a charming courtyard. Come. The items are inside, Jia said, a glimmer of subtle brilliance flashing in her eyes as she led Merlin into the courtyard. The courtyard was spacious, adorned only with a few barren trees. However, the absence of snow on the ground indicated that it was regularly maintained. A few stone steps led up to a large door, presumably to the living room. The door was firmly shut. Upon reaching it, Jia suddenly turned around, frowning, and asked, Merlin, the items are inside. Why have you stopped? Merlin halted, gazing up at the closed door, a smile suddenly gracing his face. Jia, how many people are inside? Jia paused momentarily but maintained her calm demeanor as she replied, This is a secret stronghold of mine. Only I am aware of it. Is that so? Then let me test it. As soon as the words left his lips, 2 fireballs materialized beside Merlin, quietly hovering in the air, emanating a terrifying heat. Lord Lauren, attack! Jia shouted, retreating swiftly into the house. However, Merlin was swifter. The floating fireballs, under his mental guidance, surged toward Jia, trailing wisps of black smoke in their wake. Bang! Bang! With 2 sharp sounds, one fireball struck Jia's thigh. Yet, she seemed prepared, wielding a small shield that successfully blocked the fireball. However, the explosion's force propelled her into the house, leaving her fate uncertain. The other fireball collided with the sturdy door, the intense heat searing a large hole through it. Whoosh! Whoosh! A flurry of black arrows erupted from within the house, these short projectiles raining down in a torrent, clearly not from bows, but rather from a powerful crossbow. The arrows flew with astonishing speed, nearly 10 in number. Merlin's mental constructs of spells quaked violently as 2 more fireballs appeared. Merlin leapt backward just in time, and the 2 fireballs detonated, the resulting shockwave shattering the incoming arrows into fragments that fell to the ground. Silence enveloped the courtyard once more. Merlin vigilantly observing the house as a figure slowly emerged, standing on the stone steps, gazing down at him from a position of superiority. To your astonishment, you have uncovered the flaw in our ruse. Was it a lapse on our part, or did Jia falter? As the smoke dissipated, Merlin beheld the figure on the stone steps with clarity. It was a robust middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a bushy beard and an imposing presence. Clutching a massive sword, he emanated an aura of overwhelming pressure, reminiscent of a coiled beast ready to pounce. Within Merlin's mind, the magical constructs were fervently absorbing the fire elements from the surroundings. He had already cast the fireball spell 4 times, and the gray frame had transformed into a vibrant red, signifying his readiness to unleash the greater fireball. Jia deceived me, yet I too have exploited her. Her words were riddled with inconsistencies. In Master Ida's humble abode, my decision not to eliminate her was merely a strategy to draw you out. Although the Church of Light posed considerable danger, they would overlook the insignificant Blackwater City, ensuring my safety. Conversely, your awareness of my true identity presents a significant threat that must be eradicated. Merlin's tone grew increasingly indifferent. In truth, he had already discerned Jia's deception during their encounter in Ida's quarters. However, had he acted to eliminate her then, the agents of the Black Moon Kingdom lurking behind her might have traced the matter back to him. Hence, he chose to spare her for the moment, intending to ensnare all those affiliated with the Black Moon Kingdom. The bearded man maintained his composure, responding coolly, Young spellcaster, you are indeed astute. Yet, you practitioners are all alike, self-righteous and arrogant, particularly that old codger Ida, who disregarded my commands. Not only did he leave Blackwater City without authorization for a mere magical artifact, but he also clandestinely accepted you as his disciple. Humph, it is fortunate for him that he met his end early, otherwise, he would have learned that spellcasters are not as formidable as they presume. The man's imposing presence surged once more, the force of his aura palpable, instilling a sense of peril in Merlin. This individual was no ordinary elemental swordsman. He was likely of the 3rd tier or higher. Moreover, from his words, Merlin sensed a profound disdain for Ida and an overarching contempt for spellcasters in general. How dare you presume to compare yourself to Master Ida? Enough of this idle chatter. Let our prowess speak for itself. Merlin retorted, his hand rising slightly as a fireball shot forth towards the bearded man. Before the fireball could approach him, the man stomped his foot with such force that it felt as if the entire courtyard trembled. Instantly, a torrent of flames surged around his form, reaching half a meter high and distorting the very air itself. This was a powerful 3rd-tier flame swordsman. A mere 1st-tier fireball spell? Young spellcaster, allow me to demonstrate the might of a flame swordsman and his mastery over fire. Flame slash. The bearded man raised his massive sword, showing no fear of the terrifyingly heated fireball, and brought his sword down with great ferocity. Chapter 28. Fierce Battle, Part 2. The flames atop the greatsword surged upward by a meter, and with a single, decisive swing, the ferocious force of the fire erupted instantaneously. Even Merlin, situated dozens of meters away, could sense the violent shockwave. In the face of this overwhelming power, the fireball conjured by Merlin was swiftly consumed by the raging flames of the greatsword. A glimmer of concern flickered in Merlin's eyes. It was the first time he encountered a scenario where his fireball spell proved ineffective, and in such a brutal, direct confrontation. Your fireball spell is merely a level 0 incantation. In terms of ferocity, my abilities as a level 3 flame swordsman can easily overpower your feeble attempt. The bearded man boasted, his laughter echoing with a fervent madness, as if slaying a spellcaster were the fulfillment of his deepest desire. Merlin hastily retreated a few steps. The bearded man appeared well-versed in both spellcasters and their incantations. Indeed, as the man had asserted, Merlin found himself at a disadvantage. His fireball spell was ineffectual against the bearded man. However, Merlin understood that this feeling of being cornered did not stem from the inherent superiority of level 3 elemental swordsmen over spellcasters. Even an entry-level spellcaster was far from being overshadowed by 2nd or 3rd-tier elemental swordsmen. The true reason for Merlin's predicament lay in the limited repertoire of spells at his disposal. He possessed but a single incantation. If he could construct a binding spell within his sea of consciousness, the situation would be markedly different. Thus, one must approach the selection of spells with great caution. It is not always the most powerful incantation that suits one's needs. The ideal spell should be one that can be synergistically employed to achieve maximum effect. While Merlin's fireball spell was indeed formidable among level 0 spells, the absence of a binding spell rendered him somewhat ineffective, leaving him vulnerable to the bearded man's relentless assault. Suddenly, several black arrows flew silently from within the building, aimed directly at Merlin. However, his mental acuity enveloped the surrounding area, allowing him to detect any anomalies immediately. As the arrows launched from the structure, he sensed the impending danger. With the bearded man launching fierce attacks in front of him, Merlin found no opportunity to evade. He could only unleash another fireball to defend himself. His mana reserves were dwindling, permitting him only 4 or 5 more casts of the fireball spell. It became clear to him that merely employing the fireball spell would not suffice to vanquish his foes. A glint of determination flashed in Merlin's eyes. He deduced from the trajectory of the arrows that there were likely 2 individuals inside the house wielding powerful crossbows, intently monitoring the scene. The moment they found an opportune moment, they would not hesitate to unleash their bolts, posing a significant threat to Merlin. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. With this thought in mind, Merlin hesitated no longer. His mental energy activated the now crimson framework. Great fireball spell. Merlin extended his hand, and a fireball appeared in the void, nearly 3 times the size of the previous one. The terrifying heat distorted the air around it, and its internal structure seemed exceedingly unstable, requiring Merlin to exert his mental strength to suppress it forcefully. Otherwise, a catastrophic explosion would ensue. Such a colossal fireball could only be described as a behemoth, impossible to overlook. Oh no, is this a first-level spell? Sensing the immense power contained within the colossal fireball, the bearded man's countenance shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he retreated, fully aware of the arcane arts. The formidable fireball before him, if not a first-tier spell, was perilously close, a force of such magnitude that a mere 3rd-tier flame swordsman like himself could not hope to withstand. At this moment, he ceased to ponder how Merlin could unleash such a potent spell so suddenly, and instead, he frantically withdrew, desperate to distance himself from the ominous sphere of fire hovering in the void. In his retreat, he hurled his great sword like a javelin, infusing it with all his might, his right arm swinging forward with tremendous force. The sword transformed into a streak of white light, soaring towards Merlin in a graceful parabolic arc, even generating sparks from the friction with the air, a testament to its incredible speed. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Merlin instantly detonated the massive fireball. The explosion, despite the fireball being a meter or two away from the bearded man, unleashed a power so overwhelming that the violent shockwave lifted him off the ground. The great sword he had cast was shattered into fragments by the detonation. As the dust settled, Merlin beheld the bearded man sprawled on the stone steps, face down and utterly motionless. A pool of blood lay beneath him, a sight both harrowing and stark. Merlin approached cautiously, releasing another fireball that struck the man's back, creating a gaping wound that revealed the stark whiteness of his shattered bones. Upon confirming that the bearded man had succumbed to his injuries, Merlin drew closer. Noting that nearly half of his head had been obliterated, he was unequivocally dead. The potency of the fireball spell astonished Merlin. However, he did not linger on this revelation. There were others in the house, and he needed to eliminate them to feel even a semblance of relief. With a swift motion, Merlin darted into the dimly lit interior of the house, where glimmers of cold light flickered, black arrows. Fortunately, Merlin was prepared. 2 fireballs soared towards the source of the arrows. The explosions erupted, and from the shadows, agonized cries emanated. In the brief illumination of the flames, Merlin discerned 2 cloaked figures hurled backward by the force of the blasts, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Having dealt with the 2 crossbowmen, Merlin scanned the room intently. Previously, he had used a fireball spell to propel Gia into the interior. Yet her body was conspicuously absent from the floor. Clearly, she had not perished and must have managed to conceal herself. The room was shrouded in darkness, yet faintly illuminated by traces of blood that extended to a corner within. A cold smile played upon Merlin's lips as he followed the sanguine trail. In the corner, Jia pressed firmly against the wall, desperately clutching her thigh. The blood on the floor emanated from her wound, although she had blocked Merlin's fireball with her shield. The sheer force of the explosion had still inflicted grievous harm upon her leg. "Merlin, please do not kill me. I am left with no choice," she pleaded. "Now that Lord Lauren is dead and your complete destruction of the stronghold in Blackwater City is accomplished, I can become your ally. I will gather intelligence for you. You may command me as you wish." Despite the agony in her thigh, Jia straightened her posture, proudly thrusting out her ample bosom, her gaze filled with a tantalizing challenge. Chapter 29. Unexpected gains. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, compelling a solitary update, with promises of further entries to follow. "Can do anything?" Merlin's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze brazenly traversing the voluptuous curves of Jia. "Indeed, I shall remain by your side. You may pursue any endeavor you wish," Jia replied, a tantalizing smile gracing her lips. "Regrettably, you have become of little use." A glimmer of frigid malice flickered in Merlin's narrowed eyes. With a swift motion, a fireball erupted from Merlin's palm, striking Jia squarely in the chest. The inferno seared a gaping wound into her ample bosom, the charred flesh starkly contrasting with her fair skin. Jia's eyes widened in disbelief, as if grappling with the reality of her fate. Having dispatched Jia, Merlin returned to the lifeless forms of the bearded man and his companions, rummaging through their remains. After a brief search, he uncovered several slightly yellowed pages from the bearded man's possession. Is this a spell model?" Merlin mused, taken aback by the unexpected discovery of a sorcerer's spell model on the deceased. Yet, there was no time for thorough examination. He needed to dispose of the scene. Thus, he dragged the bodies into the courtyard, igniting a fireball that swiftly engulfed them in flames, consuming the corpses and rendering them unrecognizable. Afterward, he simply dug a pit in the yard and buried the ashes that remained. With the task complete, Merlin departed the courtyard. This marked his first act of killing in both this life and the last, and he had taken 4 lives at once. Strangely, he felt no discomfort. Instead, a serene calm enveloped him. Since the courtyard served as a secret hideout for Jia and her associates, it was unlikely that anyone would discover the events that transpired here. Their deliberate isolation from the denizens of Blackwater City worked to his advantage, ensuring that he remained unnoticed. After a moment of contemplation, Merlin retrieved the yellowed pages he had found, revealing a series of spell models. He had not had the opportunity to examine them closely while handling the bodies. Gently, he nudged a candle closer, bringing the pages into the flickering light for a better look. Frost spell, ice element, 0-level spell. A surge of joy filled Merlin. This was a 0-level spell, precisely the binding magic he had long sought. although he already possessed a spell model for Cyclone. The second zero-level spell recorded in the tome of the old sage Ida, he realized that Cyclone, much like Fireball, was an offensive spell. Upon reflection, he concluded that it was not the spell most suited to his abilities. He has now acquired the Fireball spell, which boasts considerable power. Thus, what he urgently requires are auxiliary or binding spells. Unexpectedly, he has obtained a binding spell that perfectly complements the Fireball spell, promising excellent results in practical application. The bearded man, as a flame swordsman, possesses a spell model characteristic of a spellcaster, which is rather peculiar. However, considering the bearded man's inexplicable animosity towards spellcasters, Merlin begins to formulate a hypothesis. It seems that the bearded man harbors aspirations to become a spellcaster, but perhaps due to his insufficient mental acuity, he is unable to achieve this status. Consequently, even with the model for the freezing spell, he finds himself powerless to utilize it. Over time, this has fostered a sense of hostility towards spellcasters within him. Although the bearded man possesses the spell model, he is unable to cultivate it, which inadvertently benefits Merlin. His mental fortitude remains somewhat lacking, preventing him from supporting two spell models. It appears that he must wait a while longer before he can cultivate the freezing spell. Merlin furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of regret. Although he has already begun practicing mental meditation techniques, the enhancement of mental strength requires prolonged accumulation over time. At his current level of mental acuity, Merlin cannot sustain a second spell model. It seems he must dedicate more time to meditation. Presently, Merlin's mental strength has become his Achilles heel. However, with the matrix number, the challenges of constructing spell models that trouble all spellcasters are not an issue for him. What he lacks is the substantial mental power to support a greater number of spell models. The following day, Merlin sat in Moss's carriage as Moss drove them around the streets, ostensibly to observe the courtyard where the bearded man and his companions resided. Outside the courtyard, there was no trace of any bloodshed, and the surroundings were devoid of people, exactly as Merlin had anticipated. To maintain an air of mystery, the bearded man and his companions seldom interacted with those nearby, ensuring that their absence for a year and a half would not raise any suspicions. Merlin let out a slight sigh of relief. Remaining undetected was the best possible outcome. However, there was still Jia, whose striking appearance made her prone to attracting attention. Moreover, as a teacher of etiquette, her disappearance would undoubtedly provoke inquiries. Therefore, Merlin had attended etiquette classes over the past few days to gauge the public and Apos' reaction to Jia and Apos' absence, preparing himself for any necessary responses. The most iconic structure of Blackwater City is undoubtedly the Lord's Mansion, surrounded by towering walls. The mansion features an oval-shaped castle with a pointed roof, where knights from the city defense unit frequently patrol. Common folk find it difficult even to approach the Lord's Mansion. Suddenly, not far from the Lord's Mansion, a troop of galloping knights appeared, distinguishable by their attire, which differed significantly from that of the city defense knights. As the knightly procession drew closer, it became apparent that there were over 20 knights, seemingly escorting a carriage at the center of their formation. These knights were swiftly advancing towards the Lord's Mansion, escorting the carriage. Chapter 30. A distinguished guest, the captain of the city defense knights, promptly stepped forward, calling out loudly to the approaching party in the distance, "Which noble lord has arrived?" Knights are not merely assembled by anyone. Only nobles possess the authority to form a contingent of knights to safeguard their territories. Merchants and affluent individuals, on the other hand, may only hire formidable swordsmen at best. As the knightly procession gradually slowed, its leader, a middle-aged man in his 40s, emerged, adorned with a helmet reminiscent of flames and clad in heavy armor, astride a robust black steed. He advanced with an air of authority, stating coolly, "I am Baron Wingulite Barry, here to pay a visit to the lord of the city, accompanied by an esteemed guest." "Ah, it is Baron Wingulite. Please wait a moment. I shall report to the lord at once." The captain of the city defense knights was well aware of Baron Wingulite's status as a nobleman of Blackwater City. However, before he proceeded to inform the lord, he cast a discerning glance at the carriage nestled among the knights, knowing that its occupant must possess a remarkably elevated status to warrant the baron's personal escort. Thus, he hastened into the lord's residence without delay. Baron Wingulite gazed upon the imposing lord's mansion, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes, before softly calling out, "Tarafa." Tarafa, who had been trailing behind in the knightly formation, quickly stepped forward upon hearing her father's voice, respectfully inquiring, "Father, what is your command?" With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Baron Wingulite replied in a low tone, "In a while, Ogden will undoubtedly prevent your entry. You are to remain here with the knights from the castle and await my return." Tarafa's gaze narrowed slightly, concern evident as she asked, "Father, could there be danger? What if Ogden refuses?" "Refuse? If he does, all the better. Once our objective is achieved, perhaps the master of this lord's mansion will change. As for danger, with that esteemed individual present, what peril could possibly arise?" Baron Wangulite's eyes flickered towards the mysterious carriage, a hint of trepidation crossing his face. He nodded and commanded, "Lead the way." With that, Baron Wangulite and the enigmatic carriage followed the knights slowly into the lord's mansion. Inside the reception hall of the lord's mansion, the current lord of Blackwater City, Baron Ogden, sat in his chair, his brow slightly furrowed as he intently gazed outside. "My lord, Baron Wangulite has arrived." Baron Ogden swiftly gestured, "Please, welcome Baron Wangulite." As soon as the words escaped his lips, Baron Wangulite strode into the hall with a hearty laugh, slightly bowing in the customary manner of noble etiquette toward Baron Ogden. Baron Ogden's expression remained unchanged. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Wangulite before calmly inquiring, "Baron Wangulite, why have you left your castle today to visit my lord's mansion? Is there an important matter at hand?" Despite the frigid tone of Lord Ogden, Wangulite remained unperturbed, maintaining his composure as he lowered his voice and said, "Baron Ogden, I'm not the one seeking you this time. Rather, it is a distinguished guest." With that, a man clad in a white robe, adorned with a silver cross sword on his chest, entered the room. Upon seeing this figure, Ogden's demeanor shifted dramatically. He rose abruptly and intoned gravely, "Master Jason, did you not eradicate the vile heretics last time? Is there still a presence of evil in Blackwater City?" The man in white was none other than Master Jason, the one who had traveled from Grand City to Blackwater City and slain the Eldorida. Hearing these words, Ogden could no longer maintain his composure. He slumped down into his chair, his head drooping, his expression as dark as the depths of a shadowed abyss. Master Jason's purpose was not to address any heretical threat, but rather to compel him to make a choice. Was the church finally taking action? Could they not afford to wait a little longer? Ogden, his face ashen, inquired. Master Jason's expression remained cold as he sneered, "Baron Ogden, we have granted you ample time for contemplation. Once we take action, all previous assurances shall be rendered void." Ogden's lips felt parched as he glanced at Wangulite beside Jason. He understood that if he hesitated to acquiesce, the ultimate beneficiaries would likely be the Wangulite family, while his own lineage might face utter decline due to his erroneous decision. Such a monumental cost was beyond his capacity to bear. After a prolonged silence, Ogden slowly lifted his head, inhaling deeply, and with grave seriousness articulated, "Master Jason, my city defense knights are at your disposal, ready to heed your commands. Please instruct me, for I, the Ogden family, are the most devoted followers of the divine." Having made his decision, Baron Ogden felt an unexpected lightness within. It was quite simple. The Lord needed only to summon all the nobles of Blackwater City to the Lord's manor to discuss the recent spate of robberies plaguing the towns. He was confident they would all attend. At that juncture, those nobles willing to embrace the divine and become followers would be well rewarded, but for those obstinate in their ways, he would personally ensure their demise. Upon hearing Master Jason's plan, a chill ran through Baron Ogden. If the scheme succeeded, it would ensnare all the nobles of Blackwater City. Noticing Master Jason's gaze upon him, Ogden hastily asserted, "Rest assured, Master Jason, I shall notify all the nobles in Blackwater City in the name of the Lord." "What about Wilson? What do you believe should be done?" Master Jason's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze icy as it bore into Baron Ogden. The Baron glanced at Wangulite, fully aware of the well-known enmity between Wangulite and Wilson in Blackwater City. After a moment of contemplation, Ogden replied solemnly, "Wilson has served in the military for 20 years, accumulating commendable achievements, ultimately rising to the rank of Baron. He is indeed battle-hardened. The nearly 200 heavily armored knights he has trained are the elite among elites. Even my city defense knights would likely be unable to withstand the onslaught of Wilson's armored cavalry. Moreover, Wilson himself is a second-tier elemental swordsman, possessing formidable strength that is exceedingly difficult to contend with." Chapter 31, Territory, Part 1. Merlin reclined in Moss's cart, allowing the jolts to pass over him without movement, as he engaged in meditation. This form of mental contemplation required no stringent conditions and could be practiced at any moment. At present, Merlin sought to swiftly construct a second spell model within his sea of consciousness, necessitating an enhancement of his mental fortitude. Meditation was thus the sole method available for such growth. "Master Merlin, we have arrived," Moss's gentle voice broke through the stillness, prompting Merlin to open his eyes, lift the curtain, and alight from the cart. This marked the third consecutive day that Merlin attended etiquette classes, and during this time, Gia had vanished without a trace, raising suspicions among some. Therefore, Merlin felt compelled to closely observe the reactions of those around him. Upon entering the room on the second floor, he spotted the rotund Guders, who sat before an organ, his chubby fingers poised over the keys as he played a piece. Although Merlin was not well versed in music, he found Guders' performance unbearable. It was not music at all, but rather a cacophony of noise. The 10 fingers, plump and akin to thick logs, were hardly suited for the delicate art of music. This was a music lesson, and others in the room could no longer endure Guders' tormenting sounds. They shouted in frustration, forcing him away from the organ. Unfazed, Guder approached Merlin with a jovial demeanor, draping an arm over his shoulder and casually remarking, "Merlin, you've been punctual these past few days. Heh, this is rather unlike you. Are you perhaps waiting for Gia?" With a mischievous grin, Guder winked at Merlin. Having grown accustomed to Guder's jests, Merlin paid little heed and quietly inquired, "By the way, Guder, you are quite well informed. Do you know why teacher Gia has been absent these past few days?" Guder shook his head. "No idea. Gia is quite the enigma. And being a temporary hire, no one even knows where she resides, let alone any news about her. I've heard a new history teacher has been appointed and will begin tomorrow. Who knows, she might be even more enchanting than Gia." Merlin remained silent. Though relief washed over him, Gia was sent by the Black Moon Kingdom, her identity shrouded in secrecy, thus eluding any investigation. Her current absence meant that no one could uncover her whereabouts, which was indeed fortunate for Merlin. Once the new history teacher commenced her duties, who would still remember Gia? Merlin, be cautious of Cipher. Ever since he unsuccessfully invited Gia to his birthday ball, he has not returned here and has been acting rather mysteriously, Guder advised with concern. "I will be vigilant," Merlin nodded, though his mind was primarily preoccupied with his mental strength and the progress toward constructing his second spell model. Meditation necessitates a conscious state. Thus, one cannot achieve its effects while in a state of unconsciousness during sleep. True meditation occurs in a state of liminality, allowing for the gradual enhancement of one's mental faculties. Consequently, during slumber, Merlin is unable to meditate. Otherwise, those 8 hours of sleep could be transformed into a period of profound meditation, significantly accelerating his mental development. At this juncture, the butler approached and spoke softly to Merlin. "Young Master Merlin, there are 2 knights from the city defense regiment outside, claiming they have come on the orders of the city lord to seek out Baron Wilson." Knights from the city defense regiment? Merlin frowned, harboring no fondness for them, especially after their last visit when they had taken him away to be interrogated by the church's guardian swordsman and faced the perilous mage Jason. Fortunately, Jason had not detected anything amiss, allowing him to narrowly escape a dire fate. "Permit them to enter," Merlin said coolly. Despite his dissatisfaction with the knights, they were sent by the city lord, and thus he could not refuse them. After all, in Blackwater City, the city lord wielded the greatest power. Soon, 2 tall knights clad in silver light armor entered the hall. After the butler introduced Merlin's identity, they both inclined their heads in a respectful greeting and said, "Young Master Merlin, we have been commanded by the city lord to inform Baron Wilson that he is to convene at the city lord's mansion in 3 days with all the nobles of Blackwater City to discuss a united response to the threat posed by the bandits. The emergence of these bandits has become a significant threat to Blackwater City, prompting the city lord to mobilize all the nobles to collectively confront them." "Very well, I understand. I will ensure my father is informed promptly," Merlin replied, gesturing for the butler to escort the knights out. However, he then added, "There is no need. I shall personally inform my father in the territory." "Young Master Merlin, the area surrounding Blackwater City is currently unsafe," the butler urged, concerned for Merlin's safety should he encounter bandits along the way. "We could dispatch additional knights for your escort. Although your father's heavy cavalry is no longer present in the castle, we can send dozens of knights along with you, ensuring your safety." "Enough. The matter is settled. I shall depart at dawn tomorrow," Merlin declared with an air of finality. His resolute stance was driven not merely by duty, but also by a desire to seize the opportunity to explore the world beyond Blackwater City. Having ventured nowhere else since his arrival, such a splendid opportunity could not be squandered. "Very well, I shall make the necessary preparations," the butler conceded, recognizing that Merlin's safety was paramount. Even in the absence of heavy cavalry, the strength of his escort must remain formidable, requiring time to select suitable knights for the task. Chapter 32. The Territory, Part 2. As dawn broke the following day, Wilson Castle buzzed with activity. A contingent of over 60 light-armored knights stood vigil at the grand entrance. "Be cautious, do not linger along the way, proceed directly to my father's domain," Mei Shui admonished Merlin with great care. She had learned of his impending journey to the territory the night before, when the steward had already orchestrated all arrangements. Even if she had wished to deter him, it was too late. Merlin nodded and stepped into the carriage. The journey ahead was long, nearly a full day's travel. To provide him with a familiar presence, Moss was tasked with driving the carriage. "Moss, let us be off." With Merlin's command, they slowly departed from Wilson Castle, escorted by the throng of knights. As the carriage swiftly exited Blackwater City, it was Merlin's first experience beyond the city limits. He was captivated by the world outside, opting not to meditate, but instead lifted the carriage curtain to survey the scenery. The road beyond the city was rugged, a stark contrast to the smooth stone-paved streets within. Here, it consisted merely of dirt interspersed with gravel, carelessly laid upon the ground, with ditches and unevenness aplenty. Even Moss's adept driving could not ensure a smooth ride. Fortunately, Merlin's physique had grown robust through the mystical postures of the relief sculptures, allowing him to endure the jolting journey. Positioned amidst the ranks of knights, Merlin could glimpse a young knight beside him, likely around 16 or 17 years of age. Despite his youthful appearance, his hands were calloused, a testament to long years spent wielding a sword. "What is your name?" Merlin inquired of the young knight. "Yagus. How long have you served at Wilson Castle?" "Master Merlin, I was chosen by the Baron 3 years ago. After 2 years of rigorous training, I was finally elevated to knighthood." A glimmer of gratitude and pride illuminated Yagus's face. Merlin understood that for a commoner, being a knight in service to a noble was a significant honor. Being a knight of the aristocracy granted one's family certain tax exemptions or reductions within the noble's domain, making it a dream for countless common children. Yagus's ascension to knighthood at such a tender age must have stemmed not only from his relentless training but also from considerable innate talent. "Do you possess a fire attribute physique?" Merlin continued, sensing the flow of fire elements gravitating towards Yagus. "Yes, Master Merlin. I do possess a fire attribute physique. But had it not been for the Baron, I would have perished from hunger." The Baron once proclaimed that a knight must embody loyalty, justice, courage, and dedication. I shall remain at the Baron's side for life, serving as his knight. This is also my inaugural mission. Rest assured, Master Merlin, even in the face of bandits, I shall ensure your safety." Agus spoke with a tone that was both solemn and sincere, and Merlin could sense that these were the genuine thoughts emanating from Agus's heart. "Protect me?" Merlin could not help but shake his head. His current physical prowess was already comparable to that of a peak first-rank elemental swordsman, and he was also a mysterious and powerful spellcaster. What need had he for protection? The scenery outside the carriage quickly lost its appeal, prompting Merlin to recline within and begin meditating to enhance his mental acuity. "Master Merlin, we have arrived at the territory." It was uncertain how much time had passed when Merlin awoke from his meditation. "Have we arrived?" He opened the carriage curtain and discovered that dusk had descended, casting a dim light over the surroundings. At the end of a winding path stood a magnificent castle, the very stronghold of the old Wilson territory. Merlin alighted from the carriage and proceeded on foot, flanked by several knightly guards who remained vigilant even upon entering the territory. "Halt! Who are you?" As he approached the castle, 4 guards obstructed his path. One of the knights accompanying Merlin swiftly stepped forward and stated, "This is Master Merlin, here to discuss important matters with Baron." "Master Merlin?" The guards exchanged skeptical glances, for they had never personally met Merlin, though they had heard whispers of a son named Merlin belonging to Baron Wilson. "Please wait, Master Merlin. We will summon Captain Pulla for confirmation." The guards did not permit Merlin to enter the castle, but instead dispatched someone to seek out Captain Pulla. Merlin furrowed his brow, not out of dissatisfaction at being halted, but rather due to the excessive caution exhibited by the castle guards. Had something occurred within the stronghold that warranted such stringent defenses? He resolved to inquire further once Pulla arrived. After a brief wait, Captain Pulla finally emerged, striding towards them with purpose. "Step aside. He is Master Merlin. You all should take heed and remember this. Henceforth, do not obstruct Master Merlin's entry." Captain Pulla delivered a stern reprimand to the guards before leading Merlin into the castle. As they walked, Merlin inquired, "Uncle Pulla, has something happened in the territory? Why is the vigilance so heightened?" Merlin was taken aback. Throughout his journey, he had encountered no thieves and had assumed the territory remained untroubled by bandits, only to discover that the situation was, in fact, far more dire than he had anticipated. Chapter 33. The strange wind. Merlin followed Pulla into the castle, and as he entered, he immediately sensed the peculiar decor of the interior. The slightly yellowed walls were adorned with vibrant murals, some of which were indistinct and others worn and faded, with scarcely a single one in clear detail. "This castle seems rather ancient, doesn't it?" Merlin inquired of Pulla. Pulla nodded, replying, "Indeed, this castle is quite old. Even the eldest residents of the territory cannot ascertain its exact date of establishment. It is known to have been standing for at least 5 centuries, perhaps even longer. Since the Baron took residence here, he has had it renovated, yet the decorations in this hall remain untouched, preserving their original state." Merlin acknowledged this. The architecture in this world was predominantly robust, allowing many castles to endure for hundreds or even thousands of years. Perhaps this castle was erected by some nobleman centuries ago. By the way, where is father? Merlin glanced around, spotting only a few servants, but no sign of old Wilson. Although old Wilson was absent, the castle naturally had a steward, and she was a remarkably beautiful lady. After handing Merlin over to her, Pulla exited the castle to conduct an inspection outside. The stewardess, voluptuous and likely in her 30s, wore bright lipstick, her gaze constantly appraising Merlin. "Master Merlin, after your long journey, you must be weary. I have prepared warm water for you in your room," she said. She then led Merlin into a spacious chamber where a large tub filled with steaming water awaited him. "Please, Master Merlin." Unbeknownst to him, the stewardess had quietly closed the door and approached the tub, seemingly intending to assist Merlin with his bath. Since arriving in this world, Merlin had felt a sense of constraint, and now, in an entirely unfamiliar setting, confronted by a beautiful woman, his heart began to race with fervor. With a splash, he shed his garments and leaped into the tub. The stewardess smiled coyly, her sultry eyes gleaming as her delicate hands began to caress his body. Merlin, eyes half closed, felt a surge of desire ignite within him. He seized the stewardess's hand and whispered with a playful laugh, "Come in." With a firm tug, he drew her into the tub alongside him. Though she remained clothed, her figure was undeniably alluring, accentuated by the water. Her hands gently traced Merlin's chest. And despite his lack of formal training, the rigorous postures he practiced on the mysterious reliefs had sculpted his physique into one of impressive strength, brimming with latent power. Yet at that moment, Merlin closed his eyes, relishing the tender touch of the stewardess. "Indeed, Master Merlin, you are truly the son of the Baron. Your physique is not at all inferior to that of your father." The female steward exhaled softly, whispering into Merlin's ear. What did you say? You served my father?" Merlin abruptly opened his eyes and inquired in a grave tone. The steward, with a playful smile, replied, "Of course, each time Lord Baron visited the estate, I was the one in attendance." As she spoke, she proudly arched her voluptuous figure, seemingly reveling in her past service. However, a peculiar expression crossed Merlin's face. Despite the steward's provocative posture upon him, he felt no desire, only an unsettling chill coursing through him. Merlin was well aware that the private lives of the nobility were often exceedingly debauched. It was common for a beautiful maid to attend to the elderly Wilson before subsequently serving Merlin. Yet, he found himself unable to accept this reality. "Leave. I no longer require your services," he commanded coldly, dismissing the steward who remained momentarily stunned. Submerged in the warmth of the bath water, Merlin felt his fatigue gradually dissipate. However, the earlier stirrings of desire ignited by the beautiful steward left him feeling restless. Reluctantly, he closed his eyes, leaning against the edge of the tub to meditate. Meditation requires one to enter a peculiar state of near oblivion, and soon Merlin's mind began to calm, as he seemed to forget his surroundings. Becoming completely absorbed in his introspection, time passed, though he could not tell how long, when he suddenly perceived a faint sound akin to a baby's whimpering. Startled by the eerie noise, he quickly rose, shivering as he noted the water had grown cold, indicating he had been meditating for at least 2 hours. What was that sound? He wondered aloud, emerging from the tub and dressing swiftly, straining his ears to discern the increasingly distinct and chilling whimper. He exited the room and descended the stairs, where he encountered Commander Pulla on his patrol. "Uncle Pulla, what was that sound?" It resembled a child crying, Merlin inquired softly. Noticing the guards accompanying Pulla bore expressions of indifference, as if they were accustomed to such occurrences. Outside the castle, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Pulla stepped forward and reassured Merlin. "Young Master Merlin, it's nothing to worry about, merely the sound of the wind. Not far from the castle, a peculiar breeze often blows, producing those strange sounds. It's not a child weeping." "Oh, such a curious phenomenon. Uncle Pulla, might you take me to see it?" Merlin, intrigued, expressed a desire to witness the source of the unsettling wind. "Well, if young Master Merlin wishes to see it, then let us go," Pulla replied, his brow furrowing slightly as he hesitated. However, perhaps due to the proximity of that place to the castle, which did not quite fall beyond its bounds. She ultimately nodded in agreement and instructed someone to bring a candelabrum, igniting 5 candles to illuminate the path ahead. Merlin closely followed in the wake of Pulla. Chapter 34. The encounter. The air outside was somewhat chilly, prompting Merlin to tighten his coat as he followed Prala for approximately 100 meters until they arrived at a weathered wall. Suddenly, Prala halted, turning to Merlin and stating, "Young Master Merlin, we have arrived. It is here." Merlin followed Prala's gaze, and indeed, not far ahead, a peculiar wind manifested, forming a small vortex that spun incessantly, emanating soft whimpering sounds reminiscent of an infant's cries. Oddly, there was no breeze at all. Merlin furrowed his brow, recognizing the strangeness of this wind. Apart from this anomaly, the surrounding area remained still. Taking a few steps closer to the vortex, he keenly observed that the wind was not chaotic but rather governed by a certain order, as if a mysterious force were controlling it. "Young Master Merlin, this wind possesses considerable power. We once had several knights attempt to investigate, but they were injured by stones flung from the vortex. When the wind subsided, we found nothing unusual, which was quite bizarre," Prala remarked softly, glancing at Merlin. However, Merlin paid little heed to Prala's words. He was now focusing his mental energy to examine the swirling wind. Through his perception, he sensed countless wind elements, all raging violently. Yet they seemed to be restrained by an orderly force, compelled to operate within a specific framework. The ability to manipulate elements according to a set order is a hallmark of magic. The spells cast by a magician essentially guide the elements to function within a defined structure. For instance, the fireball spell that Merlin had mastered operated under its own specific model, compressing the volatile fire elements into a compact sphere, thus bestowing it with tremendous destructive power. The peculiar wind before him appeared to be a form of magic. However, this spell was remarkably disorganized, its potency diminished to the bare minimum, merely maintaining the wind elements within a limited radius. This suggested that it was not the work of a magician actively invoking a spell model, but rather an automated release from a magical tool in the absence of control. A magical tool is crafted by a magician to aid in spellcasting. Items such as wands and scrolls fall under this category. Merlin had encountered references to these tools in Elder Ida's spellbook, noting that each was precious, often requiring significant effort and resources from powerful magicians of the first rank or above to create. Thus, even Elder Ida lacked a magical tool. The prospect that this peculiar wind might be a result of such a tool thrilled Merlin. Any magical tool is a coveted treasure for a magician. Yet, despite his excitement, Merlin maintained a calm facade, saying, "Uncle Prala, please wait here while I approach to take a closer look." Commander Prala admonished, "Young Master Merlin, exercise caution and do not draw too near, lest you incur injury." Merlin nodded and took a few steps forward, approaching the strange wind. The force of the wind was indeed formidable. On such a frigid day, it lashed against his face like the sting of a blade. Nevertheless, Merlin pressed on, channeling his mental energy to seek the source of this peculiar breeze. Only by locating its origin could he uncover the magical artifact responsible for its release. Uncle Prala and the others had searched thoroughly but found nothing, suggesting that the artifact might not lie above ground but rather be buried beneath. Analyzing the situation meticulously, aided by his mental prowess, Merlin easily discerned the source of the wind emanating from a corner, extending deep underground. His previous analysis had proven accurate. A magical tool was indeed concealed below the surface. While Merlin had pinpointed the source of the strange wind and deduced that a magical artifact was likely buried underground, he was unable to retrieve it with Prala watching closely. He silently committed the approximate location to memory, planning to return the following day for further exploration. Prala, observing Merlin standing motionless before the wind, found it peculiar, suspecting that Merlin might have been harmed by it. However, midway through his contemplation, the sound of galloping hooves resonated from outside, as a troop of riders charged towards the castle. Father? Old Wilson was the closest person to Merlin, and he pondered whether old Wilson would discern any clues. "Young Master Merlin, we must depart. Even within the territory, the Baron frequently inquires after you," Prala urged, noticing Merlin's stillness. "Indeed, it is time to meet him," Merlin replied, his expression shifting, while Prala remained unaware and swiftly made his way toward the castle. Shortly thereafter, numerous servants emerged from within the castle, illuminating the halls as brightly as day to respectfully welcome old Wilson's return. "My Lord Baron," Prala exclaimed, swiftly kneeling on one knee in homage to old Wilson. At that moment, old Wilson, mounted on a steed, was clad in formidable black armor. His imposing figure accentuated by thick brows and piercing eyes, exuding an aura that evoked primal fear. In his hand, he wielded a great sword, still stained with fresh blood, suggesting he had recently emerged from a fierce battle. Merlin. At last, old Wilson's gaze fell upon Merlin. The fearsome aura that had enveloped him moments before dissipated, replaced by a profound warmth of paternal affection that enveloped Merlin like a comforting embrace. Father. Merlin inhaled deeply, stepping forward as he called out. Chapter 35, Magical Tools, Part 1. Merlin had envisioned many scenarios surrounding his meeting with old Wilson, speculating on the various possibilities that could arise. Yet, as the moment of their encounter approached, he found himself enveloped in tranquility. Merlin, what brings you here? Old Wilson swiftly dismounted from his steed and strode towards Merlin, his gaze imbued with affection. Merlin had to tilt his head slightly to meet the eyes of old Wilson, whose towering stature approached 2 meters, broad-shouldered and formidable. As he drew near, a distinct scent of iron and blood assailed Merlin's senses. Father, have you encountered bandits? Old Wilson nonchalantly sheathed his bloodied sword, dismissing the concern. Just a few minor thieves, all dealt with. They posed no threat. Come, let us speak inside. Thus, Merlin followed old Wilson into the castle. With the assistance of several servants, old Wilson began to remove his black armor. Merlin observed with astonishment as 2 or 3 servants struggled to maneuver the heavy armor, realizing that it must weigh at least 300 pounds. To don such a weighty suit of armor would be a daunting task for an ordinary person, not only in terms of movement, but also in endurance. Yet, old Wilson wore it with ease, showcasing his remarkable physical prowess. Initially, Merlin had presumed old Wilson to be merely a level 2 flame swordsman, but it became evident that he was far more formidable than he appeared. A mere level 2 flame swordsman would never manage to wear such cumbersome armor. In addition to being a level 2 flame swordsman, old Wilson possessed extraordinary talent and exceptional physical attributes, his strength bordering on the terrifying. His raw physical power likely surpassed that of a level 2 elemental swordsman. It was no wonder that his father survived the infamous Slaughterhouse campaign against the Black Moon Kingdom, accumulating a wealth of military achievements and ultimately attaining nobility. His superior physical condition was undoubtedly his greatest asset. Merlin could now sense an influx of fire elements surging into old Wilson's body, indicating that he had likely reached the pinnacle of a level 2 flame swordsman, poised for an opportunity that might propel him to a level 3 flame swordsman. As for old Wilson's true strength, Merlin could not discern it. However, he believed that with old Wilson's formidable power, he would undoubtedly stand his ground against a level 3 elemental swordsman. Under the guidance of the housekeeper, old Wilson entered a chamber to bathe. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, revitalized and dressed in fresh attire, entering the hall. At that moment, having shed his black armor, the fierce, sanguine aura surrounding old Wilson had dissipated, leaving him appearing remarkably serene. He approached Merlin, gently patting him on the shoulder, scrutinizing him from head to toe, a flicker of satisfaction gracing his face as he remarked with a slight smile, "Indeed, you have grown quite robust. Now you truly resemble my son." It was evident that old Wilson was genuinely pleased with Merlin's improved physique. For anyone who had witnessed Merlin's former frail state would scarcely believe he was the son of old Wilson. "By the way, Merlin, what brings you here from Blackwater City? Has something happened at home?" A glint of intensity flashed in old Wilson's eyes, and his previously serene demeanor seemed to morph into a tempestuous one. Fortunately, Merlin's mental fortitude was considerable, allowing him to maintain control over his emotions and remain unshaken by old Wilson's ferocious aura. "Father, there is nothing amiss at home. The city lord has summoned all the nobles of Blackwater City to the lord's manor to discuss strategies against the bandits, which is why I have come to inform you." Merlin recounted the events in detail, prompting old Wilson to furrow his brow, deep in thought. After a prolonged silence, old Wilson lifted his gaze and spoke calmly. "The towns surrounding Blackwater City have all been plagued by banditry. Curiously, however, none have suffered catastrophic destruction. It seems these bandits are not merely pillaging. They must have ulterior motives. Regardless, we must expel these brigands. Otherwise, the surrounding towns and the territories of many nobles will remain in turmoil. A few days ago, during my patrol, I encountered only a small band of thieves, no more than a dozen, whose strength was not formidable. My heavily armored knights dispatched them with ease. Yet, the larger factions of bandits remain hidden in a secret location, eluding discovery. Should we unite the strength of all the nobles in Blackwater City to act in concert? It would simplify our efforts against these marauders. By the way, did Ogden mention when the discussions would take place? Old Wilson swiftly reached a decision. Realizing the significant threat posed by the bandits necessitated a collective response from all the nobles of Blackwater City to drive them away. The following morning, Merlin awoke from his slumber just as dawn broke, the air still crisp with winter's chill. Despite the early hour, several servants were already bustling about. He donned his clothes and descended the stairs, finding Old Wilson still asleep. Glancing up at Old Wilson's chamber, he recalled having caught a glimpse of the enchanting housekeeper discreetly entering last night. Young Master Merlin. Many guards and servants within the castle recognized him, greeting him with respectful bows. Merlin nodded and smiled in return, making his way out of the castle. The morning air was brisk. A light snowfall from the previous night left the ground somewhat slick. As Merlin surveyed his surroundings and noted the absence of others, he made his way towards the perimeter wall. Before long, he arrived at the spot where the peculiar wind had manifested the day prior. The ground here was remarkably level, having been unnaturally smoothed by the strange gust from last night. This is the place. The soil beneath the wall was moist and not particularly firm, prompting Merlin to extend his hand and cautiously excavate the surface layer of earth. Before long, amidst the damp soil, he felt a solid, exceedingly cold object. Could this be the tool for casting spells? Chapter 36, The Arcane Tools, Part 2. Upon returning to his chamber, Merlin hastily extracted a piece of cloth from his bosom, swiftly unwrapping it to reveal a hard object encrusted with black earth. The layer of dirt obscured its true form, prompting Merlin to gently cleanse the surface with fresh water within the confines of his room. As the grime dissipated, the object began to unveil its true identity, a pendant. Small and fashioned in an inverted triangular shape, at the center of which lay a red gemstone the size of a soybean. Under the faint flicker of candlelight, the ruby glimmered with a resplendent radiance. However, Merlin's attention was not captivated by the precious stone. While the ruby was indeed valuable, it paled in comparison to the potential worth of an arcane tool. His primary concern was whether this pendant served as a conduit for magic. With determination, Merlin enveloped the pendant in his mental energy. In an instant, he was met with a formidable vortex that seemed intent on drawing his consciousness into the pendant. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him, and he relinquished his resistance, allowing his mental essence to be drawn within. Inside the pendant, as perceived through his mental faculties, lay a completely sealed space, filled with numerous small compartments, hundreds, if not thousands, of them. Each compartment appeared to harbor some form of esoteric rule. Some contained vibrant wind elements that, due to various damages, had escaped their confines, perhaps explaining the strange winds outside the castle. What an extraordinary arcane tool! The compartments within the pendant surpassed Merlin's current understanding, yet he could surmise their purpose. They were designed for the storage of spells. Typically, a spell scroll could hold but a single incantation, releasing it upon activation, rendering such scrolls as consumable artifacts. In stark contrast, the pendant in Merlin's possession was capable of storing far more than a solitary spell. The sheer number of these small compartments indicated that each could harbor its own spell. Carefully, he counted with his mental energy and discovered a total of 158 compartments within the pendant. This indicated that the arcane tool could store an impressive 158 spells, a truly formidable instrument, likely beyond the crafting abilities of an ordinary spellcaster. Reversing the pendant, Merlin's gaze fell upon an inscription etched upon its back, revealing characters in the ancient Montal script. Bell. The inscription on the back of the pendant reads Bell, which is evidently a name. It has been mentioned in the spellbook of the old sorcerer Ida. According to the ancient customs of spellcasters, whenever a magical tool is crafted, the creator invariably engraves their name upon it. Thus, this spell must be the name of the sorcerer who fashioned this pendant. Merlin pondered quietly, wondering if this bell still existed. Given the appearance of the pendant, many of its compartments had already shattered, causing the wind element spells contained within to be spontaneously released, resulting in the strange gusts outside the castle. It is clear that this pendant has existed for several centuries, perhaps even longer. Such a span of time would surely have claimed the life of an ordinary person, yet sorcerers are different. Particularly powerful ones can survive for 200 to 300 years. Whether there are sorcerers who have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years is something Merlin could not ascertain, nor could Ida, who is merely a novice sorcerer with limited knowledge of the arcane secrets of their kind. Since this pendant was crafted by Bell, Merlin decided to refer to it as the Bell Pendant. As for whether Bell still lived, Merlin was not concerned. His focus lay on whether this magical tool still held any utility. With determination, he extended his mental energy into the pendant, meticulously examining the compartments within. There were a total of 158 compartments, most of which lay empty and utterly damaged. Perhaps some had been previously utilized, leading to their deterioration, while others had simply succumbed to the ravages of time. Upon careful counting, Merlin discovered that only 18 compartments remained intact, suggesting that this magical tool might still be capable of storing 18 spells. 18 spells, that was quite sufficient. Merlin felt a surge of joy. He had initially assumed the tool was entirely devoid of value, yet it retained some potential. However, whether it could indeed store spells would require testing. Resolute in his decision, Merlin once again directed his mental energy into the pendant. Within the damaged compartments, there were remnants of spells stored long ago. The prolonged passage of time had caused these compartments to deteriorate, allowing numerous wind elements to escape gradually, threatening to erupt at any moment. Merlin could not permit such an uncontrollable situation to unfold, so he immediately utilized his mental energy to activate the damaged compartments of the bell pendant. A cacophony of howling winds erupted within the room, remnants of spells that remained within the bell pendant. Their destructive capacity was minimal, thus sparing the room from significant damage, though chaos was inevitable. After dismantling all the residual spells within the bell pendant, Merlin began to contemplate the process of storing spells within it. Merlin currently possesses but a single spell, the Fireball. However, due to certain peculiar circumstances, he is also capable of conjuring a colossal fireball whose power approaches that of a first-tier spell. If one were to consider the storage of spells, it would be prudent to preserve the more potent colossal fireball, thus maximizing the efficacy of the bell pendant. Yet, this raises a pertinent question. Can the bell pendant withstand the immense power of a fireball that is nearly equivalent to a first-tier spell? At present, Merlin finds himself unable to make a definitive assessment and must resort to experimentation. Chapter 37. The Thief, Part 1. The Great Fireball spell requires Merlin to cast the ordinary fireball spell 3 times before it can be unleashed. Thus, Merlin swiftly conjured 3 ordinary fireballs within the confines of the room. Once the gray horizontal bar in his mind transformed into a vibrant red, he enveloped the bell pendant with his mental energy, simultaneously urging the red bar with fervor. The Great Fireball spell. In an instant, a searing heat seemed to rise with great intensity. Fortunately, Merlin had already aimed the bell pendant at the massive fireball. Under the influence of Merlin's mental energy, a powerful attractive force emanated from the pendant, drawing the newly formed colossal fireball into its confines. A surge of joy filled Merlin's heart as he quickly probed within the bell pendant, discovering that the immense fireball was indeed securely imprisoned in one of its small compartments. It was remarkably stable. With just a gentle nudge of mental energy, he could unleash the formidable fireball. Success! The bell pendant could indeed contain the Great Fireball spell. Merlin finally exhaled in relief. With a total of 18 small compartments within the pendant, he was capable of storing 18 Great Fireball spells. This meant that he could unleash a continuous barrage of 18 Great Fireballs at any time, the sheer power of which was unimaginable. Excellent! With the bell pendant in my possession, my combat capabilities will see a significant enhancement. Thus, Merlin continued to expend his magical energy within the room, casting ordinary fireballs until he met the conditions to store the Great Fireball spell within the bell pendant. Although this process was tedious and drained considerable magical energy, he was fortunate to have an entire night ahead, ample time to fill all 18 compartments of the bell pendant. In a desolate ranch, a thick layer of snow blanketed the grassland. A few men clad in white robes and adorned with silver armor sat before a crackling fire, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. The bonfire blazed fiercely, radiating warmth that melted the surrounding snowflakes into puddles. These 3 men were slender, their faces obscured by golden masks, rendering their appearances indistinguishable. One of the shorter men tossed a piece of firewood into the flames and remarked with a cold chuckle, "Heh. The time to act has finally arrived. But do we really need all 3 of us to deal with a mere Wilson, a second-tier flame swordsman?" "Quello, certainly. We do not require all 3 of us for Wilson," another replied. "However, this matter pertains to the church's significant interests, and we must not underestimate it." "Rello, Angus. When the time comes to engage, I shall confront Wilson. I am curious to see how long a mere noble from Blackwater City can withstand my prowess." "Enough chatter from both of you. A single Wilson, and even Blackwater City, is not something the church holds in high regard. Yet, Blackwater City, along with Grand City to the east and Root City to the west, forms a strategically advantageous defensive circle. Thus, We must seize these 3 cities at the minimal cost to counteract any potential incursions from the Black Moon Kingdom that may exploit our momentary disarray. The last man, seemingly the leader among the trio, exuded authority. As he spoke, the other 2 listened intently. Angus, the bishop has already instructed that we shall follow your lead. What are your directives? Angus raised his gaze towards the inky void above and replied in a somber tone, the affairs within Blackwater City are under Lord Jason's supervision, and I foresee no issues arising there. However, we are solely responsible for the matters outside Blackwater City, and we must ensure that no complications arise. The other small towns pose little threat due to their limited strength, but the territory of Wilson is a different story, as it houses a contingent of heavily armored knights. Should they breach Blackwater City, it could significantly hinder Lord Jason's control over it. Therefore, the bishop commands us to leave Wilson in its territory at all costs. May the divine bless us. The God of light shall always be with us. Angus's voice was cold, radiating an aura of lethal intent. The God of light is with us. The other 2 men, adorned with golden masks, stood resolutely, their expressions grave. As dawn broke, a knock resonated on Merlin's door. A maid clad in gray softly called out. I understand, Merlin replied, appearing somewhat pale and fatigued, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Throughout the night, he had tirelessly cast fireball spells, patiently awaiting the restoration of his magical energy before casting again. He had not closed his eyes during the entire night, but managed to fill all the compartments within the bell pendant just before daybreak. With the bell pendant in hand, Merlin required no significant magical energy. Merely the guidance of his mental strength enabled him to unleash 18 powerful fireball spells in succession. Merlin rose and threaded the bell pendant with a fine hemp string, hanging it discreetly around his neck, allowing him to cast the pendant's spells without drawing undue attention. Setting off so early? Merlin wondered as he descended the stairs and observed a multitude of knights assembled outside the castle. Among them, approximately 200 heavily armored knights stood out, a testament to the considerable effort expended by the elder Wilson, who had personally trained them to possess remarkable combat prowess. At that moment, old Wilson, clad in black armor, stood atop the castle's stone steps. Upon seeing Merlin descend, he furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, What seems to be the matter? Did you not rest well last night? Merlin shook his head and smiled. It's nothing. I'm merely adjusting to my new surroundings in the castle. Is father planning to take all the knights from the territory? We need not take them all. Only the heavily armored knights will depart. The other knights shall remain to protect the territory from any incursions by thieves, old Wilson replied, subtly indicating his intent to retain the defensive forces within their domain. What is that sound? Old Wilson was on the verge of departure when suddenly, his gaze shifted to the distance, where the cacophony of chaotic hoofbeats resounded, accompanied by the sight of swirling dust rising in the air. Alarmingly, it was bandits, all knights. Prepare for battle. Old Wilson swiftly assessed the situation, his expression changing dramatically as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Instantly, the numerous knights outside the castle became alert, drawing their swords and forming a defensive formation, their eyes fixed intently on the approaching threat. Chapter 38, The Thieves Part 2. As time gradually passed, the thick fog enveloping the castle began to dissipate, revealing a formidable procession of knights charging forth. They galloped with fervor, raising a cloud of dust that enveloped the surroundings. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them, perhaps even more. Old Wilson, along with all the knights of the territory, stood vigilant, bracing for the impending confrontation. The cold gleam on their broadswords awaited only a command from old Wilson to unleash their fury upon the enemy. However, he hesitated to give the order, his expression growing increasingly grave. 3,000, at least 3,000 thieves. Old Wilson murmured softly, his demeanor reflecting a deeper concern. Suddenly, he summoned Plar to his side. Speaking in a low, urgent tone, Plar, go protect Merlin. No matter the circumstances, you must ensure his survival. Plar hesitated briefly but ultimately obeyed, moving to Merlin's side. Since departing the battlefield alongside old Wilson, he had never witnessed such a profound gravity and tension on the man's face. All heavy armored knights, form ranks and prepare to charge. Old Wilson bellowed. Instantly, the knights clad in black armor raised their lances high, pointing them skyward, standing resolutely behind old Wilson, ready to charge at a moment's notice. Before long, the throngs of thieves surged forward, yet they appeared remarkably orderly, halting several hundred meters from the castle. From the crowd, 3 men donned in white robes and golden masks emerged. Old Wilson's eyes narrowed. He recognized these masked figures as the leaders of the band of thieves. A cursory glance revealed an endless sea of adversaries capable of encircling the entire castle. In terms of combat prowess, Old Wilson's heavy-armored knights were formidable. Yet their numbers were woefully insufficient, merely 200 strong. Even when combined with the other 600 or 700 knights from the territory, their total force barely exceeded 1,000. Against the at least 3,000 thieves before him, their numbers felt utterly inadequate. Moreover, Old Wilson's keen eye discerned that the thieves' formation was exceptionally disciplined and their combat proficiency high, indicative of rigorous training. When did thieves acquire such commendable training? With a piercing gaze, Old Wilson surveyed the throng of thieves, ultimately fixating on the 3 masked leaders. Defeating them was the key to safeguarding the territory. With this thought in mind, Old Wilson raised his broadsword with one hand and bellowed to the 200 heavy-armored knights behind him. In the name of knightly honor, charge. In the name of knightly honor, charge. 200 heavily armored knights roared in unison, their spirits soaring as if they regarded the 3,000 thieves before them with utter disdain, emanating an aura that struck fear into the hearts of their foes. This formidable force was the culmination of over a decade of toil by the venerable Wilson, who had invested nearly half of his domain's tax revenue into the creation of this knightly order. Today marked the inaugural battle for these armored warriors. With a thunderous rumble, the 200 knights surged forth like a cataclysmic landslide, shaking the very earth beneath them. Following closely behind Wilson, they resembled a dark torrent, charging straight into the ranks of the thieves ahead. Leading the charge, Wilson cleaved a bloody path, seemingly impervious to the multitude of thieves that sought to obstruct their advance. The heavy armor of the knights rendered them virtually invulnerable to ordinary blades. Only a tremendous force could hope to unseat them or exhaust their fighting spirit. Under Wilson's command, these 200 knights dispatched over 300 thieves in a single charge, sustaining minimal injuries themselves. In the distance, 3 men adorned with golden masks observed the carnage. Although their expressions remained obscured, one could surmise they were far from pleased. One of the masked figures, with a tone of regret, remarked, "Angus, we cannot allow him to continue this onslaught. I shall go and slay him. Without Wilson, his knights will surely falter." The trio recognized that Wilson was the very soul of the knightly order, akin to a wolf king among a pack, with him leading the charge. The knights were emboldened and unstoppable. Thus, to dismantle this formidable force, Wilson's demise was imperative. "Quero, Lalo, you two must go together and ensure Wilson's destruction," Angus declared, his voice icy and resolute. Angus, fear not. A mere Wilson is no match for us." The 2 men in white robes, their golden masks gleaming, swiftly galloped toward Wilson. Though the armored knights were nearly invincible, their overwhelming numbers posed a considerable challenge. Despite their relentless assault, they struggled to break through the encircling throng of thieves who only multiplied around them. Quero and Lalo swiftly descended upon the fray, commanding the thieves to isolate Wilson from his knights. With fiery red hair, Quero charged directly towards Wilson, drawing forth his great sword, his gaze locked onto the knight commander. "Remember, you will perish by my hand, Quero," he bellowed, as the blade in his grasp erupted in a brilliant radiance, a beacon even amidst the chaos of battle. Upon witnessing the radiant glow emanating from the Quero greatsword, a powerful surge of light element energy, Old Wilson's expression shifted dramatically, as if grappling with disbelief. In a voice slightly hoarse, he bellowed, "Light element, are you the church's guardian swordsman?" Deeply astonished, Wilson had initially presumed them to be mere thieves, only to find himself confronted by a luminary swordsman capable of harnessing the light element. He understood well that such luminous swordsmen would undoubtedly be embraced by the church, destined to become its guardians. Chapter 39, The Confrontation, Part 1, with a swift motion. The formidable great sword of Quello emitted a terrifying radiance as it descended upon Old Wilson's head. The sword of light, the flame slash. The 2 blades collided with a resounding clash, intertwining flames in pure white light, producing a cacophony of unusual sounds. Old Wilson's flames were clearly no match for the white light emanating from Quello's sword. Yet, both combatants staggered back a few paces, their strength evenly matched. A 3rd-level light swordsman. Old Wilson narrowed his eyes slightly. After their recent encounter, he discerned his opponent's prowess as a 3rd-level light swordsman, whose mastery of elemental manipulation was evidently superior to his own. What immense strength! A mere 2nd-level flame swordsman should not possess such power. Quello was equally astonished, his earlier arrogance giving way to a solemn demeanor. He recognized that Old Wilson was indeed merely a 2nd-level flame swordsman, yet he could contend with him on equal footing, thanks in large part to the terrifying strength emanating from the latter's imposing physique. Quello, do you think you can handle him alone? Ha! Angus was right. Never underestimate your opponent. Those who survive the slaughterhouse undoubtedly possess exceptional abilities. Another man, adorned with a golden mask, approached old Wilson, slowly drawing his great sword, his intent unmistakable. Yet another third-level light swordsman. Old Wilson scrutinized the two adversaries while contemplating his strategy. The assault began. Quello and Rewrote, both third-level light swordsmen, united in their assault against old Wilson. In an instant, the area surrounding the three was cleared, as none dared approach, knowing they would be harmed by the scattered elemental energies of light and fire. Despite being besieged by two third-level light swordsmen, old Wilson held his ground, displaying no signs of faltering. His exceptional talents endowed him with a seemingly inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Thus, even though he was merely a second-level flame swordsman, he could rival the pinnacle of third-level elemental swordsmen. As the battle progressed, Quello and Rewrote's expressions grew increasingly grim, initially brimming with confidence. They believed they could easily dispatch Wilson, yet now they found themselves struggling against him. Such a monster. How can his physique be so robust? In their frustration, they turned their gaze toward Angus, the final man wearing a golden mask. He had been observing old Wilson intently, noting how the latter wielded his massive sword like a giant, fearlessly facing the two third-level light swordsmen. In terms of raw strength, neither Quello nor Rewrote dared to clash directly with old Wilson, lest they be sent flying by his nearly terrifying power. It seems that even the bishop has underestimated Wilson. Within this diminutive Blackwater city resides such a formidable figure. Angus murmured softly as he gradually unsheathed the great sword from his back. With a swish, a dazzling white light, far more potent than that of Quello and Rewrote, emanated from the great sword. Angus gripped the sword with both hands and swiftly approached the elder Wilson, ready to join the fray. 3 third-tier light swordsmen, along with over 50 first and second-tier light swordsmen. These are certainly not ordinary thieves, but rather the church's guardians. At this moment, Merlin remained safe, under the protection of Plaw and numerous knights within the territory, allowing him to leisurely observe the unfolding battlefield. The elder Wilson's prowess far exceeded Merlin's expectations. The formidable elder Wilson, akin to a war god descended from the heavens, could contend against two powerful third-tier light swordsmen purely by virtue of sheer strength. A truly astonishing feat. When Merlin had yet to fully grasp the power of spells, he found himself at a loss against a mere third-tier elemental swordsman, Lauren, and nearly perished at Lauren's hands. Thus, he could deeply appreciate the might of those third-tier elemental swordsmen. Young Master Merlin, you should retreat to the castle. We shall defend it with our lives. Commander Plaw had quietly approached Merlin, drawing his great sword and fixating his gaze on a band of thieves ahead. A group of thieves had already set their sights on the castle, charging directly towards it, led by 2 second-tier light swordsmen. Plaw had come with a resolve to sacrifice himself in defense. Bring it on. I survived the slaughterhouse. What can a mere handful of thieves do against me? Plaw's tone bore a hint of madness, as flickers of flame danced upon his great sword, though far less intense than that of elder Wilson. He was merely a first-tier fire swordsman. Faced with hundreds of thieves, including 2 second-tier light swordsmen, the mere dozens of knights guarding Merlin would be utterly insufficient. Do not worry, young Master Merlin. Agas will surely protect you. The nearest to Merlin was a young knight, Agas, who had escorted him here, appearing to be around 16 or 17. Agas's expression was grave, with a glimmer of determination etched upon his youthful visage. Merlin believed that should danger arise, Agas would not hesitate to step forward to protect him. Agas, you will undoubtedly become a great knight. A smile flickered across Merlin's face, as if he were oblivious to the urgency of the situation. He then dismounted and strode directly towards Plaw. Uncle Plaw. Before Plaw could finish his sentence, Merlin gently shook his head and calmly replied, Uncle Plaw, gather the remaining knights and fall back to defend the castle. As for these thieves. With that, Merlin's gaze settled calmly upon the approaching horde of thieves. With a swish, 2 fist-sized fireballs appeared without warning before Merlin, quietly hovering in the air and exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. As for these thieves, leave them to me. Merlin extended his fair hands and gently pointed forward. In an instant, the 2 orbs of fire that floated before him soared forth, whistling towards the oncoming bandits. Chapter 40. The Confrontation, Part 2. Angus finally took action, his speed remarkable, as the great sword in his grasp shimmered with a white luminescence, darting towards old Wilson like a venomous serpent. A sharp hiss echoed as the radiant blade cleaved through old Wilson's ebony armor, leaving a gaping wound from which crimson blood seeped forth. Staggering back a few steps, old Wilson gingerly touched the injury, narrowing his eyes as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Angus. This armor had been forged from the most resilient materials over 3 arduous years, capable of withstanding almost any blade or projectile. Even a typical level 3 elemental swordsman would find it challenging to breach its defenses. It was precisely for this reason that he had previously held his own against Quiro and Rello, 2 formidable level 3 radiant swordsmen, in a deadlock that seemed to favor neither side, a testament to the armor's formidable capabilities. However, this armor could no longer effectively shield Old Wilson from his adversary's onslaught. The moment Angus struck, Old Wilson sensed an overwhelming threat reminiscent of the powerful entities he had encountered in the slaughterhouse, beings perilously close to attaining level 4 elemental prowess. There exists a considerable disparity among elemental swordsmen. Levels 1 through 3 are classified as lower tier, while levels 4 to 6 denote mid-tier, and levels 7 to 9 represent upper-tier elemental swordsmen. Thus, the transition from level 3 to level 4, although it may seem a mere single rank, signifies a monumental leap in strength and capability. Before him stood Angus, teetering on the precipice between level 3 and level 4, exuding an immense power that made even Old Wilson, with his extraordinary talent and remarkable defensive armor, feel the weight of impossibility in confronting him. It appeared that evasion was no longer an option. "Tell me, why has the church turned against me?" Old Wilson rasped, his tongue flicking out to moisten his parched lips, his expression contorted with a grimace. By this juncture, he had deduced that these individuals were no mere thieves. They were clearly agents dispatched by the Radiant Church. Angus raised his great sword, gripping the hilt firmly, and replied coolly, "Even if I were to tell you now, it would hold no significance." Quiro Rello engaged. Despite Angus's superior strength, he did not underestimate Old Wilson. Instead, he called upon Quiro and Rello to join the fray, ensuring that their victory was beyond doubt. A sudden, violent explosion reverberated through the air as countless fiery embers erupted, accompanied by the acrid stench of scorched earth, swirling with the wind. Angus furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the source of the disturbance. With a low incantation from Merlin, 2 fireballs hurtled through the air, detonating mere half a meter from the nearest thief, unleashing chaos in their wake. The fireball unleashed by Merlin harbored an immense, terrifying heat. Despite its diminutive size, comparable to that of a clenched fist, it was composed of countless fire elements, relentlessly compressed until it achieved its final form. This fist-sized fireball possessed the capacity to effortlessly melt armor forged from fine iron, once it detonated. The resulting flames would be sufficient to inflict catastrophic harm upon those nearby. Moreover, the situation was exacerbated by the simultaneous explosion of 2 fireballs. The rushing bandits, caught unawares, were violently propelled by the blasts, and even the 2 foremost second-level light swordsmen, taken off guard, were swept away by the scorching wave, crashing heavily to the ground with dire consequences. This unforeseen upheaval left many in shock, while Merlin's gaze shifted towards the location of Old Wilson, who was besieged by 3 third-level light swordsmen, a situation increasingly dire. Thus, Merlin resolutely advanced towards Old Wilson. "Heretics! They are heretics! The malevolent cult of the Black Moon Kingdom!" At last, someone recognized Merlin's identity, prompting a chorus of terrified shouts. "Blasphemous heretics!" cried a second-level light swordsman, who then radiated a blinding white light, charging at Merlin with his great sword raised. Fireball spell. The fireball's speed was astonishing. It barely left a faint crimson afterimage before striking the light swordsman squarely in the chest. The armor he wore could not withstand the onslaught, instantaneously melting away, leaving a gaping wound in its wake. Thud! The light swordsman collapsed to the ground, having never even approached Merlin, wisps of black smoke emanating from his chest. Merlin realized he could now unleash the greater fireball spell. He noted that the gray bar representing the spell in his consciousness had transformed to red, indicating his readiness to cast it. Due to his recent meditative practices, his mental acuity had significantly improved, granting him unparalleled control over the fireball. The speed of the fireball he had just conjured far exceeded that of any he had produced in Blackwater City, rendering it nearly impossible to evade. Such is the advantage of enhanced mental prowess. One's mastery over spells grows ever stronger. After vanquishing the second-level light swordsman, Merlin surveyed the surrounding bandits, whose faces were etched with fear, no longer daring to advance. Heretics represent evil, cruelty, and the wielders of arcane powers. Now, having witnessed Merlin's formidable magic firsthand, they were left in disbelief and dread, paralyzed with fear. Thousands of bandits were subdued by a single individual, and as Merlin scanned the area, his confidence surged. He felt an unprecedented sense of strength. The spellcaster is indeed the entity that wields the most formidable power in this world. Merlin recalled a phrase from the spellcaster's manuscript penned by old Ida, and in retrospect, it resonated profoundly. No one stepped forward to obstruct him. Merlin swiftly approached the injured old Wilson, gently supporting him with his hand while casting his gaze upon the three individuals adorned with golden masks. "Leave it to me, father," Merlin softly spoke to old Wilson. Encountering a spellcaster here was unexpected. Even if you were merely a novice, you were not someone we could contend with. Alas, we did not bring an archer this time. Otherwise, dealing with a novice spellcaster would have posed no challenge. Angus, masked and concealed, let out a long sigh. His tone subtly tinged with reluctance. Chapter 41. A grand movement. Merlin, upon hearing this, scrutinized the masked figure before him. The individual displayed an impressive understanding of spellcasters, addressing Merlin as a spellcaster rather than the heretic that others might use. This indicated a profound knowledge of the arcane. Indeed, what he stated was accurate. With Merlin's current mastery of merely a basic spell, he would struggle against a barrage of arrows numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Angus, has a mere wicked heretic instilled such despair in you? Another masked man cast his gaze upon Merlin, and the great sword in his hand shimmered with an intensified white radiance. "Merlin, be cautious. They are all level 3 light swordsmen," old Wilson weakly cautioned, clutching his injured abdomen. "Kill." One of the masked men, witnessing Merlin's indifference, erupted in fury. The white light from his great sword extended nearly a meter long as it descended towards Merlin. "Fireball." A chill flickered in Merlin's eyes as he swiftly gestured, unleashing 2 fireballs that surged forth. These were not colossal fireballs, but rather standard ones, given the accumulation of his magical power. Merlin could release a dozen spells in quick succession. With the enhancement of his mental acuity, the speed of his fireballs increased, their trajectories becoming increasingly elusive. Explode. A smirk danced upon Merlin's lips as the 2 fireballs detonated mid-air, unleashing a torrent of flames that violently engulfed the masked man. The figure screamed in agony amidst the inferno, the acrid stench of charred flesh wafting through the air. The temperature of the fireballs was exceedingly high, capable of melting even fine iron. What hope did a mere level 3 light swordsman have against such ferocity? After a few pitiful cries, the masked man collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "Quero!" Angus and Layla shouted in unison, their white auras surging as they split into 2 directions, charging towards Merlin. Merlin shook his head slightly. Previously, he had been thoroughly outmatched by Lauren, but now he could effortlessly dispatch an equally formidable level 3 elemental swordsman. This was not only due to his enhanced familiarity with harnessing the power of spellcasting, but also attributed to significant advancements in his mental prowess, allowing for more precise control over his spells. Thus, as the 2 figures moved, Merlin sensed their intent and unhesitatingly unleashed a colossal fireball. Buzzing. A massive fireball hovered in the air, its fiery essence compressed to the utmost, appearing precariously unstable. Explode. Merlin acted decisively, igniting the fireball without hesitation. The immense sphere of flames unleashed a powerful shockwave, violently colliding with Angus and Layla. Their movements momentarily faltered, and they soon felt the tremendous impact from the explosion, accompanied by scattered embers that flew in all directions. Although these tiny flames seemed insignificant, they were remnants of a fireball spell, each ember compressed from countless fire elements. Possessing terrifying power, even a mere touch could result in a grievous wound. However, both Angus and Layla were 3rd-tier light swordsmen, capable of withstanding the sporadic flames to some extent, yet the sheer force of the explosion inflicted injuries upon them. Merlin was far from finished. Having already wounded Angus and Layla with 1 fireball, he unleashed 2 more. These orbs, the size of a fist, glided silently toward the 2. With a resounding thud, 1 fireball pierced through Layla's head, incinerating half of it. The other fireball was intercepted by Angus's arm, the intense heat searing through his limb. Yet he bore the excruciating pain and mounted his horse, attempting to flee. Trying to escape? Too late. Merlin would not allow Angus to elude him, despite Angus's swift movements. The fireballs he conjured were swifter still. Another fireball hurtled toward Angus, crashing against his armor. The thin layer of light armor offered no protection, and the fireball penetrated, creating a gaping wound on Angus's back. He fell from his horse, rendered motionless. The 3 third-tier light swordsmen lay dead, and the sight of their demise sent the bandits into disarray, countless voices rising in panic as they sought to retreat. Seizing this opportunity, Commander PLA led the remaining hundreds of knights in a fierce charge. Before long, the area surrounding the castle was littered with bodies, at least 500. Merlin chose not to pursue further. He assisted the injured old Wilson into the castle to rest, and then directed the servants to begin clearing the corpses outside. Old Wilson, his complexion pale, struggled to sit up and spoke with a chilling tone. "Are there any captives?" PLA nodded and summoned several knights, bringing forth a dozen injured captives who knelt before Old Wilson. Old Wilson narrowed his eyes, surveying the captives before stating sternly, "Speak. What schemes does your church harbor?" The captives, trembling, revealed that the church had significant plans involving Grand City, Blackwater City, and Lut City. After they spoke, they cautiously gazed at Old Wilson, their eyes pleading, "Take them out and execute them all." Old Wilson's face turned ashen, his voice icy as PLA led the captives away to their fate. Old Wilson lifted his head, a grave expression emerging on his weary face as he spoke in a somber tone. Chapter 42. The second spell model on a broad avenue. A cavalry of several hundred knights galloped forward with great haste, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. Within one of the carriages, Merlin sat with his eyes gently closed, engaged in meditation. His mental fortitude had reached a sufficient level, enabling him to construct his second spell model. Merlin opened his eyes, unfazed by the jostling of the carriage, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was currently accompanying the knightly retinue of Old Wilson, making their way toward Blackwater City. As for what insights Old Wilson gleaned from the captive's words, Merlin remained oblivious. However, the grave expression on Old Wilson's face suggested he had gained some understanding. Merlin lifted the carriage curtain to observe the sky, murmuring softly to himself. During his time in Blackwater City, he had seized every moment to meditate. Now, over a month had passed, and his mental strength had finally grown to the point where it could support the construction of a second spell model. Thus, Merlin resolved to create the second spell model within the confines of the carriage. He reached into his robe and retrieved several slightly yellowed sheets of paper, upon which intricate spell models were drawn. These were the ice spells he had obtained from Lauren. He had long since chosen to use the ice spell as his second model, ready to simulate it in his mind's eye, waiting only for his mental strength to reach a level capable of controlling two spell models before commencing construction. Matrix activation. Commence. Without hesitation, Merlin activated the matrix. For constructing a spell model was inextricably linked to this matrix. Otherwise, given his current capabilities, the time required to create a stable model would be indeterminate. Matrix activated. Please establish the task. Commence analysis of the ice spells model. Beep. Task established. Beginning analysis. The matrix possessed formidable analytical and computational capabilities, making the analysis of spell models a familiar task. After all, he had previously analyzed the fireball spell with it. Approximately half an hour later, a familiar mechanical female voice resonated in Merlin's mind. Beep. Analysis complete. A total of 126,541 spell models have been identified. Merlin nodded to himself. This outcome aligned with his expectations, as the previous analysis of the fireball spell had yielded as many as 180,000 models. Select the 10 models with the highest stability, and, in comparison with the prototype of the ice spell model, choose the one with the strongest stability and offensive capability. After issuing his command, Merlin patiently awaited the matrix's final selection. Beep. The matrix has selected model number 6 for you. Instantly, an exceedingly complex spell model materialized in Merlin's mind. Those with weaker mental fortitudes would be overwhelmed by merely gazing upon this model, feeling dizzy and disoriented. However, due to his extensive meditation, Merlin's mental strength had multiplied several times, enabling him to control two spell models. The conditions for simulating the second spell model within his mind's eye were now ripe for fruition. Upon contemplating this, Merlin ceased his hesitation, gently closed his eyes, and began to devote his mental energy entirely to the intricate task of simulating the spell model reconstructed by the matrix. The process of mentally simulating the spell model was protracted, requiring several hours of unwavering concentration to firmly engrave the complex model into his sea of consciousness. Having previously experienced the simulation of a spell model, Merlin navigated this task with familiarity, swiftly mobilizing his mental energy to meticulously replicate the spell model. 1 hour passed. Then 2, then 3. Merlin became wholly immersed in the simulation process, oblivious to the jolting motions of the carriage. Suddenly, he felt as though his mind had erupted. A chilling essence surged into his consciousness, and before him emerged an entirely new spell model in his sea of consciousness. At last, he had succeeded. The model for the freeze spell was complete. Merlin opened his eyes, his face alight with joy as he quietly sensed the freeze spell model within his mind, which was gradually absorbing the surrounding ice elements. Even Merlin, clad in a thick coat, could not help but shiver slightly, feeling a touch of coldness. Within his sea of consciousness, the two spell models, one for fireball and the other for freeze, though contrasting and opposing in nature, coexisted harmoniously, slowly rotating as they absorbed their respective elements. Merlin sensed that harboring two spell models in his mind indeed imposed a considerable burden on his mental energy. However, he found himself entirely capable of bearing it. Furthermore, he could continue to meditate, allowing his mental capacity to expand, ultimately rendering even this heaviness inconsequential. Eager to test the potency of the freeze spell, Merlin decisively stimulated the spell model with his mental energy. Freeze. A shard of ice materialized upon the wooden support within the carriage, enveloping it tightly and exuding a chilling aura, remarkably solid. Fireball. Observing the ice crystal, Merlin unleashed the fireball spell, carefully maneuvering the fiery orb beneath the ice crystal under his mental control. Such a resilient ice structure, once ensnared, would prove unyielding, even to a level 3 elemental swordsman. Had he possessed the freeze spell before the impending assault by thieves, he could have dispatched the 3 level 3 light swordsmen with a single strike. Gazing at the melting droplets of ice, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Merlin's eyes. With the acquisition of a binding spell, his strength had been exponentially enhanced. Even countless low-level elemental swordsmen no longer posed a threat to him. However, as he had only just simulated the freeze spell model, his capacity to cast it was regrettably limited, allowing for only 2 or 3 attempts. Merlin refrained from further casting the freeze spell and instead immersed his mental energy once more in his sea of consciousness, meticulously examining the changes surrounding the freeze spell model. Indeed, a gray horizontal frame has appeared once more, reminiscent of the fireball spell. Merlin's heart soared with joy as he beheld, as he had wished, a gray frame encircling the model of the freezing spell, identical to the one before the fireball spell's model. This signified that after he cast the freezing spell 3 times, he would have the opportunity to unleash a far more potent variant, commonly referred to as the Great Freezing Spell. Chapter 43. Ambition. The carriage continued its swift journey, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of galloping hoofs. Although Merlin did not draw back the curtain to observe, the jolting sensation within the carriage indicated a rapid pace. Suddenly, the carriage came to a gradual halt, and the curtain was abruptly pulled aside, allowing a gust of cold wind to rush in. Father. A hint of confusion appeared on Merlin's face as old Wilson entered the carriage. He nodded slightly before stepping in, his complexion still somewhat pale, though he appeared to have regained a considerable amount of vigor. Father, is your injury all right? Merlin inquired, glancing at the old man's abdomen, where a dark armor still bore a visible cut. I am fine, merely a minor wound, old Wilson replied, pausing for a moment before fixing his gaze intently on Merlin. After a deep sigh, he continued, Merlin, you have truly grown up. You can now bear the weight of our family's legacy. There are matters that must be disclosed to you. Father, please speak freely, Merlin urged, shifting his position to lean against the back of the carriage. It pertains to the recent events, the church has significant maneuvers. Are you aware of their intentions? Old Wilson's expression grew grave. The Church of Light held unparalleled authority in the Kingdom of Light and several smaller realms, with all citizens venerating the Light God, serving as the spiritual leader of the entire kingdom. Merlin pondered why the church would go to such lengths to seize Blackwater City. Old Wilson shook his head in resignation. Originally, this matter was shrouded in secrecy. Over the years, I had only my suspicions. However, it seems those suspicions are nearing the realm of truth. The Church of Light does not wield absolute power in the Kingdom of Light. It is constrained by the royal family and numerous noble houses. Although there is a disparity in their influence, it is not insurmountable. In recent years, however, the church's expansion has been alarming. Having allied with a considerable number of minor nobles, rapidly augmenting its military forces under the guise of divine authority, he elaborated. Merlin nodded, realizing that the church's military strength likely consisted of those guardian swordsmen. Even individuals not aligned with the church could become swordsmen if they pledged allegiance. Receiving assistance from the church, these swordsmen would, in turn, enhance the church's influence. Ambition, an insatiable ambition. Once the church's power reaches a certain threshold, it will inevitably erupt. While I cannot ascertain the situation elsewhere, I can surmise that the church's strength has gained absolute dominance. Their actions aim to overthrow the royal family, establishing a new kingdom governed by the church. Merlin's expression changed as he recalled certain theocracies from his past life. The Church of Light's objective was evidently to merge governance with spirituality. They sought not merely to be spiritual leaders, but to directly rule over a vast nation. The Kingdom of Light is on the brink of upheaval. If the church truly harbors the ambitions anticipated by Old Wilson, then the entire Kingdom of Light will undoubtedly descend into chaos. Within the walls of Wilson Castle in Blackwater City, there remain Mei Shui, the butler, and Madame Busta, all of whom Old Wilson cannot abandon and must rescue. Old Wilson has never mentioned the spellcasters nor inquired about Merlin, as if he has forgotten this matter entirely. Yet, Merlin knows that Old Wilson is deliberately omitting it. At this juncture, however, it is necessary for Merlin to elucidate the situation to Old Wilson. Father, my mentor was a spellcaster from the Kingdom of Black Moon, but he is now deceased, having been slain by the mages of the church. Merlin spoke with a calm demeanor, succinctly recounting the tale of the old man Ida. Merlin, I have battled against the Kingdom of Black Moon for many years on the battlefield and have encountered some of their spellcasters. They wield formidable and arcane powers, transcending the capabilities of ordinary folk. Even the mighty elemental swordsmen are considered insignificant in their presence, with only the mages of the Inquisition within the church being their equals. Old Wilson paused for a moment, then broke into a smile, continuing, Thus, you have become a powerful spellcaster, and I am proud of you. The entire Wilson family shall take pride in you. With that, Old Wilson turned and leaped from the carriage. Merlin felt a slight relief wash over him. Old Wilson had survived the slaughterhouse and had witnessed both the spellcasters of the Black Moon Kingdom and the mages of the church. Fully aware that spellcasters are the true wielders of immense power, not the malevolent heretics depicted by the church, Old Wilson's understanding spared Merlin the need for extensive explanation. As Merlin drew back the carriage curtain, he observed that the skies had darkened considerably, with many knights already igniting torches for illumination. At this pace, even with a swift journey through the starry night, they would not reach Blackwater City until the morrow. After a day of jolting in the carriage, compounded by the recent exertion of significant mental energy to simulate a second spell model, Merlin felt weary and reclined slightly within the carriage, gently closing his eyes to rest. Morning in Blackwater City brought a light snowfall, with the ground coated in glistening ice crystals, rendering it quite slick. The streets were largely deserted, emanating a sense of desolation. At the city gates, a small gathering of local merchants awaited, eager to venture out for business. However, the gates remained firmly shut, unyielding this morning. It appeared that numerous knights had entered the city the previous night, yet the reasons for such an occurrence remained unclear. When would the gates finally open? A chorus of speculation filled the air, yet most were oblivious to the cause of the closure. It seemed that Blackwater City was on the verge of significant turmoil. Only a few astute and seasoned individuals might discern the ominous signs, prompting them to hurriedly turn and return home. Chapter 44. The Crisis of the Castle, Part 1. Within the Lord's mansion, Lord Ogden, Baron Wingulite, and the wizard Jason convened in earnest discussion. Jason, the wizard, noted that all but one of the 6 nobles from Blackwater City had arrived. Should they initiate their plans now? Ogden spoke with a calm demeanor. Jason cast a fleeting glance at Ogden and Wingulite, then waved his hand dismissively. What is the rush? I do not fear revealing this to you. The bandits plaguing Blackwater are, in fact, agents of the church. Their incessant disturbances have compelled the knights of these nobles to abandon the city and guard their territories. What forces remain within Blackwater? Ogden's expression shifted slightly. Despite his prior suspicions regarding the peculiar appearance of the bandits surrounding Blackwater, Jason's confirmation that they were indeed sent by the church was unsettling. Everything had long been orchestrated by the church. Rest assured, I shall confront them, Jason said confidently, but concerning Wilson. Upon mentioning Wilson, Jason raised his gaze to Wingulite, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Baron Wingulite, I am aware of the animosity between you and Wilson. Now, I present you with an opportunity, a chance for vengeance. Wilson should already be dead, and his territory lies in ruins. Thus, Wilson's castle ought to be eradicated as well. This task I entrust to you. I shall also assign 2 guardian knights to aid you. Dispatch your men to eliminate every member of the Wilson family. Wingulite's heart soared with elation, his expression turning somewhat sinister as he replied in a deep voice, Do not worry, Wizard Jason. There shall be no remnants of the Wilson family left in Blackwater. With that, Wingulite strode out, his heart brimming with exhilaration. After years of conflict with the elder Wilson, his hatred had festered deeply. With this opportunity, he would not let it slip away. Talafa, gather my knights and the 2 guardian knights provided by Wizard Jason, and level Wilson's castle. I wish for there to be no surviving members of the Wilson family in Blackwater. Rest assured, Father, no one shall escape from Wilson's castle. Talafa replied with a wicked grin. It is unfortunate for that little bastard Merlin. had he not gone to Wilson's territory. I would have relished the chance to slay him myself. Talifa's heart brimmed with intense animosity towards Merlin, believing that he too would meet his demise at Wilson's estate, serving as a fitting burial companion. Now go swiftly. Once this matter is resolved, my family, the Wingulites, shall undoubtedly bask in an era of unparalleled glory. Thus, Talifa departed the Lord's mansion with a grand procession of 200 knights. Outside Wilson's castle, 2 guards leaned languidly against the door, engaged in a lackluster conversation. Suddenly, a luxurious carriage drawn by 4 horses raced from a distance, moving with great urgency, and its owner appeared quite anxious. The 2 guards immediately perked up, recognizing the carriage as that of Lord Gut, who frequently accompanied young Master Merlin. In no time, the opulent carriage came to a halt before the castle, and a stout figure leapt down. The guards hurriedly approached and respectfully stated, "Lord Gut, if you are seeking young Master Merlin, I regret to inform you that he departed from Blackwater City 2 days ago and has gone to the territory of Baron Wilson." To the territory? The stout Gut furrowed his brow, his expression revealing considerable distress. He spoke in a low, urgent tone, "Quickly, take me to Miss Machue." The guards, aware of the friendship between Gut and Merlin, did not impede him and led Gut into the castle. Machue was having breakfast when she heard footsteps. Looking up, she saw Gut and frowned involuntarily. Her impression of both the stout Gut and Anson had always been unfavorable, considering them to be detrimental companions of Merlin. However, Gut paid no mind to Machue's demeanor and swiftly approached her, speaking in a hurried voice. "Machue, you must leave Wilson Castle at once, preferably exiting the city and heading to Baron Wilson's territory to reunite with Merlin." Machue set down her spoon, standing to regard Gut. Noticing her reluctance to leave, Gut realized that without a proper explanation, he could not compel her to depart from Wilson Castle. Thus, he succinctly conveyed the gravity of the situation, his tone grave. "Indeed, a serious matter has arisen. The Church of Light has suddenly launched an attack, seizing control of most cities in the Kingdom of Light, including Grand City and Lut City. They aim to usurp the royal authority. The Daglin family has businesses throughout the kingdom, allowing them to receive information early. Blackwater City is likely among the Church's targets, which is why the city gates were shut this morning. Moreover, your Wilson family is in the gravest peril. Baron Wilson, having a military background, is loyal to the crown, and the Church will undoubtedly not spare you. I have also learned that the Lord of Blackwater City, Ogden, and the Wingulite family have aligned themselves with the Church. Given the animosity between the Wingulite family and the Wilson family, they will not overlook Wilson Castle." Gut disclosed all the information he had acquired, breathless and flushed, clearly exhausted from his hasty journey. Machue's complexion instantly turned pale. She stepped forward, her voice trembling as she whispered, "Gut, what about Father and Merlin? Are they in danger?" Gut took a breath, shaking his head slightly. "As for Baron Wilson and Merlin, I have no news at present. The city gates are closed, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. I have only just received this information and rushed here to inform you. Your safety is of utmost importance. Even if you cannot leave the city, you must not remain in Wilson Castle." Gut paused, biting his lip, his expression fluctuating as if he were making a significant decision. After a considerable pause, he finally lifted his head, biting his lip as he spoke. "Regardless of the circumstances, you can no longer remain at Wilson Castle. Machue, you may only take a maximum of 5 individuals with you. Depart immediately in my carriage, and I shall escort you to a safe location. Once the situation in Blackwater City stabilizes somewhat, I will devise a means to help you exit the city." It was evident that Gut was undertaking a significant risk. A moment's lapse in caution could entangle him as well. Machue glanced up at the steward, realizing that it was imperative for him to make the decision at this juncture. The steward regarded the flushed Gut and then bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, Master Gut, for risking so much to save us. The Wilson family shall always remember your great kindness." "Miss Machue, Master Gut is correct. We must hasten our departure from the castle," the steward added. Gut nodded affirmatively and said, "Very well, prepare yourselves quickly. I shall wait for you in the carriage." Suddenly, panic gripped him as he realized, "Oh no, Talifa has arrived with his men. This is disastrous. Now even I cannot escape." In an instant, Gut's face turned pale, his eyes filled with dread. Chapter 45, The Crisis at the Castle, Part 2. At this moment, the defenses of Wilson Castle had been reduced to nearly nothing, with only a handful of servants and a mere dozen knights remaining, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of Tarafa. With a gaze filled with lethal intent, Tarafa surveyed the ancient stronghold before him, leading over 100 knights as they charged into Wilson Castle without uttering a single word, brandishing their swords and ruthlessly slaughtering the guards and servants within. In an instant, the air was thick with the scent of blood, a pungent aroma that even reached the ears of Mei Shui and her companions in the Great Hall. Mei Shui's complexion turned ashen, while the rotund Gute appeared utterly pallid, murmuring softly, "I never expected Tarafa to be so merciless. He aims to annihilate the Wilson family entirely. Miss Mei Shui, Master Gute, you must come with me at once. We cannot allow Tarafa to discover us," the butler urged in a hushed tone. With the castle stripped of any means of defense, they had no choice but to hide or face certain death at Tarafa's hands. The butler swiftly led Gute, Mei Shui, and the buxom lady to old Wilson's chamber, where he promptly activated a hidden mechanism. With a thunderous rumble, a circular passageway appeared within the room. "Quickly, enter. This is the basement constructed by the Baron, modeled after military fortifications. It is quite secure within, and it will take Tarafa some time to uncover our hiding place," the butler insisted. Curiosity piqued, Mei Shui was astonished to discover that such a secretive underground chamber existed within the castle, despite having resided there for many years. Gute was the first to plunge into the tunnel, followed closely by Mei Shui, the buxom lady, and the butler, who gently closed the passage behind them. Meanwhile, Wilson Castle had transformed into a veritable hell on earth, drenched in blood, with hundreds of servants lying slain beneath the swords of Tarafa's knights. Search everywhere. Merlin is not within the castle, but Mei Shui is undoubtedly here, Tarafa commanded as he entered the Great Hall, finding it eerily deserted. Realizing Mei Shui must be hiding, he immediately ordered his men to conduct a thorough search throughout Wilson Castle. Merlin awoke from his slumber, slightly pulling aside the carriage curtain to find the dawn breaking. A damp chill permeating the air, indicating that morning had arrived. "Moss, where are we now?" Merlin inquired. Moss turned his head slightly, his face pale and eyes red-rimmed, revealing the toll of exhaustion after a night spent trailing the knightly company. "Young Master Merlin, we should arrive at Blackwater City in about an hour," Moss replied softly. "Another hour?" Merlin furrowed his brow slightly. Today was the day the lord of the city summoned all the nobles. If they managed to seize the initiative and gain control over the entire Blackwater City, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. Merlin was particularly concerned about the safety of Wilson Castle. However, he had already exerted himself to the utmost, and further impatience would bear no fruit. Thus, he chose to remain quietly within the carriage, turning his attention to the fluctuations in his mind. Just yesterday, he had simulated the freezing spell within his consciousness, and after a night of accumulation, the ice elements had gradually increased. According to Merlin's estimation, he was now capable of casting the freezing spell 3 times consecutively. 3 times, sufficient indeed. Merlin understood the nature of the freezing spell. It was not an offensive incantation, but rather a binding one. The frequency of its casting was not of paramount importance. What mattered was the strength of the binding. For offense, he still relied on the fireball spell, which, after months of diligent practice, had amassed considerable power, allowing him to unleash nearly 20 consecutive casts without pause. Moreover, he possessed the Bell Pendant, which could facilitate 18 mighty fireball spells, his most trusted trump card, reserved for critical moments. After a night of rest, his mental energy had also largely recovered. At this juncture, Merlin found himself at the pinnacle of his abilities. Mei Shui remained unharmed. Merlin murmured softly, his tranquil gaze occasionally flickering with a fierce intensity. An hour later, the towering walls of Blackwater City came into view, dotted with archers positioned atop, while the massive city gates remained firmly shut. "This is troubling. The church has made its move." Old Wilson waved his hand, prompting the swift cavalry to halt, their gazes fixed upon Blackwater City. The gates, which should have been open, remained obstinately closed. Such closures only occurred during emergencies, indicating that something had indeed transpired within Blackwater City. Old Wilson raised his eyes once more to the figures on the walls. By their attire, they appeared to belong to the city's defense corps. "My lord, what shall we do?" Captain Pulla had approached Old Wilson's side, staring at the closed gates, equally at a loss. "We have arrived too late." Old Wilson shook his head in resignation. His initial plan had been to reach Blackwater City before the church took action, perhaps arriving while the gates were still unbarred. Yet, he was ultimately a step behind. The gates were now firmly under the church's control. Clenching his hands, his eyes reddened with frustration, he was unwilling to accept this outcome. However, with the gates shut, breaching them without siege engines was impossible. Unless, of course, a powerful spellcaster could blast the gates open. A sudden thought struck old Wilson. He recalled the formidable spellcasters from the Black Moon Kingdom at the slaughterhouse, who could obliterate even the most fortified strongholds with terrifying spells, let alone these mere gates. Quickly, fetch Merlin. Old Wilson's mind raced back to the thought of Merlin, the spellcaster. Old Wilson gazed at Merlin with a look brimming with anticipation. Merlin squinted slightly, observing for a while, then gently nodded and replied in a calm tone, "I shall give it a try." However, he did not possess absolute confidence in his ability to breach the formidable city gate. Chapter 46. The Fierce Battle at Blackwater City, Part 1. Old Wilson summoned several knights, who wielded shields to protect Merlin as they approached the city gates. Let us test this. With a flicker of thought, Merlin conjured a fireball the size of a fist, a mere manifestation of the ordinary fireball spell, as he sought to ascertain the fortitude of the gates. Go. With a low utterance, the fireball surged forth towards the gates. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The fireball collided with the gates, yet Merlin refrained from detonating it. Confronted by such a formidable barrier, he knew that a simple fireball would not suffice to breach it. Instead, he relied on the intense heat to melt a significant opening. However, the gates proved to be exceedingly resilient, as they served as the ultimate defense of the city, their strength unparalleled. Thus, Merlin's fireball merely left a half-inch deep indentation, failing to melt through the gates. If one attempt falters, then let there be two, three. Undeterred, Merlin recognized that although his initial fireball had not prevailed, it had yielded some effect. As long as he continued to unleash fireballs, he was certain to pierce the gates. Whoosh, whoosh. Two more fireballs soared towards the gates, targeting the spot where the first had melted, further eroding the barrier. In a fleeting moment, molten iron began to drip from the once impenetrable gates. At last, under the relentless assault of the two fireballs, a fist-sized hole emerged in the gates. A glimmer of delight crossed Merlin's face, having cast the fireball spell thrice. He was now ready to invoke the greater fireball spell. Without hesitation, Merlin summoned a colossal fireball, an imposing sphere that instilled fear merely by its presence. Whoosh. The massive fireball hurtled toward the gates, aimed directly at the small opening. Boom. The might of the greater fireball far surpassed that of the ordinary fireball, unleashing a terrifying force and an overwhelming heat that rapidly spread from the small aperture, soon creating an opening large enough for a person to pass through. Old Wilson, having awaited this moment, felt a surge of joy as he witnessed the gates truly being breached by Merlin's formidable spell. He raised his great sword and bellowed, "In the name of knightly honor, charge! In the name of knightly honor, charge!" Echoed the 200 heavily armored knights and 600 ordinary knights following Old Wilson, their voices resonating with a chilling resolve. The thunderous sound of galloping knights echoed, akin to the roar of a landslide, causing the very ground of the city gates to tremble. Old Wilson surged forward, enveloped in a vibrant blaze, as if he were a being of fire itself. He led a throng of knights through the gaping hole of the city gate, charging fiercely into Blackwater City. In no time, the gate was fully opened, and Wilson's cavalcade of knights, with an unstoppable momentum, scattered the defenders stationed at the gate. Though the defenders possessed some combat prowess, they stood no chance against the heavily armored knights led by Old Wilson. Merlin followed closely behind the knights, feeling grateful that he had chosen the fireball spell as his initial model. Otherwise, neither the freeze spell nor the whirlwind spell would have been able to breach the gate. The battle at the gate soon subsided, with many defenders fleeing. However, Old Wilson did not pursue them. Instead, he approached Merlin with a grave expression and said, "Merlin, I have assigned Pulla to accompany you, leading 300 knights to Wilson Castle to rescue Mei Shui and the others. I shall lead the remaining knights to the Lord's mansion to eliminate Ogden." Old Wilson was determined not to let Ogden, who colluded with the church, escape. Intending to directly assault the Lord's mansion with his heavy cavalry, Merlin pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Father, 100 knights will suffice for me. You must go to the Lord's mansion. It is heavily guarded, and Ogden's defenders will undoubtedly be there." Old Wilson contemplated this and nodded in agreement, subsequently leading 700 knights toward the Lord's mansion. "Pulla, prepare the knights for battle. We may encounter some trouble," Merlin remarked, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Inside Wilson Castle, the bodies of over 100 servants lay strewn across the floor, men, women, the elderly, and children alike falling victim to the massacre. The stench of blood permeated the air, detectable from a distance. Taratha sat in a chair within the castle, his brow furrowed and countenance darkened. He had scoured the entire estate, only to find servants, with no sign of Mei Shui and the others. Had they escaped? Doubt crept into Tarafa's mind. He ordered his subordinate to bring forth a servant, kneeling in fear, and asked, "Where is Mei Shui?" "I don't know," the servant stammered. Tarafa rose, raising his sword without hesitation, piercing the servant's chest. "Bring in the next one." A cruel smile crept across Tarafa's face as another maid was summoned. Terrified by the sight of the corpses surrounding her, she blurted out before Tarafa could inquire further. "I just saw the steward take Miss Mei Shui and the others to the Baroness room." "Excellent. Lead the way," Tarafa commanded eagerly, rising to follow the maid. Before long, Tarafa arrived at Baron Old Wilson and Appo's chamber. He scanned the room with a cold smirk, declaring, "They must be hiding in here. Search thoroughly." Suddenly, dozens of knights burst into Old Wilson's chamber, commencing a thorough search. Meanwhile, in the basement, Mei Shui and her companions had gathered at the entrance, pressed against the wall. Faintly hearing the footsteps on the other side, Mei Shui exchanged a glance with the steward, and with a calm demeanor, she drew her longsword. Taking a deep breath and firmly grasping the hilt, fully prepared for combat. Among those present, she was the sole individual with combat prowess. Although Old Wilson's traps were well concealed, Tila Fa, accompanied by such a multitude, would undoubtedly uncover them swiftly. At that moment, they would have no choice but to fight for their lives. "Steward, if Tila Fa discovers us, I will confront him to allow you, Mother, and Guter to escape from Wilson Manor," Mei Shui whispered, a sense of despair washing over her. If only she had become an elemental swordswoman, perhaps there might have been a glimmer of hope, a chance to shield the steward while ensuring her mother and Guter's escape. But now, if they were to be discovered by Tila Fa, their fate would be all but sealed. Suddenly, a rumble echoed throughout Wilson Manor, the very ground trembling slightly. Dust cascading from the walls and settling upon the floor. Tila Fa abruptly raised his head, his expression shifting slightly as his gaze turned towards the exterior of Wilson Manor. Chapter 47. The Fierce Battle at Blackwater City, Part 2. Merlin, lacking proficiency in horseback riding, perched upon the wagon, lifting the curtain to gaze intently ahead, where the distant Wilson Castle came into view. Suddenly, a potent scent of blood wafted towards him with the chilling wind, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. He leaped down from the cart and called to Uncle Plar, "Stop at once." At that moment, Plar too recognized the acrid stench of blood, his expression darkening with alarm. The source of the odor pointed towards Wilson Castle. Realizing its direction, Merlin could no longer hesitate. He sprinted with fervor, reaching the castle's entrance where he was met with a harrowing sight. Bodies strewn about, many of whom were familiar servants and guards of Wilson Castle. "Damn it!" Merlin cursed silently as he and Plar rushed into the castle. Tyrifer, accompanied by his men, charged out, and their eyes met, tension thickening the air. "Tyrifer, where's Mei Shui?" Merlin's voice was grave as he scanned the lifeless forms on the ground, not spotting Mei Shui among them. The two men clad in white robes, sent by Mage Jason as guardian swordsman, exchanged glances and roared in unison, "Kill." Instantly, a radiant light enveloped them, revealing them to be first-level light swordsmen. And they lunged directly at Merlin. In that moment, witnessing the carnage within Wilson Castle ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within Merlin. His gaze was fixed on Tyrifer, ignoring the advancing guardians entirely. "Get lost," he bellowed, striding purposefully toward Tyrifer. His training in the mysterious sculpture had honed his physical prowess to rival that of any first-level elemental swordsman, perhaps even surpassing it. Consequently, his speed was remarkable, covering several meters in mere strides. The two guardian swordsmen exchanged astonished looks, sensing that Merlin was not an elemental swordsman, yet his physical capabilities exceeded their expectations. However, they were soon confronted with an even greater surprise. With a flick of his fingers, Merlin conjured two fireballs, each the size of a fist. Whoosh! With another gesture, the fireballs flickered momentarily, tracing swift arcs through the air as they hurtled towards the Guardians at an alarming velocity. "Oh no, it's the wicked sorcery!" The Guardians, possessing a modicum of discernment, recognized the fireballs as spells, but it was already too late for them to evade. As Merlin's mental acuity expanded, so too did his mastery over the fireball spell, rendering it nearly untraceable. Once unleashed, even third-level elemental swordsmen would struggle to escape its grasp, let alone these two mere first-level elemental swordsmen. Boom, boom. Two fireballs struck the chest of the two guardian swordsmen with a resounding impact, each containing an overwhelming heat that their light armor could not possibly withstand. Consequently, both guardians were seared through, leaving gaping wounds in their chests, their luminous essence dissipating as they fell heavily to the ground. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Two formidable guardian swordsmen were slain, while Merlin did not even pause, continuing his advance towards Tarafa. Tarafa stood in shock, but his nearby knight, though fearful, bravely positioned himself in front of Tarafa, prepared to defend him. To these knights, who were not even elemental swordsmen, Merlin deemed it not worth expending his magical energy. Instead, he unleashed his fists like the wind upon the knights surrounding Tarafa. With physical prowess rivaling that of a peak-level elemental swordsman, Merlin swiftly dispatched several knights. In an instant, there was no one left to shield Tarafa, and Merlin's gaze fixated upon him. "Tarafa, where is Meishue?" Merlin inquired coldly as he approached step by step. A fireball radiating terrifying heat materializing before him, hovering ominously in the air. Upon seeing the fireball, Tarafa's complexion turned pale, fearfully gazing at Merlin, utterly at a loss. As Merlin moved closer to seize Tarafa for interrogation, a multitude of knights suddenly emerged from the castle, charging at Merlin with fierce shouts. Tarafa had brought 200 knights, outnumbering the 100 knights accompanying Merlin. However, Merlin remained unfazed, his eyes flashing with a glacial murderous intent as he regarded the oncoming knights. With a decisive gesture, Merlin pointed towards a group of knights ahead. The fireball, suspended in the void, surged forward and was ignited by Merlin's mental force. The fist-sized fireball erupted with tremendous force, sending the nearest knights flying and crashing heavily to the ground, their armor shattered into fragments. The knights further away were scorched by the scattering embers, collapsing in agony and despair. Simultaneously, Plar drew his sword, letting out a fierce roar as he led his 100 knights to charge at Tarafa's forces. Though outnumbered, their morale was high, bolstered by Merlin's fireball spell. Thus, they swept through Tarafa's knights with overwhelming might, inflicting heavy casualties, with only a few escaping the Wilson Castle. Inside Wilson Castle, the scene was one of true carnage, bodies of Tarafa's knights and castle servants strewn together, transforming the entire fortress into a hellish nightmare. "Young Master Merlin." Plar strode forward, his armor stained a deep crimson, his face smeared with blood, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was his own or that of the enemies. "Have you found her?" "Young Master Merlin, we have searched everywhere, yet Miss Meishue is nowhere to be found within the ancient castle. Nor are the bodies of the butler and a lady." A flicker of joy appeared on Pla's face, as long as no corpses were discovered. It suggested that Meishue and the others might still be alive. At that moment, Tarafa lay on the ground, his face ashen, having become a captive of Merlin. Merlin cast a glance at Tarafa, a cold smile gracing his lips, before turning to Pla and saying, "Uncle Pla, I leave Tarafa in your capable hands. Rest assured. Young Master Merlin, I shall ensure that the 148 lives within Wilson Castle are accounted for," Pla replied with a sinister grin etched upon Tarafa's bloodied face. Merlin chose to ignore Tarafa further and strode directly towards old Wilson's chamber, his heart harboring a vague suspicion regarding the whereabouts of Meishue and the others. "Why has it fallen silent?" Meishue whispered softly from her hiding place in the basement. Moments ago, she had heard the distant echoes of footsteps, but suddenly, they had ceased altogether. The butler pondered for a moment before responding. "Miss Meishue, let us wait a while longer. Perhaps an unforeseen event has transpired, causing them to temporarily depart. However, we must not act hastily. Remaining here is our safest option." Meishue nodded in agreement, her previously anxious heart gradually easing. Creak. Just then, the entrance to the basement before Meishue and her companions began to open gradually. "This is bad. We've been discovered." Meishue inhaled deeply and raised her greatsword high, preparing to fight for her life. A shadowy figure began to approach through the passage, and without hesitation, as the entrance fully opened, Meishue brought her sword crashing down with all her might. Chapter 48, The Fierce Battle of Blackwater City, Part 2, in the Lord's Mansion. 6 nobles entered the Grand Hall in succession. Lord Ogden and Baron Wingulite were already waiting inside. Upon the arrival of the 6 nobles, Ogden immediately rose and said, "Please, take your seats. I have summoned you all today to discuss a matter of great significance for Blackwater City." Is the Lord referring to the issue of the bandits? Those brigands appeared out of nowhere, causing disturbances in the territory. "We have dispatched knights to safeguard the land. There should not be any major problems for the time being." Baron Barman was the first to speak. Beside him, Baron Wingulite narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Baron Barman, a fleeting glimmer of cold malice flashing in his gaze. He still harbored resentment towards Barman for having his daughter, of Real, engaged to Merlin in front of numerous nobles of Blackwater City, despite Wingulite's own proposal for her hand. Indeed, Baron Barman. The Lord has not summoned us here to discuss the bandit issue, Wingulite sneered, his tone sharp and cutting. Baron Barman's expression shifted slightly. Then he turned to Lord Ogden. Speaking in a low, serious tone, "My lord, is it not to deliberate on how to deal with the bandits that you have called us here?" Lord Ogden's demeanor remained indifferent. He cast a faint glance at Wingulite, seemingly displeased with the latter's interruption, yet he slowly began to speak. "The purpose of today's gathering is indeed not to discuss the bandit situation." Pausing momentarily, Ogden intended to continue, but Baron Barman suddenly stood up, coldly declaring, "If this is not about the bandits, then I shall take my leave. There are matters in the territory that require my attention." His face pale with fury. Barman turned to leave, but as he reached the doorway, he was immediately blocked by several knights of the City Defense Corps, their swords glinting ominously. This action not only startled Baron Barman, but also caused the other nobles to shift uneasily. In terms of rank, they were all barons, equal to Ogden, albeit with Ogden holding slightly more power as the lord. Such an overt obstruction to Baron Barman's departure was a serious affront. "Ogden, what is the meaning of this?" Baron Barman demanded, his face ashen with anger. Wingulite's words had been too shocking. Barman and the others found it hard to believe. And they all turned their gazes toward Lord Ogden. "Ogden, is it true what Wingulite said? Have you truly allied with the church?" Baron Barman pressed, his voice laced with accusation. Ogden's eyes reflected a hint of regret as he glanced at Wingulite, yet he understood that to secure his future position in Blackwater City, he must fulfill the tasks entrusted to him by Mage Jason. As Ogden's words fell, more than 100 knights from the City Defense Corps surged into the hall. Filling it to capacity, their predatory gazes fixed upon Baron Barman and the others. Many nobles fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Baron Barman suddenly drew his great sword and laughed heartily. "Ogden, do not forget from whom your noble title is bestowed." Ogden's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, "Baron Barman, the title of my Ogden lineage was earned through the valor of our ancestors on the battlefield. It is not a gift from anyone." Is Wilson truly dead? A hint of sorrow flickered in Barman's demeanor. He had shared a close bond with the elder Wilson, akin to that of brothers. And the news of Wilson's demise weighed heavily on his heart. "Gentlemen, it is time for you to make a choice." Ogden's voice turned grave, causing the knights of the City Defense Corps to exude a palpable aura of menace. "Do we truly have a choice?" After a lengthy silence, one noble spoke despondently, relinquishing his greatsword. A glimmer of hope surged in Ogden's heart. Just as he was about to speak again, the ground beneath them began to tremble subtly, accompanied by distant cries of battle. "In the name of knightly honor, strike!" The rallying cries grew increasingly distinct, steeped in a chilling atmosphere of impending violence. "It is Wilson. Wilson has arrived." Upon hearing the battle shouts, Baron Barman was instantly invigorated. The slogan was all too familiar, heralding the arrival of Wilson and his heavily armored knights. "Trouble brews. It is Wilson's heavy cavalry." Ogden and Baron Wingulite exchanged astonished glances. They had distinctly heard Mage Jason declare that Wilson had perished within the territory. Yet it was evident that Wilson was leading his armored knights against the Lord's manor. The nobles of Blackwater City understood all too well the dreadfulness of Wilson's heavy cavalry. Even 1,000 knights from the City Defense Corps would likely be insufficient to withstand their onslaught. "Quickly, we must inform Mage Jason." Ogden immediately thought of the mage and prepared to retreat. With a resounding crash, the Grand Hall's doors were shattered by a tremendous force. A towering figure clad in black armor burst into the hall, enveloped in flames, with crimson droplets of blood cascading from his great sword, a tempestuous aura radiating from him. The newcomer was none other than the elder Wilson. He strode into the hall, casting a brief glance at Ogden, Baron Wingulite, and Baron Barman, a smile gracing his features. "It appears that it is not too late." Wilson's voice was slightly hoarse as he advanced, gripping his great sword firmly. Chapter 49. Too feeble within the depths of Wilson Castle, Mei Shui observed the grand door of the basement swing open. In an instant, she summoned all her strength, wielding her great sword with ferocity towards a shadowy figure emerging from the threshold. The blade sliced through the air with remarkable swiftness. Yet the figure seemed to move with even greater agility, swiftly seizing Mei Shui's wrist. "It's me." A familiar voice, accompanied by a recognizable silhouette, momentarily stunned Mei Shui. Meanwhile, the rotund figure of Guter, brimming with delight, exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Merlin? Huh, what a surprise to see you. Had you delayed any longer, we might have faced dire consequences. By the way, where is Tarafa?" Guter scanned the surroundings, puzzled by Tarafa's absence. recalling the sight of Tarafa leading hundreds of knights into the fortress with great fervor. Guter, what brings you here? Merlin regarded the chubby Guter with a hint of peculiarity on his face. The butler hastened to clarify, young Master Merlin, we owe our gratitude to Master Guter. If he hadn't taken the risk to warn us of impending danger, we could have been in grave peril. Merlin scrutinized Guter earnestly, then solemnly remarked, Guter, I truly appreciate your assistance in aiding Mei Shui during this critical moment. Coming to Wilson Castle to deliver such news entails significant risk, if discovered. It could endanger the entire Daglin family. Guter, rubbing his hands together nervously, shook his head with an awkward smile. It's nothing really. You are my friend. And how could I not lend a hand? However, in the end, I fear I've been of little help even now. Guter felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Not only had he failed to provide substantial aid, but he had nearly put himself in jeopardy. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside as Captain Pulla rushed in, speaking hurriedly to Merlin. Young Master Merlin, the enemies within the castle have been eradicated. Only a few straggling knights remain. This place may no longer be safe. We should proceed to the city gate to await the arrival of Lord Baron. Captain Pulla, drenched in blood, his once pristine silver armor now marred by grotesque stains, emanated a nauseating scent of iron, instilling a sense of dread. Merlin, has Tarafa escaped? Guter inquired suspiciously. How could Tarafa possibly escape? He was captured by young Master Merlin and was personally dealt with by me. Captured by Merlin? Guter regarded Merlin with a strange expression. Suddenly realizing that Merlin seemed transformed, his eyes gleaming with newfound confidence. Let us depart. We must head to the city gate to reunite with my father. Merlin opted not to elaborate further on the matter and led the way outside the confines of Wilson Castle. As Mei Shui, Gu Te, and others entered the hall, they were met with a gruesome sight, lifeless bodies strewn across the floor, the air thick with the stench of blood. The sight left Mei Shui's complexion pale, while the chubby boy managed to maintain his composure until he laid eyes on Tila Fe's corpse, at which point he could no longer hold back his terror and retched upon the ground. Tila Fe lay motionless, his facial expression twisted in a manner that spoke volumes of the horrific torment he had endured in life. Mei Lin cast a glance at Pu La, who merely chuckled, unperturbed by the carnage, having witnessed scenes far more brutal during his time with Old Wilson at the slaughterhouse. Without further delay, Mei Lin and his companions departed the castle. Outside, a contingent of knights awaited them. Mei Lin scanned the area and noted that only a little over 60 knights remained. Despite the advantage afforded by Mei Lin's spells during the earlier confrontation with Tila Fe, nearly 40 knights had perished. This grim realization prompted Mei Lin to worry for Old Wilson's safety. The defenses of the Lord's Manor would undoubtedly be far more formidable, with over 1,000 knights stationed around it. Even if Old Wilson's heavy cavalry were exceptionally skilled, the potential losses could still be significant. Quickly to the city gate, Mei Lin urged, leading the remaining knights in haste. After ensuring that Mei Shui, the ample-bosomed lady, and the steward were safely loaded into the carriage, he turned to Pu La and said, Uncle Pu La, please protect Mei Shui and the lady here. I am concerned for my father's situation and must head to the Lord's Manor immediately. Pu La pondered for a moment, recognizing Mei Lin's identity as a spellcaster, which assured him of safety. He nodded affirmatively, saying, Rest assured, young Master Mei Lin, I will safeguard the young lady and the lady. Unskilled in writing, Mei Lin summoned a knight to escort him to the Lord's Manor. Just as they were about to depart, Mei Shui leaned out of the carriage, her voice laced with urgency. Mei Lin, what good will it do for you to go? Father is protected by heavy cavalry and will surely be fine. Your presence might only complicate matters. Complicate matters? Mei Lin regarded Mei Shui with a bemused expression, suddenly recalling that she and the others were unaware of his status as a spellcaster. A smile curved at his lips as he casually gestured toward the city gate. With a resounding crash, a fireball struck the gate, creating a massive breach in the already battered structure. Ignoring the astonishment of Mei Shui and the others, he urged his knight to gallop toward the Lord's Manor. Look! Mei Shui and Gu Te stared wide-eyed at the gaping hole in the heavy gate, rendered speechless by the spectacle. At the Lord's Manor, Old Wilson strode purposefully toward Og Ding, his immense presence pressing down upon everyone like a heavy stone. The oppressive aura. Have you nearly reached the level of a third-tier elemental swordsman? Sensing the invisible pressure emanating from Old Wilson, Og Ding managed a wry smile. For only those above the third tier could fully grasp the concept of momentum and wield elemental force to impose their will upon adversaries. Baron Wangulite swiftly drew his great sword, emanating a radiant glow of earthy yellow light. a manifestation of the earth element, for he was a level 2 earth swordsman. Thus, he held no fear of Old Wilson. Positioning himself with sword in hand, standing resolutely before him, Old Wilson, cloaked in flames, cast a glance at Baron Wingulite, a flicker of derision crossing his eyes. Flame slash. Old Wilson initiated his attack, executing a straightforward, unembellished strike that descended directly upon Baron Wingulite. The latter, fully prepared, had heightened the earthy glow surrounding him to its zenith. With a resounding crash, Baron Wingulite stared in disbelief at Old Wilson. With a single stroke, he was sent sprawling to the ground, landing heavily. He was utterly defenseless. Despite having engaged in conflict with Old Wilson for decades, this was the first time he felt such profound despair. You are far too weak. Wingulite, you are unworthy to be my adversary. Old Wilson merely cast a fleeting glance at the fallen Baron, then disregarded him entirely, redirecting his attention toward the city lord. Ogden was his true opponent. Chapter 50, The Battle of the Spellcasters. Old Wilson fixed his gaze upon Ogden, who raised his head to sense the ferocious aura emanating from Wilson, casting a fleeting glance at Baron Wingulite lying on the ground. A hint of despondency crept across Ogden's face as he murmured, "Wilson, I am no match for you." Ogden was acutely aware that Wilson had severely injured the defensively adept Wingulite with a single blow. He himself could not hope to achieve such a feat, for he had fallen far behind Wilson. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. As a throng of knights surged in, those loyal to Old Wilson, while other heavily armored knights continued their fierce clash with the city's defense forces outside. One knight swiftly approached Wilson, speaking in hushed tones, "My lord, the knights of the defense force are gathering in increasing numbers. We must depart swiftly." Wilson understood that the lord's manor was no place for lingering, yet he was unwilling to let Ogden escape unscathed. "Ogden, you have colluded with the church, intent on my demise. Now, I offer you a chance. Draw your sword and engage me in a fair battle. Defeat me, and I shall spare your life," Wilson proclaimed, his voice resonant with authority. He and Ogden were long regarded as the mightiest in Blackwater City, yet they had never faced each other in combat. Nevertheless, Wilson harbored unwavering confidence in his own prowess. Ogden met Wilson's gaze, his tone growing icy as he replied, "Wilson, should you delay any further, you may find it impossible to leave at all." "Huh, Ogden, who could possibly impede me now? You, or your knights of the defense force?" Wilson's presence swelled, pressing ominously towards Ogden, while flames flickered fiercely along the blade of his great sword. "Draw your sword, Ogden." As Wilson's imposing figure loomed before Ogden, it cast a shadow over him, and without hesitation, he swung his great sword downward. The violent flames clashed with the air, producing a hissing sound that was nothing short of formidable. Ogden's complexion paled. He had no choice but to respond, raising his own great sword, which too erupted with roaring flames. He was, after all, a fire swordsman. The two former champions of Blackwater City collided with tremendous force, their wild flames intertwining and exploding outward. Ogden staggered backward, his sword now marred with cracks, unable to withstand further impact. In stark contrast, Wilson remained steadfast, the outcome of their struggle already apparent. "Ogden, you have grown too weak. How spirited you once were in your pursuit of the lordship. You have forsaken your training. You have disappointed me gravely." Old Wilson shook his head, profoundly disappointed in Ogden. Once, the two had been hailed as the foremost masters of Blackwater City, evenly matched. However, over the course of a decade, Old Wilson had grown far stronger than Ogden. Death. Old Wilson had no intentions of sparing Ogden. He raised his great sword high, the flames along its blade appearing more intense, emanating a searing heat that enveloped the surrounding knights. This strike was one Ogden could not possibly withstand. The massive sword descended swiftly upon Ogden, exerting an overwhelming pressure on the once proud lord, who now found himself devoid of the courage to even raise his sword. Instead, he simply closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. With a dull thud, Old Wilson's expression shifted slightly. His sword had not claimed Ogden's life. Instead, a brilliant orb of white light had interposed itself beside Ogden. This seemingly insignificant sphere of light forced Old Wilson to stagger back several steps, the heavy black armor he wore creaking under the unexpected backlash. "Who?" Old Wilson scanned the area warily. Behind Ogden, a middle-aged man had appeared, clad in a pristine white robe adorned with an eye-catching silver cross sword. Mage Jason. Upon seeing the robed figure, a flicker of joy crossed Ogden's face. He had almost forgotten that the church's Mage Jason was present to provide support. Although Ogden knew little about Mage Jason, he was aware of the mage's extraordinary powers, capable of effortlessly defeating elemental swordsmen. Even the nefarious heretic that once plagued Blackwater City had proven no match for Mage Jason. Thus, the mage's appearance invigorated Ogden, who felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. A mage from the Inquisition? Old Wilson's tone grew grave as he recognized the silver cross sword embroidered on Mage Jason's robe. This emblem was all too familiar. He had encountered many clad similarly during the slaughterhouse incident, all belonging to the church's most enigmatic Inquisition mages. The mages of the church were formidable beings, capable of battling the powerful spellcasters of the Kingdom of Black Moon. The white orb that had just saved Ogden was undoubtedly the result of the spell cast by Mage Jason. Baron Wilson, you are one who survived the slaughterhouse and should be well aware of our church's might. Lay down your weapons, and if you possess a sincere heart, embracing the faith of the God of Light, you may still remain among the Divine's children. Mage Jason's expression was calm, emanating an aura of warmth and tranquility that inspired comfort and peace. The Divine does not encourage chaos. Old Wilson once again raised his greatsword, his aura intensifying, the raging flames threatening to breach a critical threshold. He had reached the pinnacle of a second-tier flame swordsman, poised to ascend to the third tier at any moment. Wizard Jason slightly shook his head, his tone indifferent yet remarkably calm as he spoke. Wilson, your soul has descended into darkness, opposing the Divine. Your spirit shall never find peace. With that, Wizard Jason extended his pale hand, emanating a brilliant white light, while softly chanting incantations. Whoosh! Pulses of light surged forth, colliding with Old Wilson at an astonishing speed, leaving him utterly unprepared. These luminous orbs possessed formidable impact. Each violent strike against Old Wilson's ebony armor produced a series of ominous creaks and groans. This indicated that even the remarkably resilient armor was on the verge of succumbing to Wizard Jason's magical onslaught, threatening to shatter at any moment. Should the armor break, no matter how exceptional Old Wilson's physical prowess, he would be utterly powerless against the formidable magical assault of Wizard Jason. In the brief span of moments, the tide had drastically turned. Just as Old Wilson had seemed to hold the upper hand, his circumstances now hung precariously in the balance. Chapter 51, The Battle of the Spellcasters, Part 2. Within the confines of Blackwater City, the streets near the Lord's Manor lay eerily quiet, a stark contrast to their usual bustling nature. Occasionally, a few individuals would cautiously peek out from their homes, casting furtive glances toward the Lord's Manor, their apprehension heightened by the distant sounds of battle and the pungent scent of blood that permeated the air, rendering them reluctant to step outside. Suddenly, a horse galloped past, heading directly toward the Lord's Manor. It bore none other than Merlin and the young knight, Argus. Argus, do you fear? Merlin inquired suddenly of the young knight. Argus's face was flushed from the cold, yet determination glimmered in his eyes as he shook his head. Young Master Merlin, truthfully, I was frightened when facing so many bandits in the territory. However, upon seeing Lord Baron and those formidable heavy cavalry, my fear vanished. With the Baron leading us and the invincible heavy cavalry at our side, we are bound to triumph. A knowing smile graced Merlin's lips. The young knight had been thoroughly captivated by the aura of the heavy cavalry. His sole desire now was to join their ranks and become one of them. You shall indeed become one of the heavy cavalry, and in time, you may even rise to become a great knight. Merlin perceived courage, resolve, and unwavering dedication in the young knight's eyes. As long as he survived this encounter, his future achievements would surely be remarkable. The young knight's speed was impressive, and soon the distant silhouette of the Lord's Manor came into view. Young Master Merlin, it appears that the Baron has already engaged in battle. The city defense corps cannot withstand the onslaught of the heavy cavalry, Argus exclaimed, noting the numerous fallen bodies strewn along the roadside, all belonging to the city defense corps, with scarcely any casualties among the heavy cavalry led by Old Wilson. Merlin could not help but admire Old Wilson, a formidable warrior who had emerged from the slaughterhouse of battle. The heavy cavalry, though only 200 strong, under Wilson's command, had proven nearly invincible. Whether facing the church's disguised swordsmen or the numerous city defense knights at the Lord's Manor, let us proceed toward these bodies, Merlin said solemnly, aware that these corpses were likely the result of the relentless charge of the heavy cavalry. By following the trail of the fallen knights, they would surely find Old Wilson. Merlin and the young knight raced deeper into the Lord's Manor, and as they advanced, the number of bodies increased, accompanied by the echo of shouts and clashing steel. Young Master Merlin, look! Ahead lie the heavy cavalry, but they seem to be trapped, Argus shouted in alarm. Merlin lifted his gaze and beheld a castle ahead, where a multitude of city defense knights had encircled the heavy cavalry led by Old Wilson, forming an imposing barrier. "Charge in. My father must be within." Upon witnessing such a scene, Merlin began to feel a profound concern for the plight of the aged Wilson. The young knight, undeterred by the peril, spurred his steed toward the encirclement. Inside the hall, old Wilson found himself in a precarious predicament. The white orbs of light conjured by the wizard Jason erupted one after another. Such low-level spells could be unleashed in rapid succession without significantly depleting Jason's mana. Yet, despite their simplicity, these spells were far beyond what old Wilson could withstand. Crack. After enduring the onslaught of numerous spells, Wilson's armor finally succumbed to the relentless assault. Cracks began to spiderweb across its surface, swiftly spreading until it shattered entirely, cascading down to the ground in a myriad of fragments. Old Wilson's face turned pale as he stumbled backward, his gaze warily fixed on the wizard Jason. Upon witnessing Wilson's armor in ruins, a smirk crept across Jason's visage as he intoned ominously, "It is over." Swish, swish, swish. 3 luminous orbs shot forth with astonishing speed directly toward old Wilson. Bereft of his armor's protection, any one of these radiant spheres, should it strike him, would possess sufficient force to extinguish his life. "Come forth." Old Wilson's expression twisted into a semblance of ferocity as he bellowed, his garments straining against the swelling of his muscles, revealing a formidable physique. Originally nearing 2 meters in height, he now towered beyond that, exuding an aura of primal fury, particularly accentuated by the flames licking at his great sword, distorting the very air around him. Old Wilson was prepared to fight to the death, unleashing the full extent of his strength. His terrifying physical prowess, combined with the burgeoning elemental power approaching the threshold of Tier 3, was eerily reminiscent of the nearly Tier 4 elemental swordsman Angus from his homeland. Yet, even in such a state, old Wilson harbored little hope against Jason's fierce magical onslaught. Suddenly, a fireball, the size of a fist, streaked into the hall. Trailing wisps of black smoke and accompanied by a chilling voice from outside, detonating with a thunderous explosion. The searing heat engulfed the chamber, and the dreadful shockwave obliterated Jason's spells, engulfing the 3 white orbs in a magnificent inferno. The abrupt turn of events left everyone momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. However, old Wilson seemed to sense the impending arrival of a familiar figure, instinctively retreating and casting his gaze toward the entrance. Indeed, a well-known silhouette gradually materialized within the hall. "Merlin." Old Wilson inhaled deeply, exclaiming with a mix of astonishment and relief, his tone imbued with the joy of surviving a harrowing ordeal. Had Merlin arrived but a moment later, his fate would have been dire. "Ah." As Jason the mage narrowed his eyes slightly, the moment he discerned Merlin's visage, he could no longer maintain a calm demeanor, nearly exclaiming, "Is it you?" Jason unmistakably recognized Merlin. After he had slain the old man Ida, he had personally employed magic to scrutinize Merlin but had found no anomalies. However, the fireball spell Merlin had just conjured unequivocally revealed his identity as a spellcaster, causing Jason's expression to darken considerably. "Jason the mage, we meet again," Merlin remarked, slightly astonished to encounter Jason here once more. The fierce battle between Jason and the old man Ida had left a profound impression on Merlin, as it showcased the formidable power of a spellcaster. Now, having become a spellcaster himself, and even surpassing the strength of the former Ida, Merlin regarded Jason with a gaze imbued with confidence, signifying his transformation. The 2 spellcasters locked eyes in a tense silence, the atmosphere thick with anticipation, as the imminent clash loomed ever closer. Chapter 52, The Battle of the Spellcasters, Part 2. Without any superfluous words, both combatants sprang into action simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The voluminous robe of mage Jason billowed without wind, emanating radiant orbs of holy light from his hands, resembling a torrential downpour. As 5 beams of luminescence soared forth in the blink of an eye. Each of these 5 luminous spheres was a level 0 spell, the Holy Light Orb, unleashed by mage Jason, each powerful enough to pierce through even the specially crafted armor of old Wilson after multiple assaults. Merlin, undeterred, summoned his mental energy to invigorate the fireball spell model within his sea of consciousness. In an instant, 5 fireballs, each the size of a fist, floated around him. Go. With a delicate flick of his finger, the 5 fireballs surged forth to collide with Jason's holy light orbs, creating a spectacular clash of crimson and white. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous reverberations echoed through the hall, rendering all present temporarily deaf to any further sounds. More alarmingly, the ensuing explosion of flames and holy light scattered across the vicinity, mercilessly shredding everything in their path. In the blink of an eye, the once grand hall was left in disarray, littered with splintered wood, while even the sturdy stone flooring was charred black. "We must leave this place," old Wilson declared with a grave tone, swiftly signaling his knights to retreat from the hall. Similarly, Ogden, Wangulite, and the others hastily exited, aware that even a slight brush with the residual forces of the spells would exact a heavy toll. In an instant, the hall lay desolate, with only Merlin and Mage Jason remaining, locked in a fierce standoff. "Your magic is even more formidable than that of the malevolent heretics of old." Jason's countenance darkened. Having tested each other, he now realized that Merlin's magical prowess was formidable, rivaling that of the once feared Elder Ida, leaving him astonished. "Mage Jason, where are your level 1 spells? If you do not unleash them soon, you may find yourself with no opportunity left." Merlin's expression remained calm. He understood that before him stood a true level 1 spellcaster. Elder Ida had perished under Jason's level 1 sorcery, thus Merlin remained vigilant of Jason's capabilities. "Level 1 spells. Heretic, even my level 0 spells are sufficient to deal with you." A hint of arrogance flickered across Jason's face as he began to radiate an even denser white light, a clear indication of the light element converging around him. Merlin's expression shifted slightly. As a level 1 spellcaster, Jason's speed in recovering magical energy and his mental prowess were evidently superior to Merlin's. Engaging in a battle of attrition was not in Merlin's favor, thus he resolved to end the confrontation swiftly. "Frost spell." Merlin suddenly unleashed his spell, revealing his newly mastered second spell, the Frost spell. Crackle, crackle. Almost as soon as Merlin's voice fell, a chilling aura enveloped the wizard Jason. Colossal ice crystals materializing in an instant and encasing his lower half entirely in frost. Such binding spells may not boast overwhelming power, yet they possess formidable restraining capabilities. To ensure Jason's capture, Merlin cast the freezing spell 3 times, a feat representing the very limit of his ordinary freezing incantations at that moment. Of course, following these 3 casts, Merlin retained one final opportunity to unleash a greater freezing spell. However, at this juncture, the 3 freezing spells sufficed to restrain Jason, rendering the more potent spell unnecessary. With Jason bound, Merlin wasted no time, directing his hands towards him to invoke his most formidable incantation, the Fireball spell. A colossal fireball suddenly manifested, radiating searing heat that seemed to warp the very air around it. The freezing spells and the fireball were unleashed almost simultaneously, prompting a drastic change in Jason's expression as he realized his predicament. With an explosive burst, Merlin's smile widened. Jason was now deprived of the chance to cast even a basic spell. Generally, spellcasters are somewhat frail, possessing only a modicum of strength beyond that of an ordinary individual. Faced with the overwhelming force of the fireball, which vastly surpassed that of a typical 0-level spell, Jason stood no chance of defense. The massive fireball erupted with a thunderous roar, engulfing Jason in terrifying flames, filling the entire hall with a raging inferno. The fireball's instability meant that once it detonated, its force could encompass a radius of dozens of meters. Even Merlin hurriedly retreated from the hall, the searing heat nearly propelling him outside. A sharp crack echoed as the once sturdy walls of the hall began to display fine cracks, the pristine white surface now marred by a spiderweb of fractures. These fissures had just emerged, a direct result of the shockwave from Merlin's fireball explosion. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the hall where flames raged as if summoned by the very hand of death itself, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. So powerful. A malevolent heretic? The strength exhibited by Merlin and Jason mirrored that of the church's mages, an unfathomable might indeed. The Lord, Ogden, furtively cast a glance at Merlin. The power displayed by both Merlin and Jason vastly exceeded his comprehension. With such terrifying strength, it was likely that hundreds, even thousands, of knights could not thwart Merlin alone. As the flames in the hall gradually subsided, Merlin, who had just released a sigh of relief, suddenly changed countenance. While others might have struggled to discern the situation within the hall, Merlin's keen mental acuity allowed him to perceive clearly. He sensed, albeit faintly, a surging torrent of light elements rapidly gathering within the confines of the hall. A gust of frigid wind swept in from outside the castle, dispersing the dust within the grand hall, and once again, a figure emerged into the gaze of the onlookers. Not dead? As the haze cleared, the silhouette of Mage Jason became discernible. The ice crystals that had adorned him had long since vanished. Despite the ferocity of the recent explosion, it appeared to have inflicted no harm upon Mage Jason whatsoever. Even the pristine white of his robe remained untouched by a speck of dust. Chapter 53. The Battle of the Spellcaster continued. The esteemed Mage Jason had not perished, Instead, he stepped forward with deliberate poise towards the hall's exit. His gaze fixated upon Merlin, his countenance marred by discomfort. Merlin, too, scrutinized Jason, acutely aware of the translucent aura enveloping him, which relentlessly absorbed the elemental light from the surroundings. A spell scroll. Moreover, it transcended the very essence of a mere first-level spell. Merlin murmured to himself, sensing that this ethereal shield was indeed a spell, a formidable one at that, far beyond Jason's capabilities to conjure. The sole explanation lay in the fact that Jason possessed an enchanted scroll. Upon Merlin's unexpected casting of the frost and fireball spells, Jason, sensing imminent danger, had resorted to activating the magic contained within the scroll. As Jason exited the hall, he seemed to catch the faint echoes of Merlin's murmurs, a sly smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "Indeed, I carry a spell scroll. The enchantment within is a purely defensive second-level spell, the Circle of Holy Light. You, wretched heretic, have failed in your insidious schemes. Now it is your turn to face judgment." Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly as a brilliant white light surged forth from Jason, a tumultuous gathering of luminous elements invoking a sense of peril within him. He realized that Jason was poised to unleash a first-level spell, Holy Light Judgment. As anticipated, Jason clasped his hands together, as if in prayer, and bellowed forth the incantation. Instantly, beams of white light coalesced rapidly, sweeping across the sky and overshadowing even the sun itself. This was the very spell that had once left old Ida in despair. Before the spell fully manifested, Merlin felt an overwhelming pressure. Though the sky had been still, the release of Holy Light Judgment summoned fierce winds that nearly blinded him. A first-level spell? Bring it on. Merlin roared, his mental energy fervently stimulating the spell models within his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of fireballs erupted from Merlin's hands, desperately attempting to intercept the deluge of white light, yet to no avail. The countless fireballs were swallowed by the overwhelming brilliance, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Perhaps old Ida had felt a similar despair in the face of Holy Light Judgment. Fireball! Merlin shouted, almost madly casting fireballs. Once the gray frame transformed into a crimson hue, he unhesitatingly unleashed the colossal fireball spell. A titanic orb of flame manifested once again, but this time, Merlin aimed to utilize the fireball to obstruct the first-level spell Jason was about to unleash. Boom! A colossal fireball erupted once more, its violent shockwave slightly resisting the radiant judgment, but it was merely a fleeting obstruction. Merlin's fireball spell could be unleashed in rapid succession, nearing 20 times. In this critical moment of life and death, he cast aside all hesitations, releasing a barrage of fireballs, both ordinary and grand, aimed relentlessly at the mage Jason. Outside the castle, numerous nobles and knights gazed at the vast white luminescence in the sky, along with Merlin's rain of fireballs, their faces paling with trepidation. Neither Jason's spells nor Merlin's could be withstood by any of them. It was a stark contrast of power, a chasm as profound as the heavens, shaking the very souls of all present. Merlin, hold on. Old Wilson clenched his hands tightly, his robust chest heaving, revealing his inner turmoil. Young Master Merlin, you must endure. The young knight Argus silently shouted in support for Merlin. Everyone understood that the battle between the two formidable spellcasters had reached a pivotal moment. Boom. At last. The sky was filled with blinding white radiance, raining down upon Merlin like a barrage of heavy strikes, accompanied by endless flames that burned in the void, counteracting the radiant judgment's onslaught. Merlin felt an overwhelming force strike his chest, followed by an unbearable pain that erupted from within. Crack! His bones shattered, and Merlin could no longer withstand the impact, his body being violently propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet I have withstood it. What is a first-level spell to me? Lying on the ground, Merlin propped himself up with one hand, struggling to rise, his ribs broken and searing with pain. However, he had not perished. He had resisted Jason's first-level spell, something even the elder Ida had failed to accomplish. Jason narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Merlin's trembling form stand up. His expression remained calm as he coldly remarked, "Wretched heretic, you are fortunate to be alive this time, but next time, you shall not be so lucky." With that, Jason prepared to unleash the radiant judgment once more. Merlin gently pressed his hand against the broken ribs, alleviating some of the pain. His survival was due not only to the grand fireball-absorbing part of the radiant judgment's force but also to his physical prowess, which rivaled that of a peak-level elemental swordsman. This formidable physique had allowed him to endure a portion of the impact from the radiant judgment. Jason, your opportunity has slipped away. It is all over. Merlin gazed at Jason, who was conjuring his spell, a glimmer of madness flickering in his eyes. "Grand Frost!" he bellowed, nearly exhausting the last remnants of mana from the Frost spell model, unleashing the Grand Frost spell. Crack, crack. The power of the Great Freezing spell far surpasses that of the ordinary freezing incantation, with an unparalleled binding force. Even the prepared mage Jason found himself ensnared, unable to extricate himself from the constraints of the Great Freezing spell in a short span of time. However, Jason remained utterly unperturbed. Casting a glance at the translucent barrier beside him, he felt a deep-seated confidence in the second-tier spell, Circle of Holy Light. With a scoff, he declared, "Pathetic heretic. Cease your futile struggles. The Circle of Holy Light is beyond your capacity to shatter." "Is that so? The Circle of Holy Light, a second-tier spell?" A peculiar smile suddenly graced the lips of Merlin, and at his chest, an ancient pendant appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. "Let us see if it can withstand 10 fireball spells," he remarked. As his words echoed, Merlin's mental energy activated the bell pendant, and in an instant, 10 colossal fireballs, exuding a terrifying heat, hurtled toward Mage Jason with a fierce roar. Chapter 54. Departure, Part 1. After consuming the potion, a profound dizziness enveloped me, and thus I can only provide the single update today. I sincerely apologize. Once this period passes and I have regained my health, a significant surge of creativity will undoubtedly follow. A friendly reminder to all my esteemed readers, please prioritize your health, for it is of utmost importance. 10 colossal fireballs soared effortlessly to the side of Mage Jason, and despite the protective barrier of the sacred light, his expression shifted dramatically. Merlin's complexion had grown pale, his mental energy severely depleted. In just a short span, he had exhausted nearly half of it. Controlling 10 massive fireballs at this moment was indeed beyond his capacity. However, the fireballs did not require much mastery from Merlin. As they approached Mage Jason, he utilized his mental prowess to ignite the inherently unstable orbs. A thunderous roar erupted, followed by a series of explosive sounds. An unending sea of flames swiftly engulfed Mage Jason, the massive tongues of fire lashing out and stirring up debris from the ground, forming a mushroom-shaped inferno in the void. The knights and nobles present instinctively recoiled, their eyes wide with trepidation as they beheld the terrifying flames that continued to churn and ascend. Even for Merlin, this was the first time he had unleashed 10 fireballs simultaneously, rendering him unable to predict the extent of their devastating power. Yet, he remained vigilant, eyes fixed on the center of the explosion. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the smoke. Merlin's pallor was evident, one hand pressed lightly against his injured abdomen, his chest rising and falling rapidly, a testament to the immense toll the release of 10 fireballs had taken on his mental faculties. Were it not for his exceptional physical constitution, he might have already succumbed to unconsciousness. As the smoke cleared, Mage Jason's figure emerged. Yet the sacred barrier that had enveloped him had vanished entirely. His once pristine robe lay in ashes, and he was now charred black, sprawled on the ground, his features unrecognizable. "He is finally dead." A faint smile crossed Merlin's lips as he felt a momentary sense of relief, only to be overwhelmed by exhaustion and collapse. "Merlin." Old Wilson's eyes burned crimson, exuding a terrifying aura, resembling a beast poised to strike. Although this was the perfect moment to eliminate Merlin, neither Ogden nor the injured Baron Wingulite dared to act recklessly. Old Wilson approached Merlin, gently lifting him. At this moment, Merlin had not lost consciousness. He simply could not sustain himself due to the severe mental strain. "Father, do not worry. I instructed Uncle Pola to wait at the city gate. We must leave Blackwater City at once." Merlin gasped heavily, expressing uncertainty about whether the church had dispatched only Jason as a mage. If there were others, given his current condition, even with 8 fireball spells remaining in the bell pendant, he would be unable to cast them. Thus, they needed to hasten their departure from Blackwater City. Old Wilson nodded, assisting Merlin to his feet, his gaze sweeping gently over Lord Ogden and Baron Wingulite. Surrounding them were numerous knights of the City Defense Corps. Despite Old Wilson's formidable heavy-armored knights, it would be impossible to defeat them in the short term. Remaining even a moment longer in Blackwater City would increase their peril. "Move." At Old Wilson's command, the heavy-armored knights swiftly surged toward the Lord's manor, and neither Ogden nor Wingulite issued any orders to halt them. As Old Wilson departed, several nobles hastily followed, yet a few lingered, contemplating their choices, ultimately deciding to remain. They could not abandon their family's foundation in Blackwater City and were preparing to align with the church. "Ogden, are you truly allowing Wilson to escape?" Baron Wingulite, wounded and struggling to stand, questioned Ogden loudly. With a sharp glare, Ogden fixed his gaze on Wingulite, emanating an icy aura. Baron Wingulite, your ambition is excessive. Wilson should have ended you just now. However, I can assist him this once. A smirk of derision graced Ogden's lips as he raised his great sword. What are you doing? Wingulite's complexion shifted dramatically as he struggled to retreat. Die. The great sword erupted into searing flames, cleaving downward toward Wingulite, whose severely injured body could offer no effective defense. The raging flames consumed Baron Wingulite entirely, withdrawing the great sword, now stained with crimson blood. Ogden turned his gaze toward the other nobles, narrowing his eyes slightly as he calmly declared, "You all witnessed it. Baron Wingulite and Mage Jason were slain by Wilson and his son." The nobles exchanged glances, each in silent agreement, nodding solemnly. At the city gates, Merlin was gently placed onto a carriage by old Wilson, whose expression softened markedly, this gentleness reserved solely for Merlin. Inside the carriage were his sister, Maychwet, and the buxom lady. Upon seeing Merlin's frail state, they immediately grew anxious. Old Wilson inquired in a deep voice, "Merlin, how are you?" Merlin struggled to sit up partially, leaning against the carriage, and shook his head slightly. "Father, I am fine. We must leave Blackwater City at once. We cannot afford to delay." Merlin reiterated the urgency of their departure, emphasizing the danger of staying in Blackwater City. Old Wilson nodded, then addressed Madame Bigbosom and Maychwet, saying, "Merlin has been injured. Please take good care of him." With that, he leapt down from the carriage and began to assemble his knights, preparing to depart from Blackwater City. "Merlin, are you leaving Blackwater City?" came the voice of the chubby Gut from outside the carriage. Merlin quickly instructed Maychwet to lift the curtain, and upon seeing Gut, he nodded and said, "Gut, we must leave Blackwater City at once. The Kingdom of Light is likely no more. You can accompany me, not only from Blackwater City but from the Kingdom of Light itself." Merlin genuinely wished to assist Gut, and if Gut were willing, he would gladly take him along. However, Gut shook his head slightly and replied, "I need not leave. Regardless of who controls the kingdom, merchants remain indispensable. Therefore, I shall be safe." Gut understood well that, given his status, he posed little risk in Blackwater City. The two fell into a contemplative silence. Old Wilson had gathered his knights. They had lost 30 heavily armored knights, leaving only 170, while the ordinary knights had suffered even greater losses, totaling merely 500 knights now under Old Wilson's command. With a command from Old Wilson, the procession began to depart swiftly from Blackwater City. Merlin kept his gaze fixed outside the carriage, watching as Gut's figure grew smaller until it vanished completely from view. After a long silence, Maychwet suddenly spoke. Merlin took a deep breath. Gazing steadfastly at the distant Blackwater City, his tone resolute. Chapter 55, Departure, Part 2, Within the Territory. The venerable Sir Wilson had stationed numerous knights to guard the castle's perimeter. It was now deep into the night, with darkness enveloping the surroundings, save for the castle, which remained brightly illuminated. Sir Wilson had donned a new set of gleaming silver armor and was meticulously polishing the great sword in his hands. His gaze fixed ahead as he listened intently to the knights' reports in the hall. It appeared that the rib was not broken but merely dislocated. Merlin gently pressed his left hand against the area of discomfort, a result of his battle with the mage Jason. Initially, he feared it was fractured, and that a period of recuperation extending over a month would be necessary. However, after a thorough examination, he discerned that the rib was merely misaligned. A far more manageable issue. "Uncle Pulla, it seems my rib is dislocated. I would appreciate your assistance in correcting it," Merlin exclaimed. Uncle Pulla paused momentarily, preparing to assist Merlin, but Sir Wilson swiftly approached the young man, whispering, "Allow me, Merlin. Which area is dislocated?" Merlin indicated the spot where the pain was most intense. Sir Wilson nodded and, with a decisive motion, pressed his hands forward. Crack! A distinct sound echoed through the hall, and cold sweat broke out on Merlin's forehead as he silently endured the excruciating pain. Gradually, Sir Wilson withdrew his hands, and apart from some redness and swelling, the injured area appeared significantly improved. Letting out a sigh of relief, Merlin slowly rose to his feet, testing his movements. Though there was still a lingering ache, the slight activity was no longer a hindrance. During this crucial period, Merlin's ability to move, albeit slightly, was a positive development for everyone present. "Merlin, are you all right?" Sir Wilson inquired, his expression one of surprise and relief. "Yes, it is but a minor injury, and it poses no immediate concern," Merlin replied. "Father, it is time we deliberate on our next course of action." Merlin directly addressed the pressing question of their future path. Clearly, Grand City had fallen under the church's control. Although Blackwater City had improved somewhat since Merlin had slain the mage Jason, the church's influence had suffered a significant setback. Nonetheless, both Merlin and Sir Wilson felt it unwise to linger in Blackwater City. Should the church in Grand City uncover their situation, they would find themselves in a precarious predicament. Thus, it was imperative to ascertain the current state of the entire Kingdom of Light. However, neither Sir Wilson nor Merlin had received any news, leaving them without the means for analysis. The atmosphere grew heavy, akin to a boulder resting upon their hearts. Just then, Meshue spoke up. Good had once mentioned that the church had gained control over most of the Kingdom of Light. Merlin nodded silently. Indeed, his suspicions aligned with this notion. After such prolonged preparation, the church was bound to gain the upper hand. If even the royal family of light could not thwart the church's advances, the kingdom itself would inevitably descend into chaos. After a prolonged silence, old Wilson's voice emerged, hoarse yet grave. It appears the royal family cannot withstand the church. The entire Kingdom of Light has become devoid of refuge for us. Merlin, what are your plans? Old Wilson's gaze suddenly shifted towards Merlin, inquiring about his thoughts. His demeanor unmistakably signified Merlin's current standing within the Wilson family. Merlin pondered for a brief moment, then raised his head to meet old Wilson's gaze. Responding solemnly, the church possesses formidable strength and has prepared for years to supplant the royal family, effectively becoming the de facto rulers of the Kingdom of Light. Therefore, we can no longer remain in this realm. We must venture eastward, crossing the border into the Kingdom of the Black Moon. As Merlin's words resonated, an unsettling silence enveloped the hall. To the land of heretics? Spoke Meshue, her expression reflecting profound complexity. At that moment, Merlin realized that he was fundamentally different from the other members of the Wilson family. He was indifferent to whether he resided in the Kingdom of Light or the Kingdom of the Black Moon. In fact, due to his status as a spellcaster, he harbored a greater desire to be in the Kingdom of the Black Moon, where there were no constraints on spellcasters. Quite the contrary, their standing was elevated. The Eastern Realm, epitomized by the Kingdom of the Black Moon, was a sanctuary for all spellcasters. By relocating there, Merlin could not only evade the church's relentless pursuit, but also acquire more potent spells, thus evolving into a mightier spellcaster. However, Meshue, the steward, the Busta Lady, Commander Polar, and even old Wilson had all spent their lives in the Kingdom of Light. Despite having no direct dealings with the church, they had been deeply influenced by certain ideologies propagated by it. In their hearts, the Kingdom of the Black Moon represented a terrifying and dark realm of heresy. Old Wilson remained silent, his expression shifting continuously as he contemplated Merlin's proposal. Undoubtedly, no one in the Wilson family could possess a deeper understanding of the Kingdom of the Black Moon than old Wilson, who had once participated in a war against it and had survived its most brutal slaughterhouses. The prospect of venturing into a hostile land was particularly jarring for him, making it even more challenging to arrive at a decision. My Lord Baron. Suddenly, a knight burst into the castle. The knight bowed his head, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully reported to old Wilson, My Lord Baron, there are numerous knights outside, and it appears they are heading straight for the castle. Is it possible that the church has caught up with us? Old Wilson's expression changed dramatically. The reporting knight shook his head slightly, due to the darkness. We cannot discern who they are. We implore you to make the determination, my Lord Baron. Let us go and see. Old Wilson could no longer remain seated. He swiftly grasped the recently polished greatsword and followed the knight outside. Let us hope they are not from the church. Merlin murmured softly, his countenance darkening. He understood all too well that if they were indeed church members, another fierce battle was inevitable. His mental strength has only just recovered to less than half. And within the bell pendant, there are merely 8 fireball spells remaining. Should he encounter a first-level spellcaster like Mage Jason again, Merlin cannot guarantee that he would be able to vanquish him. Following closely behind old Wilson, Merlin swiftly departed from the castle. Chapter 56, Departure, Part 2. In the pitch-black night, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, growing increasingly distinct, suggesting the presence of at least several hundred knights. Old Wilson had arrived outside the castle, where numerous knights brandished torches, illuminating the area surrounding the castle for hundreds of meters. Yet, the identities of the approaching multitude remained obscured in the darkness. Form ranks, prepare for battle. Old Wilson drew his great sword and mounted a black warhorse, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the horizon. Should he discern that the approaching figures belonged to the church, he would charge forth without hesitation, leading nearly 500 knights into the fray. The sound of hooves drew nearer, but outside the castle, silence reigned, interrupted only by the occasional snorts of the warhorses. Merlin braced himself against the biting wind, tightening his cloak around him as he extended his senses into the night, observing the uninvited guests. "Ah, Wilson, it is I, barman." Laughter echoed from the darkness, and the tension that had gripped old Wilson dissipated at the sound. "Barman, I feared you were from the church. What brings you to my lands?" As the figures approached, old Wilson finally recognized them. Among them stood Barman, one of the few nobles from Blackwater City and a dear friend. Clad in black armor and wielding a great sword, Barman appeared weary and travel-worn. "Wisdom dictates caution, Wilson. The Church of Light grows ever more powerful, and soon the entire Kingdom of Light may fall under its dominion. I seek counsel with you, for I refuse to submit to their authority." This time, I bring my entire family to pledge allegiance to you. Wilson, you must offer us refuge." Indeed, behind Barman, a procession of horse-drawn carriages emerged, filled with his female kin. "Let us enter first," old Wilson said, casting a glance at Barman's retinue. A quick assessment revealed at least 700 knights. Although their combat prowess paled in comparison to his heavily armored cavalry, they nonetheless constituted a formidable force. Upon entering the spacious hall, Barman's eyes fell upon Merlin, to whom he nodded appreciatively. "Merlin, come forth and pay your respects to Baron Barman," old Wilson commanded in a grave tone. Merlin stepped forward, executing a formal noble greeting, before stepping aside. Barman scrutinized Merlin, nodding in approval. "Indeed. I have observed your performance today, Merlin. A spellcaster, I see. Wilson, do you recall our sentiments on the battlefield when we encountered those spellcasters from the Black Moon Kingdom? That indescribable power left a profound impression on me. Thus, anyone who had experienced the campaign against the Eastern heretics would dismiss the Church's proclamations of heresy. To them, what the Church branded as heretics were merely ordinary individuals wielding greater strength. This power is also possessed by the Kingdom of Light. Yet it remains firmly in the hands of the Church, rendering ordinary people utterly unable to access it." Baron Barman scrutinized Merlin before his expression grew grave. And he spoke in a low voice. "Wilson, what are your plans at this moment?" Old Wilson hesitated briefly, then turned his gaze towards Merlin and quietly said, "Just now, I was discussing with Merlin, and we have reached a preliminary decision to head east, to the Kingdom of the Black Moon." Upon hearing this, a hint of delight appeared on Baron Barman's face. "Indeed, Wilson, I share the same thought. Our only course is east. Your heavy cavalry is exceptionally formidable. The journey from here to the Kingdom of the Black Moon is quite extensive. Should we encounter a large band of thieves along the way, with your heavy cavalry, along with the knights of the Barman family that I have brought, we should be sufficiently equipped to ensure our safe arrival in the Kingdom of the Black Moon." Old Wilson nodded in agreement. With Baron Barman's involvement, although the pace would undoubtedly slow considerably, the formidable armed force could muster nearly 1,500 knights. With so many knights at their disposal, they could surely traverse the road without fear of any bandit encounters. Ultimately, old Wilson resolved to accept Merlin's proposal to proceed east towards the Kingdom of the Black Moon. With the decision made, old Wilson swiftly set about preparations for a family migration, a matter of great significance. Certain belongings were essential to bring along, so despite the speed of their preparations, it would take several hours. "Merlin," Baron Barman called out with a smile. After a long journey, Baron Barman appeared weary, yet upon arriving in old Wilson's territory, he relaxed. Though still fatigued, his spirit remained high. Approaching Merlin, he smiled and said, "Merlin, it has only been a few months, yet your transformation is remarkable. By the way, you have not seen Iwayer for several months either. She is in the carriage. I shall fetch her for you two to converse." Merlin was momentarily taken aback, as the mention of Iwayo evoked a familiar memory in his mind. "Iwayo? My fiancée?" A peculiar expression crossed Merlin's face. The City of Light serves as the royal capital of the Kingdom of Light, housing the opulent royal palace and the headquarters of the Church of Light. However, what was once a bustling and prosperous City of Light now lay shrouded in a sea of blood, with fierce battles erupting in every street and alley. "Shuris, the royal family is finished. The tide has turned. Take your brother and leave the City of Light. Outside the city, I have arranged for 2,000 knights to protect your escape. Go, the farther the better, and thus preserve some semblance of the royal bloodline." In the darkness, Prince Friedrich of the Kingdom of Light quietly urged two youths, a boy and a girl, both around 17 or 18, his voice tinged with deep resignation. The princess, known as Shuris, hurriedly replied, "Uncle Friedrich, will you not come with us?" Prince Friedrich cast a glance at the inky night sky and shook his head, saying, "I cannot accompany you. Otherwise, none of us shall escape. By the way, take this ring and remember to keep it safe." It is unfortunate that neither you nor Benin possess the aptitude for spellcasting. Otherwise, with this ring, you could have ventured into the shadow realm of the Black Moon Kingdom and become apprentices of magic. Friedrich seemed to hold the ring in high regard, reluctantly placing it into Cheryl's hands. Hurry along now, do not dwell on revenge. Should any of your descendants manifest the potential for spellcasting, be sure to pass this ring to them, urging them to journey to the shadow realm, for it is there that one can truly become a great mage. With that, Prince Friedrich waved his hand, signaling the guards to escort Cheryl and the others away. Boom. Just as Cheryl and her companions departed from the City of Light, a terrifying burst of blinding white light erupted within it, engulfing the entire city in a radiant glow. Uncle Friedrich, Cheryl whispered softly, her hands clenched tightly. She wiped away the traces of tears from her face and turned to follow the guards, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the night. Chapter 57. Members of the Royal Family, Part 1. Very well, let us take a brief respite. Having emerged from a dense thicket, the venerable old Wilson commanded the substantial entourage to halt, for ahead lay a crystalline stream, an opportunity to replenish their water supply. Old Wilson had amalgamated his forces with those of Baron Barman, resulting in a formidable contingent of 1,400 knights, jointly led by Old Wilson and Baron Barman. When accounting for their families and attendants, the entire assembly swelled to nearly 3,000 souls. Such an extensive caravan naturally progressed at a languid pace. However, the church appeared preoccupied with consolidating control over the entire Radiant Kingdom, thus refraining from intensifying their pursuit of Old Wilson and his companions. Consequently, aside from encountering a few scattered knights of the church along the way, they had thus far evaded any significant confrontations. This fortunate circumstance allowed the group to traverse safely for 10 days, drawing ever nearer to the border of the Black Moon Kingdom. Within a carriage, Merlin opened his eyes, finding himself alone, as both Mei Shue and the buxom lady had transferred to the carriages of the Baroness entourage. After 10 days of rest, Merlin's injuries had fully healed, and his mental acuity had even seen a slight enhancement. The magical energy he had accumulated for his freezing spells was now sufficient for 6 or 7 castings, and with the passage of time, the potency of his freezing spells would only continue to deepen. However, the most significant advantage Merlin had gained was not merely this, but rather the synergy between spells. Through his recent combat with Mage Jason, Merlin had become well acquainted with the interplay of various spells. A solitary fireball or freezing spell would not wield much power. Yet when these two spells were combined, their efficacy could multiply several-fold. Nevertheless, this was still insufficient. Despite his substantial gains, Merlin recognized certain deficiencies within himself, notably his lack of speed. Had he possessed greater velocity, he could have effectively evaded even Jason's first-level spells, but due to his sluggishness, he was compelled to endure the onslaught, narrowly escaping death at Jason's hands. Thus, during his 10 days of recuperation, Merlin resolved upon the general direction for his third spell model, an auxiliary spell, specifically one that enhanced speed. With such a spell, Merlin could augment his own swiftness, exponentially increasing his speed, and in tandem with fireball and freezing spells, his overall power would ascend rapidly. The spellbook of the Old Man Ida had elucidated that a spell's potency does not solely define its merit. Rather, the best spells are those that align with the practitioner's own circumstances. At present, however, Merlin did not possess any speed-enhancing spells. He only had a whirlwind spell recorded in Ida's spellbook, which, while offensive in nature, was not the speed-oriented spell he desired. Given that Merlin was still at the nascent level of spellcasting, a single fireball was already sufficiently formidable. Thus, further investment in offensive spells would yield diminishing returns. Thus, the whirlwind spell recorded in the spellbook of the old sage Ida was not intended for immediate use by Merlin. He resolved to delay its application until he could discover other more suitable spells, at which point he might contemplate the construction of a third spell model. Merlin lifted the curtain of the carriage and alighted beside a small river, eager to stretch his limbs. By the riverbank, he beheld Mei Shue conversing amiably with a similarly youthful girl. This young girl was tall, with flowing golden hair tied in a delicate ponytail, cascading softly down her back, emanating an aura of youth and vitality. However, what truly captivated Merlin's attention was the girl's visage. Even from a distance, he could discern her exquisite beauty. It was a beauty that defied description, or perhaps delicate would be a more fitting term. The young girl's features were as flawless as a porcelain doll, a beauty that even surpassed that of the most enchanting Jia he had ever encountered. Aviel? It seemed there was a betrothed of that name, which was rather pleasant. Merlin mused, having long suspected the girl's identity to be that of Aviel, his betrothed from an early age. This was the first time he had laid eyes on his nominal fiancée in such a long while. At the very least, judging by her appearance. Aviel was indeed quite remarkable. At that moment, old Wilson approached from a distance. Casting a glance at Meishui and Aviel, he smiled and remarked, "Merlin, you and Aviel have reached the age for marriage. Once this tumult passes and we settle in the Black Moon Kingdom, Baron Barman and I shall arrange a wedding for you both." Merlin chuckled softly, replying, "Father, there is no rush." However, his smile abruptly froze as he suddenly lifted his gaze toward the rear of old Wilson, speaking in a grave tone. "Father, there is a large contingent of knights approaching." This time, it was not just Merlin who noticed. Everyone became aware, for the commotion was too substantial to ignore. The resounding thundering of hooves echoed incessantly, and any seasoned knight could discern that at least 1,000 riders were galloping from behind. From the distant woodlands came the cacophony of chaotic hoofbeats, growing increasingly distinct, indicating that the approaching force was nearing old Wilson and his companions. "Form ranks, prepare for battle." Old Wilson promptly drew his great sword and, alongside Baron Barman, led the 1,000 knights to swiftly shield the group, forming a barrier at the forefront. Merlin moved to the front, observing the grave expression on old Wilson's face. He spoke in a hushed tone, "Father, I shall go ahead to ascertain who they are." Old Wilson, recognizing that Merlin had recovered and was now a formidable spellcaster, nodded in agreement but cautioned, "Merlin, do investigate who they are. However, if they belong to the church, do not act recklessly, for their numbers are great, and it would be difficult for you to stand alone against them." Merlin silently nodded, fully in accord with old Wilson's words. He is merely an entry-level spellcaster at present, far from possessing the capability to effortlessly obliterate military fortifications. While it is conceivable that Merlin could intimidate 1,000 knights, the prospect of single-handedly withstanding the charge of hundreds or even thousands of them is utterly beyond his current abilities. "Do not worry, Father. I shall not act recklessly," Merlin murmured, assuring old Wilson before he stealthily ventured into the dense forest. Chapter 58. Members of the Royal Family, Part 2, in the Tranquil Forest. Where vines intertwined with dense trees, the intricate terrain posed considerable challenges for the knights traversing it. A contingent of knights charged directly into the woods, startling the birds that resided there. Clad in resplendent armor, each knight bore the emblem of a monstrous bird formed of flames, led by 2 youthful figures. "Dear sister, shall we reach the kingdom of the Black Moon safely?" The young man at the forefront, frail in stature, exhibited a profound sense of trepidation. "Do not fret, Baining. We shall be safe," Princess Sheris reassured him. Though only 17, she had witnessed the massacre of her royal family, and with her uncle, Prince Friedrich, in dire peril. She had endured a harrowing journey spanning thousands of miles, overcoming countless adversities to escape. As a result, Princess Sheris had grown remarkably resilient, effectively commanding the entire troop. "Captain Mans, how many of us remain?" Sheris inquired with a grave expression. A robust man, positioned closely beside her, hastened to report, "Princess Sheris, we have fought our way from the City of Light and encountered several formidable squads of ecclesiastical knights, resulting in significant losses. Currently, we number only 800 knights." The revelation that merely 800 knights remained tightened Sheris's heart. She was acutely aware that her uncle Friedrich had entrusted them with over 2,000 knights, the elite of the Kingdom of Light, the Phoenix Legion. Yet, nearly 60% had perished, underscoring the arduous path they had traversed. Lowering her gaze, she noticed a ring of inky blackness in her hand. She gently caressed it, determination reflecting in her expression. "Uncle Friedrich, we shall survive." Sheris commanded her troops to accelerate their pace, emphasizing the necessity of haste to the kingdom of the Black Moon, for the pursuit from the church was uncertain and relentless. Suddenly, the rustling of dense branches alerted old Wilson, who, upon discerning a figure ahead, breathed a sigh of relief and approached swiftly. "Merlin, what have you seen? Is it the church's men?" Old Wilson's greatest concern was the potential pursuit by a host of formidable enemies from the church. Merlin shook his head, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he recounted everything he had observed in the woods to old Wilson. "Father, these knights appear weary. They seem to have engaged in fierce combat, and they do not resemble the church's forces. Perhaps they are nobles unwilling to align with the church." Merlin speculated that these individuals were likely nobles from the Kingdom of Light, and their ranks must be quite elevated. The exquisite armor of those knights suggested that only Lord Wilson's heavily armored knights could claim superiority over them. "You mentioned that the knights bore a small bird made of flames on their chest armor?" Lord Wilson's expression grew grave and serious. a bird made of flames. It must be the Firebird. Baron Barman, you may have already surmised that this refers to one of the 4 legions directly controlled by the royal house, the Firebird Legion. Those knights are likely members of the Firebird Legion, and the individuals they are protecting could very well be royal descendants. Lord Wilson spoke with a solemn tone, his demeanor betraying a hint of excitement. Merlin knew that Lord Wilson had once been a soldier, and due to his military accomplishments, he had been ennobled by the royal family. Having risen from a commoner to a noble with lands and privileges, Lord Wilson harbored a certain loyalty towards the royal house, which was also the reason the church had initially ordered his removal. In fact, it was not just Lord Wilson. The church sought to eliminate anyone who had been ennobled through military merit, refusing to attempt any form of enticement. Those who accrued military achievements and were granted nobility held a deep sense of gratitude and loyalty towards the royal family, making them unlikely to betray it. Merlin felt indifferent towards the royal house, and even Baron Barman, as an hereditary noble, had no particular loyalty to the crown. He merely harbored a profound disdain for the church's actions. Thus, upon witnessing Lord Wilson's fervent expression, Merlin and Baron Barman exchanged glances, both unable to suppress a wry smile, fully aware of Lord Wilson's thoughts. Father, we cannot be certain that they are indeed members of the royal family. After all, the church has prepared extensively for this, amassing formidable power against the crown to ensure no royal member escapes. Therefore, we must remain vigilant. Merlin gently urged Lord Wilson to refrain from hasty actions. However, Lord Wilson waved his hand dismissively and declared emphatically, "The person under the escort of the Firebird Legion must be a royal member. When I was ennobled by the royal family and became a baron, I was personally received by Prince Friedrich, who is the supreme commander of the Firebird Legion. Yet, Merlin, you raise a valid point. Let us refrain from moving for now. As you suggested, the Firebird Legion is likely exhausted, perhaps having just engaged in fierce combat with the church. They will need assistance. We shall wait here. And once we encounter the members of the Firebird Legion, I shall discern their true identities." Upon hearing Lord Wilson's resolute words, Merlin felt a twinge of frustration. Lord Wilson's unwavering stance meant that if the individuals were indeed confirmed as royal members, he would undoubtedly extend a helping hand. Such a course of action could render their group even more perilous. Members of the royal family are undoubtedly objects of keen interest to the church. Should the impetuous old Wilson choose to accompany these royals, the safety of the entire entourage reaching the kingdom of the Black Moon would be in jeopardy. Baron Bauman, well aware of old Wilson's obstinate temperament, resignedly remarked, "Very well, we shall wait here, but we must remain prepared and vigilant to ensure absolute security." Consequently, old Wilson commanded an immediate halt for rest, while his 200 heavily armored knights stood resolutely at the forefront, ever ready to charge forth. Chapter 59. The arrival of Her Highness the Princess. Merlin murmured softly, his mental acuity allowing him to perceive the movements within the forest before others could. No sooner had he spoken than the woods rustled with a cacophony of sounds. Soon, several hundred knights emerged from the thicket, their formidable armor gleaming yet betraying an unmistakable weariness. However, upon sighting the numerous knights led by the venerable Wilson, they instantly became vigilant, drawing their broadswords with an air of newfound intensity. Such knights were the true elite, seasoned by countless battles, capable of confronting any unforeseen circumstances. "Your Highness, exercise caution, for there may be ambushes," boomed the burly Commander Mance, his vigilance palpable as he swiftly organized the fatigued knights into a formation ready for a charge, their gazes fixed with predatory focus on Wilson and the heavily armored knights behind him. The Knights of the Firebird Legion, being the Sea Army de la Sea Army of warriors, recognized the formidable presence of Wilson's heavily armored knights and thus refrained from underestimating them, leading to an immediate standoff. "They are not our enemies." Princess Shara stepped forth from the throng, clad in armor, her long golden hair cascading behind her, though it bore the signs of neglect and had taken on a somewhat dull hue. Despite her evident fatigue, her voice resonated with unwavering determination. "Who are you?" Princess Shara inquired, casting a measured glance at Wilson, Baron Bauman, and Merlin, her gaze ultimately resting upon Wilson. This was not due to her exceptional discernment, but rather because Wilson was simply too remarkable to overlook. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a physique reminiscent of a bear, his armor was splattered with crimson stains, emanating a terrifying aura akin to that of a beast. Anyone who beheld Wilson would instinctively sense the peril he posed. Suddenly, Commander Mance, stationed beside Princess Shara, unsheathed his broadsword with a swift motion, its blade shimmering with a vibrant earth-toned glow. This signified the presence of the earth element. Mance was a formidable third-level earth swordsman, far surpassing Baron Wingulite of Blackwater City in strength. Mance acutely sensed the dangerous aura exuding from Wilson and, observing him advancing forward, could not remain passive. Halt! Mance's commanding voice rang out, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Wilson. Indeed, they are knights of the Firebird Legion. Wilson came to a standstill, inhaling deeply before kneeling on one knee before Princess Sheris, his right hand gently placed upon his chest in a gesture of solemn noble etiquette. Baron Wilson Lehman of Blackwater City extends his sincere greetings to your highness. May I inquire who the esteemed noble before us may be? With such a display of respect, the tension between the two parties began to dissipate. A baron? Princess Sheris gazed upon the elderly Wilson, who knelt before her. She could perceive the loyalty, resolve, courage, and integrity reflected in his eyes, qualities befitting a true knight, steadfast in his allegiance to the crown. Such knights were exceedingly rare, particularly at a moment when the church had launched its assault. The vast majority had cast aside their weapons and rallied to the church's cause. Baron Wilson, please rise. I am Sheris, the sixth princess of the royal family, and this is Prince Benin. Sheris felt a sense of satisfaction towards the old knight, whose recent actions had warmed her heart. It seemed that, within the entirety of the Kingdom of Light, numerous individuals remained loyal to the royal family. Ah, it is your highness, the sixth princess. When I was bestowed the title of Baron, I had the honor of being received by Prince Friedrich, the supreme commander of the Phoenix Legion. I wonder how the prince fares now? Old Wilson appeared to have received some favor from Prince Friedrich, expressing gratitude towards him. Uncle Friedrich. Princess Sheris's expression darkened momentarily, before she shook her head and sighed softly. I fear that Uncle Friedrich, in his effort to protect Benin and me as we fled, may have met with grave misfortune. Upon hearing the dire news regarding Prince Friedrich, old Wilson's countenance fell slightly. However, he was not entirely surprised. As the supreme commander of the Phoenix Legion, Prince Friedrich would undoubtedly be a primary target for the church, and the odds of his survival were exceedingly slim. Your Highness, do you know how many members of the royal family managed to escape? Merlin suddenly interjected, his gaze flickering with intensity as he focused intently on Princess Sheris. Members of the royal family. Benin and I were fortunate to have made it here. But as for the other members, perhaps a very few may have escaped. Sheris's tone held uncertainty. She had witnessed the terrifying white veil of light enveloping the sky above the City of Light, a manifestation of devastating power under which few could hope to survive. Perhaps the entire royal family was now left with only herself and Benin. Your Highness. Commander Mance shook his head upon hearing Sheris disclose such a secret matter publicly. Sheris was still too young and had not fully considered the implications. Such confidential information should not be carelessly revealed. Did she not realize it undermined the royal family's dignity? If word spread that only a handful had managed to escape, their situation would become perilous. Awakened by Commander Mance's admonition, Sheris regarded Merlin with a flicker of indignation. Nevertheless, Merlin paid no heed to her ire, lowering his head slightly as he muttered thoughtfully, "It appears the royal family has utterly lost hope. Reduced to but a handful, merely a few cats and kittens, posing no threat to the church whatsoever." Merlin held no reverence for the royal family in his eyes. The so-called princess and prince were no different from ordinary folk, and their unique status might even place them in greater peril. Old Wilson furrowed his brow and spoke sternly. Merlin, you must not be disrespectful to the princess. After reprimanding Merlin, the elder Wilson rose to his feet, bowing slightly, and gravely declared, Your Highness, my knights are willing to serve you. Father. Wilson, have you lost your mind? Merlin and Baron Bauman exclaimed in unison, their expressions filled with urgency. Baron Bauman strode over to the elder Wilson, lowering his voice. Wilson, are you truly out of your wits? Setting aside the dubious identities of these individuals, the so-called princess and prince are merely one-sided terms. Even if they were indeed of royal blood, given the current circumstances, they would undoubtedly attract the church's scrutiny. Associating with them would only lead to trouble. Merlin also urged, Father, Bauman is correct. We can offer them some food and water, but we must not join them. The fate of the entire Wilson family rests upon your shoulders. Please do not act impulsively. However, no matter how Merlin and Baron Bauman pleaded, the elder Wilson's expression remained unchanged. Merlin, well acquainted with his father's steadfast nature, understood that this was a resolution that would not be easily swayed. Chapter 60. Her Highness the Princess, Part 2. Upon witnessing Lord Wilson's voluntary pledge of fealty, Princess Sheris could not help but be momentarily taken aback. She had encountered numerous instances of noble betrayal, and along their journey, had even faced opposition from some aristocrats who had defected to the church. However, Lord Wilson's demeanor was grave, and his display of etiquette towards Princess Sheris was among the most esteemed among the nobility, a testament to his earnestness. Moreover, behind Lord Wilson stood a multitude of knights, particularly the few heavily armored knights, unmistakably the elite of the elite. Securing Lord Wilson's allegiance effectively meant gaining the loyalty of these formidable knights, which would provide substantial support for the fleeing Princess Sheris and her companions. Yet, just as Princess Sheris was poised to acquiesce, Commander Mance stepped forward and spoke softly. "Your Highness, our foremost priority is to escape the Kingdom of Light, and thus we cannot afford to delay. This Wilson is but a mere baron, even if he commands a couple of hundred battle-ready heavy knights. How could they compare to the knights of our Phoenix Legion? Should we choose to accompany them, it would undoubtedly be a burden. Observe their caravan, laden with women and supplies. Their pace will surely be sluggish, which would be detrimental to us, especially if there are church forces pursuing us from behind. I implore you to reconsider, Your Highness." Commander Mance's words cast a shadow over the previously buoyant Princess Sheris. Indeed, aside from Lord Wilson himself, who might be a competent elemental swordsman, and his 200 heavy knights possessing considerable combat prowess, there were still many ordinary knights, as well as non-combatant women and cumbersome supplies. Should they travel together? Their entire party's speed would be significantly hampered. If they were to be pursued by a large contingent of church knights, their situation could become perilous. Princess Sheris's countenance reflected a flicker of hesitation. Although she had endured numerous hardships in recent days, her youth rendered her reliant on Commander Mance's judgment. His words wielded considerable influence over her decision-making. Sensing a note of displeasure in Commander Mance's tone, Princess Sheris understood that both she and Prince Benin required the protection of the Phoenix Legion led by him. Thus, it was imperative to avoid any discord regarding Lord Wilson's proposition. After a moment of contemplation, Princess Sheris reached her conclusion. "Baron Wilson, you are a noble of integrity, courage, and loyalty. However, we must continue our journey, and bringing you along would only increase our exposure and risk. Therefore, it is best that we part ways." With a gentle sigh, Princess Sheris spoke, then led the knights of the Phoenix Legion away gradually. Upon witnessing Princess Sheris's departure, Merlin exhaled deeply, relieved that she had declined Lord Wilson's allegiance, sparing him much discourse. "Wilson, you may rise. They have departed." Baron Barman approached old Wilson, who was still kneeling on one knee, and shook his head in resignation. Slowly, old Wilson stood up and glanced back at the departing figures of the Phoenix Legion knights, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. After a prolonged silence, he spoke, somewhat bewilderingly. "Prince Frederick once corrected my errors in cultivation. Without his guidance, there would have been no Wilson Lehman on the battlefield. I might have perished long ago in the slaughterhouse." Merlin and Baron Barman exchanged glances, realizing this layer of history had never been mentioned by old Wilson before. Prince Frederick had provided substantial assistance to old Wilson. Perhaps it was merely a trifling act for him. He might not even recall advising an obscure knight, but old Wilson held this memory close to his heart, even pledging his loyalty to the crown during its most perilous times. "Let us follow behind them. Perhaps we shall find safety in their wake." Old Wilson resumed his decisive and vigorous demeanor. Merlin nodded in agreement. Old Wilson was correct. Following the knights of the Phoenix Legion would indeed be safer. For any problems that might arise ahead would be resolved by the Legion, effectively clearing obstacles for old Wilson's convoy. After all, on the path of escape, dangers lurked not only from the church, but also from the omnipresent threat of bandits. "Have you seen clearly? Is it truly one of the 4 great legions of the Kingdom of Light, the Phoenix Knights?" A man with peculiar markings on his face asked in a grave tone. "Chief, we have seen it clearly. Their armor is indeed the standard armor of the Phoenix Knights Legion." Indeed, the man with the strange markings, the leader of the group, nodded slightly. He then rose from the ground, gently stroking his black armor, and sneered. "The Phoenix Legion is commanded directly by the royal family of the Kingdom of Light. In these chaotic times, anyone in need of protection from the Phoenix Knights must be of royal descent. They are prime targets. Royalty is sure to carry immense wealth. If we capture them, our Hurricane bandits will be able to procure fine armor and sharp weapons. In this turmoil of the Kingdom of Light, we might even seize several cities and no longer have to hide here." A spark of excitement flickered in the leader's eyes. He was the ambitious head of the Hurricane bandits, dreaming of one day occupying several cities. And now, the perfect opportunity had presented itself. Royalty, likely laden with riches, was accompanied by merely a few hundred knights. Chief, it seems there is also a vast convoy following these Phoenix Legion knights, consisting of over 1,000 knights. A few bandits hesitated before reporting the truth. However, the chief remained indifferent, sneering, "They are merely a few destitute nobles. In recent days, we have encountered several such minor aristocrats. They have lived in luxury, and the knights have long forgotten the essence of a bloody battle. The blood of combat no longer courses through their veins. A mere fright from us sends them fleeing in disarray." The chief's face was adorned with strange patterns that faintly shimmered with a crimson glow, his expression somewhat fierce. Chapter 61. The Eccentric Thieves, Part 1. Within the carriage. Merlin was intently observing the two spell models residing in his sea of consciousness. The model for the fireball spell had accumulated a substantial amount of magical energy, which he estimated could facilitate the casting of approximately 25 ordinary fireballs. This level of magical power was indeed quite formidable. The old sage, Ida, had mentioned in his spellbook that an ordinary spellcaster, after a protracted period of accumulation, could barely manage to release 30 spells at once. Yet, here was Merlin, having constructed his spell models in a mere 2 to 3 months, nearing the magical capacity that typically took years for an ordinary spellcaster to achieve. The spell models Merlin had developed using the matrix system, selected from a pool of 180,000 models, were evidently superior to those fashioned by average spellcasters. It was certain that the limits of the spell models within Merlin's consciousness far exceeded the mere 30 ordinary spells. The accumulation of magical energy for the frost spell was progressing steadily as well, now enabling him to cast it 7 or 8 times. However, in stark contrast to the rapid growth of his magical power, Merlin's mental fortitude was advancing at a rather sluggish pace. Relying solely on basic meditation techniques, the enhancement of his mental strength was significantly hampered. At this rate, adhering to a gradual training regimen, it would take at least another 6 months for Merlin's mental prowess to reach a level sufficient to support a third spell model. For an average spellcaster, 6 months might not seem particularly long. However, for Merlin, who had transformed from an ordinary individual to a formidable spellcaster in merely 2 to 3 months, such a duration felt exceedingly protracted. Aside from the sluggish growth of his mental strength, he also faced a scarcity of spells. The whirlwind spell, once considered, was no longer an option. Yet, locating a suitable spell proved to be quite challenging. What Merlin currently lacked most were advanced meditation techniques and appropriate zero-level spells. Thus, he eagerly anticipated arriving at the Kingdom of Black Moon, a sanctuary for spellcasters, where he hoped to discover some high-level meditation practices and zero-level spells, which might prove easier to obtain. Why have we halted? Merlin furrowed his brow, sensing the carriage come to a sudden stop. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and peered outside. "Young Master Merlin, we are being attacked by thieves." Mose appeared remarkably composed, not exhibiting any signs of panic. Upon witnessing the thieves ahead, Merlin could not help but display a peculiar expression. Before him stood a motley group of individuals, clad in a kaleidoscope of colors with no uniformity in their attire. Most wore rough linen garments, while others donned slightly better yet tattered light armor. Their weapons were almost laughable, as the majority wielded nothing more than wooden sticks. Were these truly thieves? Merlin recalled the encounter he had in the Wilson territory with the church's guardian swordsmen masquerading as thieves. Trained and well-equipped, they could hardly be classified as mere brigands, but rather as an actual military force. In stark contrast, these individuals before him might indeed represent the true essence of thievery. There were over 1,000 thieves, and Merlin observed this with keen clarity. In the face of Sir Wilson and his band of knights, the thieves displayed no signs of trepidation. Rather, their eyes glimmered with unmistakable greed. Merlin glanced at the heavily armored knights, fully equipped for battle, and then at the ragtag assembly of thieves, feeling somewhat speechless. "Mose, do we appear weak?" As Merlin's words fell, Sir Wilson's heavily armored knights had already formed a phalanx, poised to charge at a moment's command, ready to rend the thieves to shreds. "Commander Mance, what shall we do about these thieves?" Princess Cheryl's expression was grave, for the thieves before them numbered perhaps 2,000 to 3,000. Yet, Commander Mance regarded the situation with indifference, proclaiming, "Your Highness, these mere thieves are of no consequence. No matter their numbers, they are merely a rabble. With my 600 Firebird Knights, we can easily rout them." Relying on Commander Mance, Princess Cheryl nodded resolutely. "Very well. Commander Mance, lead your 600 knights to vanquish the thieves." Soon, Commander Mance led his 600 knights, forming their charge with a thunderous shout, "Attack!" Instantly, dust erupted as the knights surged forward like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, barreling towards the thieves. Commander Mance, leading the charge, radiated a rich, earthy glow. Gripping his great sword tightly, wherever he passed, few thieves could stand against him. Just as he felt that a few more charges would scatter the thieves, the throng of brigands suddenly parted, revealing a dozen well-equipped knights charging from behind, encircling Commander Mance. Unfazed, Commander Mance coldly scrutinized the knights. Although they approached with ferocity, he sensed no elemental essence emanating from them, indicating they were not elemental swordsmen. "Thieves, meet your doom." Commander Mance locked onto one knight, raising his greatsword high, the earthy glow enveloping him entirely. Despite the Earth Sword Master's defensive prowess, having reached the third tier of elemental swordsmen, his strength was formidable. Even a typical second-tier elemental swordsman would struggle to withstand him, let alone these thieves who lacked elemental abilities. With a resounding clash, Commander Mance's great sword struck against an iron sword, the force of the impact nearly dislodging his weapon from his grasp. In disbelief, he stared at the thief before him. There was still no trace of elemental fluctuation. This thief, with peculiar markings adorning his face, had managed to resist Mance's strike without invoking any elemental power. How was this possible? Still reeling from shock, Commander Mance was met with a sinister grin from the marked thief, who cackled, "Heh, there is nothing impossible about it. Attack." Surrounded by a multitude of knights, the formidable Commander Mance found himself besieged, as each knight drew forth their great swords and relentlessly launched an assault upon him. Each knight appeared to possess prowess rivaling that of a second-tier elemental swordsman, yet none exhibited any trace of elemental aura. This indicated that their extraordinary strength stemmed purely from their physical might, allowing them to stand toe-to-toe with second-tier elemental swordsmen. If only one had emerged, it could be attributed to exceptional talent or a unique circumstance. However, the simultaneous appearance of more than a dozen rendered coincidence improbable. Similarly, the 600 Firebird Knights encountered a remarkably fierce band of rogues. Their training may not have been particularly distinguished, nor could it be said that they exhibited any remarkable coordination, yet each knight was nearly on par with a first-tier elemental swordsman. The collective strength of hundreds of first-tier elemental swordsmen was indeed a terrifying force. Thus, even the elite Firebird Knights found themselves embroiled in a desperate battle, facing imminent annihilation. In the blink of an eye, what had initially been perceived as an ineffectual rabble had now encircled Commander Mance and the Firebird Knights, dramatically reversing the tide of battle. The situation of the Firebird Legion had become exceedingly precarious. Observing from a distance, Princess Sheris displayed a look of agitation and disbelief. She was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the mighty Commander Mance and the elite Firebird Legion could falter against a mere horde of brigands. Chapter 62. The Eccentric Thieves, Part 2. As the dawn of a new day and week emerged, a thunderous charge was initiated by the heavily armored knights led by Old Wilson. Though numbering fewer than 200, their advance bore the ferocity of an unstoppable tide, instilling a palpable disarray among the thieves ahead. In the name of knightly honor, they cried out, "Kill!" This battle cry resonated with the spirit of the heavy cavalry, uniting them in purpose. Under the thunderous rallying call, Old Wilson and his knights surged forth like an indomitable black torrent, overwhelming the thieves with their sheer might. Countless thieves were hurled aside upon mere contact, as the prowess of the armored knights had already been proven in Blackwater City, far surpassing that of ordinary knights, let alone these disorganized brigands. Although the thieves were numerous, as Merlin had predicted, the impact of the heavy cavalry scattered the unruly mob, trampling many beneath the relentless hooves, their anguished cries echoing in the air. "Curse be these cowardly and despicable nobles for daring to charge at us." The leaders of the thieves, witnessing the relentless onslaught of the heavy knights, displayed a flicker of rage on their faces. Consequently, two of the leaders, accompanied by 50 of their men, charged directly at Old Wilson and his heavy cavalry. Merely 50 riders, clad in only the thinnest of armor, charging at Old Wilson as heavily armored knights seemed a foolhardy endeavor, bordering on madness. Although Old Wilson found this peculiar, he did not hesitate, commanding his knights to form ranks and advance toward the 50 distinct thieves. The two forces soon collided, and Old Wilson confronted the two leaders directly. Flame slash. Old Wilson stood on the brink of becoming a third-tier elemental swordsman, possessing immense strength that nearly approached that of a fourth-tier elemental swordsman. At that moment, he unleashed half of his power. Even a typical second-tier elemental swordsman would struggle to withstand his might. However, Despite the absence of any elemental fluctuations around the two thief leaders, their sheer physical prowess allowed them to easily counter Old Wilson's assault. Not only was Old Wilson's attack thwarted, but the charge of nearly 200 heavily armored knights failed to inflict a devastating blow upon the thieves, resulting instead in the loss of several knights. Something is amiss. From a distance, Merlin's expression shifted as he observed the 50 thieves. These riders were indeed peculiar. Despite lacking any elemental fluctuations, indicating they were not elemental swordsmen, their physical attributes were comparable to those of first-tier elemental swordsmen. 50 thieves, whose prowess could rival that of first-tier elemental swordsmen, despite lacking training and coordination among themselves, were capable of unleashing astonishing effects simply by gathering together. Even the invincible heavy-armored knights found themselves at a disadvantage against these exceptional rogues. Merlin, however, was unconcerned about Old Wilson. He was well aware of Old Wilson's formidable strength. If he were to exert his full power, the two thief leaders would stand no chance. Yet, if the battle prolonged, the losses sustained by the heavy-armored knights would be substantial. These knights were the culmination of over a decade of Old Wilson's effort, and the loss of even one would cause him great anguish. Thus, Merlin sprang into action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of fireballs erupted, each one striking a thief with pinpoint precision. Given the current entanglement between the thieves and the heavy-armored knights, it was impossible for the fireballs to detonate. Instead, they were eliminated one by one with surgical accuracy. Even so, within the blink of an eye, Merlin had dispatched 5 thieves. His mental energy was growing ever more immense, enhancing his control over magic, allowing him to wield it with remarkable precision within 100 meters of his psychic reach. There's a spellcaster. We are doomed. Quickly, report to the chief. The two thief leaders, already perilously situated under Old Wilson's command, felt a wave of despair upon perceiving Merlin's presence and immediately sought to flee. Having long established their domain in the vast, ungoverned buffer zone between the Black Moon Kingdom and the Kingdom of Light, they were well acquainted with the mysterious and powerful spellcasters of the Black Moon Kingdom. They understood that with a spellcaster like Merlin in play, their prospects were bleak. However, their attempts to escape were already too late. Freeze. Merlin had long set his sights on the two thieves and, upon noticing their intent to flee, unleashed his freezing spell. Crackle, crackle. Ice crystals formed, immobilizing the two thief leaders. Even with physical prowess comparable to second-tier elemental swordsmen, breaking free from Merlin's freezing spell was utterly impossible. With a resounding thud, Old Wilson swung his sword, cleaving one of the thief leaders in two, blood splattering across the ground. As Old Wilson prepared to strike down the other thief leader, Merlin hastily approached him and whispered, "Father, this one may prove useful." Old Wilson nodded in agreement and then turned to charge at the remaining thieves. Originally, there had been 50 thieves, but Merlin had already dispatched 5. Upon witnessing Merlin's capture of the two leaders, some began to flee the battlefield. With Old Wilson's relentless pursuit, the 50 thieves, who were comparable to first-tier elemental swordsmen, dwindled to just over 20, fleeing in disarray. Old Wilson regrouped the heavy-armored knights and assessed the aftermath of the battle, discovering that they had lost 15 knights. Originally numbering 185, they were now reduced to a mere 170. Having endured such significant losses, Old Wilson felt a profound sorrow. In the past, he had led the heavily armored knights to battle against the church's guardians disguised as thieves, and later, he had assaulted the defenses of Blackwater City, suffering merely 15 casualties. Yet now, against a mere band of thieves, a disorganized rabble, the heavily armored knights had sustained such grievous losses. Wilson's countenance darkened, his gaze continuously scrutinizing the remaining thief leader, resembling a beast poised to strike, instilling a deep sense of dread in the heart of the thief leader. Thus, the thief leader turned his anxious gaze towards Merlin and, with a hint of urgency, inquired, "Esteemed Master Mage, what would you like to ask?" The thief leader was acutely aware that the only one capable of sparing his life was the enigmatic and formidable spellcaster before him. Chapter 63. The Leader, Part 1. Merlin gazed intently at the bandit chief before him. The figure was neither imposing nor particularly strong, appearing to possess rather mediocre physical prowess. Yet, the truth was that this bandit boasted physical capabilities comparable to a second-tier elemental swordsman, which was quite extraordinary. Moreover, there were 50 bandit knights with physical attributes akin to first-tier elemental swordsmen, rendering the situation even more peculiar. Why do you, who are non-elemental swordsmen, possess strength that rivals theirs? Merlin inquired directly, while the elder Wilson, standing nearby, nodded instinctively, clearly intrigued by this question. The bandit chief's expression shifted slightly, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate a response, yet silence lingered. Suddenly, a crystal of ice enveloped the bandit chief, spreading rapidly and nearly encasing his upper body, leaving only his bald head exposed. Although the freezing spell was not particularly potent, far inferior to a fireball, it was more than sufficient to subdue a mere bandit chief. Realizing that the ice was creeping towards his head, the bandit chief could no longer remain silent and exclaimed, "Mighty mage, please cease. I shall reveal that our remarkable physical prowess is entirely due to the leader." The leader? Merlin halted the casting of the freezing spell and took a couple of steps closer to the bandit chief. "Elaborate on this leader of yours." The bandit chief's complexion had turned pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Despite his impressive physicality, the frigid temperature of Merlin's spell could inflict harm over time. "The leader arrived here 3 years ago. At that time, I, along with the second and fourth captains, were merely small-time bandits with a handful of followers. Our influence was minuscule. The leader found us, defeated us all, and became our chief. Subsequently, he imparted to us a peculiar set of postures to practice daily, which rapidly enhanced our physical capabilities. In time, the leader led us to conquer several larger bands of thieves, and our power swelled, culminating in the formation of the Hurricane Bandit Group, comprising 3,000 to 4,000 members. The leader even selected 500 young bandits to teach them the peculiar postures. And now, nearly every one of them can rival a first-tier elemental swordsman. With such strength, the leader and Apo's ambitions grew. He became dissatisfied with mere banditry, seeking to seize several cities amid the chaos of the Kingdom of Light. However, due to our rapid expansion, as you can see, our weapons, armor, and equipment have not kept pace. This time, upon encountering a few royal figures with only a mere handful of knights as guards, the leader commanded us to raid those royals and instructed us to obstruct you, lest you disrupt his plans. The leader of the thieves, after finishing his words, was trembling all over, his speech becoming somewhat slurred. On the surface, Merlin displayed no change, yet internally he was profoundly shocked. The peculiar postures had the capacity to rapidly enhance an ordinary person's physical prowess, rivaling even that of an elemental swordsman. All of this bore a striking resemblance to the mysterious relief he had once acquired, although Merlin possessed only a single relief through practicing the postures inscribed upon it. His own physical capabilities had now ascended to the level of a first-tier elemental swordsman. The physical attributes of these thieves were already comparable to those of a second-tier elemental swordsman. How formidable, then, must the leader of the thieves be? Perhaps he was a third, or even a fourth-tier elemental swordsman. Countless thoughts raced through Merlin's mind. If that chief had indeed obtained a relief, he must possess at least 3 such artifacts. The postures depicted on these reliefs were truly daunting. In the past, Merlin had not contemplated this deeply, but now, upon witnessing the enigmatic leader, he realized that he had imparted the postures from the reliefs. With just one set of postures disseminated, it would be possible to swiftly produce a multitude of warriors capable of rivaling first-tier elemental swordsmen within mere months. The recent battle had demonstrated everything. Old Wilson's heavily armored knights represented a tremendous investment of his efforts, and nearly half of the tax revenue from his domain was allocated to these knights. Moreover, regular training was essential to maintain their current combat effectiveness. Yet, despite their terrifying prowess, when confronted by a band of thieves lacking any semblance of coordination, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Had it not been for Merlin and Old Wilson's formidable strength, this contingent of heavily armored knights might have been vanquished by a mere 50 thieves. The horrifying potential of the mysterious relief was manifest here. Furthermore, the enigmatic leader commanded a force of 500 such thieves. In an instant, Merlin's mind was ablaze with thoughts, while Old Wilson beside him remained less contemplative. He had only heard the thieves mention that the leader intended to target members of the royal family. Merlin, Princess Sheris, and the others might be in peril. He must lead the heavily armored knights to their rescue. This time, Merlin did not intervene. He understood Old Wilson's gratitude towards Prince Friedrich. Although Princess Sheris had previously declined Old Wilson's fealty, she was now in danger, and he would not stand idly by. However, this was for the best. Having saved them once, Old Wilson would no longer be entangled with the royal family. "Father, you go ahead. I will follow shortly." A flicker of determination sparkled in Merlin's eyes. His true target was the mysterious leader. Captain Mance's eyes were already filled with despair. His entire being had been rendered numb by the overwhelming force before him. Despite being a third-tier earth swordsman, the man before him, adorned with strange markings and referred to as the leader, was simply too powerful. Each swing of his great sword contained a terrifying might. His seemingly unassuming physique appeared to harbor the strength of a ferocious beast, leaving Captain Mans feeling utterly overwhelmed. A peak third-tier elemental swordsman, Commander Mans was struck with a profound astonishment. The sheer physical prowess of his adversary seemed to rival that of a peak-level elemental swordsman, a phenomenon he had neither witnessed nor even heard of before. Moreover, the terror did not stem solely from this singular commander. The throng of thieves surrounding him was equally alarming, with each individual nearly comparable to a first-level elemental swordsman, their numbers amounting to roughly 400 or 500. Such a daunting assembly of 400 or 500 first-level elemental swordsmen was beyond Commander Mans' imagination. Even during its zenith, the Firebird Legion, one of the 4 great legions of the Kingdom of Light, could scarcely muster 1,000 first-level elemental swordsmen. And yet, this ragtag band of thieves, armed only with tattered weapons and devoid of armor, could rival half of the Firebird Legion? With a resounding crash, another powerful blow sent Commander Mans hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. As he struggled to rise, a searing pain engulfed his insides, a testament to his grievous injuries. The 600 Firebird Knights had long since been overwhelmed in the sea of thieves, suffering catastrophic losses, leaving fewer than 300 standing. It was over. Commander Mans closed his eyes in despair, never having contemplated the possibility of meeting his end at the hands of a band of thieves. Princess Cheryl, observing from a distance, turned pale, her body trembling with fear as the situation deteriorated rapidly. The thieves, whom she had dismissed as ineffectual, proved to be ferocious, and it appeared that the 600 knights led by Commander Mans were on the brink of annihilation, with no options remaining. Princess Cheryl could scarcely fathom the grim fate that awaited them if they fell into the hands of these brigands. Deputy Commander Wayne, prepare for battle. For the honor of the Firebird. Her expression was a complex mixture of determination and dread as she unsheathed her silver greatsword, ready to fight to the death. With a swift motion, the last 200 Firebird Knights drew their greatswords, raising them high with solemn expressions. In the name of knightly honor, we shall slay. In the name of knightly honor, we shall slay. Suddenly, the group heard a tremendous sound behind them, as if a dark torrent surged down the hillside. Chapter 64. The Chief, Part 2. Brothers, how magnificent you are. You have remarkably elevated the mage to the weekly leaderboard of our channel. This achievement is solely attributed to your collective efforts, and I, Lao Yu, am deeply grateful. I hope those who have yet to cast their votes will consider supporting me, so we may ascend the ranks even higher. My sincere appreciation extends to Fate Xinglua for your generous donations. A dark torrent surged forth, comprised of heavily armored knights. Princess Cheris momentarily paused, recalling the identity of these imposing figures. They were the armored knights of Baron Wilson. To her astonishment, despite my refusal of Baron Wilson's fealty, he still led his knights to our rescue. However, it appeared futile. These thieves were no ordinary foes, and Baron Wilson's heavily armored knights would likely prove inadequate against them. Deputy Commander Wayne, prepare to charge forth alongside Baron Wilson and engage the thieves. Princess Cheris was filled with a bittersweet sense of admiration. Baron Wilson's timely intervention was a testament to his loyalty to the royal family. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Baron Wilson's allegiance was not to the crown but rather a gesture of gratitude towards Prince Frederick. This would be Baron Wilson's final act of assistance. The heavily armored knights under Baron Wilson's command thundered down the hillside, an unstoppable force carving a bloody path through the chaos as countless thieves fell before them. After all, aside from a few exceptionally skilled thieves, the majority were merely an unruly mob of ordinary individuals, easily dispatched even by standard knights. Enveloped in flames, Baron Wilson appeared as a towering giant. With a single swing of his sword, accompanied by a torrent of fire, several thieves met their demise in an instant. Thus, he soon arrived at the location where Commander Mans was besieged, his gaze fixed upon the chief, whose face bore strange markings. Where are the third and fourth? The chief, upon recognizing Baron Wilson, quickly deduced his identity, aware that he was the one who had previously sent the third and fourth commanders to intercept the minor noblemen. They have perished. Humph, I underestimated you, but you should not have come to meet your end. A fierce glint flashed in the chief's eyes as he propelled himself backward with great force. Bang! The ground trembled as the chief, utilizing this momentum, shot towards Baron Wilson like a cannonball. Flame slash! Baron Wilson bellowed, the creaking of his armor resonating as he maximized his strength, his muscles swelling and straining against the metal. When engaged in battle, Baron Wilson's stature seemed to grow, nearly reaching 2 meters, instilling a profound psychological intimidation in his adversaries. This was true exceptional talent, a manifestation of immense strength, contrasting sharply with the chief's ordinary physique, which belied his extraordinary power. Both wielding massive swords, they clashed in a flurry of strikes, each impact resonating with a piercing sound. Crack! The great swords of the two combatants shattered simultaneously, splintering into several pieces. Unable to withstand the terrifying force of one another, now they fought barehanded, exchanging blows in a frenzied assault. Old Wilson's every punch was enveloped in flames, resembling a deity of fire, an unstoppable force. In contrast, the chieftain appeared less imposing, yet his speed was unparalleled, and his strength formidable, in a head-on clash. He was no less than Old Wilson. Ha ha, exhilarating. Bring it on. Old Wilson bellowed, invigorated. It had been long since he encountered an adversary capable of matching him in sheer power. With unyielding spirit, he engaged the chieftain in a tumultuous melee. Wherever they passed, be it thieves or heavily armored knights, anyone who came into contact was either slain or gravely wounded, compelling all to hastily retreat from the battlefield. Though Old Wilson and the chieftain were locked in a fierce struggle, his armored knights were no match for the thieves, who were well trained in unorthodox maneuvers. With 400 to 500 strong thieves surrounding them, the knights faced imminent annihilation. Should they fall, even if Old Wilson and the chieftain were evenly matched, it would prove inconsequential. On a distant hillside, Merlin stood before a cart, meticulously observing the battle below, particularly fixating on the chieftain, who was locked in a fierce contest with Old Wilson. Indeed, there was no elemental aura, it was purely physical strength. The enigmatic engraving must be upon him. Merlin narrowed his eyes, sensing that the fiery aura surrounding Old Wilson had considerably weakened, resulting in diminished power behind his strikes. In terms of stamina, Old Wilson relied on the accumulated fire elemental energy within him. Such reckless assaults could not be sustained for long. Conversely, the chieftain appeared to draw from an inexhaustible well of strength. Merlin understood that if the battle continued, Old Wilson would inevitably face defeat. At that moment, Merlin resolved to intervene. He had previously harbored concerns. If the chieftain were a 4th-level elemental swordsman, defeating him would entail considerable effort. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the chieftain's overall strength was comparable to a peak 3rd-level elemental swordsman, making him considerably more manageable. Thus, Merlin made his move. He descended the slope, entering the throng of thieves. Upon seeing him, several thieves, without hesitation, swung their great swords at him. Yet, before their strikes could land, they found themselves encased in ice, frozen mid-swing, resembling lifelike ice sculptures. Unfazed, Merlin continued his advance into the throng, where numerous thieves inexplicably transformed into frozen statues in his wake, an eerie spectacle. This strange occurrence left many thieves exchanging bewildered glances, deterred from charging at Merlin. Although it appeared that magic had been squandered, the results were remarkable, at the very least. No thief dared to approach Merlin again. The spellcaster, the chieftain, also took note of Merlin and, after a fierce encounter with Old Wilson, swiftly retreated, distancing himself while keeping a vigilant eye on Merlin. Chapter 65, The Exchange, Part 1. Stop. Princess Cheryl, who had initially prepared to charge at the bandits, halted upon witnessing Merlin's arrival. The sight of the thieves transformed into ice sculptures sent a jolt through her, prompting her to call off her companions. It is a spellcaster, she murmured, her voice laced with gravity. As a royal princess, she possessed a certain understanding of the spellcasters from the Black Moon Kingdom as well as the mages within the Church of Light. Moreover, the royal family harbored several spellcasters, among them Prince Frederick. Gently caressing a black ring on her finger, Princess Cheryl recalled that Prince Frederick was indeed a powerful spellcaster, concealed within the royal lineage, wielding formidable power. It was precisely due to Prince Frederick's intervention that she and her companions managed to escape the City of Light unscathed. Due to the Church of Light's influence, spellcasters from the Black Moon Kingdom had long been demonized as embodiments of terror, evil, and depravity. Yet, at this border between the Black Moon Kingdom and the Kingdom of Light, these bandits had encountered potent spellcasters before and were not strangers to their kind. Many bandits came to a halt, their faces betraying fear as they beheld the ice statues surrounding Merlin. The chief bandit discreetly began to retreat, but Merlin, ever watchful, would not permit such an escape. He advanced swiftly towards the chief, who frowned, his expression rife with apprehension. "Esteemed spellcaster," he intoned, his voice low, "I had no knowledge of your presence among this group. I deeply apologize for any offense caused. I shall withdraw my men at once." "Withdraw? Do you believe you can simply leave?" Merlin responded, unhurried yet resolute as he closed the distance. The chief's expression shifted, and with a wave of his hand, a few bandits stepped forward to shield him. However, he remained tense, declaring, "Esteemed spellcaster, I am unaware of the relationship between these individuals and yourself. But should I command my men to attack, I fear none shall survive except for you. Then let us see if you have the opportunity." Merlin's previously calm gaze sharpened in an instant. Frostbolt. A shard of ice manifested instantaneously around the chief, while before him, a dozen bandits gathered, their physical prowess rivaling that of a first-tier elemental swordsman. "Father, attack!" Merlin bellowed, swinging his hand fiercely. 3 fireballs surged forth, crashing into the throng of thieves with explosive force, flames searing and igniting chaos among them. Old Wilson, understanding the cue, roared in response to Merlin's command, charging forth like a human beast, wielding his great sword with unyielding ferocity towards the chief. Boom, boom, boom. With nearly the might of a 4th-tier elemental swordsman, Old Wilson barreled through the bandits guarding the chief with relentless force. Crack! The crystalline ice that had originally encased the chief now began to fracture, revealing a visage flushed with rage, the whites of his eyes tinged with crimson as he bellowed, "Ha ha! You cannot confine me." Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing he had underestimated his adversary. Typically, a low-level elemental swordsman would be incapable of breaking free from Merlin's freezing spell. However, the chief, much like the elder Wilson, was perilously close to the 4th tier of elemental swordsmen. Hence, ordinary freezing spells could only restrain him for a brief period. With a powerful heave, the chief shattered the ice crystals binding him and prepared to retreat in a frenzied escape. Grand freezing spell. Without hesitation, Merlin unleashed a spell far mightier than the ordinary freezing enchantment. Instantly, as the chief lifted a foot, he was ensnared by ice crystals, encasing all but his head in a thick layer of frost. "Ah, break free!" the chief cried out, his veins bulging, forehead veins visibly throbbing, and muscles straining with exertion as he endeavored to escape the icy prison. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, the ice remained steadfast, showing no signs of yielding. With a swift motion, Merlin accelerated, launching fireballs that detonated around the chief, preventing other thieves from coming to his aid, though such exertion greatly drained his magical energy. "Father, we must keep him alive," Merlin implored, fearing that Elder Wilson might be driven by bloodlust to slay the chief. Elder Wilson approached the ensnared chief, regarding the frozen figure with a cold smirk before delivering a swift kick to him, sending him careening towards Merlin. In an instant, a fireball materialized before the chief, exuding an overwhelming heat. A smile crept across Merlin's lips as he observed Elder Wilson wreaking havoc amidst the thieves. With a calm demeanor, he addressed the chief. "I believe it is time for your subordinates to cease their assault." The chief's expression fluctuated, but upon sensing the searing heat emanating from the fireball hovering in the air, he recognized that he had no choice. In a hoarse voice, he commanded, "Stand down. Second in command, pull your men back." The thieves, upon hearing their leader's call, dared not defy him and began to withdraw, albeit not far, their eyes still fixed menacingly upon Elder Wilson and the others. With thousands of thieves present, along with those fierce marauders rivaling first-tier elemental swordsmen, a full frontal charge could indeed prove catastrophic. As the chief had warned, save for Merlin, none would be spared. "Father, take him to the carriage," Merlin instructed Elder Wilson. Bound by the grand freezing spell, even the chief, no matter how formidable, would find it impossible to break free in the near term. Old Wilson subsequently seized the chieftain and unceremoniously tossed him into the carriage, with Merlin closely following, slipping inside as well. Meanwhile, Old Wilson gathered the remaining black-armored knights, confronting the thousands of bandits lurking not far away. Inside the carriage, Merlin observed the chieftain in silence, refraining from any hasty words. In this oppressive atmosphere, the chieftain could no longer contain himself and sneered, "You dare not kill me, if I perish. My men will tear you all to shreds." However, Merlin merely shook his head, a hint of amusement dancing across his features as he replied nonchalantly, "It seems you have yet to grasp the current situation. Your subordinate, that second in command, is far from docile. In fact, he likely desires your demise even more than I do." The chieftain's expression shifted slightly, darkening gradually. After a prolonged silence, he hoarsely inquired, "What is it that you truly seek?" The chieftain began to realize that this enigmatic spellcaster before him appeared intent on extracting something from him. Chapter 66, The Exchange, Part 2. Merlin smiled faintly. Then with a subtle flick of his wrist, a relief sculpture materialized in his hand. The chief trembled, his gaze fixated on the sculpture. Observing the astonishment etched on the chief's face, Merlin felt a sense of assurance and spoke calmly. "You should recognize this sculpture, I presume?" To my surprise, You possess a sculpture as well, and I trust you can discern the peculiar postures depicted upon it? The chief paused, scrutinizing Merlin from head to toe. However, having practiced the stances from the enigmatic sculpture, there was no outward transformation in Merlin's physique, leaving the chief unable to ascertain the true extent of Merlin's physical capabilities. Indeed, I possess sculptures, 3 of them, to be precise. They are concealed in a secret location. If you release me, I can exchange one of my sculptures with you. The chief, now composed, began to negotiate with Merlin. Merlin shook his head, his tone remaining placid. I harbor no intention of ending your life. Should I do so? Your band of thieves could decimate the entire caravan. Even my intervention would be futile. I have merely summoned you here to engage in a transaction. With that, several fireballs erupted in Merlin's hand, orbiting the chief and radiating intense heat, gradually melting the frost that had enveloped him. Soon, the ice that had encased the chief transformed rapidly into droplets, allowing him to move slightly, without significant harm. Yet, he remained seated, his gaze occasionally darting towards the sculpture in Merlin's grasp, his eyes ablaze with desire for the artifact that could enhance his own physical prowess. I demand all 3 of your sculptures, Merlin declared slowly, his words shocking the chief into momentary silence. The chief then let out a cold laugh. Esteemed spellcaster, while you have just released me and my life is at your mercy, you propose to exchange 1 sculpture for my 3. Do you not find that amusing? Clenching his fists, the chief remained vigilant, prepared to counter any further action from Merlin. I can grant you the status of a spellcaster, Merlin reiterated softly. Yet his words struck the chief like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily dazed. What did you say? I can make you a spellcaster, Merlin repeated, and the chief, who had previously exuded calm, now trembled slightly, his hands clenched tightly as he struggled to contain his excitement. I am Rewrote. The chief suddenly rose, his face flushed with exhilaration. By your word, I accept the deal. Rewrote, without hesitation, assented to Merlin's terms, revealing his true name as a testament to his sincerity towards Merlin. The spellcaster, wielding extraordinary power. This was something Kien was acutely aware of. Having spent years on the fringes of the Black Moon Kingdom, where he had undoubtedly heard countless tales of spellcasters. This time, despite his possession of 3 mysterious sculptures that had elevated his physical prowess to the terrifying pinnacle of a level 3 elemental swordsman, he was still easily subdued by Merlin. This incident served to underscore the formidable strength of spellcasters. The mere thought of becoming a spellcaster was a notion Kien dared not entertain. Now, with the opportunity at hand, it merely required the exchange of 3 sculptures, positions he had long since committed to memory, rendering them of little further use to him. Spellcaster. Kien rose, intending to speak, only to realize he did not know Merlin's name, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. Wilson Merlin. Merlin interjected. Merlin, my 3 sculptures are hidden away in a secret location. Will you accompany me to retrieve them, or shall I go alone? After a moment's thought, Merlin replied, I shall accompany you. Kien smiled knowingly. He understood Merlin harbored some reservations, and with Merlin by his side, he felt compelled to refrain from any reckless actions. Very well. Let us depart. Kien nodded and led the way, gesturing slightly to the second-in-command of the thieves, who hesitated briefly before bringing a few accomplices along. Merlin, what is this? Old Wilson furrowed his brow in confusion upon witnessing Merlin release the thief leader. With that, he instructed Moss to drive the cart, following closely behind the chief, Kien. As they slowly approached the band of thieves, Merlin had yet to learn to ride a horse, and during their flight, he felt a multitude of inconveniences. He silently resolved that once settled in the Black Moon Kingdom, he would surely master the art of horsemanship. Halt! An angry voice rang out. As Merlin lifted the cart's curtain, he saw Prince Benin from the Phoenix Knights, furiously blocking the path of Chief Griever Kien. The prince's face was flushed with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at Kien. You despicable thieves, having slain so many of my knights, now you wish to escape? Deputy Commander Wayne, swiftly rid us of these shameless rogues. Chief Kien glanced at Merlin, noting the unperturbed expression on his face, and could not help but scoff. Fool. Merlin, feeling helpless, shook his head and then turned his gaze to Princess Cherilus. This Benin prince was but a child, oblivious to the complexities of the situation. Yet Princess Cherilus should have been acutely aware that Chief Kien was Merlin's captive, not that of the royal family. Princess Cherilus bit her lip tightly, understanding that Merlin had undoubtedly reached some form of accord with the thief leader, entirely disregarding the royal family's interests. Upon contemplating this, Princess Cherilus inhaled deeply, gradually calming her tumultuous emotions. She was acutely aware that she was not Prince Benin, and their current predicament was undeniably perilous. Of the 800 Firebird Knights, a mere 400 remained, many of whom were wounded and possessed little combat efficacy. Thus, the paramount urgency was to reach the Kingdom of the Black Moon swiftly and establish a semblance of stability. Baron Wilson, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, she expressed. However, we must continue our journey and cannot linger here any longer. I hope you understand. With that, Princess Sheris bit her lip, suppressing her ire, and deliberately averted her gaze from Merlin, leading the remaining Firebird Knights away with haste. Their departure was, perhaps, a blessing, alleviating numerous complications. Merlin cast a glance at the elderly Baron Wilson, indifferent to the exit of Sheris and her retinue. Their voluntary departure relieved him, allowing him to set aside concerns about Baron Wilson recklessly safeguarding them on their journey to the Kingdom of the Black Moon. Consequently, Merlin instructed Moss to drive the carriage, following closely behind the throng of marauders as they gradually receded into the distance. Chapter 67. The exchange continued. Merlin sat within the confines of the carriage, his eyes closed. Yet his mental acuity extended outward, keenly observing the movements of the bandit leader, Qian. Should Qian exhibit any signs of treachery, Merlin was prepared to annihilate him in an instant. However, he had already dangled the tantalizing prospect of becoming a spellcaster before Qian, a temptation he believed would be irresistible. Moreover, Qian possessed the requisite qualities to ascend to the rank of a spellcaster. Merlin had long since discerned that those who could perceive the enigmatic poses of the mysterious carvings possessed a mental prowess that set them apart, constituting a crucial condition for becoming a spellcaster. Once one's mental strength met the necessary criteria, the individual could endeavor to simulate a spell model within the sea of consciousness. Should this endeavor prove successful, they would attain the status of a spellcaster. Qian, the bandit leader, indeed possessed such attributes. His mental strength was even more formidable than Merlin's prior to his own transformation into a spellcaster. Exchanging a spell model for 3 of the mysterious carvings, coupled with the ability to neutralize the imminent threat to the entire caravan, rendered this transaction exceedingly worthwhile. Otherwise, even if Merlin were to eliminate Qian, he would still face the daunting challenge posed by the remaining thousands of bandits, particularly those who had trained in the peculiar poses taught by Qian, who were far more formidable than old Wilson's heavily armored knights. Soon, the bandits arrived at a vast valley, nestled amidst mountains and water, its environment remarkably conducive to habitation. Within this valley stood several rudimentary wooden huts, alongside numerous caves of varied sizes. Elderly individuals, women, and children busied themselves within the valley, creating an ambience reminiscent of a thriving, ordinary village rather than a bandit stronghold. Behold, this is the fruit of 5 years of my labor, Qian proclaimed with a hint of pride as he surveyed the bustling scene below. Quite impressive. Those elite bandit knights possess physiques that rival first-level elemental swordsmen. Have you imparted the poses from the carvings to them? Merlin inquired, his interest piqued by the 400 to 500 exceptional bandits, whose physical prowess was comparable to that of first-level elemental swordsmen. It was worth noting that even at its zenith, the Phoenix Legion boasted merely over 1,000 first-level elemental swordsmen. Qian regarded Merlin with a gaze imbued with depth, responding in a hushed tone, "Indeed, these individuals were meticulously chosen by me. I imparted but a single pose to them, limiting their training to that of first-level elemental swordsmen. For those with higher aptitude and loyalty, I bestowed 2 poses, elevating their capabilities to that of second-level elemental swordsmen. It is due to them that the Hurricane Bandit group reigns supreme in this region, unchallenged by any rival bandit faction." Merlin nodded in acknowledgement. This ragtag assembly, armed with naught but their innate prowess, could dominate the area purely based on the strength of those 500 bandits, rendering even old Wilson's meticulously trained, heavily armored knights ineffective. "Do you know the origins of the carvings you possess?" Merlin continued his inquiry. Qian furrowed his brow and then shook his head, stating, "These sculptures were acquired by chance. I only know they are likely products of the Morta Empire, but the specifics elude me. The Morta Empire has always been an enigma. It unified the entire continent, yet it crumbled overnight. It seems no one can ascertain how such a vast empire met its demise. Moreover, now that Merlin gazes upon these sculptures and the 500 formidable rogue knights, his mind begins to swirl with thoughts. If the sculptures are indeed relics of the Morta Empire, and if every ordinary soldier practiced the stances depicted within, attaining power comparable to that of a first, second, or even third-tier elemental swordsman, then it would not be so unbelievable for the Morta Empire to have unified the entire continent. However, what could have caused such a powerful nation so formidable it is almost beyond imagination to collapse in such a brief span? Numerous historical accounts suggest that the Morta Empire fell almost in the blink of an eye. What transpired? What force led to the sudden downfall of the Morta Empire? Follow me. The sculptures reside in my dwelling. Merlin gently shook his head, casting aside the myriad questions about the Empire's collapse that plagued his thoughts, and followed closely behind Keen. Keen's residence was a vast cave, still bearing traces of human excavation, surrounded by a tranquil environment devoid of nearby presence. It appeared that Keen had made arrangements, leaving only Merlin and himself within. Please have a seat. After Merlin sat down, Keen turned and entered a chamber within the cave, re-emerging after a while, his hands now holding 3 sculptures. He placed them upon a stone table, allowing Merlin to examine them. Indeed, they were of the same kind. A glint of excitement flashed in Merlin's eyes as he picked up one of the sculptures, gently caressing its surface, his gaze becoming entranced, leading him into a reverie. Before him, the sculptures seemed to manifest bizarre postures, strikingly different from those he had practiced before. This time, the duration of his reverie was brief. With his formidable mental prowess, Merlin was easily able to awaken from the illusion at any moment. As part of our exchange, this sculpture is for you. Merlin handed the sculpture to Keen. Keen narrowed his eyes slightly, yet did not hastily reach for the sculptures on the table. Rather, he gazed at Merlin with eager intensity, saying, "Merlin, about the possibility you mentioned of me becoming a spellcaster." In Keen's heart, even the prospect of acquiring an additional sculpture, which could potentially elevate his prowess to that of a 4th-tier elemental swordsman, crossing a significant threshold, seemed to pale in comparison to his yearning to become a spellcaster. To become a spellcaster, the most crucial elements are mental strength and the spell model. You already possess the mental fortitude. As for the spell model, Merlin pondered for a moment and then retrieved the spell model for the whirlwind spell from the old sage Ida's spellbook, stating softly, "I have here a spell model for the whirlwind, a 0-level spell. If you can successfully integrate this spell model into your sea of consciousness, then you shall become a spellcaster." The spell model. Keen's gaze was fixed intently on the spell model resting on the table, and in his excitement, his voice trembled slightly. Chapter 68. The Kingdom of the Black Moon, Part 1. A sudden whirlwind materialized out of thin air, swirling up the dust and fragments of soil around it, howling as it spun. Keen, the leader of the thieves, bore an expression of exhilaration. This marked his inaugural attempt at casting a spell. Although his excitement led to a lack of control over his mental energy, causing the whirlwind to dissipate swiftly, Keen remained unconcerned. For as long as the spell model within his sea of consciousness remained intact, he could practice diligently in due course. Indeed, you have fundamentally grasped the art of the whirlwind, and you have now ascended to the ranks of a novice spellcaster. With the enhancement of your mental fortitude and the discovery of more 0-level spells suited to your essence, your prowess will undoubtedly continue to flourish. Merlin remarked with a composed demeanor, having spent a day enlightening Keen on the fundamentals of spellcasting and the nuances to heed. Subsequently, he assisted Keen in successfully simulating the whirlwind spell model within his sea of consciousness. "It is time for me to take my leave." Merlin rose, observing that Keen had fully mastered the whirlwind spell. Their transaction had reached its conclusion, yielding mutual benefits for both parties. Keen glanced at Merlin, pondering briefly before stating, "If you intend to venture to the Kingdom of the Black Moon, I shall dispatch a contingent of my men to accompany you. With members of the Hurricane Thieves Guild by your side, you shall encounter no further threats from bandits along the way." Merlin nodded in agreement. Although the seasoned knight Wilson would not fear typical thieves, an abundance of them could pose considerable inconvenience. Thus, the avoidance of such troubles was indeed welcome. Subsequently, Keen dispatched a cadre of 20 knights, bearing the banner of the Hurricane Thieves Guild, to grandly escort Merlin from the valley. "Father, is Merlin in danger?" Mei Shui inquired softly, wiping the sweat from her brow as she practiced her swordplay. Following the upheaval in Blackwater City, she felt increasingly aware of her own frailty, compelling her to seize every moment to hone her skills. Yet, the more anxious she became, the scarcer the fire elemental energy within her seemed to grow. Old Wilson discerned Mei Shui's anxious demeanor, but he was unable to engage her in a thorough discussion at that moment. He resolved to guide her training accurately once they reached the Kingdom of the Black Moon and established stability. "Wilson, do you think Merlin will be all right?" Baron Barman expressed his subtle concern. Indeed, old Wilson raised his gaze forward, noticing that Moss had brought the carriage to a gradual halt, yet trailing behind were 20 thieves. Thereafter, Merlin summoned Captain Pulla, instructing him to encircle the carriage with dozens of knights, ensuring that no one would intrude. Within the carriage, old Wilson's expression gradually turned grave. He understood that Merlin's meticulousness indicated that the matter at hand was far from trivial. "Merlin, what has transpired?" The usually composed old Wilson now felt a flicker of uncertainty within. Merlin retrieved 3 carved tablets from his breast pocket, placing them before old Wilson, and spoke gravely. "Father, do you not find it curious how those thieves possess such formidable strength? The physical prowess of the thief leader could rival that of a first-tier elemental swordsman. Indeed, this leader was formidable enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with his father." Old Wilson had long harbored doubts, uncertain of the precise reasons behind such strength. Upon hearing Merlin's inquiry, a spark ignited within him, and his gaze shifted to the 3 bas-reliefs before him, a flicker of insight flashing in his mind. Could it be these sculptures? Old Wilson pondered aloud, picking up one of the bas-reliefs, scrutinizing it from every angle, yet failing to discern any extraordinary attributes. "Father, the secrets of these bas-reliefs are beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Only those with inherently potent mental fortitude can unveil their mysteries. Each bas-relief embodies a peculiar set of postures, and with diligent practice of these stances, one's physical abilities can gradually enhance to rival those of elemental swordsmen." As Merlin's words settled, old Wilson's expression transformed in astonishment, realizing that these seemingly innocuous bas-reliefs possessed such profound potential. One bas-relief signified the possibility of becoming a first-tier elemental swordsman, thus 2, 3. Or even more would imply that one could indeed match the formidable power of those esteemed elemental swordsmen through sheer physical strength. The value contained within these artifacts was staggering. If word were to spread, it could incite a considerable uproar. As a seasoned military man, old Wilson instantly recognized the military significance these sculptures held. "Are these bas-reliefs the property of the thieves?" Old Wilson could not help but inquire. Merlin nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. I procured these bas-reliefs by employing a spell to exchange with the thieves, a mutually beneficial arrangement. The individuals outside are henchmen dispatched by the thief leader to resolve minor bandit issues along our journey, ensuring our passage remains unobstructed as we enter the Black Moon Kingdom." Old Wilson fell into contemplative silence. Despite his extensive experiences, he found himself momentarily taken aback by the existence of such extraordinary artifacts. Elemental swordsmen constituted the very foundation of a kingdom, representing its core strength. However, nurturing an elemental swordsman was no simple feat, primarily due to the necessity of talent. Without elemental affinity, one could never aspire to become an elemental swordsman. Yet, the postures depicted on these enigmatic bas-reliefs required no elemental affinity. Even an ordinary person could practice them. The thief leader, Keen, had managed to train 500 thieves to rival first-tier elemental swordsmen in a mere span of time, sweeping through all rival factions in the area, thus establishing a formidable force. All of this was the result of the mysterious bas-reliefs. Should such artifacts circulate widely, the elemental swordsmen would no longer serve as the backbone of the army, and the entire landscape of the continent would likely undergo a transformation. The implications tied to these bas-reliefs were exceedingly weighty. It was no wonder Merlin approached the matter with such gravity. "Merlin, keep these bas-reliefs close. Refrain from sharing them with others, and do not mention this matter again," old Wilson finally articulated after a prolonged period of reflection. A faint smile graced Merlin's face as he nodded and said, "Father, rest assured, I fully comprehend the significance of these reliefs. Therefore, I intend to impart all 4 sets of poses depicted on the reliefs to you. Once we settle in the Kingdom of Black Moon, it will be up to you to decide to whom these 4 sets of poses should be taught." Merlin felt a sense of anticipation. If old Wilson mastered these 4 sets of poses, combined with his exceptional talent, his strength would undoubtedly be formidable. In that case, even if Merlin were to depart from the family, the Wilson lineage would not wither. Chapter 69, The Kingdom of the Black Moon, Part 2. These individuals had fled from the Kingdom of Light. Some were refugees, others merchants, and a few minor nobles, all in a tumultuous throng, eager to enter Ravensburg. For to gain access to the Kingdom of the Black Moon, Ravensburg stood as the sole gateway. Otherwise, one would have to traverse the desolate mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. Within this barren expanse lay myriad perils, and few would dare to brave the treacherous heights to enter the Kingdom of the Black Moon. Thus, this desolate range became a natural barrier between the 2 realms. However, passing through Ravensburg was no simple feat. Each individual was required to pay a hefty sum in gold coins to be granted passage. Those tattered refugees, lacking sufficient coin, were summarily denied entry. Look, a caravan approaches, guarded by knights, and behold, numerous wagons. Remarkably, there are even heavily armored knights. It seems a wealthy noble is among them. We must seize the opportunity. The caravan slowly approached Ravensburg, led by a burly middle-aged man. Frowning at the side of the fortress, he gestured for the procession to halt. "Father, why have we stopped?" Merlin leapt from his wagon and approached the elder Wilson with an inquiring gaze. This caravan belonged to old Wilson, comprising nearly 2,000 souls who had endured a lengthy journey of 3 to 4 days, finally reaching the borders of the Kingdom of the Black Moon. The band of thieves escorting Merlin had departed, providing the intelligence that passage into the Black Moon Kingdom necessitated entry through Ravensburg. Merlin, spotting a fortress not far ahead, surmised it must be the Ravensburg mentioned by the thieves. Once they crossed through its gates, they would be truly safe, free from the looming threat of pursuit by the Church of Light. Old Wilson, pointing towards Ravensburg, murmured gravely, "Merlin, to enter Ravensburg, we must disarm and remove our armor. With so many of us stripped of our weapons and defenses, our combat prowess will diminish significantly. If trouble arises, we may find ourselves in dire straits." Merlin followed the direction of Wilson's finger and indeed observed scattered knights before the fortress, all compelled to shed their armor and weapons before gaining entry. This precaution was understandable. The Kingdom of the Black Moon could not afford to allow a multitude of armed individuals to pass through unchallenged. Should these individuals be agents of the Church, it would spell disaster for the kingdom. "Father, given our numbers, we cannot possibly carry all our armor and weapons inside. We must remove them first and devise a plan once we are through Ravensburg." Merlin pondered for a moment, acknowledging the necessity of patience. "Very well, Merlin. Baron Barman. Let us three proceed to ascertain the situation," old Wilson instructed, delegating the oversight of the caravan to Captain Platone before he, Baron Barman, and Merlin set off towards Ravensburg, intent on gathering more information. Long had the sentinels stationed at the fortress taken note of Merlin and his companions, directly obstructing their passage. With a cold demeanor, they declared, "Leave your horses, remove your armor and weapons, and each of you must pay 10 gold coins to proceed." The expressions of old Wilson and Baron Barman shifted in unison. The demand for armor and weapons posed little concern. Even the 10 gold coins per person amounted to a total of 20,000 gold coins for the nearly 2,000-strong caravan. While this sum was considerable, it was not crippling for the Wilson and Barman families. However, the requirement to relinquish their horses was utterly unacceptable. Without their mounts, how could they continue their journey? Would they have their ladies walk? Moreover, the absence of horses would severely impede the movement of such a vast contingent and could easily lead to complications and troubles. Thus, the guard's ultimatum made Merlin furrow his brow. Were they truly expected to surrender their horses? Why had that knight earlier been allowed to keep his? Baron Barman, suppressing his simmering anger, inquired in a low voice. The guards cast a fleeting glance at Baron Barman before responding with a disdainful smirk. That knight was but a solitary individual, and moreover, he is an elemental swordsman, permitted to retain his steed. You assert that an elemental swordsman may keep his horse? Merlin interjected suddenly. The guard regarded him for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. Indeed, elemental swordsmen may retain their horses, armor, and weapons, passing through Ravensburg unimpeded. Merlin exchanged glances with old Wilson, both slightly nodding in understanding. It appeared that the Kingdom of Black Moon was endeavoring to entice elemental swordsmen from the Kingdom of Light, given their ongoing hostilities. Such formidable warriors would bolster their ranks, delivering a significant blow to the Kingdom of Light. However, even if old Wilson and his companions were permitted entry, the vast caravan of nearly 2,000 individuals could not all claim the title of elemental swordsmen. "We shall gladly disarm and can muster the required gold coins. But we implore you to allow us to retain our horses. Our company is substantial, and without our steeds, even if we pass through Ravensburg, we would be rendered immobile," Merlin stated calmly to the guards. The guards exchanged glances at the immense caravan halted in the distance, a smirk creeping upon their lips. Their tone softened as they replied, "In truth, allowing you to keep your horses is not an insurmountable challenge. Each horse is worth 50 gold coins. If each of you offers 60 gold coins, your mounts may indeed be retained." "What? 60 gold coins?" Old Wilson's countenance darkened abruptly, an aura of indignation radiating from him, even flickering with hints of flame. The prospect of 60 gold coins per person meant a staggering total of 120,000 gold coins for the nearly 2,000 members of their caravan. Although the Wilson and Barman families possessed considerable wealth, their reserves barely amounted to 100,000 gold coins. The demand of 120,000 was an astronomical figure. "What are you attempting? To storm the fortress?" Old Wilson, already a formidable figure, emanated an overwhelming presence, causing the guards of Ravensburg to tense with apprehension. Suddenly, from above Ravensburg, a battalion of guards emerged, densely packed and filling the entire fortress, each wielding a heavy crossbow aimed at Old Wilson, Merlin, and their companions. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Merlin glanced up at the sentinels perched atop the fortress, a look of resignation etched upon his face. Such a military stronghold was, in essence, a terrifying war machine. Although Old Wilson had once claimed that a powerful spellcaster could single-handedly dismantle military fortifications, at this moment, Merlin found himself devoid of such capabilities. Faced with a barrage of crossbow bolts, he knew he could not withstand the onslaught. Chapter 70. The Kingdom of Black Moon, Part 2. The guards before Ravensburg, upon noticing Merlin and his companions standing motionless, wore a slight smirk as they remarked, "This is Ravensburg, the Kingdom of Black Moon. Just yesterday, some individuals claiming to be royal princes and princesses passed through here. Humph. In the end, they had no choice but to surrender their gold coins before we allowed them passage. You either leave your horses or pay the requisite gold. There are no other options." Old Wilson and Baron Barman were seething with anger, their gazes fixed fiercely upon the guards. Yet, they managed to retain their composure. For in the face of such a military fortress, even 1,000 knights, let alone tens of thousands of well-equipped and trained knights, could not hope to breach this heavily fortified stronghold. Merlin was the first to speak. Surrendering the horses is simply out of the question. It seems Princess Sheris and her companions also paid the full amount in gold for their passage. If there are no alternatives, we must strive to gather the 12,000 gold coins. After a long pause, Old Wilson murmured, "Over the years, the taxes from my territory have gone entirely towards the training of heavy cavalry. Therefore, the Wilson family can muster no more than 40,000 gold coins." Merlin furrowed his brow slightly. The entirety of the Wilson family's income relied solely on the territorial taxes, with nearly half of that sum devoted to the training of heavy knights. Thus, over the years, the family's wealth had not accumulated significantly. "Baron Barman, how much can you contribute?" Merlin inquired, directing his gaze toward Baron Barman, who wore a faint smile of resignation. "I might be able to gather a little more, but at most, I can only provide 60,000 gold coins. It still falls short of the 12,000 required." The gap of 20,000 gold coins was no trivial sum. What shall we do? Merlin felt utterly at a loss. 20,000 gold coins was indeed a significant amount. And even if they managed to gather the full sum, how could nearly 2,000 individuals sustain their daily lives upon reaching the Kingdom of Black Moon? Should they decide to leave the horses behind, they would only need to pay 20,000 gold coins. However, without the horses, the pace of such a large caravan would likely slow to an unimaginable crawl, possibly leading to numerous complications. As for forcing their way through Ravensburg, that notion was even more absurd. Before such a formidable military bastion, even thousands of elite knights might struggle to breach its defenses, let alone their mere 1,000 knights. Merlin felt a sense of helplessness. Since arriving in this world, he had never before been troubled by financial woes. Yet now he found himself reduced to exchanging spells for gold coins with thieves. Merlin's words were yet to be fully articulated when his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a multitude of knights approaching Ravensburg. Their numbers were in the thousands, clad in splendid armor, steadily advancing toward the fortress. Understanding the situation, he noted that at the forefront was an earl, evidently a significant figure within Ravensburg, as the guards treated him with utmost reverence, promptly opening the fortress gates. Perhaps there was a way. With that thought, Merlin strode purposefully toward the throng of knights. Esteemed Earl. The Earl, a robust figure adorned in resplendent armor, suddenly heard a foreign voice and turned, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "Who are you?" The one who called out was Merlin, who, meeting the Earl's gaze, raised his head unflinchingly and replied with serene composure, "Honorable Earl, I am Wilson Merlin, having recently fled the Kingdom of Light with my family. However, we encountered some difficulties before Ravensburg. Should you, my lord, be so magnanimous as to extend your assistance, you shall earn my friendship." "Your friendship? A destitute noble fleeing for his life?" The Earl glanced at the distant Old Wilson and his companions, bursting into laughter. He was all too familiar with the myriad of minor nobles escaping from the Kingdom of Light daily. "Indeed, my friendship. The friendship of a spellcaster," Merlin declared, placing a hand over his heart and bowing slightly, yet his countenance remained composed. "A spellcaster?" The Earl's smile abruptly faltered, his expression morphing into one of disbelief mingled with absurdity. With a subtle smile, Merlin pointed a finger towards the Earl's sword, which instantly became encased in a thick layer of ice. The night surrounding the Earl tensed immediately, with several emanating a striking earthen glow, indicative of earth elementals. Commander Bane. There's no need for such alarm. This is a respected spellcaster. After a moment's pause, the Earl turned his gaze toward Old Wilson, having grasped the essence of the situation, and continued, Master Merlin, I, Beckons Puman, cordially invite you and your kin to my home as honored guests. Thank you for your gracious invitation, my lord. Merlin felt a subtle relief wash over him. Before arriving in the kingdom of Black Moon, he had learned that it was a sanctuary for spellcasters, where countless mages resided in the eastern realms represented by the kingdom of Black Moon. It was in this land, known for its respect and tolerance toward spellcasters, that powerful mages were born. Through the Earl's demeanor, Merlin discerned that in the kingdom of Black Moon, the status of a spellcaster was indeed held in high regard. Enjoying various privileges and, in a sense, was nearly equivalent to possessing noble status. With the approval of Count Pumong, the guards of Ravensburg naturally dared not to trouble Merlin and his companions any further. Thus, Old Wilson and the others, having removed most of their weapons and armor, followed the knightly entourage of Count Pumong as they made their way slowly through Ravensburg. Chapter 71, Plans, Part 1. Merlin and his companions followed the knightly retinue of Count Pumong through Ravensburg, arriving at a modest town that seemed unassuming. Within its confines, every inhabitant appeared to be a soldier, and supplies for warfare were stacked high, as this settlement served as a supply depot for Ravensburg. The legendary heretical realm, the savage, malevolent, and terrifying Black Moon Kingdom, now lay before them. Old Wilson's expression was grave and silent, yet Merlin could perceive the tumultuous emotions swirling within him through his gaze. After all, Old Wilson had once participated in the harrowing and brutal slaughterhouse battle, clashing with the heretics of the Black Moon Kingdom for years. Now, stepping onto their soil, he inevitably felt a subtle shift within. Aside from Old Wilson, others such as Mei Shue, the ample-bosomed lady, and Avril appeared unfazed, even intrigued, as they pulled back the curtains and surveyed their surroundings. Captain Bane, please escort Merlin's family to rest, Count Pumong said with a slight nod and a smile directed at Merlin. Ahead lies my castle. Let us converse within. Old Wilson suddenly interjected, his voice low and somber. Merlin, is there no danger here? After reassuring Old Wilson, Merlin followed Count Pumong into the castle. Inside, numerous knights exuded an aura of menace, and Merlin's keen senses detected the watchful presence of formidable knights observing his every move from the shadows. However, he found it peculiar that he sensed no magical practitioners among them. Old Wilson had mentioned that military fortifications within the Black Moon Kingdom were often garrisoned by spellcasters. Yet even upon entering Count Pumong's castle, no such figures were apparent. Upon entering the hall with Count Pumong, a warm breeze wafted from the fireplace, enveloping the entire space. Count Pumong removed his heavy armor and casually seated himself in a wooden chair, gesturing for Merlin to join him. Merlin, please, make yourself comfortable. As Merlin settled in, the castle's maids presented him with a small cup of a somewhat viscous broth, adorned with dark leaves and peculiar fish scale-like substances, releasing a savory aroma of fish. Count Pumong smiled gently, lifting his cup. Merlin, allow me to offer you the ice fish soup of Ravensburg. With a tilt of his head, Count Pumong drained the broth, exhaling contentedly, a hint of longing lingering on his face. Though Merlin harbored little interest in such an unusual concoction, the Count's evident enjoyment piqued his curiosity, prompting him to lift the cup and take a tentative sip. The flavor of the ice fish soup carries a slight acidity. However, once it is swallowed, a wave of sweetness dances upon the tip of the tongue. As the soup settles in the stomach, a comforting warmth swiftly rises and spreads throughout the body, evoking a sensation that is almost irresistible, prompting soft moans of pleasure. Merlin, unable to contain his delight, drained the cup of soup, his eyes narrowing in appreciation as he exclaimed, Indeed, this ice fish soup is truly remarkable. In a foreign land, the differences in sustenance and drink are immediately apparent. After partaking in the ice fish soup, Count Pumong felt a considerable warmth enveloping his body and casually inquired, Master Merlin, your journey to Ravensburg must have been arduous. May I ask what plans you have for the future? Plans? Merlin pondered. In a strange country, the first step is to establish stability and familiarize oneself with the environment. Count Pumong's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he lowered his voice, gravely stating, Master Merlin, you must be a free mage. Why not join us in Ravensburg and settle here? I am certain that among your family, there are powerful elemental swordsmen who could also find a place in Ravensburg. I can assure you that your family would thrive within our walls. Join the military? Dear Count Pumong, I regret to inform you that we wish to first find stability in the Black Moon Kingdom. Furthermore, having just endured arduous battles in the Kingdom of Light, my family and I are not inclined to enlist at this time. Without much deliberation, Merlin rejected the offer outright. Old Wilson, due to his previous affiliations, would undoubtedly oppose joining the Black Moon Kingdom's military. Additionally, Merlin aspired to become a more formidable spellcaster in the Black Moon Kingdom, making it improbable for him to confine himself to the military. Given the current instability in the Kingdom of Light, the prospect of war loomed uncertainly. Should conflict arise, Ravensburg would likely bear the brunt of the danger. Naturally, Merlin would not consider joining Ravensburg or the military of the Black Moon Kingdom at such a precarious moment. What a pity. Count Pumong shrugged, his expression betraying a sense of regret. Just then, a gray-clad maid hurried into the hall, whispering urgently, "What has happened?" Count Pumong furrowed his brow, casting a curious glance upstairs before rising and addressing Merlin. "Master Merlin, please remain seated. I shall return shortly." With that, Count Pumong ascended to the second floor. "Madam, what troubles you so that you appear so flustered?" The Countess hesitated, but ultimately retrieved a letter from the table, handing it to Count Pumong as she murmured, "It is a letter from my brother, Sir Selin. You should read it yourself." "Sir Selin? What has transpired?" Count Pumong took the letter with skepticism, unfolding it to read. Gradually, his brow furrowed deeper, and his countenance grew increasingly grim, a flicker of anger emerging in his expression. Chapter 72, The Plan, Part 2. I cannot acquiesce to Count Selin's request, Count Puman declared, placing the letter down with a tone as frigid as ice. His expression laced with thinly veiled ire. The Countess's countenance darkened slightly before she retorted, "Puman, my brother is in dire straits. Are there not several spellcasters stationed in Ravensburg? As the Supreme Commander, cannot you summon even one of them to assist?" Noticing the Countess's growing agitation, Count Puman felt a twinge of exasperation and reluctantly explained, "My lady, you have seen those spellcasters. Do any of them regard me, a mere count? Though I hold the title of Supreme Commander in Ravensburg, I am utterly powerless to command them." Suddenly, the Countess sprang to her feet, her voice rising in desperation. "Are you truly willing to stand idly by while my brother's family faces annihilation? If you will not send spellcasters, then dispatch a few fourth-tier elemental swordsmen. I am certain my brother would be most pleased." After a moment's contemplation, the Countess proposed this alternative. Count Puman shook his head once more. "Fourth-tier elemental swordsmen are of the highest rank, stationed in Ravensburg for critical duties. Even as the Supreme Commander, I cannot simply assign them to personal matters." "Nothing can be done? If you refuse to assist, then I shall take up residence with my brother," the Countess declared angrily, rising to gather her garments. "Wait. Let me ponder this further." Realizing that the Countess was genuinely incensed, Count Puman understood that without resolving this issue, tranquility would elude him. Suddenly, Count Puman halted, a glimmer of excitement dancing in his eyes. He quickly addressed the Countess. "I have an idea. There is someone who would be perfectly suited for this task. Merlin the Mage, I apologize for the delay. Since you wish to leave Ravensburg, might I suggest a particular location?" Count Puman's demeanor shifted to one of warmth, which puzzled Merlin, who recalled Count Puman's previous insistence on his joining Ravensburg and the Black Moon Kingdom's forces. "What location?" Though somewhat taken aback, Merlin inquired politely. "City of Pugas. It would be an ideal place for your family to settle. The Lord of Pugas is my wife's brother, Count Selin. I shall write a letter for you to present to him. In time, your family can establish themselves there, thereby alleviating many burdens." Merlin promptly stood. Bowing slightly to Count Puman, "I sincerely thank the Count for his assistance." Count Puman smiled faintly, then hesitated before continuing. "However, Merlin, it seems Count Selin has recently encountered some difficulties. I am unsure of the specifics, but he has requested that I send aid. Yet, given the significant responsibilities of Ravensburg, I am unable to dispatch anyone at this moment." Count Puman's gaze shifted to Merlin. Merlin pondered for a moment. In the unfamiliar realm of the Black Moon Kingdom, it was unreasonable to expect everything to unfold smoothly. To establish a sense of stability, he recognized the necessity of demonstrating his worth. Thus, Merlin nodded and declared, "If it is not a matter of great inconvenience, I am willing to offer my services." "Haha, splendid. I shall compose a letter forthwith, and once it is completed, I will deliver it to you, Master Merlin. Upon our arrival in Puga City, you need only seek out Count Selin," replied Count Pumong, his demeanor radiating delight. With Merlin's affirmative response, he felt he had finally resolved this vexing issue. "Merlin, Ravensburg is not a place for prolonged stay. Where shall we venture next?" Old Wilson inquired solemnly, while Baron Bauman cast a contemplative gaze upon Merlin. Unbeknownst to them, Merlin had inadvertently become the cornerstone of their entire caravan. After a brief contemplation, Merlin organized his thoughts and spoke. Father, Baron Bauman, the Black Moon Kingdom is an unfamiliar territory for us all. Hence, our immediate priority must be to establish some stability. Both Baron Bauman and Old Wilson nodded in silent agreement with Merlin's assertion. Merlin continued, Ravensburg serves as a military fortress, and to find stability here, we must enlist in the army. Earlier, Count Pumong extended an invitation for us to join the ranks of Ravensburg, yet I refrained from accepting. We cannot remain in Ravensburg. We must find a suitable place to settle down. Thankfully, Count Pumong has suggested Puga's city, where Count Selen appears to be facing some difficulties and requires assistance from Count Pumong. In the absence of anyone else to dispatch, he thought of me. After weighing the options carefully, he decided to agree. If the troubles were not overly burdensome, Puga's city would indeed be our optimal choice. With Count Pumong's connections, I trust Count Selen will extend us additional consideration, allowing us to find our footing in Puga's city. Upon concluding his thoughts, Merlin noticed a hint of relief wash over the faces of Old Wilson and Baron Bauman. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, Merlin. Tomorrow, we embark for Puga's city. Both Old Wilson and Baron Bauman nodded in affirmation of Merlin's plan. After a long day of exertion, Merlin finally found a moment to rest in his private chamber, letting out a long sigh of relief. He examined the spell models of the fireball and freeze spells within his mind's eye. Both were functioning well, and his magical energy was gradually accumulating without any issues. The growth of his mental acuity was not immediately apparent. Its progress was subtle and imperceptible in the short term. Presently, Merlin had reached a plateau in his abilities, unable to discover new spells, and his mental capacity had yet to support a third spell model. The only potential means to augment his strength lay in the 3 mysterious sculptures he had acquired from the rogue leader, Kian. Merlin swiftly focused his mental energy into the ring, retrieving the 3 sculptures concealed within. If he could master the postures depicted on these sculptures, combined with a set he had previously practiced, Merlin's physical prowess might even rival that of a level 4 elemental swordsman. The 4th level elemental swordsman, which signifies an intermediate elemental swordsman, will experience significant enhancements in all aspects of the body. Let us begin the trial. Under the intense focus of his mental energy, Merlin selected a piece of relief, and a complete set of postures gradually emerged before his eyes. Chapter 73, The City of Pugas, Part 1. At the break of dawn, Merlin awoke, immediately sensing a clammy stickiness enveloping his body, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Sweating again? He reached out to touch his hands and back, both drenched in perspiration. Yet, a smile gradually emerged upon his face. Such a sensation had not graced him in quite some time. In the early days, upon acquiring the first mysterious carving, he would awaken each morning with beads of sweat dotting his body, a result of practicing the enigmatic postures inscribed upon it. However, as Merlin's physical prowess improved, the postures ceased to affect him, rendering his practice fruitless, devoid of any perspiration or notable change. Yet now, having commenced his practice of the second set of mysterious postures the previous evening, he found himself sweating once more. This indicated that the carvings had begun to influence him again. If he persevered in his practice, his physical capabilities would undoubtedly strengthen significantly in the future. Merlin then summoned a maid to bring him a basin of hot water, cleansing himself thoroughly before stepping outside. The cold wind whipped around him, and patches of fine crystalline ice coated the ground, necessitating careful navigation to avoid slipping. Hark! Merlin faintly discerned a series of shouts. He took a few steps forward into the spacious courtyard, where he beheld Old Wilson clad in heavy armor, wielding a great sword that flickered with terrifying flames. Old Wilson was engaged in sword practice, having reached the pinnacle of a level 2 flame swordsman, tantalizingly close to ascending to level 3 elemental swordsman. Yet, this advancement required time and dedication. Old Wilson was in no rush. He practiced with unwavering focus, mastering the flames with exquisite precision. With a single swing, the roaring winds entwined with fire released a formidable force. Merlin narrowed his eyes, intently observing Old Wilson. The elder's robust physique seemed to swell like a balloon, his bulging muscles nearly straining the confines of his armor. With a swift motion, Old Wilson struck downwards, the sound of the rushing wind piercingly sharp, his speed astonishing. What was even more remarkable was that he had not summoned the elemental power within him. He relied solely on his physical strength. His father has grown stronger. Merlin murmured softly, witnessing old Wilson come to a halt, prompting him to approach. Merlin, the 3 sets of postures you provided are truly miraculous. After only a few days of practice, I feel my strength has at least doubled. Now, even without utilizing elemental power, I can contend with a level 3 elemental swordsman. The aura emanating from old Wilson intensified, exerting a palpable pressure that even Merlin could perceive. Upon hearing old Wilson proclaim that his strength had doubled, Merlin felt a sense of astonishment. After all, during his own practice with the sculptural postures, his physical condition had gradually transformed over time. In just a few days, no significant changes could be observed. Yet, the transformation in old Wilson was indeed remarkable, closely linked to the 3 sets of sculptural postures that Merlin had imparted to him. Perhaps it was due to his father's inherently superior physique, as those with greater physical prowess tend to benefit more from the practice of such postures. Merlin pondered. At this rate, old Wilson's prowess could soon rival that of a level 4 elemental swordsman. Before long, Commander Pulla approached with purposeful strides, reporting to old Wilson. "My Lord Baron, all is prepared, and we may set forth." Old Wilson nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Merlin, saying, "Let us proceed. Arriving early in Puga City will allow us to settle in sooner." Consequently, Merlin bid farewell to Count Pumong at his castle, where the Count presented him with several identity tokens and a letter for Count Selen. With these tokens in hand, they would encounter far fewer obstacles on their journey. After bidding farewell to Count Pumong, Merlin joined the vast caravan as they gradually departed from Ravensburg. 3 days later, the caravan arrived at the foot of an ancient city, its walls bearing the marks of age, with some stones severely weathered and crumbling. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying away fragments of sand. Pugas. This must be Puga City. Merlin raised his gaze to the grand characters emblazoned on the city wall, inscribed in the ancient Mortan script. The Black Moon Kingdom claimed to inherit the glory of the Mortan Empire from 3,600 years ago, thus adopting the oldest Mortan characters. However, the Mortan Empire had collapsed 3,600 years prior, and the Black Moon Kingdom had only been established 800 years ago, their claims of legacy serving merely to embellish their own reputation. At long last, they had arrived. Old Wilson and Baron Bauman displayed faint smiles of relief. Having journeyed from the Kingdom of Light in a state of constant apprehension, they were finally at their destination. If all went well, Puga City would become the new stronghold for both the Wilson and Bauman families. The caravan proceeded slowly until it reached the city gates, where several burly guards halted their passage, stating, "By order of Count Selen, the city gates are temporarily closed. Without identity tokens, no one may enter or exit Puga City." What could have transpired? Rumors of a significant event in Puga City had circulated. Many merchants and commoners expressed their confusion. The gates were typically open, allowing free entry and exit. Yet today they were suddenly shut and required tokens for passage. As mere commoners, how could they possibly possess such tokens? These were credentials issued only by nobility or prominent merchant guilds. Old Wilson stood before the gates, gesturing for the caravan to halt. He then instructed Commander Pulla, "Go summon Merlin." Soon, Commander Platone led Merlin to the city gate. Upon witnessing the formidable defenses, Merlin furrowed his brow and quietly spoke to old Wilson. "Father, there is no need for concern. Count Pumong has provided me with some identification tokens. I shall negotiate with them." With that, he approached the gate guards and retrieved a token from his pocket. The guards scrutinized the token repeatedly and with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "The Ravensburg identification? What brings such a multitude from Ravensburg to Puga City?" "We were introduced to Puga City by Count Pumong." "What? Is this identification counterfeit?" Merlin replied, reluctant to engage in needless explanations. Upon hearing the mention of Count Pumong, the guards examined the token more closely and, finding no discrepancies, returned it to Merlin. They then softly stated, "This is the order of Count Selen. We must adhere strictly to it. All is in order with your identification. You may proceed." The guards gestured, and the city gates gradually opened. Old Wilson led the way, guiding the substantial convoy slowly into Puga City. Chapter 74. The City of Pugas, Part 2. The city of Pugas bustled with life, its inhabitants adorned in a myriad of exotic garments. The imposing caravan led by Old Wilson piqued the curiosity of passers-by, who gathered in small clusters to whisper amongst themselves. Furrowing his brow, Old Wilson grappled with the daunting task of accommodating a full 2,000 souls, as typical lodgings were wholly inadequate. "Father, I suggest we first secure a few inns for temporary shelter," Merlin proposed. "I shall seek out Count Saline with his assistance. I believe we can mitigate many of our troubles in Pugas. Merlin possessed a letter from Count Puman, which he needed to deliver to Count Saline post-haste, as it would greatly facilitate the Wilson and Bauman family's establishment in the city. Nodding in agreement, old Wilson resolved to proceed in this manner. He dispatched Captain Pra to secure several inns within Pugas, thus managing to settle the caravan, albeit barely. With that, Merlin set forth alone toward Count Saline's castle. It was not difficult to locate. After navigating a few street corners, he beheld a magnificent white-towered fortress to the northwest. The castle sprawled across an expansive area. Encircled by verdant trees, its white walls standing tall, guarded by an iron fence manned by a dozen imposing sentinels. Occasionally, a contingent of knights could be seen patrolling the grounds, their presence lending an air of tension beneath the seemingly tranquil facade. These knights, akin to the city defense forces of Blackwater, were part of Count Saline's private militia. In truth, the entirety of Pugas was Count Saline's personal domain. During his journey from Ravensburg to Pugas, Merlin had gleaned a broader understanding of the political landscape of the Black Moon Kingdom. Although it appeared as an expansive realm, it fundamentally differed from the Kingdom of Light. The Black Moon Kingdom was composed of individual city-states, with Pugas being a modest city-state under the dominion of Count Caballo Saline. Upon the death of Count Saline, the title would be inherited by other members of the Caballo family, beyond even the intervention of the king. Each city-state constituted a noble's private territory, serving as the foundation for a grand family. The Black Moon Kingdom was thus formed by countless city-states, numbering in the tens of thousands. The royal family of the Black Moon Kingdom, being the largest noble house, presided over the most significant city-state, earning them the collective recognition as the monarchs of the realm. Such a fragmented system had astonishingly persisted for 8 centuries without significant turmoil, a fact that left Merlin somewhat perplexed. Drawing forth Count Puman's letter from his breast, he approached the castle of Count Saline. Halt. The guards at the castle immediately adopted a vigilant stance upon noticing Merlin. I come from Ravensburg bearing a letter for Count Saline from Count Puman, Merlin stated calmly. The guards exchanged glances, their expressions softening somewhat, yet they remained on high alert. Hand me the letter. You shall wait here for a moment. One of them instructed in a low voice. Merlin nodded slightly, his keen mental acuity detecting that the moment he arrived at the castle, numerous gazes emerged from within, all fixated upon him. This indicated that the castle's defenses were exceedingly stringent. It seemed that hidden guards were likely scattered throughout the premises. Such a formidable state of vigilance suggested that Count Saline must be embroiled in significant troubles, otherwise a prominent count. The absolute ruler of Pugas City and the supreme commander of a city-state would not exercise such caution within his own fortress. Just as a guard was about to turn and enter the castle, a carriage halted before the castle, and a youthful maiden descended from it. The girl, tall and with a head of not overly long golden hair tied in a playful ponytail, appeared vibrant and lively. Upon stepping down, she glanced at Merlin and, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, "Did you come from Ravensburg?" Merlin nodded, and the girl continued, "Is Aunt Shara well?" "Shara?" Merlin furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the name. The maiden seemed to recall something, tapping her forehead in mild frustration and stating, "Aunt Shara is the Countess." "Oh, both Count Puman and the Countess are quite well." The girl nodded in acknowledgement and then addressed the guard. "Please hand me the letter. I need to go inside to speak with my father." "Of course, Miss Shelley." The guard promptly handed Merlin's letter to the girl. "Wait a moment. First, give the letter to my father. Later, I shall inquire thoroughly about Aunt Shara's situation in Ravensburg." With that, the maiden proceeded into the castle. "Have any suspicious individuals been discovered in the city recently?" Count Saline appeared anxious, his complexion darkened. "My lord, there have been an overwhelming number of visitors to Pugas City in recent days, and we have yet to complete our investigations. Thus we have not identified any suspicious persons." "Useless. Have you located the mage, Hilfa, whom I instructed you to find?" "We have found Mage Hilfa. However, he has stipulated a condition. My lord must provide some purple root flowers," the silver-armored man replied cautiously. Count Saline frowned slightly and remarked, "Agree to his terms. The purple root flowers are known only to these spellcasters for their uses. If Mage Hilfa is willing to come to the castle this time, we can afford to offer him a greater quantity." After a brief pause, Count Saline hesitated. The letter sent to Ravensburg should have arrived by now. Why is there still no word? If Puman could dispatch some spellcasters here, our chances of success would indeed increase. "Father, it is merely a matter of dealing with an arrogant individual. I can handle it alone without the need for additional spellcasters." A robust young man, clad in heavy armor and exuding a fierce aura, stood in the hall, his face reflecting confidence. Count Selin nodded slightly, evidently pleased upon seeing the imposing young man, and said with a calm demeanor, "Cook, our opponent this time is a mysterious and formidable spellcaster. Although you are a level 5 elemental swordsman, the true extent of this madman's strength remains unknown. With a spellcaster by my side, I can ensure greater safety." Cook, still unconcerned, remarked, "Father, you are being overly cautious. I have slain an ice-fueled giant wolf. Surely I can handle a mere madman? If he dares to approach, I will personally tear him to shreds." Observing Cook's unwavering confidence, Count Selin shook his head slightly, but refrained from commenting. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction having such an exceptional son. However, the gravity of the situation demanded meticulous preparation. Suddenly, a lively girl with a ponytail entered from the hall, exclaiming, "Oh, brother, you are here too?" Chapter 75, A Great Trouble, Part 1. The young girl radiated an aura of youth and vitality, evoking a sense of affection in those who beheld her. In stark contrast to the burly and fearsome-looking Cook, her appearance was remarkably sweet, making it difficult to perceive them as siblings. Shelley, the girl, playfully stuck out her tongue, her demeanor adorably charming as she sweetly declared, "Father, I understand. I shall try to remain within the castle from now on." Cook cast a glance at Shelley, a faint smile gracing his features, but just as he was about to depart, Shelley exclaimed loudly, "Father, brother, there is someone outside the castle claiming to have come from Ravensburg, bearing a personal letter from Count Pumong for you." "From Ravensburg?" Cook responded, urgency marking his tone. "Quickly, bring him into the castle." A glimmer of joy appeared on Count Selin's face as he rubbed his hands together, murmuring softly, "At last, it has arrived. It must be someone sent by Pumong." Count Selin had sent a letter to Count Pumong of Ravensburg many days prior, frequently expressing his hope that the Count would dispatch some spellcasters to assist him. Now, with the long-awaited arrival, his emotions were understandably heightened. Cook furrowed his brow slightly, displaying reluctance, yet he turned and left. "Are you the one who has come from Ravensburg?" The imposing figure of Cook glared coldly at the young man before him, who appeared exceedingly youthful, perhaps even younger than Cook himself. Was this really the individual dispatched by Count Pumong? With that thought, Cook's demeanor grew even more unfriendly, his tone chilling. Merlin, the young man, felt a jolt of shock. The formidable man before him emanated an aura of ferocity that was palpable. Even from a distance, Merlin sensed the imminent danger. The presence of the burly man was far more potent than that of the elder Wilson, prompting Merlin to instinctively wish to distance himself from him. Such strength! He must be a mid-level elemental swordsman, perhaps of the 4th or 5th rank. Thoughts raced through Merlin's mind. Mid-level elemental swordsmen represented a significant leap from their lower counterparts, exuding an oppressive and overwhelming aura. Furthermore, once one attained the rank of mid-level elemental swordsman, ordinary 0-level spells held little potency against them. Merlin realized that his standard fireball and frost spells would pose no threat to the imposing figure before him. In fact, at such close proximity, should the man decide to attack, it would be highly detrimental for Merlin. Thus, he remained ever vigilant in the presence of this formidable individual. "Indeed, I am from Ravensburg. My name is Wilson Merlin." Cook disregarded Merlin's introduction, responding flatly, "Come, my father wishes to see you." Merlin then understood that this imposing figure, reminiscent of a beast, was none other than the son of Count Selin. Following closely behind Cook, Merlin stepped into the castle, his mental acuity constantly surveying his surroundings. Within the castle, numerous concealed terrains harbored guards, whose vigilant gazes remained fixed on Merlin despite his proximity to Cook. Merlin felt a twinge of discomfort, his brow furrowing. Yet he refrained from voicing his unease as he accompanied Cook into the spacious hall. Inside the hall, Merlin spotted the lively and beautiful young woman, Shelley, from earlier. He offered her a subtle nod of acknowledgement before directing his attention to a middle-aged man at the front of the hall. This man held a letter in his hand, seemingly having just finished reading it, and his gaze met Merlin's, revealing a hint of complexity and perhaps even disappointment. Merlin immediately recognized the identity of this middle-aged gentleman. Placing one hand over his heart, he respectfully addressed him. "Esteemed Count Selling, the Earl of Pumong from Ravensburg sends his regards through me." Count Selling gestured slightly with his hand, replying, "Mage Merlin, I have read the letter from Earl Pumong. You are not the station mage of Ravensburg. Earl Pumong introduced you to settle in Puga City, which would ordinarily pose no issue. However, Puga City is currently facing certain difficulties, and I fear. Upon hearing this, Merlin nodded slightly. Earl Pumong has briefly mentioned this before my arrival. If it is not a grave matter, I am willing to offer my services to Count Selling. Count Selling nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Once this situation is resolved, I will endeavor to ensure the safety of your family, Mage Merlin. Merlin expressed his gratitude for the Count's generosity. I noticed that within your castle, the outer defenses appear lax, yet the interior is highly vigilant. What sort of troubles has the Count encountered? Although Merlin had agreed to assist, he was keen to ascertain the nature of the predicament. If it were a matter of considerable magnitude, beyond his capabilities, he would need to reconsider his stay in Puga City. Merlin's inquiry cast a pall of silence over the hall. He was somewhat taken aback to find that even Count Selling's son seemed unaware of the underlying issues. However, the enmity between Count Selling and Merlin was not Merlin's primary concern. He was more intrigued by the character of Merlin himself. What gave him the audacity to so brazenly threaten the Count? Merlin fixed his gaze upon Count Selling, confident that, given the Count's influence, he must have already gathered comprehensive information regarding Merlin. Chapter 76, A Great Trouble, Part 2. Count Saren let out a long sigh, as if burdened by infinite sentiments. He was the de facto ruler of Puga City, and naturally, he had many enemies, much like the elder Wilson, who had unknowingly slain countless individuals within his domain. I have indeed conducted a thorough investigation. After Merlin fled, he encountered unknown circumstances that ultimately led him to become a spellcaster. Feeling empowered, he dared to send a threatening message. Count Saren appeared somewhat helpless. Who could have predicted that dealing with a treacherous minor noble would result in such a significant predicament? A spellcaster. Merlin's heart quivered. No wonder the castle was so vigilant. It was a spellcaster that had issued a threat to Count Saren, and it seemed that the Count was exceedingly anxious. This spellcaster was certainly formidable. Yet, Count Saren could not ascertain the extent of his strength. They would have to wait until Merlin reappeared in a few days to know for sure. Father, there is no need for concern. After 5 years, how powerful could Merlin truly be? If he dares to come, I shall personally eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Cook stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice, exuding confidence in his abilities as a 5th-level elemental swordsman, having previously slain even the Icefang wolf, thus harboring no fear of any threats. After Cook spoke, he cast a casual glance at Merlin. Although Merlin noticed Cook's gaze, he paid it no heed, remaining absorbed in analyzing Count Saren's situation. However, the castle was home to many skilled individuals. Merlin had sensed at least 10 4th-level elemental swordsmen, in addition to other elemental swordsmen and the undeniably powerful Cook. This constituted a formidable force, providing some hope against Merlin. After much contemplation, Merlin resolved to remain within the castle to assist Count Saren. If they could weather this crisis, it would greatly benefit both the Wilson and Barman families in establishing their foothold in Puga City. Count Saren nodded, then addressed Cook. Cook, escort Mage Merlin outside. The young lady Shelley interjected eagerly. Father, allow me to see Mage Merlin off. Without waiting for Count Saren's consent, she took Merlin's hand and led him away from the castle. Once Merlin had departed, Count Saren shook his head slightly and remarked, Puman has yet to send the spellcasters stationed at Ravensbook. Those spellcasters are official 1st-level spellcasters, perhaps even of higher rank. If we had them, would we still fear the likes of Merlin? Cook scoffed in response, Father, to deal with Merlin, we must rely on ourselves. I will make thorough arrangements. Spellcasters have their weaknesses, and we can certainly use our powerful crossbows to eliminate lower-tier spellcasters. Indeed, we must depend on ourselves. Cook, you shall take charge of this matter. Ensure that both inside and outside the castle are meticulously prepared, leaving no room for oversight. The moment Merlin appears, we must spare no effort to slay him. Rest assured. Father, I will make sure Merlin experiences the depths of despair once more. A glimmer of intensity flashed in Cook's eyes. Uncle Plar, where have all the people gone? Merlin recalled that old Wilson had previously booked these lodgings. Plar calmly responded, Young Master Merlin, it was the Baron who instructed me to wait for you here. Shortly after you departed, the Baron discovered a dilapidated castle within the city. Upon inquiring, he learned that it once belonged to a Baron from Pugas, who had since passed away, leading to the decline of the family and the castle being left vacant, now available for sale. The Baron realized that for the family to truly settle in Pugas, a residence was essential. Thus he invested 20,000 gold coins to acquire the castle. Oh, have you found a place so swiftly? Take me to see it. Merlin had initially intended to wait until he assisted Count Selin in resolving matters with Marilyn before proposing that a plot be allocated for the Wilson and Bauman families in Pugas. However, if old Wilson had already discovered a location, that would indeed be preferable. Soon, Merlin followed Commander Plar to the castle that old Wilson had found. The castle appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. The outer walls were nearly entirely collapsed, and the interior was overrun with withered grass. Nevertheless, the steward had already begun clearing away the weeds and snow surrounding the castle. This castle was substantial, even larger than Wilson Castle, capable of accommodating 2,000 individuals without feeling cramped, and the influx of people brought a lively atmosphere to the once desolate structure. Upon entering the castle's grand hall, Merlin observed old Wilson and Baron Bauman directing the servants, bustling up and down as they moved numerous belongings from the convoy into the castle. The ladies, including Mei Shui, the ample-chested lady, and Avril, wore smiles on their faces. Having traveled anxiously from Blackwater City to Pugas, they were now finally able to settle down, and their joy was palpable. Even old Wilson and Baron Bauman, while tirelessly overseeing the activity, felt a significant sense of relief. "Merlin, what do you think of this castle?" Old Wilson inquired with keen interest, noticing Merlin standing behind him. Merlin took a moment to assess, although the hall was still dust-laden. The decor suggested that its former owner was of noble lineage, with an elegantly grand style. The castle was indeed vast, with numerous rooms, and it could comfortably house the Wilson family, not to mention the Bauman family as well. To secure such a castle in an unfamiliar place was a stroke of fortune. Thus, Merlin nodded approvingly. "It is quite commendable. With a bit more time and some decorative enhancements, it will be ready for habitation." Both old Wilson and Baron Bauman were exceedingly pleased with the castle, feeling that the 20,000 gold coins had been well spent. Once the bustle subsided, old Wilson and Baron Bauman summoned Merlin to a room on the upper floor that had just been tidied. With a serious tone, old Wilson asked Merlin, "After meeting Count Selin, did you ascertain the nature of the trouble? Is there any danger?" Both old Wilson and Baron Bauman are keenly interested in the outcome of Merlin's meeting with Count Selin. Should the peril prove too great for Merlin to assist Count Selin, it would undoubtedly have repercussions on their plans to settle in Pugas City. Chapter 77, Master Hill, Part 1. There was no major concern. Merlin contemplated for a moment, but ultimately decided to keep this matter to himself for the time being. Old Wilson and the others were still immersed in the exhilaration of their recent stabilization, and there was no need to burden them with unnecessary worry. "That's good to hear." Old Wilson visibly relaxed. "However, in the coming days, I will likely remain in Count Salin's castle to resolve the Count's troubles." Early in the morning, Merlin awoke, his body once again marked by sweat. Through several days of persistent practice with the sculptural poses, he could feel his physical condition gradually improving. Though the change was not overtly significant, it was indeed progress. At this rate, perhaps in a few months, his physical abilities would rival those of a second-tier elemental swordsman. After changing his attire, Merlin noticed that old Wilson was still resting. The weariness from long travels had evidently taken its toll on him. Now that he was settled and his mind at ease, he could finally rest. Thus, Merlin chose not to disturb him. He merely briefed Captain Platon before making his way alone to Count Salin's castle. The guards outside the castle had clearly received orders, as they respectfully opened the iron gate upon seeing Merlin. Inside the castle, the watchful gazes that had been present yesterday still lingered, though they were noticeably fewer. The hidden guards had evidently acknowledged Merlin's identity. In the hall, Cook was absent, and young Shelley was nowhere to be seen. Count Salin sat by the fireplace, and opposite him was an elderly figure cloaked in black. Habitually, Merlin employed his mental prowess to scan the entire hall, particularly focusing on Count Salin and the old man in the black robe. With his mental acuity, he could discern the fine wrinkles etched on the old man's face, resembling the bark of an ancient tree. Although his complexion was quite rosy, it did little to conceal his age. Did no one inform you that casually probing with mental energy is considered impolite? Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed through the hall. Startled, Merlin turned to see the old man in the black robe, who had large black iron rings dangling from his ears. The old man's withered hands were pale, yet several fingers were charred black. "Master Merlin, allow me to introduce you. This is Master Hill." Count Selin, noticing Merlin's arrival, rose to present the old man. Master Hill participated in the brutal Slaughterhouse War against the Kingdom of Light over a decade ago. Slaughterhouse? Merlin furrowed his brow. The war known as the Slaughterhouse was infamous, not for its pivotal role, but rather for its sheer brutality, a ferocity that neither side had anticipated. At that time, Both the Kingdom of Light and the Kingdom of Black Moon poured millions of troops into the Slaughterhouse War. Countless mages from the Church and spellcasters from the Kingdom of Black Moon fell, and even those formidable beings capable of single-handedly demolishing military fortresses occasionally met their demise. Underscoring the war's brutality, the old Wilson was merely an ordinary knight back then, while the elder in the black robe had participated in the Slaughterhouse War as a spellcaster. His survival undoubtedly spoke to his exceptional abilities. Thus, even though Merlin sensed no terrifying aura emanating from the black-robed elder, he remained acutely vigilant, unwilling to underestimate him. What of the slaughterhouse? Am I not merely a decrepit old man now? The black-robed elder spoke with a profound sense of melancholy, hinting at untold stories within him. Before long, a stout figure entered the hall. It was Cook, his face adorned with an expression of utmost confidence. 15 level 4 elemental swordsman, 68 level 3 elemental swordsman, and over 100 level 2 elemental swordsmen, enhanced by specially crafted heavy crossbow arrows. What an extravagant display by the Count. Suddenly, the black-robed elder, Master Hill, interjected, causing the expressions of everyone present to subtly shift, particularly Cook, whose gaze fixated on Master Hill, radiating an imposing presence. Had Count Salen not been present, Cook might have already confronted the elder. Merlin, astonished, marveled at the vast power possessed by Count Salen, while simultaneously regarding the black-robed elder with newfound respect. Earlier, when Merlin had scanned the elder's mind, he had merely perceived him as an entry-level spellcaster, unaware of his true strength, as he had never witnessed the elder in action. However, the elder's mental prowess was astonishing, capable of engulfing the entire castle, fully aware of Cook's arrangements. Such immense mental strength surpassed that of a typical level 1 spellcaster, suggesting that with such formidable capabilities, the elder should have ascended to that rank, yet the reasons for his remaining unascended remained a mystery. Count Salen felt a tinge of embarrassment. What was once a discreet arrangement had been laid bare by the black-robed elder. However, he quickly regained his composure, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired softly, Master Hill, is there anything amiss with this arrangement? The black-robed elder cast a cool glance at Cook, seemingly unfazed by his fierce aura, and replied in a low voice, This arrangement is indeed sound. However, dealing with Meliron may not be so straightforward. Oh, Master Hill is aware of Meliron's circumstances? Count Salen's eyes brightened, prompting him to ask eagerly. He had only managed to ascertain that Meliron was a spellcaster, lacking further information regarding him. Not only Count Salen, but Merlin is also eager to uncover more information regarding Merlin. Otherwise, remaining oblivious to the enemy's circumstances would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Chapter 78, The Sorcerer Hill, Part 2. I possess some knowledge regarding the circumstances surrounding Merlin. The old man in the black robe rasped, letting out a few hollow chuckles that grated on the ears. Merlin hails from the Fortress of the Abyss. He maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke, his piercing gaze sweeping across Count Salen's face, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The Fortress of the Abyss? Count Salen's complexion drained, his body trembling involuntarily despite his efforts to conceal his agitation, a detail that did not escape Malin's keen observation. How could it be someone from the Fortress of the Abyss? Count Salen furrowed his brow, his face flushing with a hint of indignation. Malin noticed the towering Cook, whose expression mirrored his own confusion, evidently unaware of the implications of the Fortress of the Abyss as mentioned by the old man. Sorcerer Hill, could you elaborate on the Fortress of the Abyss? Malin inquired suddenly, sensing from Count Salen's demeanor that the Fortress of the Abyss was indeed significant. Otherwise, the normally composed Count would not have exhibited such a lapse in decorum. The old man in the black robe regarded Malin with a hint of amusement, his visage as gnarled as tree bark. Before rasping, the Fortress of the Abyss is a formidable organization of spellcasters. I trust the Count has heard of it. Pausing for effect, the old man's gaze bore into Malin as he continued, Sorcerer Malin, it seems you, like this old man, are a free sorcerer. Free sorcerers, unfettered and carefree. It sounds liberating, does it not? Yet, in reality, we are but a band of wandering mages. In the Kingdom of the Black Moon, aside from wandering sorcerers, there exist several powerful organizations of spellcasters. These organizations offer spells, impart invaluable knowledge and experience regarding the construction of spell models, as well as alchemy and potion making. In essence, joining a spellcasting organization provides one the opportunity to become a potent sorcerer, which starkly contrasts with our plight as wandering mages. Malin listened intently. He had become a spellcaster through the spellbook of Elder Ida. Yet he was not well versed in the dynamics of spellcasters within the kingdom of the Black Moon. With the old man's mention of spellcasting organizations, he gradually comprehended the general composition of spellcasters in that realm. The most fragmented, or rather the most numerous, are these free sorcerers. They're unbound by any power, living freely, yet correspondingly, the majority are merely novice spellcasters, lacking in strength, devoid of new spell models and the guidance of formidable sorcerers in constructing spell models. Many free sorcerers stagnate, forever remaining at the novice level. Thus, free sorcerers are often referred to as wandering mages, constituting the most pitiable segment of the spellcasting community. The second category comprises the spellcasting organizations, which gather various powerful spellcasters, boasting vast influence and abundant resources, thus providing any aspiring spellcaster the opportunity to learn. Thus, the organization of spellcasters is fundamentally the most formidable, with certain large-scale groups possessing influence that eclipses entire kingdoms. The spellcasters stationed in Ravensburg are, in fact, a collection of wandering mages who have joined the military. So, you mean Merlin hails from the Abyssal Fortress? Merlin furrowed his brow, lifting his gaze to glance at Count Saline, only to find the Count's complexion had paled, his frantic eyes betraying inner turmoil. The old man in the black robe nodded and continued in a raspy voice. Indeed, Merlin is from the Abyssal Fortress. He is quite fortunate. Gaining entry into a spellcaster organization is no simple task, even though the Abyssal Fortress is merely a smaller organization. Without certain tokens of recognition or the favor of core members, one cannot hope to penetrate its ranks. The tone of the old man concealed no envy for Merlin. Perhaps he himself yearned to join a spellcaster organization, but had never succeeded. Master Hill, if Merlin were to be slain, would the Abyssal Fortress retaliate? Count Saline, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. This was of utmost importance. Whether the Abyssal Fortress would act was crucial to the Count's subsequent demeanor towards Merlin. The old man in the black robe slightly nodded, his tone grave. Merlin is but the son of an ordinary baron. What tokens could he possess to gain entrance to the Abyssal Fortress? Thus, he must have caught the eye of a core member who brought him into their fold. If one were to take Merlin's life, it could very well provoke the ire of that core member. Suddenly, Merlin lifted his head, a smile gracing his features. If the powerful spellcaster behind Merlin were truly capable of intervening, would Master Hill dare to accept Count Saline's invitation? It seemed the old man in the black robe knew more than he let on, aware that Merlin had discerned the truth behind his smile. The old man ceased to hesitate and stated directly, "Though the Abyssal Fortress is formidable, my lord, it is far removed from Puga City, which lies beyond its sphere of influence, belonging instead to the realm of the shadow spirits. Should a powerful spellcaster from the Abyssal Fortress dare to act in Puga City, the repercussions would be severe, potentially igniting a war between the shadow spirits and the Abyssal Fortress. The consequences of a conflict between spellcaster organizations are burdens that none can bear. Thus, my lord, even if slaying Merlin would provoke the dissatisfaction of a powerful spellcaster from the Abyssal Fortress, you need not worry about their presence in Puga City." As he spoke of the war between spellcaster organizations, a flicker of fear crossed the old man's face. Upon hearing the old man's analysis, Count Saline released a long breath, his complexion gradually regaining its color, and he smiled slightly, stating, "Indeed, while the Abyssal Fortress is powerful, Puga City remains within the dominion of the shadow spirits. Even though the realm of shadows may not concern itself with trifles, the arrival of a formidable spellcaster from the Abyssal Fortress would render the situation entirely different." Contemplating this, a subtle aura of murderous intent began to emanate from Count Saran. Chapter 79. The Arrival, Part 1. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon young Shelley as she wielded her disproportionately large sword, pouring every ounce of her energy into each strike. Despite the chill of winter, beads of perspiration began to form on her fair complexion. After a time, she set the sword aside and accepted a warm towel from her maid, gently dabbing her brow before approaching Merlin. "You have remained utterly still for quite some time. Is this customary for all practitioners of magic?" Shelley inquired, her wide eyes filled with curiosity. She had been training for at least 3 or 4 hours. Yet Merlin sat motionless in his chair, eyes half closed, which piqued her interest immensely. Merlin slowly opened his eyes. He had been meditating, though he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Having resided in Count Saran's castle for several days, today marked the day of vengeance mentioned in Mellorin's letter, the very day on which Count Saran had decreed the execution of the entire Nelson family. "Miss Shelley, I have a younger sister who is of similar age to you," Merlin replied. "Oh, Did your sister grow up in the Kingdom of Light? Does she practice swordsmanship like I do? Shelley responded eagerly, her interest piqued. Over the past few days, she had often pressed Merlin to share tales of the wonders and intrigues of the Kingdom of Light. The tales from a foreign land captivated young Shelley immensely. Merlin nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Mei Shui, like you, has been training in swordsmanship since childhood. Back then, she trained under an elemental swordsman from the church. Merlin knew little of Mei Shui's experiences, yet even the simplest anecdotes about her thrilled Shelley. Especially the tale of how Mei Shui had decisively bested Anson, which made Shelley's eyes sparkle with excitement. Master Merlin, does Mei Shui reside in Puga's city? She must be exceptionally formidable to dare confront your friends. I would never dream of striking my brother's companions, Shelley exclaimed, playfully sticking out her tongue. Clearly impressed by Mei Shui's past feats, Merlin shook his head gently. Mei Shui has yet to become an elemental swordsman. Perhaps due to her innate talent, or perhaps a matter of mindset, Mei Shui had not yet attained the status of a true elemental swordsman. In contrast, the innocent and youthful Shelley had already emerged as a first-level elemental swordsman. However, perhaps due to a lack of experience in brutal combat, Shelley's swordsmanship remains rather juvenile. She is not an elemental swordsman. It is likely that there are flaws in her training methods. My brother is a true genius. Having already attained the rank of a fifth-level elemental swordsman, he has even personally slain a formidable ice-field giant wolf. It is by following in his footsteps that I have swiftly achieved the rank of a first-level elemental swordsman. Whenever Shelley mentions Cook, her face radiates admiration, clearly reflecting her deep reverence for him. Cook, the commander? Indeed, he is extraordinarily powerful. Merlin nodded in agreement. Throughout his travels from the Kingdom of Light to the Kingdom of Black Moon, he had encountered many formidable elemental swordsmen. Yet Cook stood out as the most powerful he had seen thus far. A fifth-level elemental swordsman is a true powerhouse. The unintentional aura of authority that emanates from Cook instills a sense of danger within Merlin, leading him to regard Cook with utmost respect. Even though he is not a spellcaster. Merlin the mage, I have heard of your prowess as a spellcaster. Although I have encountered spellcasters before, I do not fully grasp their might. Are you as formidable as your brother? Shelley tilted her head and inquired with a smile. Shelley's confidence in Cook was palpable, and she displayed no hint of fear. Upon noticing that Merlin had fallen silent, she found it dull and resumed her sword practice. While Merlin's gaze shifted to the other side of the hall where the enigmatic old man in the black robe sat motionless, resembling a statue. Quietly meditating on the ground, Merlin sensed an air of mystery surrounding the old man, whose mental prowess must have reached an extraordinarily high level, potentially rivaling that of first or second-level spellcasters. Yet, despite possessing such formidable mental strength, the old man maintained his mental energy at a remarkably stable level, almost akin to Merlin's own, which left Merlin feeling perplexed. Merlin rose to his feet and approached the old man in the black robe. The old man sensed Merlin's presence and opened his eyes. Master Hill, how confident do you believe Count Selen is in dealing with Melorong? Merlin inquired calmly. The old man raised his gaze to the outside of the castle, his eyes deep and inscrutable, and replied with a hint of a smile. Count Selen has made thorough arrangements with Commander Cook. With more than 10 fourth-level elemental swordsmen, along with powerful crossbow bolts, what could you possibly be concerned about? Merlin the mage? Thorough preparations? Merlin chuckled. Only a spellcaster truly comprehends the nature of other spellcasters. Does Melorong remain unaware of these circumstances? Melorong hails from the Abyss Fortress. If he possesses any powerful magical tools, Master Hill, you cannot be ignorant of how formidable a spellcaster becomes with such tools. Cook's arrangements within the castle may prove inconsequential if Melorong wields powerful magical artifacts. The old man in the black robe regarded Merlin with a look of appreciation, nodded, and, extending his withered hand to point at Merlin, calmly stated, "This is precisely why the Count has invited us. When it comes to dealing with spellcasters, it is best left to fellow spellcasters." The deep gaze of the old man in the black robe flickered with a hint of fierce brilliance. A sense of foreboding settled in Merlin's heart. It appeared that both Count Selen and the old man in the black robe were aware that Cook's arrangements would likely be insufficient to thwart Melorong. The true trump card, it seemed, lay with this seemingly frail and aged figure cloaked in black. Chapter 80, The Arrival, Part 2. Today, we are merely a few hundred points shy of reaching the homepage. I kindly urge everyone to log into their accounts while reading, as this will contribute to the accumulation of membership points. The recommendation votes are still lacking over 400, and only then can we reach the milestone of 1,500. I implore everyone for their support. as long as we can achieve 1,500 votes today. Or if the membership points ascend to the homepage, Old Moon will experience an explosive surge tomorrow, a surge that will be more than sufficient. Come forth. Those eager to unleash your passion, cast your votes. As dusk gradually descends, a gentle drizzle of rain and snow falls outside, and the occasional gust of cold wind sweeps through the entrance, preventing the hall from ever warming. The flames in the fireplace blaze fiercely, crackling intermittently, their sounds resonating clearly in the stillness of the hall. At this moment, only 4 individuals occupy the space: Count Selin, the old man in the black robe, the young girl Shelley, and Merlin. Count Selin reclines in a wooden chair beside the fireplace, his eyes slightly squinted. One side of his face, warmed by the heat emanating from the fire, has taken on a rosy hue. Though his expression appears tranquil, his tightly clasped hands betray an underlying tension. The old man in the black robe remains quietly seated on the floor, his dark attire enveloping him entirely, exuding an air of mystery in the dimming light. Young Shelley wanders aimlessly around the hall, summoned by Count Selin due to the imminent day of vengeance for Marilyn, ensuring she is kept close to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Merlin, meanwhile, is engrossed in meditation. While this environment is unsuitable for practicing spells or the esoteric postures of sculptures, it is quite conducive for mental focus. Nevertheless, despite his meditative state, Merlin remains vigilant to the external world, ready to awaken from his trance at the slightest hint of disturbance. Yet, as dusk approaches, why is there still no sign of activity? Not only Merlin, but it seems that everyone is now filled with doubt. Could it be that Marilyn will not arrive today? Father, where have you and my brother gone? Miss Shelley frowned, her usual lively demeanor dampened by the requirement to remain in the hall for an entire day, which had naturally rendered her somewhat impatient. Shelley, behave yourself. Today is not like any other day, do not. Count Selin, with a stern expression, was about to give Shelley a lecture when suddenly, a tremendous crashing sound erupted from outside the hall. Bang! In the wake of the resounding noise, chaos seemed to ensue outside the castle, accompanied by the distant clatter of hooves and the shouts of many voices. Have they arrived? A sudden jolt coursed through Merlin's heart, instantly awakening him from his meditative state. He promptly opened his eyes and gazed toward the entrance of the hall. Count Selin also tensed, gripping the armrest of his wooden chair, his gaze fixed intently on the door. Even the usually composed old man in the black robe slightly lifted his head, squinting toward the entrance. In that fleeting moment, a palpable tension enveloped everyone in the hall, their eyes riveted on the doorway. A chilling gust of wind swept through, heralding the emergence of a tall, dark figure. Cook, what is transpiring outside? Upon seeing the figure of Cook, Count Selin furrowed his brow. Yet he remained vigilant and inquired in a low voice. Cook's black armor was dusted with snowflakes, and his crimson eyes revealed that he too had not let his guard down, ever watchful outside. Father, a few startled horses in the castle bolted from the stable and collided with some of our ambushed men, causing a minor commotion. However, I have already dispatched someone to rein in those frightened horses, and the chaos has been quelled. Cook succinctly explained the events outside, revealing it was merely a trivial mishap, not the arrival of Meliron. Perhaps we have all been too anxious. Cook, maintain your watch. Dusk is approaching, and this is the most critical moment. No one can afford to be careless. Count Selin waved his hand, preparing to send Cook outside when the usually composed old man in the black robe suddenly stood up. Heh, Meliron has indeed arrived. The old man rasped, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Cook frowned, casting a cold gaze at the old man, and retorted, Master Hill, how could I be unaware if Meliron has come? The entire castle is under complete lockdown. Where could he have entered? Bang! Just as Cook's words fell, a loud crash erupted outside, accompanied by panicked screams. He has truly come. Melon inhaled deeply, his voice low. He sensed a powerful surge of fire elements, a hallmark of spells unleashed by a caster. Cook's expression darkened as he promptly turned and strode out of the hall. 5 years at last, this day has arrived. Selin. You surely remember the scene from 5 years ago, when you personally ordered the execution of my father, mother, brother, and sister. Haha. But I did not perish. I have become a caster. Today marks my day of vengeance. Everyone within this castle shall perish. A young man with short brown hair, clad in armor identical to that of the other knights in the castle, was now fervently waving his hands as flames erupted from his palms, incinerating the knights that stood before him. No matter their rank, first, second, or third, elemental swordsmen could not withstand these flames. The intense heat melted the surrounding snow, igniting the undergrowth buried beneath it, and soon, black smoke filled the air as anguish cries echoed, rendering direction indistinguishable. Meliron. Cook, donned in black armor, finally arrived. His face ashen, his gaze fixed intently on Meliron amidst the carnage. Upon seeing Meliron's attire, Cook immediately comprehended the grim reality. It was likely that Meliron had infiltrated the castle long ago. The startled horses earlier were perhaps a deliberate distraction, aimed at drawing attention and disrupting Cook's arrangements. It must be said, Meliron had achieved his objective, as the hidden guards were now all targeted by him, leading to widespread slaughter. Though Merlin appeared to be deranged. With bloodshot eyes and a grotesque expression, he remained remarkably composed, exhibiting a chilling calmness. With each incantation, several elemental swordsmen fell victim to the searing flames. Yet Merlin moved with an ethereal grace, untouched by harm. The dark-robed sorcerer, Hill, stood upon the stone steps outside the hall, gazing intently at Merlin, as if scrutinizing his prowess. Merlin, too, emanated a keen mental energy, fixating on Merlin, as the old sorcerer had indicated. Merlin had cast 2 spells thus far, one of fire and another of wind. The fire spell, distinct from Merlin's fireball, lacked explosive force but instead conjured a vast inferno capable of inflicting widespread destruction. However, what truly piqued Merlin's interest was the wind-based magic, as Merlin's ghostly form was a manifestation of this very spell. This was the auxiliary wind magic that Merlin had long sought after. Merlin! Suddenly, Cook's roar echoed through the castle, reminiscent of a beast growl. He then strode purposefully towards Merlin, his presence swelling with an almost palpable intensity. The confrontation had begun. As Cook approached Merlin, the expressions of Hill, Merlin, and the others grew tense, their gazes fixed intently upon the 2 figures. Chapter 81. Battle, Part 1. With a thunderous roar, Cook charged towards Merlin, his right foot striking the ground with such force that it seemed to tremble beneath him. Raising his great sword high, he bellowed as he closed the distance, bringing the blade down with ferocity. A brilliant flash of light erupted, exuding an icy chill that froze the snowflakes falling from the sky. The great sword in Cook's grasp suddenly expanded multiple times, encrusted with thick, glistening ice crystals. Under the immense power he wielded, this sword, composed almost entirely of ice, shattered in a resounding explosion, sending countless shards of ice cascading like rain towards Merlin. Cook, an ice swordsman of remarkable prowess, demonstrated his 5th-level strength with fervor. He could unleash the elemental force of ice from a distance, a stark contrast to the capabilities of a lower-tier elemental swordsman. Intermediate elemental swordsmen, unlike their lesser counterparts, possessed the ability to manifest elemental power from afar, inflicting harm upon their foes. In a sense, they possessed the strength to injure the spellcaster themselves. Before Merlin stood Cook, a 5th-level ice swordsman, whose every shard of ice, if it struck true, could inflict significant damage. A single hit could severely wound Merlin, as the physique of a spellcaster is only marginally superior to that of an ordinary individual. The display of Cook's formidable presence, culminating in the barrage of ice shards, showcased the full extent of a 5th-level elemental swordsman's capabilities. However, facing such a ferocious assault, Merlin swiftly evaded, extending his hands forward to conjure a formidable defense. With a whoosh, gusts of wind surged, and 3 massive flames erupted into a vast sea of fire, forming an impenetrable barrier before him. The countless ice shards were rendered ineffective against this inferno. Yet Cook's onslaught was far from over. His powerful frame surged forward, the great sword swinging as a chilling aura, several meters long, swept towards Merlin. Freeze! This frigid air was the culmination of over 20 years of accumulated ice elemental energy within Cook, now unleashed in a terrifying eruption, capable of freezing everything in its path. It was through such sudden bursts of power that Cook had previously encased the fearsome Icefang wolf in ice, ultimately slaying the beast. Swoosh! Merlin glided gracefully, swiftly maneuvering behind Cook, who found his sword slicing through empty air. The immense inertia nearly caused Cook to lose his balance. Damn it, such speed. Observing Merlin's terrifying swiftness, Cook couldn't help but silently curse. Even when he encountered the Icefield giant wolf, it was not this fast. As Merlin circled behind him, he wasted no time and unleashed another ball of flame. The searing heat startled Cook, leaving him with no time to ponder, and he instinctively retaliated with a slash of his sword, channeling icy elements that manifested as wisps of cold air, clashing against Merlin's flames. Cook, this is just the beginning. Merlin sneered, his wind element swirling around him as he conjured a wind spell. His body flickered like a ghost, moving with such rapidity that Cook could only hear the rushing sound of the wind. In their brief skirmish, Merlin, relying solely on his fire and wind spells, surprisingly held the upper hand against Cook, Despite both spells being mere level 0 incantations, Marilyn remained an entry-level spellcaster, yet his mastery of the spells was remarkable. The synergy of the two spells produced astonishing results. "I've got you now, haha, Marilyn, perish." Cook's face flushed crimson, entirely at a disadvantage. Marilyn's incredible speed rendered it impossible for Cook to pinpoint his exact location, leaving him in a highly passive state. Thus, sensing Marilyn behind him, Cook disregarded the searing flames and braced his arm against Marilyn's spell. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The ferocious flames intertwined with the white chill, and Cook's arm was mostly engulfed by the fire. Despite his formidable strength, the cold air enveloping his arm could not prevent the flames from inflicting burns, transforming his once fair skin into charred blackness in the blink of an eye, enduring excruciating pain. Cook finally identified Marilyn's position and seized the opportunity to encase him in ice, using the injury on his arm as a conduit. The cold energy within Cook crystallized instantly, causing Marilyn to momentarily falter, clearly affected by the icy elements Cook had unleashed. "Crossbowman, take action," Cook shouted with all his might. Previously, he had strategically placed numerous crossbow bolts within the castle, intending to counter Marilyn, after all, a low-level spellcaster, lacking special casting tools or scrolls, could easily be pierced by the powerful crossbow bolts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of black arrows, cloaked in the dimness of night, silently shot towards Marilyn. Cook, anticipating the onslaught, deftly leapt out of the range of the arrows, his fire-scorched right hand trembling slightly, yet a smile crept onto his face. With such a barrage of arrows, even Marilyn and Apos' extraordinary speed could not allow him to evade. Should even one arrow strike true, he would suffer a grievous blow. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of countless arrows striking resonated through the air, and upon hearing this noise akin to impacts against a wall, Cook and Apos' expression shifted slightly, the smile on his face gradually fading away. "Is he still alive?" Cook murmured softly. With such a multitude of arrows, all launched from heavy crossbows, even he could not confidently assert his ability to withstand them. A gust of cold wind swept through, and beneath the dim sky, a figure could be faintly discerned standing at the center of the earlier barrage of arrows. Malign had not perished. Surrounding him, walls of solid earth had inexplicably emerged, constructing an unassailable line of defense. Earth magic. With 3 spell models, Malign had already met the criteria to become a first-level spellcaster. At this moment, Merlin's demeanor grew exceedingly grave as he fixated on Malign. The ability to construct 3 spell models indicated that Malign had reached the threshold of becoming a first-level spellcaster. However, he remained merely a novice. There must be some unknown reason behind this discrepancy. Merlin instinctively glanced at the old man in the black robe beside him and noticed that the elder's expression was remarkably calm, seemingly unfazed by the events unfolding. Chapter 82. The Battle, Part 2. Cook was on the verge of collapse. His right arm had sustained injury, a grievous affliction for an elemental swordsman, rendering him nearly incapacitated in combat. Count Selen was the most anxious of all, his gaze fixed upon Cook. Anxiety itched across his face as he called out to the old man in the black robe, "Mage, sir." The wizened visage of the old man bore an air of tranquility, his gnarled hand raised gently as he softly murmured, "It has been long since I last engaged in combat. A triad of elemental magic? Marilyn, if you truly possess only trifling spells of 3 elements, you would hardly have been absorbed into the abyssal keep. Unleash your utmost power." With that, the old man surged forward, his seemingly frail body bursting forth with formidable vigor, vanishing into the dimness of the night in the blink of an eye. "Old fool, do you not fear the collapse of your spell model by acting so recklessly?" Marilyn's eyes narrowed as he observed the cloaked figure, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. It was evident he recognized the black-robed mage. However, Mage Zur appeared oblivious to Marilyn's words, his hands elevated as he propelled himself onward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 fireballs materialized instantaneously, slicing through the darkened sky, hurtling towards Marilyn with a ferocious howl. These were 0-level fireballs, akin to Marilyn's own. Yet the ease with which the old man conjured them and their swifter velocity reflected his superior mastery and mental fortitude. While the potency of Marilyn's fireballs was enhanced by the meticulous analysis of matrix patterns, selecting from a staggering array of spell models, thereby ensuring unparalleled stability and strength, the black-robed mage's prowess was undeniable. Following the initial 5 fireballs, Mage Zur remained silent, his hands weaving in intricate patterns, unleashing waves of intense fire elemental energy that left Marilyn in awe. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More fireballs erupted forth in rapid succession, seemingly endless, with a speed that was astonishing. Marilyn calculated quietly. The old man's rate of casting was at least 2 to 3 times his own. Such velocity, with fireballs cascading one after another, nearly encircled Marilyn in the blink of an eye. Countless fireballs tore through the night sky, their sheer volume rivaling that of a volley from a battalion of crossbowmen. Faced with the onslaught of nearly 20 fireballs hurtling towards him, Marilyn's expression turned grave, the earth element within him thrumming violently. Boom! Walls of earthy yellow surged from the ground, encircling Marilyn with formidable barriers. Bang, bang, bang. The 20 fireballs collided with the earthen wall, one after another. Mayleen's earth-based spells were merely of the lowest tier. Perhaps they could withstand 1 or 2 fireballs, but facing such a relentless barrage was utterly insurmountable. The earthen wall crumbled instantaneously, forcing Maylin to conjure another. With each wall that fell, his complexion paled further, and after casting multiple walls in quick succession, he began to feel the strain. In terms of magical potency, Maylin could never compare to the old man in the black robe. Old fool, it seems you are recklessly risking the collapse of your internal spell model just to serve Selin, Maylin thought to himself, his face growing increasingly ashen. Although he had managed to fend off the old man's assault, the toll was considerable, especially since this was only the first wave of attacks. Maylin was evidently well acquainted with the old man, who had managed to survive in the brutal slaughterhouse of life, perhaps due to some hidden ailment. The elder was unable to unleash his full potential, yet Maylin dared not underestimate him. In this act of vengeance, the only entity he truly feared was the black-robed figure before him. Maylin, unleash your strongest spell. The abyssal fortress excels in dark magic. Come now. Let this old man witness the power of darkness. The old man seemed to possess significant knowledge of the abyssal fortress, aware that Maylin harbored greater strength than he had yet revealed. The collapse of the spell model? From his vantage point, Merlin's gaze sharpened as he overheard the exchange between Maylin and the old man. He finally grasped the secret of the black-robed figure. No wonder he always sensed something peculiar about the old man. Despite possessing formidable mental prowess, he refrained from utilizing it fully, as if he were wary of something. It turned out that the spell model within the old man's mind was unstable, requiring constant mental fortitude to maintain, and excessive use could lead to its collapse. Elder Ida had also mentioned in his spell compendium that a spell model must be constructed with utmost stability, otherwise, its failure would yield catastrophic consequences. This enigmatic black-robed elder possessed mental strength rivaling that of peak first-tier spellcasters, but had to expend a significant portion of his mental energy to stabilize his spell model, rendering him unable to wield it liberally. Such a spellcaster could never hope to construct a first-tier spell model again, and would forever remain incapable of ascending to that rank. The old man's gaze often reflected a profound sense of melancholy, likely stemming from these very limitations. Old fool, if you seek death, then let it be as you wish. Maylene's voice suddenly became ethereal, and an obscure elemental fluctuation emanated from him, an element that Merlin had never encountered before. Dark mist. Maylene's voice seemed to resonate from all directions, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. Merlin hurriedly sought him with his mental energy, but found nothing. It's as if he had truly evaporated. The place where Maylin had stood was now engulfed in impenetrable darkness, devoid of any trace of him. Dark elements? This is the enigmatic dark element. The old man in the black robe wore a grave expression. Merlin could faintly perceive the old man's silhouette, yet as soon as his words fell, the sky was utterly shrouded in darkness. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the old man vanished without a trace. Gone again? The dark element? Could this be the dark magic that the Fortress of the Abyss excels in? Merlin furrowed his brow. He had no understanding of the dark element and was, therefore, oblivious to the peculiarities of the dark mist unleashed by Marilong. However, whether it was the disappearance of Marilong or the old man in the black robe, both were undoubtedly linked to the dark mist he had conjured. Merlin was convinced that the old man, who had managed to survive the slaughterhouse, was certainly not as simple as he appeared. He must possess a means of counteraction. For now, all Merlin and Count Selin, along with the others, could do was to wait patiently. Chapter 83. No more escape. In the frigid embrace of winter, nightfall arrived with an unsettling swiftness. The once dimly lit sky had succumbed entirely to darkness, enveloping the surroundings in an impenetrable blackness where one could scarcely see a hand in front of oneself. Count Selin promptly ignited a candle, its feeble flame flickering amidst the gusts of wind. The onlookers appeared somewhat bewildered, for both Marilyn and the old man in the black robe had vanished without a trace, leaving behind an unsettling silence. At that moment, a series of muffled sounds emerged. as if the very emptiness around them had begun to warp. Merlin felt the subtle elemental fluctuations emanating from Marilyn, a clear indication of dark elemental energy. With a swish, two shadowy figures materialized from the depths of the night, akin to phantoms. Suddenly appearing in the space that had previously been vacant, Marilyn and the old man in the black robe. However, both appeared somewhat disheveled. The old man, in particular, bore a flushed visage, his complexion deepening in color as he trembled uncontrollably. Coughing violently, the old man's face took on an alarming hue, as if he might bleed at any moment, rendering the stillness of the night even more ominous. The potency of dark magic was indeed formidable. As he ceased coughing and raised his head slightly, his voice quivered, revealing the tumultuous spiritual fluctuations within him, accompanied by restless elemental energies. Among them were fire, earth, and wind elements, components of the spell model he had constructed, which was now on the verge of spiraling out of control. The instability within his magical framework indicated that he was desperately endeavoring to stabilize the unruly elements using sheer mental force. Old fellow, you are not without merit. I once vanquished a wandering mage, a level 1 spellcaster, and the endeavor was arduous. Yet, encountering you now, I find you to be no less formidable than that novice. Truly, you are a survivor from the slaughterhouse. However, with your unstable spell model, your own safety is in jeopardy. It remains to be seen how you will defend Saline. Despite Marilyn's pallid complexion, the elemental fluctuations surrounding him remained vigorous, indicating he had not sustained critical damage. Indeed, the old man had already succumbed to defeat. Moreover, due to the instability of his internal spell model, much like Cook, the old man had lost a significant portion of his combat prowess. Marilyn's gaze fixed upon Count Saline, a sinister grin curling upon his lips as he approached with deliberate steps. Witnessing Marilyn's advance, Miss Shelley, who had previously been animated and pacing in the hall, now stood frozen, her lips tinged with blue, her face a ghastly white as she cowered behind Count Saline. Yet, despite Count Saline's possession of countless knights and numerous formidable elemental swordsmen, at that moment, none could protect him, nor could anyone stand against Marilyn. Drawing a deep breath, Count Saline unsheathed his great sword and pulled Shelley forth from behind him, casting a conflicted glance at Merlin as he implored, "Merlin the mage, take Shelley away. She should not perish here." Count Saline gazed deeply at Shelley with an almost indulgent affection, then bellowed at Marilyn, "Come forth, Marilyn. This is my castle, the magnificent stronghold of the illustrious Count Caballot Selin. Here, none can defy my will. Your father once transgressed my authority, betraying the city of Pugas, and for that, he deserves death." The laughable Nelson, in the end, knelt before me like a coward, begging for my mercy. But I, Caballot Selin, am no coward. Count Selin's face flushed crimson as a surge of earthy yellow light erupted from his sword, enveloping his entire being in a dazzling glow. This seemingly noble and elegant Count Selin was, in truth, a third-level earth swordsman. My father was no coward. Selin, you are the true coward. You wish for your daughter to escape? Then I shall slay her first. A sinister smile crept across Marilyn's face as his gaze fixed menacingly upon the panicked Shelley. "Merlin, you must take Shelley away at once. This is my final request." Count Selin's expression shifted slightly as he urged Merlin. Merlin, however, remained motionless, taking a deep breath as he fixed his gaze on the advancing Marilyn, responding with calm composure. "Count Selin, I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill your last request. I have just endured a harrowing escape from the Kingdom of Light to reach Pugas City, and I am weary. I do not wish to flee any longer." Ignoring Count Selin's astonishment, Merlin softly caressed the bell pendant resting on his chest, his resolve firmly established. "You," Marilyn sneered at Merlin, growling, "get lost." With a swift motion, Marilyn conjured a blazing inferno that ignited before Merlin. Unlike Merlin's fireball technique, Marilyn's fire magic, though both classified as first-level spells, was designed for wide-ranging destruction. Thus, the sea of flames Marilyn unleashed was expansive, leaving Merlin with no avenue for evasion. Ice spell. Recognizing the futility of evasion, Merlin resolved to confront the oncoming threat. Having previously battled with mage Jason, Merlin had sensed something amiss. Jason appeared markedly different from true spellcasters, or at least distinct from the spellcasters of the Black Moon Kingdom, such as himself and Marilyn. The exact nature of this disparity eluded Merlin, a lingering feeling from his encounter with Jason. Now, facing Marilyn, a genuine spellcaster hailing from an organization as formidable as the Fortress of Abyss, Merlin recognized the immense power before him, superior in both spell execution and construction compared to wandering mages. Yet, rather than fear, a flicker of desire kindled within Merlin. He yearned for the chance to battle with a true spellcaster. Crackle, crackle. Merlin's eyes narrowed slightly as he faced the inferno before him. He unleashed a spell of freezing, and instantly a wave of frigid air swept through the raging flames, enveloping them in a thick layer of frost. Even the ground beneath was coated with a substantial layer of ice crystals. The tumultuous blaze, under the onslaught of the icy chill, gradually subsided. Meanwhile, Melilin, who had been advancing, momentarily paused, his gaze now fixated on Merlin. He furrowed his brow, somewhat taken aback by the emergence of another spellcaster in this place. However, within his eyes, there was no hint of retreat. Chapter 84, Harvest, Part 1. Merlin moved, a powerful surge of wind elements emanating from him. In an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Merlin was taken aback during his silent observations from a distance. He had recognized that Merlin's wind-based spells were the speed-oriented magic he had long desired, possessing remarkable swiftness. However, as an observer and as an opponent, Merlin's experiences were vastly different. The overwhelming speed at which Merlin disappeared from sight left Merlin's body taut, his mental energy radiating outward as he attentively monitored every disturbance in his surroundings. Merlin had merely evaded Merlin's line of sight. With mental acuity, Merlin could still perceive Merlin's presence. Yet, the opponent's speed rendered it exceedingly difficult for Merlin to strike him. Suddenly, a burst of flames ignited behind him, the intense heat instilling a profound sense of peril within Merlin. Frost spell. Without hesitation, he activated the spell model and unleashed a wave of chilling air that surged backward, effectively countering the searing flames. However, Merlin did not linger. He struck and withdrew, making it impossible for Merlin to ascertain his precise location. Let us see how fast you truly are. Fireball. Merlin's fireball spell was particularly potent. He conjured nearly 10 small fireballs, disregarding Merlin's exact position and instead unleashing them in all directions. Additionally, the mana accumulated for his frost spell was sufficient to cast it a dozen times, allowing him to simultaneously release 5 frost spells alongside the fireballs. In a dazzling display, the small fireballs streaked across the obsidian night sky, while a frigid aura began to crystallize on the ground, forming ice. The dual assault effectively sealed off all escape routes. No matter how swift Merlin was, evasion would be impossible. Indeed, Merlin's figure abruptly halted, and powerful waves of earth elements began to radiate from him. Boom, boom, boom. Walls of earth erupted before Merlin, and as Merlin's fireballs collided with them, guided by his mental prowess, they exploded with ferocity. The power of Merlin's fireballs surpassed that of the black-robed old man's, and their detonations unleashed a formidable impact that paled Merlin's complexion. Beyond the explosive force of the fireballs, Merlin's frost spells took effect as well, enveloping the earth walls surrounding Merlin in a frigid embrace, swiftly encasing them in ice. A golden opportunity. Merlin's eyes sparkled with determination as he prepared to unleash the fireball spell upon Merlin. In that instant, the frozen Merlin was engulfed by a surge of roaring flames, transforming the area into a vast inferno. The searing heat melted the ice crystals on Merlin's surface, turning them into a puddle of water. Merlin's remaining magical power for the freezing spell was dwindling. Should Merlin escape, his formidable speed, enhanced by wind magic, would render Merlin powerless to pose any threat. Furthermore, Merlin was a versatile spellcaster, proficient in wind, fire, earth, and dark magic, some of which Merlin was unaware of. If Merlin were to invoke dark spells, Merlin would find himself at a loss for a countermeasure. Thus, seizing this opportunity was imperative. He must not allow Merlin to break free. Great Freeze. Without hesitation, Merlin channeled his remaining magical energy and cast the spell. A wave of intense cold, far greater than before, enveloped Merlin's form, even amid the raging flames. This chill did not dissipate. Instead, it coalesced into a thick layer of ice. This layer was several times more resilient than the ice formed by the previous freezing spell, meaning that even if Merlin unleashed fire spells in a frantic bid for freedom, he would require a moment to escape the icy restraints. Seeing Merlin struggle against the crystalline confinement, a smile finally graced Merlin's face. What did it matter if Merlin was a 4-element spellcaster? What did it matter if he had slain first-level spellcasters? Now, bound by Merlin's spell, Merlin's plight mirrored that of the former mage Jason. There existed but one final opportunity. Merlin gently caressed the bell pendant hanging at his chest, which was, in essence, his trump card, his ultimate weapon, to be used sparingly, for its activation would determine the victor. The last time he faced mage Jason, Merlin had unleashed 10 fireballs stored within the pendant, causing cataclysmic devastation that even Jason's purely defensive spell scrolls could not withstand. Though only 8 fireballs remained now, they would suffice against Merlin. Go forth and bring this to an end. Merlin's mental energy surged into the bell pendant, forcefully activating the remaining 8 fireballs. In an instant, the pendant radiated a blinding light, accompanied by a tumultuous and terrifying wave of fire elemental energy. A spellcasting tool? The old man in the black robe, who had been desperately suppressing the spell models within his mind, felt his expression shift as he noticed the radiant glow emanating from Merlin's pendant. His eyes widened in surprise, particularly when the overwhelming elemental fluctuations reached him. The old man instantly recognized the bell pendant as a spellcasting tool, and a remarkably rare one that stored spells, a type of artifact seldom seen, even among many high-level spellcasters. The elderly figure in the black robe discerned that Merlin was desperately endeavoring to wield a magical artifact. How could Merlin, ensnared by the great freezing spell, remain oblivious to this? Realizing the perilous nature of his predicament, Merlin's countenance shifted dramatically. The fluctuations of fire elements surrounding him intensified as flames erupted skyward, consuming vast reserves of mana in his attempt to break free from his constraints. In addition to unleashing fire spells, a rapid emanation of dark elemental energy enveloped Merlin, culminating in the release of the ominous dark mist, a dark spell that Merlin dreaded. In an instant, Merlin found himself disoriented. Silence enveloped him, and darkness shrouded his surroundings, as if he were ensconced in a tranquil yet void-like expanse. This was the effect of the dark mist, a stifling silence that obliterated any sense of direction, rendering even mental prowess ineffectual, a peculiar spell capable of inducing hallucinations. The figures of Merlin and Merlin vanished in an instant, leaving onlookers bewildered, save for the massive fireballs that cleaved through the inky night sky, continuing their relentless journey forward. Chapter 85. Harvest, Part 2. Suddenly, an ear-piercing cold laugh shattered the tranquility of the night. The elder in the black robe, who had remained motionless while suppressing the agitation of the magical model within, abruptly rose unsteadily to his feet, his gaze fixed intently upon the massive fireballs. A flicker of excitement appeared on his pallid face. It seemed that this dying old man still had some utility. The elder radiated a potent surge of fire elemental energy, and an immense mental force erupted forth, engulfing him as if he were submerged in flames, a wild aura permeating the night. This was the result of the elder disregarding the instability of his magical model and forcibly activating it to unleash a spell. With a swift motion, a fireball materialized out of thin air, propelled by the elder's mental control, slicing through the night sky towards the very spot where Merlin had vanished. A resounding boom echoed as the fireball struck the previously empty space, revealing a faint silhouette. Merlin. His complexion was ashen. Although he was shielded by an earthen wall from the elder's fiery assault, he felt no relief, instead appearing to sense an impending, dreadful peril, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Before him loomed 8 colossal fireballs, hurtling towards him with a fierce velocity. Surrounded by an abyss of nothingness, a vast emptiness enveloped him, devoid of sound, sight, or presence, an eerily silent realm. Trapped within this desolate void, Merlin's mental energy surged outward in frantic waves, yet to no avail. He recognized that this was the effect of the dark mist spell cast by Merlin, yet he lacked the capacity to dispel it. Having never encountered dark magic before, Merlin could only surmise that Merlin was lurking nearby, yet he could not discern any trace of him. It dawned on Merlin why the elder, who had survived the slaughterhouse, had been so severely injured under the shroud of Merlin's dark mist. At that moment, a violent clash resonated, as if a fissure had appeared in this void. A glimmer of light breaking through Merlin's vision, the glow of flames. In that instant, his previously ineffective mental perception regained clarity, revealing Merlin's panicked expression and the elder enveloped in a tumultuous blaze, seemingly on the verge of losing control over the collapse of his magical model. Merlin cast a glance at the distant figure of the old man in the black robe. He understood that the only one capable of liberating him from the shackles of the dark mist and shattering Merlin's spell was this very old man, who had recently endured the darkness himself. Undeterred by the peril of his internal magical constructs collapsing, the old man unleashed a fireball spell to disrupt Merlin, thereby breaking the incantation of the dark mist. Naturally, Merlin was poised to seize this rare opportunity. With a sudden explosion, a cold smirk crept across Merlin's lips as he commanded 8 colossal fireballs with his mental prowess. Upon reaching Merlin's vicinity, the fireballs detonated in unison, Each fireball approached the potency of a first-level spell, and now, with all 8 erupting simultaneously, their formidable power was sufficient to obliterate any defense. The series of thunderous explosions echoed through the air, as the ferocious flames engulfed the area around Miralon for dozens of meters, completely consuming it. The towering inferno illuminated the skies above the castle, leaving all onlookers awestruck. Even the previous volley of crossbow bolts paled in comparison to this tempest of fire. Merlin, too, was beaded with sweat, panting heavily. His left hand gently caressed the pendant of Bell, resting against his chest. Though the pendant appeared unchanged, Merlin knew full well that this magical artifact had lost its efficacy. The immense flames melted the snow blanketing the ground, and as he lifted his foot, he found it soaked, the dampness seeping into his shoes, a discomfort heightened by the frigid night air. Yet, he paid it no mind, his focus unwavering as he stared at the heart of the inferno. As time passed, the roaring flames gradually diminished until they were extinguished entirely. The charred remains of Miralon lay on the ground, his features grotesquely distorted and unrecognizable. "Is he dead?" Count Selen murmured, momentarily stunned. He had descended into utter despair, only to be caught off guard by such a dramatic turn of events. Merlin's expression remained serene. He felt no surprise. Under the explosion of the 8 massive fireballs, even a first-level spell scroll would have been futile, let alone Miralon's absence of such scrolls. Miralon, a 4-element spellcaster, was undoubtedly a prodigy. Having caught the attention of the core members of the Abyssal Fortress, had Merlin not possessed the powerful pendant of Bell, and had the old man in black not intervened to dismantle Miralon's spell, the outcome of this encounter might have been drastically altered. This foe was even more formidable than the erstwhile mage Jason. Merlin lifted his damp feet and approached the lifeless body of Miralon, crouching down to search through the remnants of the fallen adversary. However, due to the overwhelming magnitude of Merlin's colossal fireball, which was devastatingly powerful, it incinerated all the garments adorning Merlin's body in an instant, leaving him charred and unrecognizable. At first glance, there appeared to be nothing of significance. The sole object that captured Merlin's attention was a pitch-black ring, firmly affixed to Merlin's finger. A flicker of realization sparked within Merlin's mind as he recalled the ring given to him by the old sage Ida, which contained a substantial space. Ida's spellbook was stored within it. Consequently, Merlin hastily removed the ring from Merlin's finger, gently wiped away the dirt, and cradled the ring in his palm for a meticulous examination. The ring, shrouded in darkness, emitted a faint ethereal glow under the dim firelight. Without hesitation, Merlin enveloped the ring with his mental prowess. In an instant, his mind recognized the ring's extraordinary nature, delving into its interior. Indeed, there was a hidden space. A surge of joy filled Merlin as he discerned that the space within the ring was comparable in size to that of Ida's, albeit seemingly filled with numerous items. He refrained from further exploration, withdrawing his mental energy, and shifted his gaze toward the distant figure of the old man in the black cloak, who appeared to be in a rather precarious state. Chapter 86, Disappointment, Part 1. The fluctuations of fire elements emanating from the old man in the black robe were alarmingly intense, nearly spiraling out of control. Flames flickered intermittently around him. At this perilous moment, the mage Hilfa found himself in a precarious situation. A moment's inattention could lead to the collapse of his internal spell model. Fortunately, the old man's mental prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary novice spellcaster, even rivaling some first-tier casters, having reached the pinnacle of the first tier. It was precisely due to this formidable mental strength that he could somewhat suppress the imminent disintegration of his spell model and survive thus far. "Do you require my assistance, Mage Hilfa?" Merlin inquired, observing the deteriorating condition of the old man in the black robe. After all, it was the old man who, despite the risk of his own spell model collapsing, had intervened to disrupt Meliron's casting of the dark mist, ultimately saving Merlin from a dire fate. After a prolonged silence, Merlin sensed a slight calming of the elemental fluctuations emanating from the old man. The old man then lifted his head, revealing a weary expression etched on his bark-like visage. "Many times in the past, I believed I would meet my end, yet each time, I have narrowly escaped. Mage Merlin, this time it is you who has vanquished Meliron. The spoils of Meliron should rightfully belong to you. However, if there are any potions or formulas among them, I would be willing to trade any condition for those potions or recipes." The old man cast a deep gaze at Merlin before slowly rising and turning to depart. Merlin understood precisely what the old man referenced. It seemed he had noticed the ring upon Meliron's person. However, since Meliron was slain by Merlin, the old man chose not to press the matter further. The old man nodded, and then exited the castle. Merlin glanced at Meliron's lifeless body. The battle had concluded, and Count Saren's crisis had been averted. Clutching the ring he had obtained from Meliron, he felt an eager anticipation to discover its contents. Count Saren's eyes gleamed with fervor as he regarded Merlin, now infused with a newfound respect. Merlin had reversed the tide during the Count's most desperate hour, halting Meliron and ultimately slaying him, thereby saving the entire castle. Consequently, Count Saren no longer dared to treat Merlin with the same casualness as before. The Count himself felt weary. The events of the day had been tumultuous. Cook was gravely injured, and part of the castle lay in ruins. These matters would require time to resolve. Merlin nodded in acknowledgement to Miss Shelley, the lively and charming young lady, for whom he harbored a fondness. He then turned and gradually faded into the night. "Who goes there?" a guard outside the castle whispered, cautiously eyeing a shadow in the darkness. "It is I." The shadow spoke, and upon hearing that familiar voice, the guard stepped forward, his face instantly revealing a hint of surprise. "There is no need to disturb my father. I shall enter alone." Merlin quickly shook his head, calling the guard to a halt, and then proceeded into the castle by himself. Inside, the castle remained brilliantly illuminated, as it was precisely the hour for dinner. Upon entering the hall, Merlin encountered Old Wilson, Baron Barman, and the buxom lady among others. "Merlin, young Master Merlin." The gazes of the crowd immediately turned towards him, particularly those of Old Wilson and Baron Barman, whose eyes glimmered with anticipation. "Merlin, follow me," Old Wilson said, abruptly ceasing his meal, rising, and hurrying upstairs. Baron Barman trailed closely behind him. Merlin, well aware of Old Wilson's intentions, nodded to those in the hall and followed him into the room above. "Merlin, has the matter regarding Count Selen been resolved?" As soon as they entered the chamber, Old Wilson eagerly inquired, with Baron Barman beside him exhibiting a similar fervor, although Merlin had never explicitly informed them of the troubles faced by Count Selen. The astuteness of Old Wilson and Baron Barman would surely allow them to grasp the gravity of the situation. After all, why would a prominent count require Merlin's assistance to untangle his predicaments? However, given the stakes involved in their potential stability in Puga City, Old Wilson could not deter Merlin from his course of action, regardless of the risks. Observing the eager expressions on Baron Barman and Old Wilson's faces, a faint smile gradually appeared on Merlin's lips as he calmly declared, "Father, the troubles concerning Count Selen have been resolved. We can now settle in Puga City for the long term." "Very well, Merlin. Ensure you rest adequately." Old Wilson recognized Merlin's slight fatigue and soon departed alongside Baron Barman. Upon noticing a young maid, Merlin was reminded of Lucija, the maid from Wilson Castle, who had tragically perished at the hands of the Knights of Talefa during the calamity that befell Wilson Castle. Shaking off the tumultuous thoughts that invaded his mind, Merlin reclined quietly in the tub, his entire being enveloped in the soothing warmth of the water, relishing the comfort it provided. After cleansing himself thoroughly, Merlin retrieved the ring he had obtained from Marilyn, extending his mental energy swiftly into it to examine the items stored within. Chapter 87, Disappointment, Part 2. Within the ring lay an assortment of peculiar materials, unlike anything Merlin had ever encountered, nearly filling half of the ring's interior. Unfamiliar with these substances, Merlin paid them little mind and continued his search. Soon, his attention was drawn to a bound volume nestled within the ring. With a flick of his mental energy, Merlin extracted the tome, discovering it to be a thick notebook inscribed in Morta script. However, as he perused its contents, his expression gradually darkened. To his dismay, the notes did not contain the spell models he yearned for, nor did they include the mental meditation techniques he desperately needed. Marilong's notes on wind spells, which Merlin coveted for their swiftness, along with earth spells that offered pure defensive capabilities, were of some assistance. After all, thus far, Merlin possessed no defensive spells, making him vulnerable should he encounter a formidable spellcaster. The enigmatic dark spells also piqued Merlin's curiosity. However, these were not documented in Marilong's notes. The tome merely recorded Marilong's emotions and thoughts during the practice of these spells, lacking detailed spell models. Consequently, Merlin felt profoundly disappointed. He resumed his meticulous search within the ring, thoroughly examining every corner multiple times, yet he could not uncover the spell models or mental meditation techniques he sought. A deep sense of disappointment enveloped his spirit. As a member of the Fortress of the Abyss, Merlin had hoped to discover urgently needed spell models or advanced meditation techniques within Marilong's ring, only to find it contained nothing but an inconsequential notebook and those strange potion ingredients. As he pocketed the ring, Merlin suddenly recalled the old man in the black robe, who seemed to be in pursuit of certain potions or recipes. He wondered if the materials within the ring would be of any use to him. After pondering for a moment, Merlin resolved to seek out the old man the following day. This survivor from the slaughterhouse was well-versed and might possess knowledge regarding the uses of these potion ingredients. At last, he paused. A carriage gradually came to a halt, and Merlin disembarked, lifting his gaze to the small wooden house before him, home to the old man in the black robe. "Moss, wait outside." Merlin appreciated the comfort and stability of Moss's carriage. After giving a few instructions, he gently pushed open the rusted iron gate and stepped inside. The wooden house was encircled by towering trees, which, stripped bare by winter, appeared desolate and forlorn. Merlin arrived at the wooden cabin, removed his hat, and gently knocked on the door. Creaking open, the door revealed a young maid clad in gray. "I am Merlin, here to see Master Hill," he announced. The maid furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with hesitation, but soon, a raspy voice called from within, "Let him in." The maid then bowed slightly and respectfully ushered Merlin inside. The interior of the cabin was warm, adorned with a light red carpet and a roaring fire in the hearth, radiating comforting heat. The voice that had spoken belonged to an elderly man in a black robe, who sat quietly by the fireplace, eyes closed, emanating an aura of tranquility. However, Merlin could distinctly sense the tumultuous waves of fire elemental energy surrounding the old man, indicating that he had yet to stabilize the magical model within his consciousness. "Master Hill, your magical model remains unstable?" Merlin inquired as he settled across from the old man by the fireplace. The maid promptly served a cup of hot water before respectfully withdrawing. The cabin was modest, seemingly occupied solely by the old man and the maid. The black-robed elder opened his eyes, revealing an unmistakable weariness. It appeared he had exerted himself the previous night to suppress the magical model within him, yet to little avail. The instability of such a model was perilous, akin to a ticking time bomb, unpredictable in its potential to detonate. "Is it truly so simple?" the elder mused. A deep sense of resignation etched upon his weathered face. This forced activation of the magical model, which was already precarious, has brought it to the brink of collapse. Were it not for my vast mental fortitude, I would have succumbed to its failure long ago. "Oh, is there truly no remedy?" Merlin remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. He had not anticipated the elder's condition to be so dire. At this rate, relying solely on mental strength would surely lead to his demise within a year, as the model would inevitably shatter, leaving the elder, despite any innate prowess, unable to survive. "A remedy?" The black-robed elder chuckled bitterly. "I once stumbled upon a spellcaster's training notes and, following their guidance, became a spellcaster myself. However, for vagabond spellcasters like us, who cannot join an organized guild, the only means of advancement lies within the military, where one can acquire magical models and even casting tools. In my youth, I believed that the more magical models one possessed, the better. Yet, how stable can military-acquired models truly be? They prioritize brute strength over the stability of the models. Thus, when I attempted to construct my third magical model, the complications arose. The models began to destabilize. And had I not fortuitously discovered a potion recipe that could slightly stabilize the magical model within me, I would have perished long ago in the slaughterhouse. The old man in black succinctly elucidated the reasons behind the instability of the magical model within him, his tone imbued with a hint of regret and sorrow. A shiver ran through Merlin as he beheld the dire state of the old man, prompting him to approach future decisions regarding magical models with heightened caution. However, with the analytical prowess of the matrix number at his disposal, Merlin was confident that he could construct a magical model far more perfect than that of any spellcaster. As long as he exercised prudence in his selections, thereby avoiding the instability that plagued the old man in black. By the way, did not Master Hill mention a potion formula that could stabilize your magical model? Merlin's gaze was fixed upon the old man, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Chapter 88. The Nobility, Part 1. The old man in the black robe cast a glance at Merlin before nodding slightly. "Indeed, some time ago, I acquired a potion formula that could stabilize spell models, which is why I chose to assist Count Selin. The primary ingredient of this potion is the violet root flower, which Count Selin fortuitously possesses. However, the ingredients for the potion are rather elusive, and I have consumed it for such a prolonged period that its efficacy has significantly diminished." At this juncture, the old man paused, his gaze imbued with a glimmer of fervor as he intently remarked, "Thus, I am currently in search of other potions or formulas that can stabilize spell models." Noticing the old man's eager countenance, Merlin understood the unspoken query that lingered in his mind. Yet, he gently shook his head, stating, "There are no potions or formulas within Marilyn's ring space." A clear expression of disappointment washed over the old man's face, and his demeanor dimmed slightly as he self-deprecatingly chuckled. Indeed, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Marilyn emerged from the abyssal fortress, and if he lacks potions or formulas, it seems improbable that I will find any elsewhere. Over the years, the old man had acquired only a single potion formula, illustrating its rarity, as most are safeguarded within various magical organizations or held by formidable spellcasters. For a wandering mage, obtaining such precious formulas is an arduous task. In truth, it is not only potion formulas that are difficult to procure. Each spell model, every casting tool, and every scroll are equally elusive. Consequently, many wandering mages remain of modest strength, even those as seasoned and knowledgeable as the old man in the black robe. Despite his extensive experience, he is yet to join any magical organization and remains merely a triadic spellcaster, enduring the persistent agony of crumbling spell models. Conversely, Marilyn has been in the abyssal fortress for a mere 5 years and has already ascended to the rank of a formidable quadratic spellcaster. The disparity between their circumstances is virtually astronomical. Merlin had ventured to the Black Moon Kingdom in pursuit of greater power, aspiring to become a more potent spellcaster. Thus, a notion to join a magical organization began to take root in his mind. Recognizing that the old man likely possessed knowledge about these organizations, Merlin inquired, "Master Hill, could you enlighten me as to how many magical organizations exist within the Black Moon Kingdom? And what is the process for joining these organizations?" Magical organizations? The old man in the black robe regarded Merlin knowingly, aware of his thoughts, yet shaking his head. "I cannot ascertain the exact number of such organizations, but I possess some insight into those nearby. The closest to Puga City is the domain of dark spirits, followed by the abyssal fortress where Marilyn resides. Other organizations include the City of Flames and the domain of Earthfire, among others. While numerous organizations exist, gaining entry is a formidable challenge. Typically, each organization possesses unique tokens that one must possess to join their ranks. There exists yet another possibility, akin to Marilyn. One might be favored by the core members of the Spellcasters organization and thus gain entry. Apart from this, there are no other alternatives." Upon hearing the black-robed elder's introduction to the Spellcasters organization, Merlin felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Indeed, there are numerous Spellcasters organizations, yet as the black-robed elder indicated, gaining admission is exceedingly challenging. Otherwise, the elder would not have spent such a protracted period without successfully joining any of these organizations. Observing Merlin's despondent demeanor, the black-robed elder rasped in a calm tone, "Merlin, you are still quite young. You have ample time ahead of you, and opportunities to join a spellcaster's organization may yet arise." Merlin could only nod, attempting to soothe his melancholic spirit. He lifted his gaze to the black-robed elder and said, "Master Hill, although Marilyn's ring does not contain any potion formulas, it holds a variety of potion materials. Perhaps you might find something you require." With that, Merlin produced several potion materials from the ring. Seeing the abundance of potion materials that Merlin had retrieved, the black-robed elder's spirits were lifted. Although lacking potion formulas, these materials were still quite rare. If he could find some useful components within Marilyn's ring, it would be a commendable fortune. However, as Merlin laid all the potion materials upon the ground, the black-robed elder's expression grew peculiar, for he recognized only a handful of them. Compared to the mages within various spellcasting organizations, wandering mages evidently possess far less knowledge, as they lack any formal avenues for acquiring wisdom and must rely solely on their accumulated experiences. This starkly contrasts with the mages of the organizations who engage in systematic learning across diverse fields of knowledge. Ultimately, the black-robed elder managed to make some gains. He discovered a few purple root flowers. The value of the purple root flower lies not in its petals, but in its roots, the striking purple rhizomes. Recognizing the utility of the purple root flower to the black-robed elder, Merlin promptly gathered all the purple root flowers from the ring and presented them to him. However, it appeared that Merlin did not place significant value on the purple root flowers, as the quantity within the ring was rather modest. "With these purple root flowers, I shall be able to prepare a greater quantity of potions, which may assist me in stabilizing my spell models," the black-robed elder remarked, accepting the flowers and instructing the maid to store them carefully. After a moment of hesitation, Merlin finally spoke, "Master Hill, there is indeed one more matter for which I require your assistance." "Oh, Merlin, do not hesitate to speak. As long as this old man is capable of aiding you, I shall not refuse." Perhaps it was Merlin's offering of the purple root flowers that pleased the black-robed elder, for his demeanor toward Merlin had shifted, becoming notably more amiable. The matter is this. I currently lack certain zero-level spells, and the earth-based spells of Master Hill are among those I require. Thus, I wish to exchange the spell model of the zero-level freezing spell for the earth-based spell model you possess. What say you, Master Hill? After Merlin finished speaking, he fixed his gaze intently on the old man in the black robe. This time, Merlin had found no magical models within the Ring of Merlin, which left him quite disheartened. However, he was fortunate to discover that the old man possessed spells from the fire, wind, and earth elements. Among these, the fire and wind spells held little significance for Merlin. The wind spells, in particular, were primarily offensive, akin to Elder Ida's whirlwind technique, which Merlin deemed unnecessary. Conversely, the earth spells of the old man were purely defensive, much like those of Merlin, presenting a pressing need for Merlin at this juncture. Thus, after careful contemplation, Merlin proposed to exchange the spell model of freezing magic for the earth spell model, though this arrangement would still require the old man's assent. Chapter 89, the title, Part 2. As an old man nearing the end of his days, what need have I for further spells? The old man in the black robe shook his head slightly, while Merlin's expression shifted, a tinge of disappointment flickering in his heart. Yet, the old man's tone changed, and a faint smile graced his lips as he softly proclaimed, I am but a dying man, even if I were to survive. I have little hope of advancing further in this life. What need have I for a spell model? Thus, Merlin, you need not offer any exchanges. Consider my earth as guardian a gift bestowed upon you. Merlin was taken aback, gazing at the few sheets of white paper the old man presented, vividly adorned with models of spells, specifically, the Earth Guardian spell of the earth element. This spell is among the more common defensive spells within its category. Indeed, it was the very spell utilized by Merlin in his earth magic. However, perhaps due to Merlin's teachings acquired from the Abyssal Fortress, his spells exhibited greater potency and stability than those of the old man. Hence, the old man cautioned Merlin, Merlin, the Earth's Guardian is a spell I learned during my military service, and its stability is rather lacking. If you seek a spell model devoid of inherent risks, you must invest time to reconstruct it anew. Merlin nodded in understanding. Equipped with the Matrix code, he harbored no concerns regarding the construction of the spell model. Following the design of this Earth's Guardian, he could promptly recreate countless spell models. Master Hill, I apologize for the intrusion. Please rest well. Rising from his seat, Merlin bid farewell to the old man, and subsequently departed the old man's residence, guided by the maid. As Merlin caressed the sheets of paper containing the Earth Guardian spell model nestled within his cloak, satisfaction welled within him. The objective of his visit to the old man had been fulfilled. Yet, upon reflecting on the old man's remarks regarding the organization of spellcasters, a shadow of melancholy clouded Merlin's heart. He understood that to progress further on the path of a spellcaster, joining such an organization was his sole recourse. Merlin leaped from the carriage, casting a sweeping glance around. Outside the castle stood several knights, their attire unmistakably marking them as those of Count Selin. After a cursory glance, he thought little of it and entered the castle. However, as he stepped into the grand hall, he was met with a familiar figure. The steward approached, taking Merlin's outer garments and hat, whispering to him. Merlin's gaze fell upon the hall, where he recognized the individual engaged in conversation with Old Wilson and Baron Barman, none other than Count Selin's son, Commander Cook. Despite having seen the Count's knights outside, Merlin was taken aback by Cook's personal attendance, given Cook's prideful demeanor, particularly towards Merlin and the old man, whom he seemed to regard with disdain. Commander Cook, Merlin the mage. Upon spotting Merlin, Cook's eyes betrayed a complex expression. After exchanging courteous gestures, Merlin inquired directly, Is there a matter of importance that brings you here? Commander Cook, on behalf of the Count? Cook's expression had regained its tranquility, yet his demeanor had shifted somewhat. He was no longer as haughty in the presence of Merlin, seemingly influenced by Merlin's earlier confrontation with Merlin. After all, the epic battle between Merlin and Merlin, particularly the moment when Merlin unleashed 8 colossal fireballs, was profoundly shocking, leaving an indelible mark on anyone who witnessed it, undoubtedly provoking subtle changes within their hearts. Merlin the mage, your father wishes to see you. The Count wishes to see me? Upon observing the puzzled expression on Merlin's face, Old Wilson erupted into hearty laughter, his joy evident. Ha ha, Merlin, quickly accompany Captain Cook. The Count intends to bestow upon you the title of Baron. It appeared that Cook had already relayed the news to Old Wilson. Baron? Merlin felt a surge of surprise. Although he anticipated that Count Selin would reward him for saving the entire castle, being granted a title was indeed a significant honor. The hierarchy within this world was profoundly rigid. Whether in the Kingdom of Light or the Kingdom of Black Moon, an insurmountable chasm existed between nobles and commoners. The path from commoner to nobility was fraught with challenges. Old Wilson himself had fought valiantly in the army for 20 years before attaining his title, underscoring the gravity of such distinctions and the formidable barriers to noble status. Now, having just arrived in the Kingdom of Black Moon and in Puga's city, Merlin was to be granted the title of Baron. It was no wonder old Wilson was so elated. This was a moment of glory for the entire Wilson family. Nodding in acknowledgement, Merlin then changed into appropriate attire and followed Cook to the Count's castle. Haha, Merlin the mage, your timing is impeccable. I was just contemplating which territory to assign you. Having resolved the threat posed by Merlin, Count Selin appeared rejuvenated, his spirits high. Upon seeing Merlin, he radiated warmth and friendliness. My Lord Count. Merlin greeted Count Selin with respect. As for the territory, he had no specific desires. However, land was the foundation of nobility, and this territory would become the cornerstone of the Wilson family's legacy, necessitating careful consideration. Merlin the mage, here is a map. Please examine these territories and choose the one that pleases you most. Count Selin gently grasped Merlin's hand, gesturing toward a large map. The fact that Merlin was permitted to select a territory at will spoke volumes about Count Selin's regard for him. Merlin, exercising caution, scrutinized the various territories depicted on the map. After careful deliberation, his gaze settled on the territory closest to Puga's city. Count Selin, perceiving his intent, nodded slightly and remarked, Indeed, Merlin the mage has an excellent eye. You have chosen the town of Consin. This town boasts a substantial population, fertile land, and iron ore resources, generating considerable tax revenue each year. Count Selin provided a brief overview of the territory, affirming its quality. However, Merlin noticed that both Count Selin and Cook wore peculiar smiles, hinting at some other special circumstances surrounding this land. Thus, Merlin inquired of Count Selin, My lord, is there something amiss with this territory? Nothing is amiss, per se. Yet the previous owner of this land was Baron Nelson. Count Selin hesitated momentarily before revealing. Merlin's gaze sharpened slightly. Baron Nelson was indeed the father of Merlin, who had been executed under Count Selin's orders. Merlin had not anticipated that he would inadvertently select the land belonging to Nelson. Nonetheless, this territory was undeniably the finest, capable of serving as the foundation for the Wilson family. As for Nelson, Merlin regarded him with indifference, for even the last remaining member of the Nelson lineage, Merlin, had met his demise. The Nelson family had become a relic of history. Henceforth, the rightful lord of this domain would be Wilson Merlin. Chapter 90. The Banquet, Part 1. Following this, a multitude of intricate procedures ensued. Although the Kingdom of Black Moon and the Kingdom of Light exhibit substantial differences, the former comprises myriad city-states, each governed by a supreme leader who oversees all affairs within, including the conferral of noble titles. In fact, within the confines of the city-state of Pugas, Count Selin holds authority akin to that of a king and the conferral of a new baron, particularly one who is a mysterious spellcaster, is indeed a matter of great significance. Thus, the requisite formalities could not be overlooked. Merlin did not resist and cooperated to complete these procedures. Once all was concluded, perhaps in an effort to win Merlin's favor or to showcase Count Selin's generosity to the outside world, the Count resolved to host a banquet for Merlin 3 days hence, inviting nobles of all ranks within the city of Pugas. Such an event, orchestrated by Count Selin, would undoubtedly yield considerable influence, significantly elevating Merlin and Apos' standing. Despite Merlin's discomfort with the intricate social dealings, this banquet was essential for the Wilson family's future stability in Pugas, perhaps reminiscing about the ancient castle in Blackwater City. The elder Wilson named this new stronghold Wilson Castle. As Merlin stepped into the castle, he observed the steward busily directing numerous servants to tidy the area surrounding the castle. Young Master Merlin. Oh no, I should say Baron, the steward exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement as he approached. Upon hearing the steward's peculiar address, Merlin felt a twinge of oddity within, yet he quickly reconciled this feeling, realizing that he was now indeed a noble, holding the title of Baron. The elder Wilson and Baron Bauman, however, found their ranks within the Kingdom of Light rendered insignificant in the Kingdom of Black Moon, leaving Merlin as the sole noble of the entire Wilson family. Furrowing his brow, Merlin pointed to the myriad servants within the castle and inquired, Steward, what are they doing? Upon learning that it was the Elder Wilson's directive to clean, Merlin chose not to comment further, for in his view, being granted a baronial title paled in comparison to the new spell model he had acquired from the old man in the black robe. What did Count Saline say? The Elder Wilson seemed unable to contain his anticipation, hastily asking. Baron Bauman also rose, addressing Merlin. Baron Merlin, I heard from Commander Cook that Count Saline has summoned you to select a territory. Have you decided on a location? As Baron Bauman referred to him as Baron, Merlin felt a sense of resignation. A mere baronial title had so drastically altered the demeanor of the Elder Wilson and Baron Bauman, contrasting sharply with their previous amiable behavior. Even after Merlin's identity as a spellcaster was revealed in Blackwater City, neither Old Wilson nor Baron Bauman exhibited a significant change in their attitudes. It seems that their deeply entrenched beliefs regarding the hierarchy of nobility are not easily swayed. Merlin shook his head, expressing a sense of resignation as he remarked, Uncle Bauman, please continue to call me Merlin. Count Selen has allowed me to choose a territory, and I have selected the town of Consin. I plan to visit Consin tomorrow. Consin, you say? Old Wilson immediately stood up, excitement evident on his face. That town was previously under the direct management of Count Selen. Merlin, it is clear that Count Selen has great trust in you to bestow upon you the town of Consin as your domain. Having spent several days in Puga City, Old Wilson and his companions were well acquainted with the local circumstances, including those pertaining to Consin. Subsequently, Old Wilson, brimming with enthusiasm, engaged in discussions about the future plans for their family with Baron Bauman and the others. Merlin, however, found these matters uninteresting and intended to leave the management of his territory entirely to Old Wilson. Rising to retire upstairs, his gaze fell upon Avril, who sat silently in the corner, demure and quiet. A thought crossed his mind, and he offered her a gentle smile, saying, in a few days, Count Selen is planning to host a banquet for me. Avril, please prepare yourself to accompany me. Avril appeared somewhat dazed since their time in Blackwater City. This was practically the first time Merlin had spoken to her directly, leaving her momentarily unresponsive. Baron Bauman and Old Wilson exchanged glances, a hint of satisfaction gracing their lips. Merlin cast a lingering glance at the still-dazed Avril before ascending the stairs, having no desire to ponder the girl's thoughts. Upon returning upstairs, Merlin retrieved the spell model for the Earth Guardian, a defensive Earth-based spell that suited him perfectly. Currently, he possessed only the Fireball and Freeze spells, one offensive and the other restraining, leaving him without any defensive spells. This lack posed a considerable risk. Should he encounter a situation akin to that of Melilin, the heavy crossbow bolts would pose a lethal threat. Just because Melilin could withstand such an attack did not guarantee that Merlin could do the same. Thus, acquiring a defensive spell had become more urgent for him than the need for speed-related spells. Matrix Code, Store Earth Guardian spell model. The task was initiated, and with a beep, the storage was successful. After securing the spell model within the Matrix Code, Merlin placed the parchment depicting the spell model before a candle and ignited it, watching it swiftly turn to ash. Although he had stored the Earth Guardian spell model in the Matrix Code, he refrained from having it analyzed, primarily because his current mental strength was insufficient to support 3 spell models. The mental meditation technique of Elder Ida is merely a rudimentary form of meditation, with the enhancement of mental strength occurring at an exceedingly sluggish pace. To swiftly augment one's power, one must seek a more advanced method of mental meditation. The sole pathway to acquiring such an elevated practice lies in joining a sorcerer's organization. However, at present, Merlin possesses neither the insignia of the sorcerer's organization nor exceptional qualifications, making it improbable for him to gain entry in the near future. Regrettably, the Matrix can only analyze, not create. Otherwise, with its assistance, one might derive a formidable mental meditation technique based on Elder Ida's method. Merlin gently shook his head, dismissing the impractical thoughts swirling in his mind. After all, the Matrix is but a computer, no matter how swift its processing speed or how intelligent it may appear. It remains a mere program, confined to executing predetermined calculations without the ability to conjure from nothingness. Perhaps, by utilizing certain spell models, the Matrix could reconstruct spell models centered around prototypes through computation, significantly enhancing the effects of various spells. However, it cannot spontaneously generate an entirely new spell model. Nor can it fabricate a brand new mental meditation technique, as that would require an entirely new theoretical framework. Perhaps if Merlin could compel the Matrix to gather thousands of diverse spell models, he might simulate new spell models from the vast dataset. Yet, Such an endeavor necessitates a substantial amount of data, and the scant few spell models he has collected are wholly insufficient for comprehensive data integration. Furthermore, in the foreseeable future, it seems unlikely that Merlin will amass tens of thousands of spell models. Evidently, he must devise a strategy to join the Sorcerer's organization, as this remains the sole method to rapidly enhance his capabilities. The Sorcerer's organization, a coveted realm for countless wandering mages, remains elusive to most. Fortunately, Merlin is still quite young, having only recently become a sorcerer a few months ago, affording him ample time to explore his options gradually. Chapter 91, The Banquet, Part 2. The following day, Sir Wilson, accompanied by numerous knights, ventured to the quaint town of Conson with Merlin. This town was not far from Puga City, merely an hour or two's journey away. Upon their arrival, the town exuded an air of normalcy. Vendors were energetically hawking their wares in the streets, and the abundance of goods suggested a vibrancy more akin to a bustling small city than a mere town. Indeed, Count Selen was quite generous to bestow such a prosperous territory upon you. With this land, the future prosperity of the Wilson family seems assured. The more Sir Wilson observed, the more his satisfaction grew. The town's flourishing state exceeded his expectations. The Wilson family's success would undoubtedly escalate, yet it would not solely rely on this territory, but rather on power. Merlin murmured softly, reflecting on how the once thriving Nelson family had also flourished in such a prosperous land, only to ultimately face annihilation, with their territory subsequently granted to him by Count Selen. Merlin's acquisition of this land stemmed not only from saving Count Selen, but also significantly from his identity as a spellcaster. Most spellcasters belonged to organized factions, and even the few wandering mages had been absorbed into the armies of the Black Moon Kingdom, which were, in essence, royal forces. Thus, despite the considerable power wielded by the various city-states within the Black Moon Kingdom, the mightiest military strength remained firmly in the hands of the royal family. Without this, the multitude of city-states would have descended into chaos long ago. Power was paramount, and spellcasters embodied the wielders of that ultimate strength. It was only natural that Count Selen would seek to cultivate a relationship with Merlin. The complete obliteration of the Nelson family was a clear testament to their lack of formidable power. Merlin understood that the fortunes of the Wilson family in this unfamiliar realm hinged solely upon him, as long as he could maintain his strength. Count Selen would likely extend his favor towards the Wilson family. Conversely, should Merlin perish or vanish, the fate awaiting the Wilson family would scarcely be more favorable than that of the Nelson family. On a winter morning, the gentle patter of rain and snow had persisted throughout the night, ceasing only by dawn. Wisps of white clouds adorned the horizon, and golden rays of sunlight penetrated the layers of cloud, illuminating the earth. Today heralded a rare moment of clear weather. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside, followed by the soft voice of a gray-clad maid calling into the room. "My lord, your formal attire is ready. Come in." A faint voice replied from within. The young maid cautiously pushed the door open, her head bowed and hands cradling a stack of garments, respectfully approaching the bedside. "My lord, this is your attire for today's banquet." Lady Wilson worked tirelessly through the night to prepare it. The maid felt a surge of anxiety, her breath quickening, and she dared not lift her gaze. "Are you afraid of me?" A soft voice penetrated her ears, intensifying her nervousness. It was her first time standing so close to the master of Wilson Castle, a young baron. Despite the servant's assurances of the baron's amiable nature, the young maid, having encountered the duplicitous faces of many nobles, could not afford to relax even slightly. "Well, forget it. Just go outside and put on your clothes." Upon hearing the baron's voice, the gray-clad maid felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders and hastily fled the baron's chamber. Watching the maid's retreating figure, Merlin, standing before the mirror, shook his head in resignation, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. It was not only this maid, even Captain Pratt, the steward, and his sister, Mei Shui, who had always been so casual with him, had begun to alter their demeanor towards him. Merlin sensed a subtle barrier, a disparity born from status and identity. The attire is quite exquisite. Merlin donned the gown delivered by the maid, designed meticulously by the Busta lady, and crafted over several days. Even through the lens of his past life, it was undeniably a splendid garment. In choosing fine attire, the selection of fabric and style seemed secondary. The paramount consideration was how well it suited the wearer's essence. Standing before the mirror, he beheld a transformed reflection, less youthful than before. Although his physique remained unchanged, the depth in his blue eyes suggested a newfound maturity. Confident, elegant, and mature, the Merlin in the mirror seemed almost unrecognizable to himself. His aura had undergone a profound metamorphosis since his arrival in this unfamiliar world, despite his appearance remaining constant. No one would dare to associate the former Merlin with the man he had become. As Merlin descended the stairs, he encountered old Wilson, Baron Barman, and Mei Shui among others. However, upon closer inspection, he noted the absence of one individual, furrowing his brows in inquiry. Where is Avril? Merlin had only caught glimpses of Avril in Blackwater City, yet her delicate features resembled that of a finely crafted porcelain doll, strikingly beautiful. This time, adorned in splendid attire with a touch of makeup accentuating her features, Avril exuded an air of maturity and femininity that left Merlin momentarily breathless. Indeed, you look lovely today. Let us proceed. Merlin softly spoke to Avril, who hesitated briefly before stepping to his side, gently linking her arm with his as they entered the awaiting carriage. Without needing instruction, Moss understood their destination and guided the carriage toward the Earl's castle. Inside the carriage, Merlin and Avril sat closely together, the delightful fragrance emanating from her suggesting she had donned perfume in preparation for the gala. Yet, Avril appeared quite tense, remaining still and avoiding eye contact with Merlin. Do not be anxious. It is merely a banquet, Merlin reassured her, taking her hand gently in his. Avril's body tensed slightly, but she soon relaxed, nodding submissively. Merlin recognized that her anxiety had somewhat dissipated. My Lord Baron, we have arrived at the Count's castle. Before long. Moss brought the carriage to a gradual halt before the grand edifice. Avril, we have arrived. Let us disembark. Merlin took Avril's hand and gently descended from the carriage. Outside the Count's castle, numerous opulent carriages were already stationed, and elegantly attired nobles engaged in hushed conversations as they entered the castle. Ah? Merlin furrowed his brow. He thought he had glimpsed a familiar figure ahead, yet the memory eluded him for the moment. Merlin, what troubles you? Avril, sensing his unease, inquired softly. It is nothing. Perhaps I was mistaken. Very well, the banquet is likely to commence shortly. Let us proceed inside. Merlin shook his head, dismissing the thought, and led Avril into the castle. Chapter 92, Reunion, Part 1. The castle was abuzz with activity, as elegantly adorned noble women gathered in small clusters, animatedly discussing which fragrance was most delightful and which garments boasted the most innovative designs, their chatter a continuous melody. Meanwhile, the composed nobles congregated with familiar acquaintances, engaging in hushed conversations. At the banquet table within the castle, an abundance of fruits and wines adorned the surface. The fruits were artfully sliced and arranged on platters, while the diligent maids busily served these delicacies to various nobles. Count Saline was engrossed in amiable discourse with several middle-aged gentlemen. Suddenly, a knight hastily approached Count Saline, whispering something into his ear. With a vigorous clap of his hands, the hall swiftly fell silent. Count Saline then proclaimed loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, this gathering is in celebration of Wilson Merlin, who has been elevated to the rank of Baron within our Puga city-state. Baron Merlin has now arrived. No sooner had he spoken than Merlin and Avril, guided by a maid, entered the hall. Instantly, countless gazes converged upon Merlin and Avril. Since becoming a spellcaster, Merlin emanated an air of elegance, while Avril, with her innate beauty, effortlessly captivated the attention of all present. Their entrance thus dazzled many nobles. Esteemed Count, this is my fiancée Avril. Merlin introduced Avril to Count Saline. The Count merely nodded slightly, then gestured toward a middle-aged man clad in a black coat beside him. Introducing Baron Merlin, this is Count Raphael. To be in close conversation with Count Saline signified that this was no ordinary individual, a count. Second only to a marquis in rank, undoubtedly wielded significant power within the Puga city-state. Count Saline's introduction served to assist Merlin in genuinely integrating into the noble circles of Puga city. This is Count Sreed, and this is Count Leslie. Count Saline introduced 5 or 6 nobles, all counts, whom Merlin recognized as pivotal figures within Puga city. Establishing rapport with them would greatly benefit the Wilson family. Thus, Merlin smiled and greeted each in turn. The counts, aware of the gravity of Count Saline's introductions, were cautious. Despite the castle's tight security, some information inevitably leaked. Consequently, even though Merlin was merely a baron, no count dared to underestimate him, and they vied to curry favor. Eager to leave a favorable impression on this enigmatic and formidable spellcaster, feeling somewhat out of his element amidst the intricate social interactions, Merlin conversed for a while before retreating to a corner, indulging in some fruit. In contrast to Merlin's discomfort in such a setting, Avril fared considerably better. Although she had previously exhibited signs of anxiety, her noble upbringing equipped her with the poise necessary for formal gatherings. having attended a number of similar soirees during her time in Blackwater City. Now, Avril found herself surrounded by a throng of noble women and young ladies, who, like moths drawn to a flame, incessantly buzzed around her, their laughter ringing melodiously in the air, indicating her evident enjoyment. Merlin squinted slightly, scanning the hall in search of the elusive figure of the old man in the black robe. Since his visit a few days prior, there had been no news of him. Baron Merlin, what are you searching for? Count Celine, appearing somewhat inebriated with a flushed visage, had retreated to a corner to gather his senses. Nothing of consequence, merely a concern regarding Mage Zil, Merlin replied casually. Mage Zil? Count Celine shook his head slightly, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I sent someone to invite him yesterday, but his maid informed me that he is in seclusion and receiving no visitors. The old man in the black robe possessed a certain aloofness. Despite being merely a wandering mage, Merlin sensed an intrinsic pride in him. The old man had never shown any warmth towards those who were not practitioners of magic. At gatherings such as this, one could hardly expect him to attend, especially under the pretext of injury and recuperation. Father, Baron Merlin. Commander Cook appeared at Merlin's side, accompanied by a rather corpulent nobleman. This rotund nobleman had small eyes that occasionally gleamed with shrewdness, reminiscent of astute merchants. Commander Cook gestured towards the pudgy nobleman, introducing him to Merlin. Baron Merlin. This is Baron Valen, whose domain is the town of Lay, merely a river apart from your own territory of Consen. Baron Valen maintained a constant smile, doffing his hat in a slight bow towards Merlin. He then cheerfully remarked, Baron Merlin, our territories are adjacent. Should there be any issues in your domain requiring assistance, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall offer my utmost support. Aware that Merlin currently held the favor of Count Celine, and considering their neighboring lands, Baron Valen understood the necessity of fostering a cordial relationship with him. Your courtesy is much appreciated, Baron Valen. Princess, what brings you here? Merlin exclaimed in surprise, as he recognized the lady standing beside Valen to be Princess Shalith, whom he had encountered earlier under rather chaotic circumstances. Despite her disheveled escape, she had retained the dignity befitting a royal, parting ways with old Wilson's entourage. It was indeed a twist of fate that he should meet Princess Shalith again in such a context. No wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity with a certain silhouette outside the castle. Oh, Shalith, so you are acquainted with Baron Merlin? A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Baron Valen's eyes, but it quickly faded as he smiled at Baron Merlin, saying, Baron Merlin, there are no princesses here now, soon. Princess Shirelles shall become the Baroness. With that, Baron Valen extended his arm, drawing Princess Shirelles close, creating an air of intimacy. Merlin observed Princess Shirelles, who kept her head bowed, biting her lip, her countenance far from pleasant. He understood that this once noble princess, now exiled to a foreign land, was to wed a mere baron, a reality that surely weighed heavily on her heart, especially in the presence of an old acquaintance like Merlin, which made the situation all the more awkward. Thus, Merlin nodded to Baron Valen and, following Count Celine, made his way towards other nobles gathered in the hall.